Chapter 1. I'm a part-time driver. His original name was Zhao Mai, signifying the notion of being the sole heir. However, following the relaxation of family planning policies, his parents welcomed a pair of twins, a brother and a sister, prompting a change in his name to Zhao Mai. The modest three-bedroom apartment could no longer accommodate the expanding family, leading him to rent a separate apartment for himself. Discontent with the corpulent demeanor of his manager, Zhao Mai swiftly navigated through the phases of graduation, employment, and subsequent unemployment within a year. Possessing a resilient spirit, he refrained from seeking assistance from his parents and concealed the details of his dismissal from work, striving to sustain himself independently. The existence of this vehicle is destined to outlast even a mythical One Ring from Tolkien's grand saga, The Lord of the Rings. Given the book's title, swords, magic, and taxis, one might wonder if there are any sponsors involved at all. If not, let us christen this vehicle Fesh, with all letters capitalized to signify its uniqueness as a proper noun. Should a sponsor ever decide to lend support, the author could conveniently utilize a search and replace function throughout the manuscript, quite efficient indeed. Zhao Mai may lack many talents, but writing could be considered one of his modest skills. While he may not achieve widespread acclaim, he manages to produce work that is at least passable, enough to earn his daily sustenance. His fondness for swords, magic, and related themes leads him to dabble in the realm of fantasy fiction. Had his language skills been stronger during his studies, he might have ventured into writing about the genres of Xuanhuan or Xinxia. Writing demands a vivid imagination, and coupled with the solitary existence of a bachelor, Zhao Mai often finds himself engaging in self-dialogue within his mind, akin to speaking. While writing in the realm of stand-up comedy, this would be termed a monologue in film. It is referred to as voiceover or narration in the realm of anime. It manifests as dialogue bubbles, hovering above characters' heads. From a literary perspective, this serves to articulate characters' inner thoughts, enrich their personalities, and enhance readers' immersion, all while contributing to the word. Count through humorous asides, an elderly gentleman catching a midnight flight and still brimming with such vitality. This is a first for me. How old are you, sir? I am 428 years old. The elder replied, his voice resonant and robust. If he were to sing revolutionary songs at the square, he would undoubtedly outshine all others. Surely you don't count age according to Taoist numerology, where 60 days equate to 1 year. Zhao Mai offered a compliment. Your mindset is remarkable. To joke with someone of my youth indeed, you've reached an age where you can indulge as you please. You are well versed in this folklore that is no small feat. What do you typically read? Having sparked a conversation, Zhao Mai could follow along with any topic. I read all sorts of books, those that impart knowledge, broaden horizons, cultivate discernment, and bring joy. There are countless books in this world. I read whatever I encounter, without any particular preferences. However, one must possess the ability to discern quality. Much like a driver assessing passengers, I refrain from accepting those whose eyes gleam with menace, appear disoriented, or reek of alcohol. They simply bring unnecessary trouble. But for venerable individuals like yourself, I take great care. Not to boast, but I pride myself on my steady driving. Even those prone to motion sickness hardly notice. Indeed, the elderly man nodded, surveying Zhao Mai from head to toe, his thumb teasing the corner of his mouth. Much like a gourmet, savoring a delicately prepared dish. Young man, how much do you earn driving each month? I've never really calculated it. Driving a private car isn't my main occupation. Forgive me for my candor, but I make a living writing online, relying on my fans for support. If we're merely discussing earnings, I wouldn't compare to a dedicated taxi driver. Moreover, I detest traffic jams. It feels like a complete waste of life, don't you think? Hence, I only accept ride requests during this time, so I can earn a little. It's quite commendable for a young person to write. What genre do you delve into? To Zhao Mai's surprise, the elderly gentleman was quite loquacious and familiar with the concept of fantasy. He spoke knowledgeably of elves, dwarves, and dragons. If it were a peer of his, even 150 years younger, it would not have astonished Zhao Mai in the slightest, but seeing him with his snowy hair, one might wonder where the proverbial generation gap had vanished. The glance at his phone revealed it was a call from his sister, her large profile picture bobbing with the ringing tone. Zhao Mai had once been known as Zhao Mai, a testament to his parents' whimsical naming conventions. This tradition continued with his brother being named Zhao Xiaofeng and his sister Zhao Xiaowan, all names reminiscent of birds. It was now past 4 in the morning, a time when his lazy sister should be sound asleep. Why was she calling? Zhao Mai turned to the elderly man and said, "I apologize, but I must take this call. It could be urgent. For safety while driving, you'll use hands-free, and I kindly ask you to remain silent. My family is unaware that I'm driving at this hour. Please keep this confidential." The old man blinked and mimed a zipper motion across his lips, then leaned back against the seat, feigning sleep. His sister's voice was hushed, indicating she was likely hiding away to make the call, probably in the bathroom, just as he suspected. "Brother, keep it down. I'm calling you from the restroom. Dad is ill, suffering from chronic kidney failure, and he's reached a point where a transplant is necessary. He's currently undergoing dialysis. Yesterday, I noticed Mom's eyes were red, as if she had been crying, but she wouldn't say a word when I asked her. Later, my brother caught her secretly weeping over some documents. We even suspected Dad of having someone else outside. So, while Mom was out shopping, we sneaked a peek into the drawer and discovered the diagnosis and medical records. Brother, what do we do? I looked it up online, and this disease is so painful he needs regular hospital visits for dialysis, and only a transplant can cure him. Chronic kidney failure in its late stages is commonly known as uremia, and the most reliable treatment is a kidney transplant. However, viable kidneys are scarce, and one can only wait in line at the hospital. The alternative treatment is dialysis, where machines replace the kidneys to filter out toxins from the blood, a process that is excruciating and costly. If only there were a substantial sum of money, perhaps other solutions could be sought to alleviate their father's suffering swiftly. Yet, lacking a stable job, and with his brother and sister still in junior high, a phase that demands financial expenditure, the family could hardly muster such funds. My dear sister, I have come to a decision that I will send all the money I have to the family and then figure out a solution. You and our younger brother must look after our parents at home and ensure they do not worry. Focus on your studies, spend less, and allow the adults to maintain a peaceful state of mind. Above all, your father's treatment must not cease. Do you understand? His sister responded softly, her voice trembling with tears. I am still here, my dear sister. You too must prioritize your responsibilities, which is to study. Now heed my words. Hang up the phone and go to bed. In the morning, arise as dutiful children, both of you. Do you comprehend? I understand, brother. Please take care of yourself. And with that, the call ended. The carriage fell into a profound silence, as anyone encountering such a situation would inevitably succumb to a moment of despair. Young man, are you all right? There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be traversed. Difficulties can always be surmounted in due course, an elderly voice offered. I understand, Zhao Mai replied. For now, there are no immediate issues at home, but my father is enduring great suffering this time. Alas, my mother, with her strong-willed nature, always tries to bear the burden herself. She must be feeling the most distressed. This illness is treatable. Thus, it is not the end of the world. The elder spoke in a comforting tone that a wise friend once told me. Any trouble that can be resolved with money is not truly a trouble. But lacking money is the greatest trouble of all. Zhao Mai retorted with a strained smile. But if I had 1 or 200,000 right now, I could certainly leverage connections to expedite my father's surgery and alleviate those myriad agonies. Better treatments, superior recuperation conditions, each of these requires financial resources. However, you are correct, this is not a hopeless situation, as it is indeed a curable ailment. If you happen to come across any lucrative opportunities, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. If fate allows, there will be no issues, the elder responded, a fleeting glimmer of pale green light flickering in his eyes as he spoke. The driver had regained his composure, intently focused on the road ahead, oblivious to the moment. Chapter 2. Why is it always you? Upon arriving at the airport, the elder prepared to disembark, seemingly forgetting to mention the potential job opportunities. Zhao Mai refrained from inquiring further. Although the circumstances at home weighed heavily on his heart, he adhered to the utmost standards of politeness. The elder's luggage was a sizable trunk, a well-worn leather case with a rich brown exterior that gleamed with age, fastened with a brass locket, was evidently no ordinary piece. However, the trunk's most significant drawback was the absence of wheels, making it cumbersome to load into the vehicle's trunk and even more so to unload. Zhao Mai hurriedly took a few steps, retrieving a luggage cart from the airport and placing the substantial 40-pound trunk upon it, patiently instructing the elder on how to use it while reminding him to check in the luggage to avoid any mishaps. I have flown many times. I am quite familiar with these matters, the elder said with a warm smile. You still need to earn a living, so do not waste time with me. A fine young man like you should be off to your pursuits. The sound from the phone signaled the arrival of the fare and a 10 yuan tip into the old man's account. Zhao Mai was poised to log into his mobile banking app, intending to transfer all the funds from his account to his family, when suddenly his ever-reliable phone went black. In that fleeting moment before the screen faded, he had glimpsed a taxi receipt. Now, that opportunity was lost. Later, due to a job transfer, his father spent more time in the office and ceased his constant hustling, finally taking Zhao Mai's education seriously. Zhao Mai had once harbored a deep disdain for constraints, often erupting in anger, while his father showed no mercy, wielding shoes and brooms as instruments of discipline. Their relationship had become quite strained. One day, he overheard a quarrel between his parents, with his mother chastising his father for being too harsh on their child, asserting that physical punishment was inappropriate. Zhao Mai was eager to see how his typically dominant father would respond this time, ready to mock him afterward. To his surprise, his father said, "When he was young, I wasn't there for him. No one wanted him more than I did. But it is precisely because I love him that I cannot allow him to become a failure. I ask for nothing but for him to be a responsible individual, at the very least accountable for himself. Self-reliance is the bare minimum, is it not? You both coddle him too much, indulging his every whim, only to let him be drowned by the waves of society when the time comes. Initially, I would strike him, and he wouldn't even whimper. He would merely smile with his chubby face. Now, at least he knows shame and makes fewer mistakes. How long can I discipline him? Soon, he will be taller and stronger than I am, and his character will mature. I must correct his temperament before it is too late, lest he be ruined by your indulgence." Zhao Mai leaned against the door, unable to fully comprehend those words at the time, yet they etched themselves into his memory. Gradually, he ceased providing his father with reasons to punish him, transforming into a good child. Although his academic performance was lacking, relegating him to a second-tier high school, he later resolved to strive harder and ultimately gained admission to a prestigious university. This achievement was not a result of his father's academic connections, but rather a testament to his own hard work, bringing joy to his family for a considerable time. A modest car, a rare gift during that period, solidified his determination for self-reliance and instilled a sense of confidence among his peers. Upon graduation, he had the audacity to dismiss his boss, a reflection of his tenacious character. To attain independence and freedom, one must be willing to embrace risks far greater than those of the average individual. Within a group, one can bow their head like a meek lamb, yet to sustain oneself, one must embody the spirit of a tiger or a bear. Zhao Mai recognized he could never become a solitary predator. His greatest aspiration was to evolve into a wolf with tenacity. However, this wolf still needed to care for its pack, particularly the aging alpha. Though he had never smoked, a strong urge for a cigarette now consumed him. Perhaps believing the smoke would alleviate his emotions, he parked in a temporary zone and rummaged through the glove compartment for a cigarette left behind by a previous passenger. Just as he pressed the lighter, his phone rang. It was still before 7 in the morning, and the caller was none other than his mother. Zhao Mai paused momentarily, took a deep breath to steady his nerves, and then pressed the answer button on the other end of the line. There was a moment of silence, punctuated only by the tremulous sound of breathing. Zhao Mai listened intently, his mind utterly blank. Unsure of how to begin, he longed to utter a few comforting words to his mother, yet his parents possessed their own stubbornness. Their concealment was, in its own way, a manifestation of goodwill. And goodwill, after all, should never be tarnished. Take good care of yourself, and we shall rest easy. Your father is quite the obstinate man. He struggles to express kind words, but I hope you understand. Remember, we are all deeply concerned for you. If you have matters to attend to, do so. There's nothing to worry about at home, with your younger siblings by our side. Ultimately, Mother chose to say nothing, bearing the weight of the pressure upon her own shoulders. Zhao Mai resolved to do the same, as this was the hallmark of their family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Mai ended the call. The warmth of the moment had faded now. It was time to devise a plan. His mother had pointed out, Father was a man of great tenacity and stubbornness, with a touch of the old-school scholar's temperament. He was always matter-of-fact and exceedingly serious. In other words, he was not particularly adept at socializing. From childhood to adulthood, Zhao Mai had never witnessed many friends visit their home, nor had he seen his father engage in social gatherings. Even if there were acquaintances unknown to him, Father would never deign to ask for assistance. Mother was a warm-hearted and kind woman, yet she had limited connections with affluent individuals, making the prospect of borrowing money quite bleak. Reflecting on his own situation, Zhao Mai found himself in a precarious position, having graduated from a mathematics department just over a year ago and having been employed for less than 9 months, with few acquaintances in society. But if one were to consider the sole individual capable of lending him a substantial sum, it would be his dormitory mate, known affectionately as Prince. If one were to encapsulate his character in a single term, it would be aimless, a person who seemed to squander his time on frivolous pursuits. Regrettably, he bore a countenance that was difficult to describe had he not been so unfortunate in appearance. His youth, wealth, and generosity might have earned him the reputation of a charming young gentleman. Zhao Mai was well acquainted with his roommate on the surface. He appeared carefree and jovial, but in reality, he was quite the pretentious individual. He harbored an unparalleled wariness towards strangers while playfully tormenting those close to him. For reasons unbeknownst to Zhao Mai, he remained steadfast in his belief that Zhao Mai was a trustworthy brother. As they gradually grew closer, they indeed became confidants. Maintaining frequent communication after graduation, he dialed the number, and it was not long before it connected. Prince would certainly not be awake at this hour unless he had pulled an all-nighter. Before Zhao Mai could even speak, a heavy, hoarse voice emerged from the other end. "Oh my, are we still gathering this Saturday? We'll bring a new girl along. How about we form a team together? Apologies, but I have some matters at home I fear I won't be able to join this week. Please let our friends in the group know." You can tell them yourself. I'm not your messenger." Prince suddenly lowered his voice, winking into the microphone. "The girl this time is quite beautiful. If we don't form a team to reveal her true nature, I want to know how to approach her. Anyone who pursues you solely for their beauty must either have failed the test of will or possess an extraordinary ability for self-deception. It is wise for you to remain cautious. Moreover, a role-playing game is merely theta, game not a lie detector. What truths can it unveil? Can you truly rely on this as a means for matchmaking? By the way, if I were to ask you for a loan, what interest rate would you consider? You don't even inquire whether I would lend you the money." Wang Tianhua's sniffle echoed through the receiver, followed by a few moments of silence. "For amounts in the thousands or tens of thousands, I can make the call, but anything beyond that is not within my purview. My mother has the final say. However, we could partner in a business endeavor. If framed as an investment, it becomes far more flexible. You could draft a proposal. Its content matters little. Whether it yields profit or loss is inconsequential, as long as we have the proper documentation. My mother has been urging me to find work, applying constant pressure. If you can shield me for a few years, we can make this happen. Deceiving the venerable queen? I shall ponder this." The thought of lying to the aunt whom his son had described as fearsome yet amiable filled Zhao Mai with unease. "Old Mai, I was not jesting. If you find yourself in a predicament, simply state a figure, and I shall devise a solution far superior to yours. With your assurance, I feel considerably more at ease." Their camaraderie had reached a point where expressing gratitude seemed unnecessary. A few exchanged words sufficed before they ended the call. After a flurry of calls, 2 hours slipped away unnoticed. It dawned on him that he had neglected to open the car rental app, thus missing out on any potential reservations. The heavy leather suitcase he had once carried was now absent, replaced by a silver, hard-shell metal briefcase. It resembled those commonly seen in films, handcuffed to the wrist of an unfortunate bodyguard, containing either precious gems or explosives. As Zhao Mai's mind wandered in that direction, embarrassment washed over him, and with a wry smile, he turned to the elder. "It appears you are fated to miss your flight, yet our destinies are intertwined." The elderly man squinted at Zhao Mai, a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of amusement. "I never expected it to be you. It seems fate has decreed that you must accompany me. Given your words about destiny, I shall ensure you are well taken care of." "And what your large suitcase?" Zhao Mai pondered aloud. "If you intend to check it for your flight, once checked in, you must board it. Is illogical to leave without it. Is there no place I cannot go?" The elder smiled enigmatically, swiping at his phone before addressing Zhao Mai. Then follow the navigation. Chapter 3. Please ascend logically. After accepting a ride request, the destination on the taxi app should be set, making any mid-journey changes implausible. The driver can also view the destination name. However, for reasons unknown, despite the navigation being active, there were neither target nor distance indicators displayed, which left Zhao Mai feeling somewhat unsettled. Gritting his teeth, he departed from the airport and entered the inner-city expressway, with vehicles passing by in both directions. The navigation still pointed toward the city, and upon passing several highway interchanges without veering towards another city, Zhao Mai felt a sense of relief. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed the elderly gentleman had just awakened from a brief slumber, yawning. The way he stretched suggested he was not an octogenarian, but rather exuded a demeanor reminiscent of a poised tiger or an eagle taking flight. "Young man, how are things at home?" the elder inquired. "Your expression seems slightly improved. At least your brow is less furrowed. Have you made any progress?" "Frowning accomplishes nothing," Zhao Mai replied. "For now, there is little to discuss. I need to earn more money, and these challenges will eventually pass. I appreciate your concern. If you come across any promising opportunities, please do let me know. If there were a job that entailed considerable risk but offered substantial rewards, would you be willing to take the plunge?" The elderly man's fingers twitched slightly as he produced a small iron box from seemingly nowhere, slightly larger than a matchbox, adorned with silver lines. "Ah, I understand," the elder nodded, deftly opening the box with his slender fingers to reveal 3 gold coins. Each coin was roughly the size of a 5-dime piece, yet the edges were unsharpened and worn into irregular ovals. One side of the coins bore the image of a balance scale, while the other depicted a peak traversed by a halo. He tossed the coins from the back seat to the passenger seat and stated, "This is a gold coin, commonly referred to as a fateful coin. Legend has it that it can alter one's destiny, but only a select few can unlock its power. Whether you can earn this money depends on your fate. Such a state arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly." Once the coins landed on the passenger seat, the dynamic vision ceased. Zhao Mai, momentarily dazed, soon found himself engulfed in exhilaration. His heart raced violently in his chest, a sensation of slight suffocation tightening around his throat. A torrent of rich imagination and divergent thoughts erupted in his mind, presenting a myriad of possibilities all at once. Struggling to regain composure, he gripped the steering wheel tightly and bit down hard on his teeth before finally managing to speak. "Sir, you cannot be an ordinary person, can you?" "That has no bearing on what I just said," the elder replied with a faint smile, his voice remarkably calm. "Once you grasp the coin, you will embark on an extraordinary path. If you do not engage with it, nothing will transpire, and you will forget this matter." Zhao Mai's right hand loosened its grip on the steering wheel, freezing in midair. He nervously swallowed, weighing his options for 3 seconds, and then, without hesitation, seized the gold coin. Yet, as he opened his palm, he felt nothing. It revealed nothing at all. Zhao Mai chuckled at himself, ready to seek retribution from the elderly man who had been teasing him, when he heard the voice of the navigation system issuing a prompt, in 2 kilometers ahead. "Please take the upward passage." The gentle electronic female voice repeated the instruction twice, and Zhao Mai confirmed he had not misheard. The elderly man in the back seat tugged at his seatbelt, fastening it with a decisive click before reclining against the seat. Ahead lay the expressway leading into the city. A straight road devoid of overpasses. Where could this upward passage possibly be? Zhao Mai glanced at the navigation screen. The software displaying his position and the surrounding map continued to function smoothly, showing no signs of malfunction. Just as he was about to tap the screen, he heard the prompt again. "In 1 kilometer ahead, please take the upward passage. Please refrain from traveling on the ground." "I'm not in an airplane. How could I possibly ascend?" Zhao Mai shouted. "This must be a dream, a mere dream. How would you know unless you try?" This phrase floated clearly into Zhao Mai's ears, igniting an intense impulse within him. It is said that when one's attention is entirely focused, all distractions fade away, leaving a void beyond the singular target. Zhao Mai only remembered taking a deep breath through his nostrils, instantly silencing the engine's roar, the wind's howl, and the vibrations of the vehicle. Only the electronic prompt continued to sound. "In 500 meters, please ascend. In 100 meters, please ascend. Ascend." The whole affair was steeped in a sense of the fantastical. Well, since it had come to this, why not give it a try? Zhao Mai gritted his teeth and suddenly yanked the steering wheel back, as if pulling the control stick of an aircraft. What transpired next was something he had never imagined could occur in his brief life. The vehicle soared into the air, heading straight for the clouds, accompanied by Zhao Mai's unrestrained laughter. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration and excitement, having finally become an extraordinary individual in an otherwise ordinary world. The outline of the Sichi shimmered with a golden light, and upon seeing this radiance, the driver instantly overlooked the flying car, even forgetting a portion of his memory, as if the vehicle had never existed. "Welcome to the tunnel road. The toll of 1 gold coin has been paid. The road ahead is clear. Estimated time to reach your destination is 3 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelt. There may be slight turbulence. As soon as the words left the speaker, the view outside the window turned completely dark. The originally azure sky and soft white clouds vanished, replaced by a myriad of stars. Even in a documentary on the Discovery Channel, Zhao Mai had never seen so many stars, nor had he imagined they could emit such a vibrant array of colors. After merely 2 seconds, the starlight began to swirl, transforming into rainbow-like afterimages. Zhao Mai thought he had fallen into a kaleidoscope. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, the entire car jolted, as if crossing over a small bump. Looking out the window again, the stars had all disappeared, leaving only the darkness behind. The path ahead was fraught with peril and opportunity, joy and suffering, each individual experiencing it differently. We probably have a couple of minutes to converse, so I shall speak, and you shall listen, the elderly man said, leisurely rolling his neck. Chapter 4. The 3 Laws of Taxis in the Dark Void, devoid of any reference points. The only indication of forward motion came from the gently swaying speedometer and the slight jolts transmitted through the seat. The navigation software continued to display the instruction to maintain a straight course, allowing Zhao Mai to concentrate on the elder's words. I serve an organization whose purpose is to forge pathways between worlds, promoting peaceful exchanges. Your role is merely that of a driver. Only by meeting certain conditions can you access this transitional realm and traverse it safely. Firstly, this vehicle can only be activated by you as the driver. It is solely through your command that it may journey across dimensions. Secondly, you will require the navigation on your mobile device. Without it, the entrances and exits will remain hidden from view. Thirdly, the toll can only be paid with fake coins. No other form of currency will suffice. Different worlds have varying costs, which are not included in the fare. The elder had anticipated Zhao Mai's curiosity and retrieved a coin from a metal box, tossing it onto the front seat once more. When you keep a coin close, you can sense the presence of other coins, albeit within a limited range of approximately 10 meters. At other times, these coins appear in various currencies, completely devoid of pattern. A word of caution: on Earth, fake coins are exceedingly scarce, making them difficult to procure. Why is that? Zhao Mai inquired, but the elder sighed heavily, responding with resignation. In this age of decline, the magical artifacts are no longer produced and will only diminish further. Another reason is the increasing number of travelers who have likely exhausted the coins. Zhao Mai pondered this notion, though he knew better than to voice it aloud. As long as you possess fake coins, your mobile device and the vehicle itself are impervious to harm. By this, I mean that the laws of the material world, including physical entities and energy, cannot damage the car or the phone. All external influences will be disregarded. However, this protection does not extend to other objects or to you, so you remain as vulnerable as ever. Zhao Mai rolled his eyes, realizing that this was not the trope of invincibility found in stories. The possibility of becoming superhuman through traversal was non-existent. Your phone will automatically record your journeys. From this point forward, every place you visit will be marked on a map, and you can control it via voice commands. As the elder spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt and placed the metal box upon his lap. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Mai observed the elder remove his handcuffs and open the box, rummaging through it. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. The sound reminiscent of something as substantial as a heavy edition of a dictionary, capable of inflicting severe injury if wielded as a makeshift weapon. You are a novice driver, and this is the most perilous moment. As a guide for the Pioneer organization, I bear the responsibility of helping you acclimate. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I leave you with something of value. This book will teach you the universal language. Consider it a boon. How long will it take me to learn? Zhao Mai felt a wave of despair wash over him. In truth, when one finds oneself in an unfamiliar land, lacking proficiency in the local tongue renders movement nearly impossible. Even with the aid of body language, without understanding local customs, who could discern whether an outstretched palm signifies a friendly handshake or the casting of a dreadful necromantic spell? The implications of nodding or shaking one's head can be quite troublesome. What if a nod inadvertently conveys an insult? Indeed, I find myself sharing this sentiment. Zhao Mai felt invigorated, his mind racing with newfound clarity. Suddenly, a flicker of concern crossed his thoughts. Perhaps his heightened intelligence had rendered him more rational, leading him to ponder. Could this be perilous? Perilous? Behind every opportunity lies an inherent risk. In this universe, guaranteed success is a mere illusion. Yet, how many yearn for such opportunities, still unclaimed? You are far more fortunate than those drivers bound to their jobs. The elder's tone grew notably stern at this point, though the reason was unclear, for at least this vehicle belongs to you, granting you a greater degree of autonomy. Given that there is an organization facilitating this crossing, I presume I am not required to pay a fee? No, the elder hesitated briefly before replying, you are merely considered a part-timer. Thus carving your own path will be significantly more challenging than for others. However, the advantage is that whatever you acquire will solely belong to you. Thus, the benefits certainly outweigh the drawbacks. Just as Zhao Mai was about to inquire about the fare, the navigation software chimed in with its alert. Approaching your destination. Please proceed downward. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the vehicle jolted slightly, and an unexpected sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Wasn't he this supposed to be impervious to external influences? Why this peculiar feeling? The moment the thought escaped his lips, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. The inky void vanished, revealing a realm of clouds that filled his entire vista. Towering edifices in gold and blue abounded, castles with walls, churches with spires, while indistinct luminous entities flitted around the structures. A pale orange river meandered through the landscape, its waters perhaps imbued with honey. Lush green orchards adorned the vicinity of the buildings, while a cluster of dark crimson. Dark crimson? Just as Zhao Mai attempted to comprehend this, he found himself plummeting towards the cloud-laden ground, gaining speed with alarming rapidity. This was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. At least a roller coaster follows a track. Whereas he was utterly unrestrained. The vehicle spun through the air, with Zhao Mai firmly secured by his seatbelt, oblivious to the orientation of up or down. The navigation continued to sound its alerts. Approaching your destination, please prepare to stop. With a decisive stomp on the brake, the vehicle astonishingly halted mid-air. While the world around him ceased its rotation, the speed of his descent showed no sign of abating. The sheer sensation of weightlessness was quite uncomfortable. But Zhao Mai had no time to dwell on it. His mind was consumed with images reminiscent of animated films, an object plummeting, striking the ground, and with a resounding crash, transforming into two-dimensional debris. Fear not, indestructible is no falsehood. The elder seemed to sense Zhao Mai's apprehension, reaching forward from the back seat to pat him on the shoulder. Ah, your hand is glowing. Ah, my shoulder feels so warm. At this moment, Zhao Mai finally realized, his body jolting as he exclaimed, this is your fare. May it grant you a safe journey ahead. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I hope we can meet again. As the vehicle descended freely through the air, Zhao Mai found himself at a loss for assertive words. The white clouds and the earth were drawing closer, and he could discern the luminous and dark crimson specks that filled the expanse. The glowing entities were angels, flapping their wings and wielding radiant staffs of energy, engaged in a fierce struggle against the invading demons. Their speed was astonishing, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in Zhao Mai's vision. With his limited sight, he could only catch brief glimpses of them as they passed. Yet, even in that moment, he could not distinguish between the angels and the demons. The ethereal veil of light obscured the angels' faces, while the demons were shrouded in a cloak of dark smoke. Beneath the indistinct visages, both bore the same lack of armor. Their muscular, exposed forms marred by scars. One exuded golden light from its wounds, while the other oozed black sludge. The taxi plummeted from the sky, colliding directly with a spire-like structure. As they approached, Zhao Mai distinctly witnessed a rainbow-hued shield materialize, only to be shattered in an instant. Though the composition of the tower remained a mystery, its impressive height of approximately 40 meters suggested a commendable sturdiness. Yet, this formidable structure was reduced to shards upon impact with the taxi, akin to glass shattering. The vehicle's speed diminished, but it seemed not due to the collision, but rather the sensation of the wheels traversing the debris of the tower. Through the window, Zhao Mai observed no blemish on the car's exterior. Yet, this was not the most extraordinary aspect. Zhao Mai was gripped by anxiety, convinced he would perish from the impact, or at the very least, suffer a blow from the airbags. However, within the vehicle, he felt no external force, seated in the driver's seat. He simply experienced a slight bump akin to traversing a rough road, entirely insulated from the chaos outside. The only sensation he felt was that of a normal deceleration. The tower was severed in two, and the car, like a meteor, continued its trajectory in a straight diagonal line. As they neared the ground, the front of the vehicle tilted slightly upward, and all four wheels gently touched the clouds before the car came to a smooth halt. Not far from the vehicle stood a crimson demon that had just slain a four-winged angel. Withdrawing a cleaver from the angel's chest, flames instantly enveloped its form. Its fiery gaze was fixed intently upon the descending taxi, piercing through the window to lock eyes with Zhao Mai. There was no trace of curiosity, only malevolence. Oh, having arrived at the heart of the battlefield, an inexperienced novice found himself in quite a predicament. The elder surveyed the surrounding structures and advised, drive towards 3 o'clock. And you will find the exit from this place. Zhao Mai gazed out at the demon, a sight more staggering than any film, game, or magazine could depict. In theoretical discussions, demons were mere statistics of health points, defense levels, elemental resistances, casting abilities, and combat skills, easily dismissed in jest. Yet, here stood one before him. Alive and menacing. Damn it. It was a miracle he hadn't soiled himself, let alone engage it in banter. By the way, Zhao Mai suddenly recalled whether it is still possible to purchase personal insurance at this time. Chapter 5. The Futility of Invincibility. I alighted from the vehicle. The elderly man flung open the door and stepped out with a swift motion. The driver handled the car quite adeptly. Perhaps fate would allow us to meet again. Hey, wait, Zhao Mai shouted. What should I do next? With a resounding thud, the door was forcefully shut, sealing out the nauseating heat. It became evident that maintaining a closed environment was the paramount principle for survival, as Zhao Mai scrambled to locate a vomit bag. He firmly etched this lesson into his memory. The elderly man, having exited the vehicle, let out a furious roar, his form suddenly swelling threefold as 2 pairs of luminous wings erupted from his back. He cast aside his suitcase and drew forth a radiant staff. Transformed into a towering angel over 5 meters tall, he charged directly at the nearest demon, the unfortunate creature that had been directing malevolent glares at Zhao Mai. Once again, the intricacies of the ensuing battle eluded Zhao Mai, but a flash of golden light heralded the demon's explosive demise, scattering its remnants into the ether. Viscous black-red blood splattered against the car, slowly trickling down its exterior. A shiver coursed through Zhao Mai, as he realized he had ventured into a high-difficulty realm where only the most formidable could hope to stand against a 100-level adversary. He repeatedly admonished himself, one must not disembark from the vehicle. Whether angel or demon, their speed was incomprehensibly swift, far beyond Zhao Mai's reach. The cacophony of explosions rang out around him, accompanied by unknown beams of energy zipping through the air. Safety resided solely within the confines of the car. Should he step outside, even if no one aimed their ire at him, the area of effect spells would spell his doom. With the windshield wipers in motion, Zhao Mai cautiously steered the vehicle, meticulously avoiding the battlefield. The 3 o'clock position seemed too distant. He sought a secluded corner where he could conceal himself until the conflict reached its resolution. After all, this was the Angels' territory, and they held a significant advantage in this encounter. Although he may not be a saint, Zhao Mai made few grave mistakes, and his minor transgressions were outweighed by his inherent goodness. Benevolent angels were unlikely to impose hardships upon him. It resembled a novice accompanying a master through a dungeon. As long as the novice managed to survive, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. The flame-slicing blade was nearly as long as the vehicle itself, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. However, upon contact with the car, even the swiftest of strikes came to an abrupt halt, producing not a single sound. The demons often suffered wrist fractures or ruptured palms, while the vehicle remained unscathed. Initially, Zhao Mai felt trepidation, but as time passed, he discovered he was as if enveloped in invincibility, which inflated his confidence. He jerked the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator forcefully, charging headlong into the demons. Wasn't this a familiar trope? Typically, lower-tier characters reaped substantial rewards from vanquishing higher-level foes. The demon sidestepped nimbly, effortlessly evading the oncoming vehicle. In that brief moment, its injuries had already healed. The flame-slicing blade and elemental magic surged forth. Though they could not harm the car, they nonetheless conveyed their ire clearly. Zhao Mai spun around and once again propelled the vehicle into the fray. The demon leapt lightly, effortlessly evading atop the car. It unfurled its bat-like flesh wings, flapping gently as it hovered in the air. Zhao Mai attempted to maneuver, but regardless of how he tugged at the steering wheel, the vehicle refused to ascend. Could it be that flight was only possible during the act of crossing over? Although merely a conjecture, he sensed that it was not far from the truth. The demon was no fool. It quickly discerned its opponent's vulnerabilities. Though the vehicle was sturdy, devoid of reason, it lacked offensive capability and agility, rendering the steel box that released 4-winged angels nothing more than a clumsy turtle. The demon circled the car, launching attacks from various angles, targeting the roof, windows, wheels, and even the exhaust pipe, striking fiercely with its enormous blade. These assaults proved ineffectual. Zhao Mai remained unscathed within the car, yet his spirits gradually sank, leaving no trace of arrogance. Ultimately, he possessed little in terms of combat prowess, and relying on a hard shell to intimidate others would inevitably lead to a dead end. There is a saying that describes the cunning, as sly as a demon. If Zhao Mai were to partake in an intelligence test alongside the demon, it was likely that before he could complete the questions, he would have been deceived into selling himself, possibly even assisting in counting the proceeds. Seasoned veterans possess not only superior combat skills compared to novices, but also a wealth of experience and insight. Within less than half a minute, the demon conceived a cunning plan. It descended and strode purposefully to the side of the car, grasping the chassis and beginning to heave it upward. Zhao Mai felt the vehicle tilt alarmingly. This cursed car was nothing but a useless, cumbersome turtle. While solid, it was far too unwieldy. In a moment of panic, he shouted and instinctively slammed the accelerator. The wheels rolled over the demon's robust biceps and chest, rebounding against the ground. As Zhao Mai was propelled forward in a chaotic rush, the demon, noticing the wave pattern imprinted on its chest, let out a sinister laugh, rubbing its hands in anticipation as it pursued. In that fleeting instant, its keen observation revealed not only that the car could be overturned, but also that only the front wheels provided propulsion, leaving the rear wheels utterly powerless. If it could merely lift the front end, the vehicle would be rendered immobile. Thus began a chase, one fleeing while the other pursued. Should the car be flipped upside down, Zhao Mai could not guarantee a favorable outcome. Even if safety lay within the confines of the vehicle, losing mobility would spell doom. Angels and demons are both grotesquely long-lived beings. A typical brawl lasting a week or two is entirely normal. Yet if a person were to be trapped in a car without sustenance for a week or two, that would be utterly abnormal. He abandoned the notion of hiding in a corner and hurriedly sprinted toward the 3 o'clock direction, desperate to escape this place. Along the way, he sought to veer toward areas bustling with people and intense conflict, hoping that a benevolent angel might inadvertently drive away the demon trailing behind him. This frenzied evil entity had charged toward the front of the car multiple times, attempting to lift it. Fortunately, the CG was indestructible, with a resounding crash. It barreled forward without losing speed, thwarting the demon's intentions, and even managed to roll over it once. Though not as sturdy as a vehicle, the demon possesses a tough exterior and resilient flesh, rendering it unharmed by the pressure exerted upon it. In a mere moment, all injuries vanish. Do you still yearn for experience by slaying monsters? That is mere folly. Wake up, Zhao Mai. He summoned all his focus to drive. Realizing that continuing on this path was futile, perhaps in the next moment, the demon would concoct a clever scheme to crawl beneath the car and flip it over. In the frantic chase, he lost track of time. At last, Zhao Mai beheld the portal to paradise. Surrounding the gateway lay a multitude of corpses. Some belonged to angels, but the majority were demons. Now, only one guardian angel remained, her body marred with wounds, having just vanquished her foe. At this moment, he found no inclination to admire her alluring figure. With headlights blazing and horn blaring, the CHE surged forward towards her. Help! There's a demon behind me. Please, let me escape from this place. Chapter 6. Never be captured. Can an angel, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, still be referred to as an angelic maiden? Perhaps her age has already reached 4 digits, no matter how lovely or gracious she may be. If not grandma, at the very least, she ought to be addressed as Aunt Angel. This encapsulates the flaw of humanity. Achieving complete focus is nearly impossible, with demons relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Zhao Mai's mind still wanders. He strains forward, pressing his human visage against the windshield, hoping to allow the angel a closer inspection. Heaven forbid she mistakes him for a companion of the demons. The angel stood upright, tilting her head as if to gaze directly at the oncoming vehicle. A veil of light perpetually obscured her features, leaving Zhao Mai uncertain of her true intentions. In mere seconds, the vehicle would reach her side, and the demons would not be delayed by more than 3 seconds. Yet, to his surprise, the angel lowered her weapon, rubbing her empty hands together in front of her chest. What she was rubbing were her hands, not any soft, rounded objects. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge, if that could be termed knowledge, would realize that the angel was casting a spell. Zhao Mai fervently hoped that this incantation would obliterate the demons, or at the very least, send them flying. The angel was chanting an incantation, and it appeared that the 2-meter diameter circular halo beside her served as a portal. Through this halo, a scene entirely different from the Cloud City was projected. Lush forests blanketed the rolling hills, birds sang and soared above the treetops. A cheerful brook tumbled over smooth pebbles, frothing with white waves. A pure white unicorn was quenching its thirst by the riverbank, its azure eyes curiously glancing in response to the magical energy. He switched off the high beams and adjusted the car's angle slightly, charging directly towards the portal. 2 honks served as a greeting to the angel. Unexpectedly, just as the angel completed her spell, a beam of light struck the portal, which began to close slowly. What was this? What was her intention? At first, Zhao Mai feared that the angel sought to eliminate him. But she suddenly beckoned him with a gesture that clearly urged him to hasten into the portal. Then, the angel picked up a sword from the ground. Her gaze intensely fixed on the demon that pursued Zhao Mai. A benevolent soul. Zhao Mai understood. This angel was one of the guardians of the portal. Her comrades had fallen, and to prevent the demons from exploiting it, she had to close the portal and then fight valiantly in the ensuing battle. The angel was prepared for a noble sacrifice, but the demons would not confront her with the same honor as a paladin. From behind the angel, a black mist erupted suddenly, and a demon leaped from the smoke, brandishing a flaming blade that sliced viciously downward at the angel's shoulder. 2 pristine wings were severed, accompanied by a gruesome spray of blood, as the angel tilted her head back in agony and knelt. The portal trembled and flickered violently, the scenery within swirling like a vortex. Now, 2 demons had fixated their attention on Zhao Mai, and no other angels were in sight to offer salvation. Once besieged, it would merely be a matter of time before the demons overturned the vehicle. Should they take an interest in this indomitable entity, wishing to conduct their inquiries, they might very well attempt to abscond with it. Time is of the essence for Zhao Mai. He pressed the accelerator with fervor, recalibrating his course. Damn it. I must go all in. This is need for speed. The demon endeavored to breach the portal, but the angel, in her final moments, employed her last enchantment to seal the gateway, brandishing her sword in a valiant charge against the fiend. The 2 demons exchanged glances, realizing they could not overtake that peculiar vehicle, thus raised their weapons and united in a lethal assault on the angel. The conflagration in Cloud City raged for 3 months, with only the demons privy to the ultimate outcome. Such skirmishes unfolded across numerous Cloud Cities, as demons allied with malevolent forces to combat the increasingly weary angels, who had grown tired of safeguarding mortals. The ramifications of this conflict would gradually unveil themselves. Zhao Mai plunged into the portal, enveloped by the tumult of temporal disarray. Had it not been for the indestructible vehicle shielding him, he would have been disintegrated into atomic fragments, eternally adrift within the boundless fissures of space. The navigation on his mobile device failed to indicate his location, merely displaying an arrow that incessantly spun in circles, which had no bearing on Zhao Mai. Situated in the midst of the car, bored, he gazed at the surrounding scenery, mistakenly believing this to be a normal manifestation of traversing the temporal gateway. Perhaps it was the rift's reaction to undigestible sustenance. Regardless, after a 10-minute ordeal of chewing, he expelled it forcefully. Zhao Mai beheld the mountains and lush forests below, but not from a terrestrial vantage. He was suspended at an altitude of 2,000 meters. How could this be? I should have flown a plane. Ignorance had been bliss until he glanced down. Directly beneath the vehicle, a lake shimmered like a mirror, blanketing the valley. Should he plummet, the lake would be his only destination. Does this vehicle possess aquatic capabilities? If water inundated the engine, could it still function? Zhao Mai dared not experiment at such a precarious moment. What if it failed? In this dire situation, conventional wisdom would not suffice. Only a divergent imagination could provide salvation. Having long gamed among a cadre of fantasy enthusiasts, his mind had been honed to differ from the ordinary. Observing the lake's contours, he pondered for 2 fleeting seconds before pressing the button to open the driver's side and rear passenger window. A gust of wind surged in, causing ripples upon his skin. Zhao Mai struggled to breathe, unable to control his lips, which resulted in saliva flying in all directions. Had this been an ordinary vehicle, the friction of the air would have sent it tumbling or plummeting headfirst. Thus, Zhao Mai firmly pressed the brake, maintaining the vehicle in its maximum aerodynamic configuration with wheels down. The entire sequence, though seemingly intricate, transpired in approximately 3 minutes, culminating in a resounding crash. A warm liquid erupted with a loud pop, splattering across Zhao Mai's face, a sensation no less jarring than a heavy blow to the nose. He could neither see nor hear, fighting through the dizziness and blurred vision as he hastily raised the 2 glass panes. The vehicle has finally returned to a fully enclosed state, allowing Zhao Mai to exhale deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. He vigorously wiped his face, only to find that his hands were not met with the coolness of lake water. Instead, he stared in bewilderment at the viscous, blood-red liquid pooling in his palm, interspersed with 2 scales. Zhao Mai was left dumbfounded. What on earth had he landed upon? Chapter 7. The proverb: now that it is established that the blood is not my own, there is no need for excessive alarm. Panic resolves nothing, save for the purpose of concealing one's genuine emotions to achieve a deceptive end. After all, I have traversed into a different realm. A realization that dawned upon me the moment the automobile ascended and entered the void. The act of crossing over surely carries its risks, yet it also harbors a plethora of opportunities. Should I adeptly seize these chances, I might swiftly amass the wealth needed for my medical expenses. This is a fantastical world, devoid of firearms and warships, replaced instead by swords and sorcery. Despite my lack of practical experience with either, I have amassed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, ensuring that my perception shall not falter excessively. The visages of angels and demons align closely with my expectations. I can only hope that other phenomena do not deviate too far from the norm. In terms of physical prowess, I am neither clumsy nor particularly robust. My performance during university physical education assessments was merely average. While academic achievements do not necessarily correlate with intelligence, they do indicate that I possess an ordinary intellect. A body and mind of mediocrity are inconsequential. What irks me is my exceedingly unremarkable appearance. Lost in the crowd, I am neither striking nor repulsive. Regardless of the criteria for attractiveness, my standing remains unremarkable. It was in this moment that I truly grasped my ordinariness. I epitomized the quintessential average. Nevertheless, I shall embrace my circumstances. Excellence has never been solely contingent upon one's foundation, but rather upon one's efforts thereafter. Moreover, can an ordinary person drive into another world? In this regard, I cannot help but consider myself extraordinarily fortunate. Thus, I must first ascertain my whereabouts and comprehend the nature of this environment. I recall the old man mentioning that the taxi app on my phone could record journeys. The displayed location is the world of Graylian, Ashen Lake, while the surrounding map remains entirely blank. Following the bizarre black screen malfunction at the airport, my phone has transformed. At the very least, the taxi-hailing app has acquired new functionalities. I discovered a button to download the local map, which indicated a fee of 2 gold coins. This undoubtedly refers to the fateful coins, of which I possess but a single piece, rendering me unwilling and unable to utilize this feature. Nonetheless, the name Graylian alone offers me a wealth of information. I have indeed heard of this realm, as someone deeply immersed in various world-building narratives. While Graylian may not boast the same renown as Azeroth, it is nonetheless mentioned within certain role-playing circles. Regrettably, the available documentation is scant, rife with linguistic barriers. I am no encyclopedia, nor can I retain an entire world's lore, yet upon encountering this name, I can surmise the general principles governing this universe. To standardize a world using 6 attributes, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and charisma, along with a mathematical system is, in itself, a groundbreaking innovation. While it is true that no mathematical system can achieve perfection, it suffices to assist individuals in comprehending and adapting to new environments. Zhao Mai retained a faint recollection. Aware that Graylian was free from global turmoil, and for the time being, there were no signs of deities wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. The vestiges of a long history and previous periods of upheaval have left behind a plethora of remnants, rendering this a veritable paradise for adventurers. Those who are bold, meticulous, and skilled have ample opportunities to excel. Regrettably, Zhao Mai could only boast of boldness and meticulousness, while prowess eluded him. Thus, venturing alone into the wilderness would lead only to demise. The pressing concern was to locate a friendly settlement. After all, most adventures typically commence in taverns, do they not? Lacking soul transference or memory fusion, mastering the local language became paramount. A comprehensive language guide akin to a dictionary is not something one can master in a brief span. Certainly not before succumbing to starvation. Zhao Mai devoted approximately half an hour to learning a few essential phrases. Help, no malice, please assist me, and I struggle with speaking. This constituted a small step for Zhao Mai, yet a mere whisper of progress for humanity. Mid-thought, he realized the flaw in his reasoning. Graylian was inhabited by humans, thus it could hardly be deemed a significant stride for mankind. Even as a visitor from another realm, Graylian had long been frequented by travelers from various worlds, some even choosing to reside permanently. From this perspective, magic proved far more formidable than technology, especially given that Earth had yet to uncover conclusive evidence of extraterrestrial life. As soon as he set foot on the ground, regret washed over him. How could he have forgotten the landing site of the vehicle? Beneath his feet lay a slick, viscous layer. The remnants of shattered bones and entrails crushed by the taxi that had descended from above, bursting forth like a smashed tomato, scattering its contents in every direction. The metallic scent of blood, while not overwhelming, enveloped Zhao Mai's nostrils, inducing a slight wave of nausea. Yet, compared to the stench of a demonic assault, this was relatively mild. Before he could examine the remains of the creature, a crossbow bolt whizzed past and struck the ground beside him, the short bow still trembling slightly. Zhao Mai, caught off guard, instinctively cried out, "Help! No malice! Please assist me. I struggle with speaking." Chapter 8. The first contact Ashen Lake is a misnomer. It harbors no ashes. The waters here are crystal clear and tranquil, reflecting the distant forests and mountains in vivid detail under the midday sun. Harmoniously intertwined with the azure sky and the pristine clouds, creating a breathtaking tableau of serenity. Such beauty is exceedingly rare on Earth, as any place endowed with such picturesque scenery inevitably falls victim to human intrusion, leading to disruption and degradation. Were it not for the crossbow bolt at his feet, Zhao Mai would dare to proclaim this as the most stunning lakeside he had ever encountered. One hand gripping the car door, the other raised to signify his lack of weaponry, he surveyed his surroundings with swift and meticulous precision, yearning to discern the identity of the assailant. The dense thicket of shrubs, towering to his waist, obscured his view, while the forest beyond was impenetrably thick, offering no sign of life. After 2 more minutes of waiting, with no further bolts flying his way and no one emerging to claim responsibility for the attack, Zhao Mai reflected that the likelihood of being targeted again was minimal. Thus, he resolved to muster his courage and proceed with his intended actions. Taking a deep breath, he silently invoked blessings from every deity he knew, and then cautiously advanced, stepping over the body beneath the car tires and onto solid ground. The pebbles lining the lakeshore, polished smooth by the relentless waves, finally provided him with a sense of grounding. As Zhao Mai scanned his surroundings, he soon comprehended what creature the vehicle had slain. Creatures possessing wings and 3 heads are scarce, particularly those with 3 distinct heads. Without a doubt, this was a chimera. A chimera is not a singular species but a collective term for beings affected by chaotic forces, endowed with magical abilities, and possessing 3 or more heads and characteristics. No 2 chimeras are identical. Their vast differences render stable progeny nearly impossible. However, these creatures can live for millennia, and once the concern for reproduction is alleviated, they are left with but one desire: to feed. The chaotic magical energies bestow upon them the ability to unleash various elemental powers, occasionally even granting the capability to cast simple spells. Each head can unleash different incantations, including fire, caustic acid, frost, and lightning, significantly aiding in their predatory endeavors. In addition to their wild counterparts, ferocious chimeras frequently assault villages, placing them at the forefront of adventurers' hunting lists. Unlike the dragon kin, whose colors and elements correspond predictably, the abilities of chaotic chimeras bear no relation to the forms of their heads, presenting a formidable challenge for adventurers, who often find themselves as the chimera's next meal. The chimera beneath Zhao Mai's feet bore the heads of a goat, a lion, and a certain avian creature. It had recently captured a wild boar and was preparing to feast by the lakeside. The taxi had fortuitously collided with its neck from behind, delivering a tremendous impact that shattered its shoulder, turning its upper body into a mass of gore. This is undoubtedly a swift and painless demise, leaving behind a substantial portion of the body unscathed. Observing the dark green scales on the chimera's robust thighs and glancing at the already gored wild boar, Zhao Mai shook his head, realizing it was prudent to begin with the food he was familiar with. The crossbow bolt remained embedded in the ground, yet at this moment, thoughts of sustenance emerged. Perhaps this is the most potent gene ingrained in the essence of the Chinese people. Food is paramount, and every grain of rice is earned through toil. Zhao Mai was aware that his vehicle contained little in the way of provisions. Aside from 2 emergency chocolate bars and a few bottles of mineral water, there was nothing else. With the originally planned breakfast of soup dumplings now a mere fantasy, he certainly needed to devise a way to address his hunger and thirst. To consume pork, one must first carve and clean it. Lacking a knife, Zhao Mai promptly turned his attention to the chimera's sharp claws. Given that the creature's upper body was already thoroughly breached, he began to utilize the right front claw to slice the left. Each front leg weighed over 50 pounds, making it quite arduous to bear on his shoulder. And cradling it like a saw was equally exhausting. Only if the severed claws were sufficiently lightweight could they serve as a weapon. Without food and clothing, the enemy presents themselves. Lacking firearms and artillery, the adversary fabricates them for us, Zhao Mai sang while he worked. And nothing suited his current predicament better than a guerrilla song. Although there was no chow chow in this strange realm, the notion that something would appear upon mention might be a quirk shared across worlds. Zhao Mai vowed he had not let his guard down. Yet he remained unaware of the sharp blade poised at the back of his head. No malice, no malice. Zhao Mai gradually relinquished his grip, repeatedly murmuring. He remained calm, confident in his assessment. The assailant wielded a ranged weapon. Since he had not been shot previously, he could not be an utterly ruthless brigand. and there was likely room for dialogue. Naturally, danger lurked in this situation, a truth Zhao Mai was acutely aware of. Had he descended into a bustling city, he would have certainly refrained from taking risks. However, in this remote wilderness, the current circumstances were the most favorable. The other party muttered a few words, but from the tone, Zhao Mai could not ascertain their age or even gender. His command of the universal language was not sufficient to comprehend their speech. Yet he could grasp the implication of the blade gently tapping against the side of his head. He slowly turned around, finally discovering who had captured him. Before him stood a gaunt old man, his body adorned with camouflage and a netted cloak festooned with foliage. If he were to crouch on the ground, he would resemble a thicket. Zhao Mai often encountered such elderly figures in parks, most of whom waved chess pieces or fishing rods. The old man before him bore a serene expression, akin to a kindly neighbor, yet he was fully armed. In addition to the sword he held steadily, 3 long spears and a heavy crossbow were strapped to his back, while a blowpipe and a row of poison darts hung from his belt, with daggers secured beside each leather boot. Struggling to articulate, Zhao Mai pointed to his mouth, then added a reassurance of no malice. The camouflaged elder maintained the short sword poised against Zhao Mai's neck, extending a hand to pat him down, ensuring no concealed weapons were hidden upon his person. He then sheathed the blade, gesturing towards the vehicle and subsequently at Zhao Mai, uttering a phrase devoid of malice in varying tones. Zhao Mai promptly echoed his words. In an effort to demonstrate his intellectual capacity, he pointed to his own chest, proclaiming, "Zhao Mai." The elder, grasping Zhao Mai's intent, struggled with the pronunciation. Unable to articulate the sound of Zhao, which invariably came out resembling old. While old Zhao posed no issue, old Mai felt decidedly amiss. After a moment of contemplation, and to obscure his true identity, Zhao Mai opted to introduce himself as Mike. This pronunciation proved far simpler for the camouflaged elder. Through their exchanges, Zhao Mai discerned the elder's name, Karl Kawasa. Furthermore, he deduced the elder's primary skill set, that of a ranger adept in the dense wilderness. Chapter 9. Babbling. Setting aside that hefty dictionary and disregarding grammatical intricacies, Zhao Mai finally managed to engage in conversation with the ranger, Karl. "You must be from another realm. Yet you dare to venture forth without even mastering the common tongue?" Karl chattered incessantly. Zhao Mai diligently endeavored to listen, even if he struggled to comprehend fully. He aimed to familiarize himself with the phonetics and intonation of this new language. Although the dictionary provided phonetic notations, cleverly employing pinyin, each language possesses its own unique nuances, which can only be discerned through extensive listening and speaking. Despite his initial inability to grasp the language entirely, Zhao Mai found no hindrance in mimicking the sounds he heard. At first, he could only latch on to 1 or 2 key pronunciations, but soon he began to piece together half-formed phrases. After a while, he could echo nearly 70% of what Karl was expressing. Such a remarkable learning speed had never manifested in his past, possibly due to his translocation, the pressure of survival, or perhaps simply because he had finally encountered something that piqued his interest. Take English, for instance. Rote memorization of vocabulary had always felt tedious, whereas engaging with video games was an entirely different experience. The words he acquired through various RPGs constituted more than half of his vocabulary. Viewing his crossing into this new world as akin to a game allowed him to relax, focus his energy, and ignite a fervent passion for learning. Humans are a species adept at acquiring knowledge, exhibiting a myriad of talents in this fantastical realm. According to gaming terminology, humans possess an innate advantage, beginning with a unique proficiency or skill compared to other races. This is a generalized expression and varies among individuals. For example, the notion that Chinese people excel at mathematics does not imply that every individual achieves high scores in the subject. This situation does not resemble a mere transition into a game world where one can simply open a skill interface and allocate points in linguistics to immediately master a language. There is no supreme deity here, nor a system to bestow enlightenment. Zhao Mai understood that success might require the right opportunities, yet there were no shortcuts to be found. Thus, upon encountering Karl, he absorbed knowledge like a sponge, striving to adapt swiftly to this new world. At the southernmost tip of the healthy forest lies a town named Nebo, predominantly agrarian, with humans constituting the majority and gnomes following closely. Karl's mother hailed from Nebo, while his father was a half-elf and a former ranger of the dense woods. The town of Nebo is notably open-minded, favoring a tolerant approach toward others, which has fostered an absence of taboos regarding interspecies marriages. Were it not for this attitude, Karl's parents would have had no chance of uniting. This openness also influenced Karl. When he witnessed an iron mass descending from the heavens, crushing a chimera, and a peculiar dark-haired, dark-eyed individual emerging from within. His tolerance did not prompt him to immediately draw his weapon and aim for the forehead. However, he remained vigilant, ears perked to catch any sounds from Zhao Mai, with his hand never straying more than a foot from his weapon. From his observations thus far, the newcomer seemed remarkably docile, devoting himself to learning the language without displaying any malevolence. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to test the waters. He beckoned Zhao Mai over and casually tossed him a dagger. Zhao Mai was taken aback, hurriedly dodging the dagger before retrieving it from the ground. Recklessly attempting to grasp the flying blade with bare hands would likely result in severe injury or even disability. Lacking martial skills, one must never act impulsively. Zhao Mai was more cautious than anyone else. This was not merely a life lesson, but rather a habit cultivated from gaming experiences. Many games feature survival modes, and while they differ significantly from actual survival, the fundamental essence remains unchanged. One careless move could lead to death. During university, a classmate jokingly remarked that if he were to traverse back to the Tang or Song dynasties, his abilities would surely grant him an advantage. Zhao Mai had laughed at him, advising that in an era plagued by tetanus without penicillin and rabies without vaccines, he should first consider surviving childhood. Now that the opportunity for him to traverse had arrived, he was, of course, exceedingly cautious. This was not about having a spirit of adventure. It was a necessary prudence. Knowing what one is capable of and striving to execute it to the best of one's ability is the paramount principle of survival. Only upon this foundation can one truly learn, understanding what one ought to do and how to do it most rationally. Carl did not come to assist, instead. He dragged the wild boar to the lakeside, cleansing it with the lake water. Zhao Mai's instantaneous reaction was unmistakable. He possessed no martial prowess, and his threat level was negligible. Thus, Carl confidently produced flint and iron, igniting the prepared dry grass and gradually adding branches until a fire began to blaze. The skinned pork was skewered on a sturdy wooden stick, placed over the flames to roast. He was certain that Zhao Mai lacked the capability to snatch away the roasting pork. Before long, the aroma of wild boar wafted into Zhao Mai's nostrils, prompting a thunderous growl from his stomach. Having consumed only a few biscuits in the dead of night, he had not eaten since embarking on his journey, and hunger was now overwhelming. He glanced at Carl, who showed no intention of sharing his meal, instead focusing intently on roasting the fresh pork. His hunger intensified, leading him to decide to consume a chocolate bar first. Perhaps this treat held considerable value in this foreign realm, but conserving energy for labor was paramount. Thus, Zhao Mai abandoned his task and dove into the vehicle to rummage through his belongings, his gaze naturally falling upon the electronic clock inside the car. The time displayed was 8:13 a.m., a stark contrast to the sun directly overhead outside. A time difference was not unusual, yet the clock's second hand appeared faulty. Zhao Mai trusted his biological clock. He was acutely aware of the passage of a second. In his mind, 30 seconds had elapsed, while only a single second had ticked away inside the vehicle, presenting a 30-fold discrepancy. The car had kept accurate time back home, and its internal mechanisms were unaffected by external influences. Could it be that the flow of time differed on either side? With time at his disposal, coupled with a mind brimming with creative ideas, diligence, and resilience, how could he not emerge as a formidable individual? If he still failed despite this, he would deserve to feel ashamed and take in the exhaust fumes until he suffocated. In this foreign realm, I have come to claim my due. Chapter 10. The Chimera's Claw. Zhao Mai, holding a chocolate bar, unwrapped it and consumed half in front of Carl, offering the remaining portion to him. The seasoned ranger took a cautious bite, startled by the overwhelming sweetness. He glanced at Zhao Mai, but refrained from continuing to eat, instead carefully stowing it away in his waist pouch. Through gestures and conversation, they agreed to share the pork, both feeling they had come out ahead. The opportunity to partake in cooked meat brought Zhao Mai a sense of reassurance. He believed that the benefits of pork for his digestive system far outweighed that of a mere half-chocolate bar. Not to mention the initial rapport he was establishing with a local ranger, an undeniable stroke of luck. Carl shared similar sentiments, considering the exotic delicacy he had acquired to be of greater worth. They returned to their tasks. The claws of the chimera measured nearly 30 centimeters in length, the tips curving slightly like a one-edged fruit knife, while the rear part rounded off comfortably, ensuring a secure grip without risk of injury. When it came to slicing through flesh, the chimera's claw proved far superior to a dagger, effortlessly stripping away the outer layer. This was the first weapon Zhao Mai had obtained, and he wielded it with utmost seriousness. Given the chance, he intended to craft a non-slip handle to further enhance its practicality. Carl observed everything with keen interest. He was well aware of the sharpness of the chimera's claws, which exceeded that of ordinary daggers. However, he also understood that these claws were prone to decay. Without proper care, they would begin to soften within a week and, after 2 weeks, resemble nothing more than human nails. The sharpness of the chimera's claws was a result of magic, which gradually dissipated, especially after the creature's demise. Only a mage could adeptly handle the remains of magical beings, preserving and even solidifying the latent magic contained within for an extended period. Druids in the forest possessed similar abilities, albeit limited to the powers derived from living creatures. Meanwhile, the priests of the temple were more inclined to deal with materials linked to divine power. As a ranger of the dense woods, Carl possessed a few rudimentary spells. Nevertheless, the efficacy of his healing spells paled in comparison to the use of herbal remedies, leading him to seldom hone this aspect of his skills. His trusted strength lay primarily in his crossbow and the blade at his waist. Recently, he had heard rumors in Nepo Town about strange occurrences at the Serpent Cliff upstream of the lake. He intended to investigate but encountered the chimera midway, prompting him to pursue it. A meteor fell from the sky, slaying the chimera and delivering this bizarre otherworldly creature before him. Carl suspected divine intervention, necessitating bold hypotheses and cautious verification, as it might prove beneficial for his future endeavors. The meat on the wild boar's leg was now cooked, and he sliced it off with his dagger, placing it onto a plate woven from reeds. "Mike, eat." Zhao Mai had been eagerly anticipating this moment, promptly securing the chimera's claw before bounding over. He stuffed a steaming piece of boar meat into his mouth, the wild aroma filling his senses. Without any seasoning, not even a sprinkle of salt, the freshly roasted wild boar meat unabashedly exuded a rich, oily flavor. If he were at home, he would certainly not consume such monotonous food. However, after toiling for quite some time, this becomes the epitome of deliciousness. With a hearty chew, the first piece of meat slid down his throat. Zhao Mai reached for a second piece and noticed that Carl was still turning the pig's leg. With no second plate in sight, upholding the cherished tradition of respecting elders and cherishing the young, Zhao Mai offered the meat to Carl, signaling for the old ranger to join him. Carl did not cease his task but merely tilted his head and opened his mouth, indicating that he wished for Zhao Mai to feed him. Zhao Mai, unfazed, leaned in and began to feed the elder one piece while taking one for himself. As Carl ate, he scrutinized Zhao Mai's expression. He discerned that the young man's gaze was pure, and the kindness he expressed emanated from the heart, which led him to gradually accept him. After finishing their lunch, the two resumed their work, one handling the wild boar, the other the chimera. Carl moved with agility, swiftly extracting the essence of the wild boar, before joining Zhao Mai in skinning it. With his dagger in hand, he worked with the efficiency of a master butcher, tenfold that of Zhao Mai. Frequently, he would slow his pace to demonstrate his techniques and expertise to Zhao Mai. Given the language barrier, Zhao Mai relied on continuous imitation to grasp the nuances of the craft. He recognized this as a rare opportunity and focused intently on learning from the old ranger. Working in unison, they soon acquired an entire sheet of chimera skin. Carl decided to treat the skin with care, intending to create 1 or 2 pieces of leather armor. He instructed Zhao Mai to carry the rolled-up hide while he slung the wild boar meat over his back, preparing to proceed north along the lakeshore. Viewed from above, the shape of Ashen Lake resembled a character for divination, with 2 rivers flowing from the top of the vertical stroke and the tip of the dot, inundating the area with water. Below that vertical stroke lay Nebula Town, while Poison Snake Cliff Fortress was situated above the dot. Figuratively speaking, Zhao Mai and his companion were positioned under the armpit of this character, needing to circle halfway around the lake to reach their destination. Realizing they would not be entering the dense forest anytime soon, Zhao Mai invited Carl to ride in the vehicle, and the two advanced along the lakeshore. The ground here was relatively flat. Areas with pebbles were unlikely to harbor easily collapsible sandpits. Although the ride was inevitably bumpy, traveling by vehicle was still less laborious than walking. Carl was quite tense upon entering the vehicle. The suddenly illuminated dashboard and the rumbling engine startled him. Zhao Mai, attempting to reassure him with gentle words, slowly began to drive. Once they were in motion, Carl felt considerably better. He gradually understood that this was a magically powered carriage, albeit a more wondrous version, and there was nothing to fear. No matter how extraordinary, it was merely a tool. Before long, his curiosity began to overwhelm him, and he began to explore the interior of the carriage like a large child. Zhao Mai thought this was a positive development and refrained from discouraging the old ranger's actions. Throughout the drive, he kept an eye on the fuel gauge, which remained unchanged over the course of an hour. Could it be that the indestructible aspects included the fuel within the tank? What exactly had this vehicle been transformed into, and from where did its power originate? This was indeed a marvelous and intriguing discovery. Throughout the journey, Zhao Mai pondered how to make the most of this vehicle. As a time traveler, failing to utilize his golden opportunity would be a sheer waste of resources. The entire vehicle was impervious to damage and appeared capable of perpetual motion. However, without a network of roads, its utility was significantly diminished. If he could detach a portion of the vehicle to carry with him, would it not become invincible as well? This notion lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. As night fell and they set up camp, Zhao Mai conducted an experiment using the newly acquired Chimera's claw dagger to test the hardness of the floor mats. To his astonishment, a mere slice was sufficient to cut through. The exterior of the vehicle possessed none of the anticipated resilience. He then turned his attention to various components, whether it be the fabric covering the seats, the cushions, or the pillows resting on the rear seat and backrest. None proved to be formidable. After some contemplation, he surmised that these were merely decorative elements, not essential to the vehicle's operation, nor were they manufactured by the automotive producer, thus not qualifying as part of the indestructible vehicle. It made sense, after all. If both the vehicle and its interior were invulnerable, then would not his clothing be invulnerable as well? Clearly, he needed to focus on the vehicle's components. However, the capabilities of being impervious and invincible were indeed formidable, for Zhao Mai found himself unable to detach any parts, the screws refusing to budge. Well, he had not harbored much hope from the outset. After all, if the vehicle could not be destroyed, how could it be dismantled by hand? It seemed there were no loopholes to exploit. Then, an idea struck him like a flash of lightning. Perhaps this could work after all. Chapter 11. Traversing the forest, a small hillock, slanting into their path, obstructed their way, and the territory of the CHE was insufficient to ascend the slope before them. Carl signaled to the others that they were about to enter the woods, where their vehicle could not possibly advance through the dense thicket. Zhao Mai halted the car at the forest's edge, while the ranger Carl dragged over some vines and branches to casually cover it. He understood that this situation was inevitable. He could not remain ensconced in the safety of the vehicle indefinitely. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of landslide risks and the rarity of human footprints. Leaving the car here should pose no significant issues. He opened the trunk and retrieved the items he had previously contemplated. Every vehicle is equipped with a spare tire, allowing for an emergency replacement in the event of a flat. Although he had tested it, finding that all components of the vehicle remained intact and could not be removed. Surely the spare tire shared the same specifications as the standard tire? While the appearance of the rims may vary by brand and model, they were all produced by automotive manufacturers and, once installed, could be considered part of the vehicle. Zhao Mai earnestly hoped that this tire possessed indomitable qualities. Its size and contour were indeed quite suitable for use as a shield, though its weight presented a challenge. He experimented with it. Neither Carl's dagger nor Chimera's claws left a mark upon striking the tire. This was excellent news, as it confirmed that the spare tire possessed the same capabilities as the active tire, validating Zhao Mai's hypothesis. Taking refuge behind the tire, he felt utterly secure. However, the question remained, how could he effectively hide behind this object? The spare tire was not lightweight, while it was not impossible to lift it with one hand. It was nearing Zhao Mai's limits. Holding it at chest height, akin to a conventional shield, would be a formidable challenge for him. Moreover, the gap in the center of the rim posed a vulnerability. If an enemy aimed for that opening with arrows, the tire shield would be rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, he could not abandon it, for the few items at his disposal were exceedingly limited. No matter how arduous or taxing the endeavor, he must persevere. It was essential to recognize that while one could train to strengthen their arms and block gaps with other materials, possessing something truly indestructible was an invaluable rarity. For those who could not respawn, it was far better to prioritize defense and increase their margin for error than to rely solely on offensive measures to resolve every predicament. Thus, the shield must be carried at all costs. Consequently, Zhao Mai borrowed Carl's rope and, gritting his teeth, strapped the spare tire to his back, determined to adapt to its weight and enhance his physical prowess. Another essential item to bring along was the dictionary, as he had yet to master the local language, and he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Yet, Zhao Mai struggled with this. He stumbled and fell as he walked. Had he proceeded at a slower pace, he might have avoided such clumsiness, but to keep up with the ranger's speed came at a price. He pressed on, gritting his teeth in silence, striving to match Carl's pace. A few minor scrapes were inconsequential. The discomfort he endured was merely a consequence of his previous lack of exercise. But it would ultimately contribute to his future agility and grace. Since falling was unavoidable, he resolved that it should not be for naught. He would not allow tears to cloud his vision, for he was determined to observe Carl's movements closely. The ranger's affinity for the primal wilderness manifests in two principal aspects. Firstly, it is the intimate familiarity with his geographical surroundings, in which foraging, survival, tracking, hiding, and combat become second nature. Secondly, it is the ability to traverse through the forest, moving effortlessly amidst the natural thorns, shrubs, and treacherous terrain. This skill, known as forest walking, belongs to the wild and bears no significance in urban settings. Only those well acquainted with stones, tree bark, grasses, and moss can grasp its essence. In Glauian, this proficiency is passed down through the oral traditions of rangers and druids, seldom acquired by outsiders. However, this certainly does not include Zhao Mai. As a well-versed recluse from a world inundated with knowledge and information, one's forest walking is perceived merely as a form of light-footed movement rather than an art. The secrets embedded within are relatively easy to unravel. After all, are not all forms of light-footed movement fundamentally about control over the body, mastery of speed, angles, balance, posture, and the environment? While techniques such as the light wave step or the 8 steps to chase the toad may be difficult to compare, the skill of the unchanging motion, which does not require internal energy, could very well be an advanced version of forest walking. Forest walking possesses unique qualities in posture and environmental control. Thus, Zhao Mai pays particular attention to how Carl handles similar situations. What stance does he adopt on the slanted mossy stones? Which part of his foot treads upon the damp, arched roots of trees? How does he stabilize himself with the branches that jut out? Learning is not confined to the pages of books. The initial phase of mastery begins with keen observation, followed by bodily imitation. Although forest walking comprises a comprehensive set of techniques that cannot be mastered in an instant, even a rudimentary understanding is sufficient for Zhao Mai to avoid further injuries. Moreover, with the angel's enhancement of his observational and perceptual abilities, his learning pace is adequate. What remains is diligent practice. Carl, not overthinking, had grown accustomed to this pace of advancement after entering the thicket. Typically solitary, he lacked the habit of caring for others. After walking for an hour in the dense forest, he finally remembered the presence of another, a completely unskilled outsider. Upon glancing back, he saw Zhao Mai standing a little over 3 meters behind him. Despite his clothes being marred with scratches, dirt, and the remnants of crushed vegetation, and his exposed skin bearing numerous bruises, Zhao Mai wore a cheerful smile, showing no sign of resentment for the hardships he endured. He gestured for Zhao Mai to sit, then crouched down to inspect his wounds. The minor scrapes and bruises were inconsequential, easily remedied with a simple healing spell. He casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground, kneaded it in his palm, and after a brief prayer to the natural forces, the grass transformed into a thick, glue-like substance. Applying it to the wounds immediately halted the bleeding and initiated healing. Zhao Mai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first encounter with magic. Although the teleportation spell cast by the angel was more advanced, it was only through the incantation spoken by a human that true significance was bestowed. What others can achieve, he has no reason to believe he cannot. Ultimately, he will one day master the art of magic. He holds no fascination for cataclysmic powers, for no force can rival the cleansing might of the eastern wind. His true interest lies in the ability to heal and save lives. A spell capable of eradicating ailments could serve as a formidable weapon against all natural and supernatural illnesses. Although uncertain of the spell's efficacy against uremia, it represents a viable approach to confronting challenges. Even if it proves ineffective, one cannot overlook the potential of resurrection spells. While a mere regeneration of flesh could alleviate the troubles at hand, a viscous herbal salve enveloped the wound, its soothing coolness seeping in, providing immense comfort. The repeatedly torn flesh ceased to bleed almost instantly, forming scabs at a visible pace. The surrounding redness and swelling rapidly dissipated, while a mild itch, a sign of healing, began to emerge. Its potency surpassed that of conventional remedies, a fact that required no further doubt. The incantation was cast upon his leg, yet its effects enveloped his entire being. The wounds on Zhao Mai's arm also healed at the same remarkable rate, indicating that the salve was not the crux. Rather, it was the spell that held the true power. In less than half a minute, Zhao Mai was restored to his former self. This might merely represent a rudimentary incantation, not a grand sorcery. He diligently examined his skin, which had begun to shed its scabs, and he now comprehended the nature of the power he truly sought. Chapter 12. The ranger's missing element. Even after healing the wounds, the task was far from complete. The seasoned ranger set down his backpack, retrieving a small leather pouch from within. After uncorking it, he took a sip, mumbling what sounded like an incantation, then forcefully sprayed the liquid onto Zhao Mai. First from the front, then from the back. Neither of them carried a tent, so the hide of the chimera was repurposed as a canvas. Utilizing branches stretched between two trees and securing one side with their heavy backpacks, they fashioned a rudimentary rain shelter. A small fire was kindled to warm the ground, followed by a layer of unfamiliar leaves laid down, marking their resting place for the night. Dinner consisted once again of roasted pork, devoid of salt or seasoning. Carl meticulously picked at the meat with his dagger, ensuring not a morsel went to waste, even roasting the bones in the fire until they were crisp enough to gnaw on later. This could merely be Carl's eccentricity, or perhaps a customary practice among rangers. Acknowledging the hospitality offered, Zhao Mai followed suit, gnawing on the bones as if a swarm of termites had ravaged them. Soon, the forest cloaked itself in darkness. Beyond 20 feet from the fire, vision yielded to touch. The night was anything but tranquil, as the cacophony of insects mingled with the rustling leaves, a relentless symphony. Zhao Mai's heart raced. Several times he sensed footsteps approaching and thought he glimpsed pairs of green beastly eyes. Yet Carl remained unfazed, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, compelling Zhao Mai to suppress his trepidation and feign composure. The elder, perceiving Zhao Mai's pretense of calm, smiled reassuringly, assuring him of their safety. Observing the bewilderment on Mike's face, the ranger gestured toward the hefty dictionary, implying that he must swiftly master the language. Zhao Mai shared this sentiment, utilizing the firelight. He devoted himself to studying with utmost diligence. Having chosen to rest early, Carl was not yet fatigued, and thus sat shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Mai, reading aloud from the text and forming sentences, guiding him to grasp the foundational structures of language and grammar. It is said that Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms era could sleep lightly with his eyes open. He lost his head one fateful night due to drunkenness, succumbing to deep slumber and losing his vigilance, which allowed the thieves to prevail. Not wishing to disturb Carl, Zhao Mai kept silent. Even the act of adding fuel to the fire became a cautious endeavor. The surrounding darkness was profound, and the time displayed on his phone seemed to lag 30 times slower, rendering it useless as a clock. However, relying on his biological clock, he estimated it must have passed 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Mai was a creature of the night, typically slumbering during daylight hours. Yet this day had been filled with traversing, laboring, and ceaseless studying, demanding his utmost concentration. Logically, he should have been utterly exhausted by now. Yet he felt only a slight drowsiness, convinced he could persevere for a while longer. When the time on his phone indicated it was 9 in the morning, the forest of Kongjin had already descended into the latter half of the night. Zhao Mai realized that staying awake any longer would seem peculiar. So he tended to the campfire, then nestled beneath the chimera hide, closing his eyes. He quickly succumbed to slumber, his gentle snores rousing Carl from his own rest. The old man glanced at the sky and, illuminated by the firelight, surveyed the campsite with a satisfied smile. He noticed that Zhao Mai was sleeping in his clothes, lacking any blankets, and decided to drape his own cloak over him. Leaning against a tree, he rested while clutching his weapon. Before dawn, the old man began to busy himself. Breakfast could no longer consist solely of pork. He tore off a piece to cook with the porridge, which was a fragrant mixture of oats, rice, and various beans, and its aroma wafted through the air, rousing Zhao Mai from his slumber. He tasted the porridge with his fingers, but found it lacking in flavor. Zhao Mai took a sip, discerning not only a salty fishiness, but also an array of peculiar and unpleasant tastes, even swearing he detected a hint of chemicals. Grabbing a water skin filled with lake water, he rinsed his mouth vigorously, spitting it out repeatedly, resolutely refusing to allow Carl to add that salt to the porridge. To him, it was not salt but a form of poison, although its dangers were far less than that of gutter oil or Sudan red. It sufficiently marred Zhao Mai's entire anticipation of a bowl of fragrant porridge. He could manage a day or two without salt, planning to eventually attempt filtering and purifying some edible salt himself. Seeing Zhao Mai's strong reaction, Carl decided against insisting on adding salt. After a day of interaction, he had come to view Zhao Mai as a kind-hearted yet fragile junior, someone deserving of care in certain aspects. He recognized him as the most intelligent young man he had encountered, diligent, eager to learn, and with a promising future ahead. However, he could not bring himself to believe Zhao Mai's assertion that salt could be made palatable, considering it a misunderstanding stemming from poor phrasing. Knowing that salt in this region was scarce and unpalatable, Zhao Mai resolved to create some decent salt. Lacking the necessary filtering cloth, he made do with his cotton t-shirt. Realizing that charcoal was needed to absorb toxins, he sought alternatives from the campfire. though he could not achieve perfection. He was confident in his ability to elevate the quality of the salt. The iron pot was already occupied with cooking porridge, making it temporarily unavailable for salt making. When he inquired with Carl, he learned of a nearby source of rock salt, frequented by local animals. Determined to investigate the situation before taking action, he thought perhaps the ranger's abode held more suitable tools. Having relied on the ranger's assistance thus far, it was time for him to showcase his own abilities. With this aspiration, Zhao Mai jogged swiftly behind the ranger, navigating the forest with agility. His legs were continuously in motion, and his mouth was equally engaged. Whether practicing the makeshift forest traversal or conversing in the common tongue, both progressing rapidly. Chapter 13. The Ranger's Tree. Hollow deep within the dense forest lies a quaint abode belonging to the ranger. This is not a conventional structure made of timber or stone. Rather, it has been meticulously fashioned by guiding the growth of trees over time. Tracing its origins back 2 centuries, the dwelling began as a mere tree hollow. As the years progressed, the original hollow has ascended to a height of 20 meters due to the tree's growth, which has adversely affected its stability. Consequently, several decades ago, the hollow was forcibly opened and transformed into the open observation platform that Zhao Mai now beholds. 3 habitable quarters remain, each belonging to a different generation of forest rangers. Constructed during their respective eras, beneath these, an unfinished hollow awaits, presumably intended for the next generation of rangers. Some purple vines cling to the hollow, occasionally emitting a soft, ethereal glow. Unlike the vines that siphon nutrients from the trees, these purple tendrils anchor themselves firmly in the soil, displaying no signs of weakness. Instead, they resemble taut chains, continuously enlarging the hollow. The gourd-shaped ranger tree is encircled by a patch of grass, the only flora capable of surviving beneath the vast canopy. As no other trees can thrive in its shadow, a group of rabbits frolics in this serene setting, only to scatter in haste upon noticing Zhao Mai. Seeking refuge beneath the intricate roots of the ranger tree, a large white goose stretches its neck, flapping its wings furiously and honking loudly as it charges toward Zhao Mai. Carl raises a foot and kicks the goose aside. The bird blinks in surprise, realizing its mission has been accomplished. It then supports its plump belly with its wings and, defiantly honking twice more, waddles away in a manner reminiscent of a rotund official from ancient times, heading towards the trough in search of sustenance. The goose exhibits a strong territorial instinct, akin to that of a dog in guarding its domain. Upon hearing the goose's raucous call, a gray-green head emerges from the highest tree hollow. This figure is a half-orc, a descendant of orcs and other humanoid races, regardless of whether they are mixed with humans. Elves, halflings, or gnomes, the offspring of orcs are invariably half-orcs, which, to some extent, highlights the strength of their lineage. Only dragonborn possess the ability to suppress orcish blood, resulting in half-dragons. Dwarves, on the other hand, have never been reported to have half-dwarves, suggesting that both their bloodline and temper are as resilient as rock. This brings us to another race, the elves. The offspring of elves and humans are known as half-elves, but what of orcs? This topic is taboo, and even the most refined elves would erupt in fury upon hearing it. Zhao Mai and a group of imaginative companions have speculated that the eventual outcome would likely be half-orcs rather than half-elves. It is said that orcs have long used this matter to assert the superiority of their lineage over that of elves, thus fueling the enmity between the two races. Orcs are also endeavoring to infiltrate dwarven bloodlines, which explains the mutual animosity between dwarves and orcs. On a more salacious note, why is it that other races generally regard half-elves favorably while elves do not? This is a matter that is best left for the discerning to ponder. Even the noblest of races are not immune to the distractions of carnal desires. A young orc, characterized by a small head, a thick neck, and a yet-to-expand physique, stood before Zhao Mai, its upper body exposed save for a leather skirt wrapped around its waist. As it leapt down, its lower anatomy swayed into Zhao Mai's view, inducing waves of nausea in him. Solu, the seasoned ranger, gestured towards the half-orc, introducing it to Zhao Mai. This is Mike, whom I found by the lakeside. He seems to have lost his way. The half-orc opened its arms and embraced Zhao Mai, its powerful muscles compressing the air from Zhao Mai's lungs. Zhao Mai's eyes rolled back as he emitted a strangled gasp. Fortunately, Solu released him almost immediately and turned to rummage through the bag behind Carl, extracting a wild boar's leg and gleefully bouncing about. Zhao Mai took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. He had caught a glimpse of a sly glimmer in the half-orc's gray eyes, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely a jest or something more. Carl set down his backpack, placed his fingers to his lips, and blew forcefully. The ranger's hut sprang to life as dozens of various animals emerged from their hiding spots. Zhao Mai observed a python, as thick as a barrel, silently slither from the earth towards a rabbit, its gaping maw poised to strike. Before he could utter a warning, the rabbit was airborne, only to be swatted aside by the python's tail. The round, gray rabbit bounced across the grass like a tennis ball, rolling away. The python, grinning menacingly, maneuvered its way to the forefront, its demeanor submissive and eager to please, bringing its head close to Carl's palm as if awaiting a pat from an elder. Yet, the old ranger remained still, patiently awaiting the next arrival. Shortly thereafter, a bald, yellowed old dog emerged from a tree hollow. One of its legs was slightly lame, and it bore a blind eye. A long-standing scar slashed diagonally from its forehead to the corner of its mouth, evidently the cause of its blindness. Trailing behind was a plump puppy, struggling to keep pace with its short legs. The old dog resembled a golden retriever, while the puppy's breed was indiscernible, bearing traits of both an Akita and a Shiba Inu. It constantly opened its small mouth, attempting to grasp the remnants of fur on the old dog's bald tail. Solus set down the boar's leg, hurried a few steps, and scooped up the puppy, affectionately rubbing its face against his own. The old dog extended its long tongue to lick its lips, spat at the python, and then rested its chin in Carl's palm. It relished the master's affection before contentedly settling in the sun for a nap. The python, hoping for a full-body massage, was content after Sola grabbed its neck and gave it a few shakes, graciously yielding its position. Carl pointed towards a tree hollow on the second level, indicating to Zhao Mai that he could reside there, before leading a procession of chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits to inspect the yard. Solu tossed the puppy to the ground and, barking excitedly, trailed after him. The python tilted its head, regarding Zhao Mai with curiosity, extending its nose to sniff him thoroughly, as if contemplating the best place to strike. Zhao Mai was aware that the creatures trained by the rangers were unlikely to cause harm, allowing him to face the situation with composure, undeterred by fear. This demeanor evidently pleased the python, which gently brushed against Zhao Mai before leisurely slithering away. Moments later, a small puppy tumbled over, landing at Zhao Mai's feet. Noticing its tiny, pink tongue lolling out, Zhao Mai affectionately cradled the puppy in his arms. Chapter 14. Temporary abode in the dense forest. Rangers have long thrived in the wild, relying primarily on their martial prowess and familiarity with the natural environment. However, human endurance has its limits, and even the most skilled ranger occasionally requires assistance. Consequently, they domesticate certain animals to serve as companions in their lives. The bald, elderly dog named Dogmeat has been Carl's steadfast companion, having weathered 2 decades together through life's trials. They hunted in the dense forest, tracking and driving away malevolent creatures that dared to encroach upon the woods, ensuring that goblins and kobolds could not invade the surrounding villages or establish a foothold within the forest. The bond they shared resembled that between a soldier and his military dog, an intricate connection woven into the fabric of their souls. As Carl aged, Dogmeat's decline accelerated. Approximately 5 years prior, it could no longer endure the rigors of intense combat. Thus, Carl assigned it a new role, guarding the treehouse nestled within the woods. The new animal companion, a robust python named Chong, was in the prime of its life. After extensive training, it had learned to cooperate with the ranger in battle, caring for one another in their daily existence. While Carl would take it on patrols through the forest, he refrained from bringing it to the town of Nebo. The reasoning was clear. A formidable python's appearance could evoke fear, whereas a large dog would not incite such panic. The python understood that one day it would accompany Carl to town, especially as he continued to age, and it would assist him in carrying his burdens. It patiently awaited the day of Dogmeat's passing, the day it would officially assume its role. Until that time arrived, it coiled in its nest, rubbing its body continuously, striving to grow stronger and more formidable. Zhao Mai harbored no fear of the python, yet he did not particularly warm to it either. His entire focus remained on the yellow fur ball nestled in his arms. This was a small male puppy, roughly the size of a volleyball, with a slender body hidden beneath its long, fluffy coat, weighing hardly a few pounds, so lightweight it tugged at the heartstrings. Its deep brown nose incessantly sniffed Zhao Mai, seemingly detecting a pleasing scent as it attempted to climb higher by lifting its upper body. Its hind legs straightened with determination, while its front paws scratched restlessly. Zhao Mai lifted the puppy and scrutinized it with curiosity. The exuberant little creature could hardly contain its excitement, spinning in circles with its waist and hind legs, emitting anxious whines and yips. Such an endearing, clumsy dog. Satisfying its yearning, Zhao Mai placed the furry ball on his shoulder. Instantly, the puppy settled down, comfortably reclining against him, its tiny paws gripping Zhao Mai's t-shirt tightly as it squinted and began to doze off. "Since you adore me so much, I shall take good care of you, Zhao Mai murmured, reaching to scratch the puppy's tail, eliciting an indignant shake in response. The puppy had taken a liking to its perch on his shoulder, refusing to descend under any circumstance. Even as Zhao Mai ascended to the second level of the tree hollow, the puppy remained steadfast in its position. Occasionally, it would extend its tongue to lick Zhao Mai's shoulder and neck, cool and ticklish, provoking fits of laughter from him. This was its way of expressing affection. The tree hollow was quite rudimentary. A pile of worn furs, aged through countless years, served as his bed, while a half piece of wood acted as a makeshift pillow, and a clean, furless hide functioned as a blanket. The hollow lacked a door, relying solely on an entrance barely half a person's height for ventilation and light. In one corner, a collection of acorns, chestnuts, and walnuts, weighing around 100 pounds, was stacked. Consequently, the interior was perpetually infused with a fragrant aroma of wood. Imbued with a rich, oily essence, Zhao Mai left the skin of the chimera outside, crawled into the hollow to tidy up, and set a tire aside to serve as a temporary door. He surveyed the small room, running his hand over the unyielding fur bed. This marked his first resting place. A quaint abode steeped in the essence of the wild. Were he on Earth, it would have been improbable to discover such a unique locale, where he could embrace nature without reservation. The terms excitement and tranquility may seem contradictory, yet here they harmoniously converged. The sensation mirrored that of a wayward son returning home. The emotion swelling within him upon stepping through the door after a long separation from his parents. Upon entering this hollow for the first time, a place that should have felt foreign, he was unexpectedly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of safety and protection. He attempted to recline on the soft bedding, feeling an immediate wave of comfort wash over him, his body instantaneously reaching a state of profound relaxation. After toting heavy burdens through the forest, the fatigue he had accumulated surged forth at that moment. It was the perfect time for a nap, and with that, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Two heads peeked in. It was the old ranger and the half-orc apprentice, drawn by the sound of his snoring. They observed Zhao Mai sleeping soundly, noticing a small, tawny fur ball nestled on his shoulder, its tiny red tongue peeking out as it slumbered alongside him. Solu attempted to enter and retrieve the puppy, but was halted by the old ranger. With a subtle gesture, he beckoned the half-orc to come beneath the tree. Let him rest today. Starting tomorrow, you two will train together. In the morning, I will teach you language and natural knowledge. He must learn the common tongue. And you will need to learn writing. It is quite fitting for you to be together. In the afternoon, I will instruct you in combat techniques. Carl patted Solo's shoulder, his gnarled fingers squeezing the robust muscles of the half-orc. You've grasped the basics, so ensure you impart knowledge to Mike. If you can teach him fundamental martial skills, I shall agree to take you on adventures with me. The half-orc nodded vigorously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Remaining near the grand tree had long since worn down his patience. Accompanying the ranger on excursions had been his cherished dream for ages. I will grant you 7 days. If he has not mastered the basics by then, it will be deemed your failure. After 7 days, I will embark on my patrol and will not take you along. Carl said earnestly. Your physical prowess is commendable, yet your intellect leaves much to be desired, and I hold some concerns. This will be a test of your ability to tackle unprecedented challenges. Thus, ponder deeply and devise a method to teach Mike. Then I shall rest easy. Indeed, master. I shall seek a solution, the half-orc replied with a simple smile, swiftly climbing to the highest hollow in the tree. Moments later, the sound of rummaging echoed from within, leaving one to wonder what the half-orc was so diligently occupied with. Carl sighed and entered his tree hollow, closely followed by the python, which slithered in behind him. After a while, the python peered out with furtive eyes, lowering its body to the ground and silently weaving its way into the dense forest. Bound to its neck was an oil paper package containing the letter Carl had just pinned. The old dog lay at his feet, listlessly gazing at its aging master. It perceived the sorrow etched upon its owner's brow, but lacked the strength to dispel it. Chapter 15. Fine salt, gold, and martial skills training commences tomorrow. For today, one must rest well. A squirrel, clutching a note, obstructed Zhao Mai's path. It swayed its bushy tail, its beady black eyes fixed intently on him, while its tiny beak quivered. Understanding the unspoken communication, Zhao Mai retrieved a large acorn from a pile of dried fruits in the corner of the room. The squirrel embraced the acorn with both paws, stuffing its cheeks until they bulged, nodded in acknowledgement, and then scurried away with a swift motion. The prospect of training was indeed auspicious for Zhao Mai. Only with the ability to protect himself could he venture deep into the forest in search of valuable treasures, or traverse the jungle to visit the nearby town. Destiny coins manifested solely in various forms of currency, and the old ranger's abode likely contained only basic provisions, devoid of any stored coins. The training of a true ranger held immense allure for a modern individual, even when wielding firearms in military service. The thrill of engaging in combat with melee weapons often surpassed that of using guns. The wilderness of this fantastical realm was a primal expanse teeming with beasts, and to survive year after year in such an environment required capabilities far superior to those of various adventurers. However, dragons aside, even griffins posed a formidable challenge. Without formidable personal strength, one could only expect to become a meal. Zhao Mai assessed his current prowess, realizing he was even weaker than a warhorse, ranking at the very bottom among the carnivorous creatures in the ranger's territory. Oh, but that wasn't entirely accurate. His small dog perched upon his shoulder likely ranked higher. At present, lacking strength was of little concern. After all, he had never received training in this regard throughout his life. The key was to seize the opportunity to improve diligently. To enhance his physical condition, proper nutrition was essential. While it seemed that meat was plentiful, the coarse salt was utterly unpalatable. Descending from the tree, he shared his thoughts with Carl and Soru. The old ranger nodded with a smile, encouraging him to pursue this endeavor, while the half-orc expressed skepticism. After exchanging a few words with Carl, he dashed off. Their disbelief was understandable, for only the elves possessed salt as fine as flour. Other races had access only to coarse salt. This was primarily due to the elves' relatively delicate constitution, which could not withstand toxins as robustly as that of dwarves, who could consume coarse salt without issue. The elves required stringent detoxification, and thus their finest salt was produced through specialized magical processes. The second tier necessitated complex alchemical methods. Other races yearned to uncover the elves' secret techniques, yet they had yielded nothing for centuries. Ranger Carl was aware that a salt mine existed in Nebo Town, where rock salt was extracted from deep underground, crushed, and then sold far and wide. That salt was already relatively pure, fetching 5 gold coins per pound. What does this signify? Essentially, its value is equivalent to that of high-quality silver or 250 times the price of potatoes of the same weight. And that was merely coarse salt. The alchemical fine salt of the elves bore no standard price, appearing in limited quantities at luxury auctions. The elves' magic could not be leaked, and the techniques for producing alchemical fine salt remained untapped by others, leading Carl to doubt that Mike could indeed create fine salt. He believed that the young man could at most enhance the flavor of the salt, merely masking its bitterness. To him, this was a child's game, requiring only encouragement. Thus, when Zhao Mai, holding a dictionary, incessantly requested some tools, he smiled and complied. In truth, there was nothing peculiar about the items: a few pots, some basins, a bit of firewood, and large chunks of rock salt excavated from a cave. The villagers rarely consumed this rock salt. Carl used it primarily to save money. He observed Zhao Mai as he crushed the rock salt and ground it into powder, despite the granules being completely uneven. This salt powder was then tossed into a pot, stirred as it simmered, transforming into a murky, yellow-brown liquid. He removed his T-shirt, folding it to serve as a rudimentary filter. The murky liquid became somewhat clearer. After washing the cloth and filtering again, the liquid improved slightly, but was nearly at its limit. The subsequent task required the aid of charcoal powder. After filtering once more, the liquid became clear and transparent. The remaining work was to evaporate the water, leaving pure salt at the bottom of the pot. This salt could not compare to the refined salt produced industrially, as it bore a faint brown hue amidst its whiteness. When he pinched a bit with his fingers to taste, there was no longer any sharpness. If proper gauze were used and the quality of the charcoal improved, perhaps the quality of the salt could be further enhanced. Look, I have made salt. Zhao Mai respectfully placed the ceramic bowl before the elder. Carl always evoked a sense of familial warmth, his demeanor exuding a special closeness that instinctively invoked the respect a junior has for a senior. The old ranger glanced at the ceramic bowl, his eyes suddenly widening in surprise. He set down the hardwood and extended 3 fingers, dipping them into a pinch of salt, placing it on his tongue to savor. The pure saltiness flooded his mouth, devoid of the bitterness and sourness associated with coarse salt. Having never tasted the refined salt of the elves, he could not make a comparison. Yet, since this salt was crafted by Mike's hands, he simply believed it to be the finest salt in the world. "You've done remarkably well," he praised, suddenly realizing that the other could not fully comprehend. In Galalian, the gesture of raising the middle finger was a compliment, for it was the longest and most prominent finger. Thus, he pointed his middle finger at Zhao Mai. Observing the smile on the elder's face, Zhao Mai understood that this was not an insult. After consulting the dictionary for clarity, he felt an odd mix of emotions. In our culture, giving a thumbs up is a form of praise, as the thumb is the stoutest. After much effort, both sides finally understood each other, and Carl gave him a thumbs up. The bowl of salt was then set aside, and he began to explain the training in a slow tone with simple vocabulary. What use is gold if one lacks the skill to survive? The more gold one carries, the more one's back will bow under its weight. He not only voiced this sentiment but also inscribed it on paper. Once Zhao Mai comprehended, he gently touched the area where he had been struck, as if to offer consolation. Zhao Mai had intended to say that even heroes could find themselves in dire straits over a mere penny. Yet he recognized that the old ranger meant well. Since it is a gesture of goodwill, let us not undermine it. He decided to set aside the matter of fine salt and instead focus on learning vocabulary related to combat and warfare. Chapter 16. The combat style without the need for an elder's explanation. Zhao Mai comprehended the origins of these weapons. They were undoubtedly spoils of war, accumulated through the victories of adventurers. Within this collection, one could observe the serrated daggers of the dog-headed creatures, the double-headed axes of the orcs, the polearm hybrid weapons of the centaurs, and the dual-edged great cleavers of the wolfmen. Though his martial skills were non-existent, Zhao Mai's insight transcended the boundaries of time and space. From the primitive bone clubs of ancient humans to the lightsabers of interstellar battles, from high manganese alloy swords to high-frequency ion vibrational knives, his theoretical knowledge, or perhaps his imaginative prowess, surpassed that of anyone in Gralian. The myriad heroes from history and literature resided in his memory, and now he needed to select the path most suited to him. When contemplating the weaponry of adventurers, one might envision the Elven Ranger's unparalleled archery skills or the impenetrable knife net of the dual-wielding rogue. Both paths were commendable, boasting both aesthetic appeal and formidable power. However, upon deeper reflection, attaining mastery in a particular style does not necessarily render it suitable for the majority, especially for someone like Zhao Mai, who possessed no foundational skills. As a mere human, he could not dedicate a century to honing these martial arts as elves or dark elves might. Had he the luxury of 100 years of training, Zhao Mai would undoubtedly gravitate towards Tai Chi or seek ways to cultivate inner strength, which would be far more reliable than dual-wielding daggers. His understanding of martial arts was rooted in the principle of overcoming adversaries while ensuring his own protection. Achieving a balance of offense and defense with a single weapon was a formidable challenge, thus he swiftly determined the path he would follow, the shield and the short spear. He articulated to the elder, primarily the shield, with a short spear, sword, or hammer as a secondary option. This was the most prudent course. Survival took precedence, and it did not significantly hinder agility. He had already selected the shield, which was none other than the spare tire from his vehicle. Although somewhat heavy, with the aid of rope to secure it properly, it transformed into the most formidable shield imaginable. The short spear, also known as a one-handed spear, was a weapon designed solely for thrusting. While wielding the shield, only the simplest and shortest thrusting motions could ensure that his defense remained uncompromised. The ancient Spartan warriors adeptly combined their shields, short spears, battle formations, and metallurgy, along with their military culture, to forge a legendary army. Zhao Mai believed that adopting this combat style as his foundation was the most fitting choice for himself. As for the future, he certainly intended to learn ranged combat, such as the use of crossbows. Carl's crossbow was a lightweight model that could be fired with one hand, though it required both hands for reloading, and it would not interfere with his use of the shield. Ultimately, Zhao Mai's philosophy was to remain behind the shield, observing the chaos of battle while focusing on delivering finishing blows. This choice bore no remarkable advantages, yet it lacked significant drawbacks as well, and Carl expressed his approval. He had been apprehensive that Zhao Mai might opt for some ostentatious combat techniques, such as dual-wielding longswords and daggers. Such martial skills demanded coordinated footwork, which Carl was unfamiliar with, fearing he might inadvertently teach poorly. The combination of shield and spear, however, was much simpler, requiring fewer movements to learn. The actions of the shield encompass a vigilant holding stance, as well as techniques for blocking, sliding, parrying, pushing, and striking, while the remainder relies on sufficient arm strength, sharp reflexes, and sustained focus. To wield a spear, the essence is distilled into a singular motion, thrusting, with one hand occupied by the shield. Zhao Mai can solely concentrate on offensive maneuvers with the spear, deferring the learning of defensive techniques for now. The seasoned ranger, Carl, produced paper and pencil, sketching a crude humanoid figure before elucidating the fundamentals of combat training. He divided the plane before Zhao Mai into 9 squares, akin to a computer keypad, labeling them numerically. The number 1 signifies an attack from the lower left, 6 from the middle right, and 8 directly above. If one can defend against incoming attacks from designated squares and simultaneously target the unguarded ones to strike, victory is attainable. This method is remarkably straightforward and easily comprehensible. Carl, wielding his wooden shield, demonstrated the basic defensive movements for each of the 9 squares, prompting Zhao Mai to imitate him until he succeeded. Following this, he grasped a wooden stick, vocally announcing the corresponding numbers as he executed the attacks. Strength, speed, and technique formed the core components of martial prowess. Yet they must be grounded in a solid foundation. While Carl may not forge a master of martial arts, he is undoubtedly the ideal introductory mentor for Zhao Mai. He guided Zhao Mai step by step, observing as he gradually developed the most fundamental reflexes, confirming his mastery of the basic movements, and then encouraged him to practice independently. Setting aside the lightweight wooden shield, Zhao Mai hoisted the cumbersome backup shield, his center of gravity skewed by its weight, making it a challenge to maintain stability. Practicing with the lighter shield was acceptable, yet without the spirit of perseverance, how could one expect to improve swiftly? Without pressure, there is no motivation. And it is not others imposing demands upon oneself, but rather oneself setting the standards, leaving no reason not to strive diligently. He practiced each movement meticulously, gradually familiarizing himself with the backup shield's weight and inertia. The muscle soreness was inconsequential. Zhao Mai's only lament was the absence of a large mirror. If he had a wall of reflective glass like those found in dance studios, it would greatly assist in correcting his form. During his training, the little dog could no longer perch upon his shoulder. The small creature remained close, its wide eyes fixed on Zhao Mai's practice, its tail wagging with enthusiasm. Whenever Zhao Mai executed a movement correctly, the tail would sway vigorously. When he faltered, it lay still. Although it may seem absurd to have a dog assist in refining one's training, this is, after all, a fantastical world, is it not? As dusk descended, the ranger Carl called an end to Zhao Mai's self-training, heading to the kitchen with salt in hand to prepare dinner. Zhao Mai wished to follow, yet his arms were simply too fatigued to lift. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never felt such exhaustion, nor such fulfillment. He did not require external praise at that moment, for he could sense his own progress. The half-orc, Solu, tilted his head in appraisal of Zhao Mai, smirking slightly as he trailed behind Carl into the kitchen. Tonight's dinner would feature cheese and sweet wine procured from Nebo Town, a treat he had long anticipated. Carl did not appreciate Mike's idleness, merely sitting in the yard waiting for food, as he deemed it a manifestation of weakness and ineffectiveness. Teacher, do you intend to cultivate him into a ranger? No, he cannot become a forest ranger. He will not remain here indefinitely. Carl reflected on the manner in which Mike had arrived in this world, understanding that sooner or later, Mike would undoubtedly depart. He shook his head and instructed Soru to fetch more water. The half-orc's robust shoulders were growing increasingly broad. In terms of physical prowess, Soru far surpassed him. In strength, endurance, and speed, he could easily assume the role of the forest ranger. However, Carl's only concern lay in the half-orc's temperament. Chapter 17. Provisions and wages. The muscles in his arms still trembled slightly, particularly the left arm that was tasked with holding the shield, which often lost strength unexpectedly, nearly causing the bowl to slip from his grasp. Each time Solo witnessed this scene, he would chuckle softly, while Carl seemed oblivious, simply concentrating on swiftly devouring his portion of food. It appeared that he had perhaps overexerted himself, as this was a sign that his muscles were on the verge of injury. Having never undergone specialized training before, he was unaware of his limits and lacked a scientific approach to training. The current discomfort was an inevitable price he had to pay, yet Zhao Mai remained undeterred, placing his bowl on the table and bending down to drink directly from it. This posture was somewhat unrefined, yet remarkably practical. After a while, he felt a tug at the hem of his pants, and upon looking down, he found it was indeed the handiwork of the small puppy. With its tiny white teeth, it tugged at his trousers, its large eyes emitting soft whimpering sounds. Zhao Mai pondered for a moment, realizing that such a small dog probably could not be fed meat directly, so he cupped a bit of rice porridge in his hand for it to drink. This puppy will belong to you from now on, Carl remarked to Zhao Mai. Take care of it, and it will look after you in return. It took Zhao Mai 2 seconds to grasp the meaning behind those words. He had long desired to adopt this little dog but had struggled to find the right way to express it. A radiant smile blossomed on his face as he scratched the puppy's head and inquired, "What is its name?" Jerky, came the response, a name that evidently did not satisfy Zhao Mai. The large dog was named Dogmeat, and the small one was called Jerky? While such a trivial name might ensure its survival, it was far too confusing and impractical for everyday calls. Ranger Carl had a peculiar knack for naming his animals, and Zhao Mai gradually understood the meanings behind all the names. The guard goose was called Sausage, the courier squirrel was named Biscuit, and the rabbit that was constantly toppled by the python was dubbed Potato. Zhao Mai was unsure if this was merely Carl's eccentricity or a tradition among rangers. After contemplating for a while, he decided to rename the puppy to Aliong. Aliong, Aliong, Zhao Mai called out, scratching the puppy's chin. It appeared quite pleased, panting happily and looking up at Zhao Mai with adoring eyes, occasionally barking softly. From now on, your nickname shall be Aliong, like provisions. In a world where no one understood Chinese, the puppy was oblivious to the meaning of its name, simply reveling in an inexplicable happiness, associating itself with the moniker of provisions. After expending considerable effort to finish his dinner, Zhao Mai began to devise methods to alleviate the soreness and weakness in his arms. He incessantly kneaded his muscles, attempting to relax them as much as possible. His techniques were derived from his imagination and clumsy imitation, vastly inferior to those of a professional therapist. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Before succumbing to slumber, his arms finally felt much improved. Provisions still nestled beside Zhao Mai's shoulder, occasionally brushing its fur against his ear, yet he remained blissfully unaware. When fatigue enveloped him, Zhao Mai slept soundly, akin to a log, completely oblivious to his surroundings. He could roughly surmise why the puppy was fond of his shoulder, likely linked to the gentle pats bestowed by the angelic elder at that moment. Yet, he regarded it merely as a common blessing, unaware of the peculiarities his shoulder exhibited once he drifted into slumber. Whenever Zhao Mai succumbed to fatigue or injury and sought rest, a pure and sanctified energy flowed from the invisible imprint, silently aiding in his healing. Zhao Mai was yet to fully acclimate to the transformation of his worldview. Transitioning from the mundane to the fantastical, numerous thoughts and concepts should have undergone a corresponding evolution. This hidden energy went unnoticed by others, be it Carl, Dogmeat, or Chong Chong. Only the reserves of grain faintly detected something amiss, thus seizing the prime position. When the positive energy circulated, it would extend its little tongue to lick, subsequently revealing a contented expression, akin to a bear that had surreptitiously indulged in honey. The time-traveling taxi was far more intricate than Zhao Mai had envisioned. It utilized fake coins as fuel and tolls, with the fare calculated separately. After all, the driver could not be expected to make empty trips each time. Different worlds harbored various dangers, which the driver bore the brunt of, necessitating that passengers contribute a portion of their own abilities as fare. This was a rule dictated by the god of space, one that no individual could contravene. Those capable of autonomously acquiring fake coins were often favored by destiny. Their abilities were diverse and peculiar, yet many were undeniably unique and irreplicable. In the long-ago era of magical ships, the abilities used to pay for tickets would incur permanent loss, prompting many powerful individuals to resort to violence post-journey to prevent their abilities from being studied, learned, or disclosed to their adversaries. Such circumstances rendered dimensional travel a high-risk venture until the sudden emergence of the Ring Alliance. This organization harnessed the powers of the god of knowledge, the god of magic, and the god of prophecy, transforming what was once a permanent loss of power into a temporary one. As compensation, while this power resided with the driver, there was a chance for him to comprehend this force. The insight gained would differ from the original power, as the prior and current users were distinct entities. The past allowed for immediate utilization, whereas now there existed an opportunity for learning, presenting both advantages and disadvantages for the drivers. Simultaneously, with each occurrence of dimensional travel, the Ring Alliance would receive a portion of abilities, which could be utilized to pinpoint the identity and location of the traveler. Should any incidents arise involving the silencing of passengers, the Ring Alliance would seek retribution. This was not a mere act of vengeance, but an obliteration of all causality linked to the passenger, erasing their existence from this world. The Ring Alliance would then extract a fragment from the erased causality to reconstruct the slain driver, with the remainder serving as sustenance for the Alliance's continuity. This was the aspect most valued by seasoned drivers. As various dimensional realms convened, the crystalline magical ships gradually joined this organization, leading to the formation of an official fleet that began to monopolize the dimensional travel market. Some high-ranking officials within the Ring Alliance expressed concern that the excessive monopoly of magical ships might precipitate the decay and eventual demise of the Alliance, ultimately burying it in the graveyard of history. Thus, they provide limited support to a select group of part-time drivers, encouraging them to invigorate the competitive spirit of the magical fleet. These part-time drivers, such as Zhao Mai and others, do not partake in the causal restructuring services offered by the Alliance of Circles. However, on the surface, they appear indistinguishable in capability from the magical fleet, thus remaining under the protective mantle of intimidation. This information is kept confidential from the part-time drivers to prevent them from defecting to the magical fleet. The Alliance of Circles endows these part-time drivers with greater flexibility, hoping they will gradually mature and, after savoring the fruits of their labor, operate independently, ultimately evolving into a loosely connected yet formidable competition. The power left by the Elder Angel is a pure form of positive energy, a magnificent yet domineering vitality. This energy can be employed to heal wounds and foster growth, yet it also risks the detrimental effect of promoting premature advancement. Since the beginning of his journey, Zhao Mai has endured mental strain and physical fatigue, which have been ever present. However, the positive energy has been gradually released, providing solace and healing. While it may hasten growth in a healthy body, it serves only to bolster a wounded one. The process of physical training inherently creates small injuries that the body can quickly heal, replenishing nutrients while maintaining a sense of threat. Zhao Mai lacks an understanding of scientific methods. His training has indeed been excessive, yet it is the overwhelming positive energy left by the angel that exacerbates the situation. By the following morning, he had fully recovered, naively believing that the old Ranger Carl had stealthily cast restorative spells on him during the night. Chapter 18. Initial Training Part 1. Following a hearty breakfast, the next academic pursuit was the common tongue. It was then that Zhao Mai discovered that the half-orc, Solu, could speak but struggled with reading and writing, primarily due to his aversion to learning these skills. In this regard, Zhao Mai surpassed the half-orc significantly. The rigors of intensive rote learning had long since woven themselves into the fabric of his life. Memorizing 100 words in a day was a trivial task for any Chinese student, and even repeating them twice was hardly a daunting endeavor. Such study was an indispensable component of acclimating to a new world, albeit one of the most tedious aspects. Since the written form ultimately manifested as Chinese characters, it would be prudent to honor the author's ingenious notion of skimming through this segment. Whether on Earth or in Agrarian, among humans or half-orcs, the mere study of culture often failed to ignite enthusiasm. Combat, however, was an entirely different matter. The Ranger family, along with the animals he cared for, did not indulge in afternoon naps, and thus, without the slightest delay after their meal, they commenced their training in martial skills. The immense canopy of the forest ranger's trees cast a shadow over the midday sun, creating a dappled pattern on the grass below, where only fleeting patches of light dared to appear. The temperature beneath the shade was not overly warm. Zhao Mai rubbed his stomach, one hand gripping his spare shield, while the other held a short staff, slightly tinged with purple. One end of the staff was wrapped in thick cloth, its weight comparable to that of a short spear. Opposite him, the half-orc brandished 2 wooden swords, each carved into a gentle curve, crafted in imitation of the ranger's scimitars, entirely the work of Carl's skilled hands. These wooden weapons posed no risk of severing limbs or inflicting serious wounds, yet they would certainly deliver a painful blow. Solu diligently rotated his wrists, hastening to acclimate himself to the feel of his weapons. Squinting at Mai, he perceived vulnerabilities all over his opponent. Heavy footsteps, akin to muscles turned to stone, and a vacant gaze indicated a skill level akin to that of the village farmers. In Sola's estimation, should they find themselves in the wilderness, it would take but a single goblin to overpower Zhao Mai. Zhao Mai's command of the common tongue was not yet proficient. He could only grasp a handful of simple, frequently used words. Thus, amidst fragmented comprehension, he believed he heard the half-orc muttering about wanting to confront a goblin, aware that his understanding might be flawed. He nonetheless braced himself as Solu lunged with a fierce roar. A chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, prompting an instinctive reaction as he raised his shield and closed his eyes. To close one's eyes signified a surrender of situational awareness on the battlefield. Solu would not foolishly strike the shield, rather he shifted his angle, and the wooden swords crashed into Zhao Mai's ribs. An excruciating pain coursed through him, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. Though this injury was far from fatal, the half-orc stepped forward, raising his wooden sword for another downward strike. The reserve food, a loyal companion, charged in, positioning itself beside Zhao Mai and growling threateningly at the half-orc. Solu hesitated, narrowing his eyes, and let out 3 loud, intimidating roars, which rendered the reserve food silent, relegating it to pressing its rear against Zhao Mai's head while baring its teeth at the half-orc. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mai slowly pushed himself up from the ground. He gazed at the half-orc, a tempest of anger brewing within him. My martial skills may be lacking, But that is merely due to a lack of early instruction. Enduring lessons and harassment is nothing but the cost of education. However, to bully my dog is utterly intolerable. The provisions are so meager that even bones cannot be gnawed upon. And it is but a small pup. What skill is there in scaring it? Had I not been compelled by my parents to study in my youth, but rather trained as a monk at Shaolin, your meager abilities would not warrant my attention. In Zhao Mai's mind, at that moment, Solu had already been thoroughly vanquished by the might of the iron fist, the dislocating palm, the blood transformation technique, and the star absorption method, rendering him devoid of any fearsome qualities. Liang, stay put and witness my display of prowess. After all, aside from him, no one else comprehended Chinese, so his boastful declarations would remain unchallenged. Sola cast a glance at Carl, noticing no remarkable expression upon his face, before turning back to see Zhao Mai rise. Instinctively, he sensed that the opponent's state was somewhat altered from before. The half-orc repeated his old tricks, omitting any warning, and launched a sudden assault. His twin blades struck from positions 7 and 3. Do you remember how to designate these positions? Think of a computer's numeric keypad. In truth, this maneuver had already slowed the speed of his dual blades. Carl, observing from the sidelines, paused momentarily, uncertain whether this reaction was mere chance or a product of combat intuition. Yesterday, he had only taught the most fundamental blocking stances, devoid of any instruction on footwork. If Mike could subsequently exhibit a similar remarkable response, it would indicate a significant aptitude for martial arts. He exerted his strength to brace for the recoil, only to find nothing at all. While this was considerably lighter than a punch against a wall, it was still quite uncomfortable. Solo's movements faltered. A prime opportunity for a counterattack. Yet Zhao Mai, lacking experience, failed to recognize or seize it, remaining overly cautious as he prepared for the next wave of assault. Carl sighed softly, discerning that Mike truly lacked battlefield experience, unable even to identify the opponent's staggering steps. Nevertheless, his use of the shield was quite proper, suggesting that yesterday's arduous training had not been in vain. The twin blades struck relentlessly against the backup shield, regardless of the force applied, failing to budge it in the slightest. This had both advantages and disadvantages, for Zhao Mai could not perceive the vibrations, rendering him unaware of the opponent's shifting strength. Nor could he distinguish between genuine and feigned strikes, responding mechanically to each slash. With power and speed ruled out, only pure technique remained. The attacks from different regions, each employing distinct postures, were all subjects of the seasoned ranger Carl's analytical discourse. Zhao Mai's task was to develop the correct reflexes and integrate them seamlessly. The wooden sword gradually transformed into numbers, martial arts into equations. The training in combat techniques became a quest for the optimal solution. This assertion may be somewhat biased, yet it remains the most reliable approach for beginners, even if the pinnacle of martial arts lies in the concept of formlessness triumphing over form. Do not the heroes commence their journey by studying and deconstructing techniques? The half-orc possessed an innate physical advantage, while Zhao Mai was filled with martial theory. For the moment, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Chapter 19. The Initial Training, Part 2. Had Zhao Mai wielded a mere ordinary shield, he would soon find himself injured from the vibrations caused by his opponent's strikes. This would render him incapable of lifting the shield, thus failing to provide the necessary protection and ultimately losing the battle. Generally speaking, a shield is significantly heavier than a longsword, while agility is not paramount. It demands considerable upper body strength. Solu relentlessly struck the spare shield, hoping to overwhelm Zhao Mai with the impact, causing his arms to weaken and drop the shield, thereby exposing his head. A single blow could then end the confrontation. The half-orc, with a stubborn nature, persisted in his assault. Zhao Mai, gradually incensed, recognized that this was merely a training exercise meant to familiarize him, a novice, with the use of weapons and armor. It was never intended for him to serve as a mere punching bag. Being repeatedly struck without any tactical purpose was utterly counterproductive to his training. He noticed a change in Solu's demeanor. Anger occasionally flickered in his eyes. Despite his attempts to mask it with battle cries, Zhao Mai discerned that Solu was losing control. It was evident that Sola harbored resentment towards him, yet Zhao Mai had done nothing to provoke such animosity, having suddenly fallen into the world of Graelian. His sole aim was to acquire skills to earn wealth for his father's treatment. He had no time to squander on the half-orc's whims. Zhao Mai could easily surmise Solu's underlying motives with a moment's contemplation, yet that did not compel him to indulge Solu's antics. If he was unwilling to showcase his true skills, then Zhao Mai would force them out. Thus, he altered his strategy, refusing to remain a passive target. Seizing an opportunity as Solo swung down with dual blades, he lunged forward and initiated a shield bash. Solo was not one to simply succumb to defeat. He deflected the thrust of Zhao Mai's spear with his remaining wooden sword and retaliated with a vigorous kick. Zhao Mai raised his shield to block, feeling no tremor in his arm, which allowed him to proceed with his next move unimpeded. The spear continued its assault, and the half-orc was compelled to roll on the ground to evade. Although he managed to avoid being struck, the situation was undeniably humiliating for Solo. In terms of physical prowess, Zhao Mai could not rival Solo. Thus, after a few rolls, the half-orc created distance and rose to his feet. His eyes glowed crimson. Muscles bulging, he charged forward wielding a single blade. This time, he refrained from a straightforward attack, instead darting side to side, his upper body tracing erratic ellipses. The threat posed by a single blade now surpassed that of the previous dual blades. With increased power came heightened speed. Zhao Mai steeled himself, his focus unwavering. He crouched low, using the spare shield to guard both his nose and chest, while diligently observing his opponent. Regardless of Solo's maneuvers, he ensured that the shield remained between himself and the half-orc. Without needing Karl's reminders, Zhao Mai understood that he must maintain the initiative. He could not afford to stand still, lest he become dizzy and lose his defensive resilience. Therefore, as he turned, he glided laterally, employing continuous short arcs to counter Solo's semicircular strikes. Karl, witnessing this display, nearly applauded. Mastering positioning and distance was the essence of individual shield combat. In the pursuit of safeguarding the verdant jungle, he encountered numerous adversaries wielding shield and sword, among whom a particularly striking encounter was with a werewolf captain. The square shield in his grasp resembled a moving wall, consistently appearing in the path of his assault. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Dogmeat, who sacrificed an eye in the process, Karl would have long since become a mere skeleton in the woods. While Zhao Mai had yet to reach the prowess of the werewolf captain, his ability to grasp the rudiments and form the faintest semblance of skill was indeed commendable. Despite Solo's serious demeanor, Zhao Mai managed to maintain a balanced stance, owing to this slight advancement in his shield technique. Karl nodded in satisfaction, believing that their training was progressing well, and then silently departed. Zhao Mai, entirely focused on the half-orc, remained oblivious to the ranger's exit. As a novice in combat, he was far from achieving the keen awareness necessary to perceive all around him. With eyes blazing crimson, Solo circled Zhao Mai, launching attacks, and in his peripheral vision, he noticed the old ranger leaving with Dogmeat into the dense forest. He was determined to demonstrate his prowess to Mike. The atmosphere shifted as the reserve canine sensed the tension, suddenly barking with a display of annoyance. For a brief moment, Zhao Mai was caught off guard, only to feel a sticky white substance smear across his eyes. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Solo spat, a foul and viscous concoction that obscured Zhao Mai's vision. After executing his nefarious scheme, he aimed a kick at Zhao Mai's knee, intending to deliver a crippling blow. If successful, even with subsequent treatment, it would surely confine him to bed for over a week, perhaps leaving him with a lifelong disability. As for the ranger Karl's instructions to impart martial skills, the half-orc, consumed by jealousy, completely disregarded them. His hefty foot extended, only to collide with the backup shield. Zhao Mai, crouched low, fully concealed behind the shield, rolled sideways 3 times. Seizing the opportunity, he wiped the spittle from his eyes with his sleeve and rose in anger. The spitting had caught him off guard, but his quick response was bolstered by his extensive knowledge. The orc's deity was Grush, and within their ranks existed a revered warrior path known as the Eye of Grush, an elite profession among orcs. One of their abilities was the blinding spit. The routine of spitting and attacking the knee had become a fixed pattern. And as Zhao Mai's vision blurred, a realization struck him, prompting an immediate counteraction. Solo was not a purebred orc, nor did he possess the qualifications to become an Eye of Grush. Yet from where had he learned to spit at one's eyes? Zhao Mai recalled distinctly that the primary prerequisite for receiving training as an Eye of Grush was malevolence. Otherwise, the orc god would not bestow the miraculous ability of blinding spit upon a trainee. Perhaps he was being overly cautious, but given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that Solo had another mentor, a malevolent individual endowed with the capabilities of an elite Eye of Grush warrior. This added yet another justification for confronting him. Chapter 20. Adversary or foe having fallen victim to a cunning ploy, Zhao Mai found himself surprisingly composed, fully aware that impulsiveness would not serve him well. The crimson glare of his opponent's eyes and the bulging muscles hinted at a state of frenzy. Yet, inexplicably, this ferocious power endured far longer than he had anticipated. It soon dawned on him that Solo was not entirely in a state of rage, but rather mimicking the appearance of one. Achieving true barbarism required a certain innate talent. It was not merely a matter of becoming enraged in a moment of fury. During their earlier confrontation, he had been overly cautious, misjudging Solu's strength. With the thought of vanquishing the half-orc igniting within him, Zhao Mai immediately set his plan into motion. For the first time in the battle, he took the initiative, using the shield as a cover to close the distance to the half-orc. His short spear rested against the side of the shield, its tip gradually adjusting direction, yet remaining within the confines of Solu's reach. He adopted the posture of the Spartan warriors from the films, bending slightly and crouching as he approached Solu. "Come forth, you fool." Zhao Mai intended to utter something akin to idiot, "Come to your demise," yet his command of the universal language was woefully inadequate. Thus, he settled for such a simplistic phrase, hoping it conveyed his intent clearly. The frenzied half-orc could not tolerate the provocation and let out a mighty roar as he charged forward. Seizing the moment, Zhao Mai too surged ahead, thrusting his shield forcefully against Solu. The backup shield absorbed the entirety of the impact, but it did not imply that Zhao Mai could effortlessly topple everything before him. He still required sufficient strength to lift Solu. In an instant, he bent his body, arching his back, and with the shield held flat, he summoned the power of his legs to lift Solu again, subsequently casting him aside. His short spear lashed back, striking fiercely at the half-orc's waist, precisely where Solu had previously landed blows upon Zhao Mai. Solu let out a howl, and in a moment of panic, kicked backward, causing Zhao Mai to stumble. "Damn it!" Solu exclaimed as he sprang up from the ground and attacked. Zhao Mai, unwilling to be outdone, retorted in the universal language, "Even a fool can clash with an egg." Utilizing the deceptive strength of the backup shield, he managed to hold his ground, achieving a stalemate, yet he could not afford to lose verbally. His grasp of the universal language was insufficient even for daily conversation, leaving him devoid of the ammunition needed for insults. Although he could not comprehend the Orcish tongue, he instinctively sensed that Solu had switched to another language, and thus he responded without hesitation. No language possesses the profundity and richness of Chinese, regardless of the context. Had Solu managed to calm himself, he would have swiftly discerned the flaw in Zhao Mai's shield. All impact seemed ineffective. Yet if he were to grasp the shield and push it aside, it would devolve into a mere contest of strength, one that Zhao Mai would undoubtedly lose. However, in his single-minded determination, Solu relentlessly assaulted the shield, seemingly intent on obliterating this bothersome obstacle. Armed with a wooden sword that proved inadequate, he resorted to seizing a 2-meter-long log, as thick as a bowl, from a pile of wood, wielding it like a massive club. Zhao Mai raised the backup shield to meet this onslaught, and the wooden club shattered mid-air. A fragment of the splintered wood spiraled through the air, piercing Solu's right eye. The air was filled with anguished cries and splattering blood as Solu discarded the bloodied wooden club, clutching his right cheek and shouting loudly. Zhao Mai, momentarily stunned, hastily dropped his weapon and rushed forward to investigate. With his shield and short spear cast aside, a wave of sympathy surged within him. Before his concern could fully manifest, the half-orc became increasingly ferocious, delivering a sudden blow to Zhao Mai's abdomen that jarred his internal organs. Immediately thereafter, the half-orc seized Zhao Mai by the throat, squeezing ruthlessly. Zhao Mai was knocked to the ground, Solu pressing down upon him, choking him to the point where blood and air could scarcely circulate. His vision began to blur, rendering the horrific visage of the half-orc increasingly indistinct. Reserve Grain rushed in, desperately trying to bite at the half-orc's ankle. But the pain inflicted by his baby teeth was endured by Solu with brutal determination. "You mutated human wretch, how dare you injure me? Do you think I can't slay you just because Carl is watching? There is still ample time for me to drag you to the pit. The forest belongs to me, all of it." Zhao Mai's fleeting kindness had led to such an outcome, in addition to his throat. His lower abdomen was struck hard by Solu's knee. The specter of death loomed large, yet no matter how rapidly his heart raced, it could not propel blood to his brain. He realized he had but seconds left before he would be incapable of retaliating. In this dire moment, even panic could not be squandered on futile struggles. Like a mountain collapsing before him without a change in countenance, or a deer rising to his left without blinking, he could assess the situation and prepare for the enemy. The more perilous the circumstances, the more imperative it was to remain calm. One could not afford to squander their energy in frantic chaos. Zhao Mai lifted his right hand, feeling the half-orc's face, and with all his strength, he bent his fingers and forcefully thrust his left middle and index fingers into the gaping wound of Solu's right eye. His counterattack was swift and explosive, his left hand relentlessly stabbing and tearing. Such excruciating pain was unbearable, and the brain's instinctive perception of imminent danger compelled the half-orc to release his grip and retreat. Zhao Mai's trachea and blood vessels regained their function, oxygen and blood rushing back, bringing with it a sense of vertigo. He could only vaguely discern the half-orc's position as he groped around on the ground, encountering a slender object with a sharp tip, likely a shard of the broken wooden club. Having realized the intention to end his life, he could not allow this enemy to remain, for it would mean restless days and nights. Zhao Mai possessed little combat experience, but he had learned in elementary school the spirit of Lei Feng, particularly the need to treat enemies with the mercilessness of a harsh winter. He lunged forward, attempting to plunge the weapon in his hand into Solu's heart. But he had overestimated his physical capabilities. The lack of oxygen and severe abdominal injury rendered him faltering, transforming his charge into a stagger. The more resilient half-orc, though blinded in one eye, still swung his fists. Zhao Mai watched in despair as the half-orc's fist loomed larger, while his own arm could scarcely be raised. Just before succumbing to the dizziness, he vaguely heard reserve grain calling out incessantly and felt his body possibly kicked several more times. Then everything faded into oblivion. Chapter 21. Fainting to accept the task? The half-orc Saru violently kicked Zhao Mai several times, intending to crouch down and snap his neck, when suddenly, a wave of dizziness enveloped him. The crimson hue faded from his eyes, the frenzy subsided, and fatigue surged forth, exacerbated by the wound on his thigh from which blood flowed freely. He tore his clothing, fashioning a strip of fabric to bind around the base of his thigh. Although the bleeding slowed, it did not cease. Damn it, why isn't this working? He covered his eyes and, dragging his injured leg, struggled to crawl into the Ranger Carl's hollow. Inside, the space was cluttered with jars and bottles containing various herbs, including a hemostatic agent. The loyal companion, a small creature, whimpered beside Zhao Mai, licking his ear in a futile attempt to rouse him, a method that had previously elicited joyful laughter from his master. Yet now, his master lay motionless on the ground, unresponsive. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the half-orc, some directed at itself, but mostly aimed at its master, the creature understood the imperative of concealing its master from discovery. The rummaging sounds above ceased as Sara found the salve and began to tend to his own wounds. In addition to the injury on his thigh, he needed to address the cut on his eye. He had to endure the intense headache while striving to maintain focus. As the instincts typical of a half-orc were of little use at that moment, only the emotional control taught by the ranger could assist him. As his impulses waned, regret washed over him. The situation was dire, and the pool of blood on the ground could not be obscured. The wound on the inner thigh was particularly stubborn. Even with the finest salve and bandaging, blood continued to seep out, rendering any exertion impossible. Consequently, there was no way to carry Mike into the jungle. And the inability to dispose of the body meant he could not eliminate suspicion. It seemed prudent to lie low for a while, allow the wound to heal, and devise an excuse. Even if he could not dispose of the body, Mike must be silenced. Leaving no witnesses was a principle even the half-orc understood. Carl's chest contained an array of weapons. He could simply take one at hand. The sound of metal clashing echoed from above, and the loyal companion realized time was short. It leaped from the hollow, panting as it rushed to Zhao Mai's side, jumping onto his belly. Then, it grasped the waistband of Zhao Mai's pants with its teeth, furrowing its brow as it stared intently at the hollow. Its back arched. Its fluffy fur bristled, occasionally releasing arcs of electricity along its length. With legs stiffened, the creature trembled uncontrollably. Accompanied by a faint puff and a cloud of dark smoke, both the man and the dog vanished in an instant. A large white goose waddled in measured steps, settling its plump body at the entrance of the hollow. Its neck arched as it preened its feathers. When it lifted its wings, they perfectly shielded the motionless Zhao Mai and the small dog, now fainted with its legs in the air from exhaustion. Thus, when the half-orc Soru finished bandaging his wounds and exited the hollow with his curved blade, he found no trace of Zhao Mai. He had not considered that Zhao Mai was concealed within the depths of the tree hollow. Instead, he presumed that the human, driven by fear, had fled into the dense forest. Limping painfully, he gradually made his way to the spot where Zhao Mai had previously been. The injury to his right eye impaired his ability to discern footprints, while a throbbing headache further clouded his judgment. In a daze, he fancied he caught sight of Mike's escape route and thus set off in pursuit. As he passed by the spare tire shield, Sara casually picked it up, gauged its weight, and slung it over his back. Absent the chaos that would cloud his thoughts, the half-orc was not foolish. Zhao Mai bore no visible wounds. His unconsciousness stemmed primarily from a lack of oxygen compounded by a concussion. Once he succumbed to slumber, the positive energy left by the angel on his shoulder began to work its magic, swiftly mending his injuries. Sensing this energy, the reserves made a valiant effort to turn over, rolling onto Zhao Mai's shoulder before resuming its slumber. In a hazy reverie, Zhao Mai experienced a peculiar dream. He found himself healed, wandering naked through a pine forest. The surrounding fauna, from the whimsical squirrels to the mischievous monkeys and the tall, graceful deer, all turned their heads to observe him. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he instinctively covered himself. At that moment, he noticed his arms transforming into wings, while his lower body morphed into avian legs. With a powerful kick, he soared into the sky. The sensation of flight was undeniably exquisite. Yet becoming a birdman was no blessing. As he flew, tears streamed down his face, cascading into the forest and transforming into a torrential rain. Suddenly, dark crimson flames erupted throughout the woods. Initially mere flickers, they quickly burgeoned into raging infernos. His tears, now rain, could not extinguish the relentless fires. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The black flames charred the trees and hardened the ground. The once fertile earth morphed into a landscape of molten rock. In terror, the animals scattered, while the dark red flames reached out, grasping at the hapless creatures. The path they believed led to safety was, in truth, a trap. And ultimately, the entire forest succumbed to a sea of fire, countless lives reduced to fuel for the flames of destruction. The bird that Zhao Mai had become witnessed this harrowing scene, and he ceased his tears, awakening to clarity. He realized he was dreaming. Yet the reasons behind such a dream eluded him, as did the means to awaken from it. Just as this realization dawned upon him, he transformed back into his human form, standing atop a billow of white clouds. No longer unclothed, he was now adorned in a complete outfit. Through films, television, and video games, Zhao Mai had encountered countless more vibrant and wondrous spectacles, rendering the recent events insufficient to stir his senses. Speak plainly if there is something to convey. Spare me the pretense, Zhao Mai called out, suspecting he had fallen into some sort of dream spell. Stop hiding. I know you're there. I sense no malice from you, and am certain you wish for me to undertake certain tasks. If it is within my power, I shall strive to fulfill them. But do not expect me to labor without reward. The clouds churned, emitting a cacophony of whispers, akin to countless small creatures conferring in hushed tones. Zhao Mai perked up his ears to listen intently, yet he could decipher nothing. Stalemated in this manner, Zhao Mai stood idly upon the cloud, observing the rise of the wind and the fall of the clouds. After a considerable passage of time, the scenery finally transformed. A billowing white cloud ascended before him, swirling inward and coalescing into a humanoid form. Alas, given that it was all a manifestation of change, could it not have been rendered more beautiful? Zhao Mai sighed in profound disappointment. Chapter 22. There are no mandatory tasks in this world. Zhao Mai agreed to become a time-traveling taxi driver primarily to raise funds to assist his family in resolving their issues swiftly. Beyond this, the opportunity to personally experience the wonders of a fantastical realm served as a significant motivation. Bestowing upon him the ability to traverse dimensions was an elderly angel, while a ranger of advanced years aided him in surviving within the jungle. After much difficulty, he encountered a creature that was not an old man, only to find himself nearly choked to death. Upon entering the dreamscape, he fantasized about encountering a variety of forms, yet when the clouds parted, he was once again greeted by an elderly figure. This hunched figure donned a long, dark green robe and leaned upon a brilliantly polished wooden staff. His deep-set eyes were complemented by a prominent hooked nose, and beneath the wrinkled skin of his face lay a peculiar grin. A snake, adorned with an inverted triangular head, slithered forth from his sleeve, coiling around the staff and continuously flicking its tongue at Zhao Mai. It was difficult to perceive him as a person of virtue. He undoubtedly appeared to be the leader of malevolent forces. However, Zhao Mai was determined not to allow any hint of trepidation to manifest. A moment of weakness could lead to dire consequences, a lesson he had recently learned and would not soon forget. He understood that feigning composure could easily be seen through. Fortunately, as a recluse, he possessed a universal skill to mask his true emotions, an unrestrained penchant for sarcasm. Consider this: when demons wish to enlist one's services, they often dispatch alluring succubi to create a favorable first impression, making conversations far more pleasant. After all, this was a dream environment. Why must it manifest the visage of an old man? For goodness sake. Succubi are a type of demon, while incubi serve the devil's bidding. The old man shook his head, his voice emanating from within him. The use of the word emanating was deliberate, as his lips remained firmly sealed beneath that hooked nose, leaving one to wonder from whence the sound originated. Demons are set to invade, heralding a cataclysm upon the world. The vanguard of chaos and wickedness has already encroached upon this serene and beautiful forest. As the guardian of this land, I summon you. You possess a benevolent heart and sacred strength. Will you lend your aid in preserving the balance of nature? To be candid, even if you sang and danced, proclaiming, "Brave youth, go forth and create miracles," I would remain unconvinced. Zhao Mai shook his head and replied, "I lack martial skills, spells, and equipment. I can barely ensure my own survival, let alone undertake such a noble endeavor as safeguarding the balance of nature. Surely, you cannot expect me to confront the Burning Legion before I have even left the novice village? By the way, may I ask who you are and how you speak Mandarin? You are not in a novice village, nor are your enemies the Burning Legion. I am Joseph, the druid of the peasant forest. Through the tongue of heaven, I can communicate with all sentient beings." No wonder the hunchbacked elder never opened his mouth. He was communicating via telepathy. Zhao Mai, enviously rubbing his hands together, remarked, "What an impressive ability. I truly wish to learn it. How come I never knew druids possessed such a skill? By the way, where is the peasant forest?" "The peasant forest lies across the lake from Kangjian. We are to the northwest, and you are on the eastern shore." Joseph, with a furrowed brow, earnestly spoke to Zhao Mai, foretelling that danger would begin to spread from the northern expanse of the healthy forest. Soon, the previous scenes would resurface. "You must." Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly turned, as if to whisper to someone. This time, Zhao Mai observed the movement of his lips, yet no sound emerged. After waiting for a moment, Joseph awkwardly turned back, managing to muster a faint smile. "Apologies, please rest well. We are not seeking you." "Hey, wait." Zhao Mai's words were abruptly interrupted as he was thrust from the realm of dreams. He felt a dampness on his face, and upon raising his hand to investigate, he encountered a tuft of soft fur. The reserve grain, upon seeing him awaken, joyfully barked a couple of times and then rolled against Zhao Mai's neck. Zhao Mai found himself in the room of the ranger Carl, his torso swathed in layers of bandages, exuding a bitter medicinal scent. The bald dog, guarding the entrance, lazily wagged its tail upon noticing his awakening but remained still. Ranger Carl was not present, but a bowl of brown herbal concoction rested beside the bed, accompanied by a note instructing him to drink it for healing. After assessing his condition, Zhao Mai realized that his injuries were not as severe as the old ranger had presumed. Although he felt somewhat out of shape in terms of nutritional reserves, none of the others could rival him. The bowl of herbs emitted an unpleasant aroma, and after tentatively tasting it with his tongue, he was overwhelmed by an off-putting flavor that further diminished his appetite. Since he was no longer injured, perhaps he could forego the remedy? The reserve grain approached, gazing longingly at the bowl of herbs. "Can you, a mere pup, consume human medicine?" Zhao Mai pondered with curiosity, lifting the bowl closer. Dogs possess keen noses and tongues, instinctively avoiding inedible substances. Given that the reserve grain eagerly drank without hesitation, it seemed the concoction posed no harm to it. This was not merely a medicinal brew for wounds, but rather a restorative supplement promoting bodily recovery, infused with calming and sleep-inducing properties. Though the taste was unpalatable to Zhao Mai, the reserve grain showed no aversion. It had exhausted its energy and was in dire need of this restorative potion. Once satiated, it nestled beside Zhao Mai's elbow, finding a comfortable position to slumber. Not wishing to disturb it, Zhao Mai remained still. Before long, he too closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. Together, the man and dog nestled close, relishing a moment of tranquility after the battle. Positive energy continued to operate slowly and discreetly, mending their physical and mental wounds. A python lowered its head from a higher perch, squinting to survey the situation within the tree hollow. The bald dog nudged it with a paw, baring its teeth. The python flicked its tongue and obediently retreated. Chapter 23. Everyone has their troubles. The ranger, Carl, knelt gracefully, unwrapping a paper pouch upon his knees, meticulously ensuring that its contents remained intact. His movements were deliberate and steady, imbued with a peculiar rhythm that hinted at a certain sanctity. After a few careful selections with his fingers, he discovered a portion that satisfied his discerning taste, delicately pinching it between 3 fingers before placing it upon the reeds beside him. A breeze stirred through the forest, and though the tree hollow was still a distance away, the astute ranger sensed it immediately. With hands as nimble as a hummingbird, he hastily rolled up the paper pouch on his knees to prevent the mischievous wind from making off with his treasures. The old dog detested the ranger's smoking habits, as it always made its nose twitch and brought forth tears. He shifted his body slightly, lowering himself to a position where the smoke would not reach him. After all, He wished to live a few more years and dared not come too close to the toxic fumes, despite his animal companion's disapproval. Carl felt little remorse in indulging in his vice. He was not a heavy smoker, and his preferences were quite particular, favoring a type of tobacco known as fairy fire, which could only be found in one place in the entire world, the healthy forest. Spanning vast expanses, the healthy forest sheltered a myriad of creatures, including a gnome village. These gnomes had resided there long before humans or dwarven pioneers established their hamlets at the forest's edge, employing various illusions to conceal their settlement's location. They communicated solely with the rangers of the dense wood and a few trusted druids to glean information from the outside world. At other times, they led a life of seclusion, adhering to the adage, "If you do not provoke trouble, trouble will not find you." While this principle might seem overly simplistic, the gnomes had long held it as their creed, safeguarding the secret of their village's existence. Now, the gnome village boasted a population of 2,000. Effectively rendering it a sizable town, yet to outsiders, its existence remained an enigma. The fairy fire was a product of the gnome village, primarily utilized not for smoking but as a magical component for casting illusions. It had been quite some time since Carl had last partaken, over half a year. If memory served him correctly, he exhaled a gentle smoke ring, followed by a brief fit of coughing. "I do not seek you, nor do you reveal yourselves. Do you never tire of remaining in that same spot? We have many pursuits to occupy us, thus we do not grow weary," responded a gnome seated cross-legged on the ground, his back resting against the ranger's large python. With a large head, a small body, short limbs, round, bulging eyes, and 3 tufts of goatee, he continued, "Ranger, the elder has sent me to assist you, yet did not specify the nature of the task. Can you enlighten me?" Disturbing news has emanated from the Serpent's Cliff Fortress. Scavengers have reported seeing eerie shadows there, discounting any exaggerations born of fear. "I believe their descriptions align closely with those of the enraged servants," Carl replied, taking a deep drag that nearly filled his lungs with the reed. Dense smoke billowed from his ears, prompting the gnome to hastily cover his upturned mouth with his hand. Clearing his throat, the gnome struggled to suppress his impatience. Managing to speak in a calm tone, "Is it truly this troublesome matter once more? Has the relic of the demon priest yet to be discovered? It has been 3 centuries since the destruction of the Serpent Cliff Fortress, yet, throughout these 300 years, manifestations of the Wrathborn minions have sporadically emerged. We are eager to ascertain when we might finally resolve this predicament. The Wrathborn minions will not vacate their territory without a sufficient number, so their early elimination will minimize any significant repercussions. In a couple of days, I shall visit the Serpent Cliff Fortress to assess the situation. Presently, I require the brilliant gem pendant." Carl extended his hand towards the gnome, who seemed oblivious to his request. "The brilliant gem pendant. Do not tell me you have failed to bring it." Carl's brow furrowed in frustration, his fists clenched. Only the pendant's protection against malevolence and its calming effects can subdue the influence of the Wrathborn minions. Otherwise, the dangers there are insurmountable. "I certainly have brought the pendant, but this time is different from the past. I will accompany you with the pendant," the gnome replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. The elders believe that perhaps the mask of chaos will only reveal itself when the Wrathborn minions appear. In the past, merely clearing the minions was a temporary solution. The longer we delay, the greater the impact on our community. Therefore, I shall accompany you on this endeavor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the finest spellcaster in the village, grins Moo Moo. This deviates from our initial agreement. The forest rangers are to protect the verdant forest from evil disturbances, and the residents must provide timely assistance. The gnome raised his index finger and waved it. "I am the assistance, am I not? The brilliant gem pendant is assistance. You would only hinder our efforts," Carl retorted without reservation. "Your village has remained secluded for far too long, relying on illusions to hide and evade. No one possesses real combat experience. Bringing you to the battlefield is less advantageous than bringing that young man downstairs. At least his stature is sufficient to draw the enemy's attention, providing me a moment's cover." "Humph, Ranger Carl. The current situation is that wherever I am, the pendant shall be as well." The gnome remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. "I will demonstrate to you the might of my formidable magical prowess." The old dog, Go-Ro, approached the doorway, sniffing the air before discreetly gesturing with his paw in a certain direction, indicating that the gnome was concealed there. Carl shook his head, opting not to unveil the matter. The old dog then lowered his head and let out a couple of low whines, scratching the ground to signal that something was amiss downstairs. "What, has that fellow awakened?" Carl rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and slid down to the lower level using the vines beside the tree hollow. He observed Zhao Mai waking with a yawn, while the puppy continued to sleep soundly. Tell me, what has transpired? Chapter 24, A Harmonious Parting. Zhao Mai painstakingly flipped through the dictionary, finally articulating the sequence of events. He recounted how the half-orc, Solu, spat at his eyes, how he ambushed him after inflicting injury, and how he attempted to strangle him. After much effort, he completed his narrative and awaited questions from Carl. However, the seasoned ranger remained silent, exiting without uttering a word. Soon, only Zhao Mai and his loyal companion, Rations, remained in the tree hollow. The latter continued to sleep soundly on his back. Zhao Mai gently cradled the dog in his arms, caressing its belly. Rations stirred and awoke with a shiver, then turned over, softly licking Zhao Mai's fingers. You will always trust and aid me, Zhao Mai earnestly addressed the little dog. Believe me, even if we have no one else to rely on, nothing can confine us. As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry. Rations barked twice, seemingly imbued with boundless confidence. Zhao Mai reflected that if he were in Carl's position, confronting someone who had turned his world upside down in just 2 days, he would likely harbor no fondness either. Remaining in that place would yield little benefit. Moreover, he no longer felt comfortable asking Carl to teach him martial skills, as words had become difficult to muster. The tasks ahead involved physical labor, grinding flour, boiling water, filtering, and simmering salt. Zhao Mai's t-shirt had become utterly worn out, resembling a mop more than clothing, especially with an irritating itch against his skin, rendering it unfit to wear. However, this garment had yielded over 10 pounds of fine salt. He decided to keep 2 pounds as a farewell gift for Carl, while the remainder could fetch a fair sum in town. Among the spoils were a leather vest, a short sword, a hand axe, and an iron-bound wooden shield. Although these items were not brand new, they sufficed for Zhao Mai's needs. The gnome mage, Grins Mumu, displayed no interest in the weapons, his gaze fixated on the bag of fine salt. The pristine white with a hint of green matched the quality of elven alchemical salt. The bag before him contained at least 2 pounds, enough to qualify as an auction item. Judging by the tightly bound leather pouch on the lad's back, there was likely more than 10 additional pounds within, representing a considerable fortune. Even the forest ranger was unaware that the gnome village had begun to engage with the outside world, albeit still concealing its location. As the village's population grew, so did the demand for land, necessitating an expansion of the protective magical barrier. Yet, there were insufficient hands to cast the spells or resources to sustain the barrier. Gnomes, inherently small, lacked strength and speed, placing them at a disadvantage against any beast. A single ocelot could slay many gnome children. The barrier was their sole safeguard. Gradually, the village became increasingly crowded. Mere reliance on agriculture and foraging proved inadequate to sustain their former standard of living. To prevent their existence from devolving into imprisonment, the gnomes began to consciously interact with the outside world, trading their crafted trinkets for essential supplies to replenish the village's needs. Just as humans possess a natural aptitude for commerce, the gnomes wield significant advantages in the art of illusion. They create an array of toys through their craft, which enjoy considerable market success, far surpassing the arduous labor they endure in the fields throughout the year. However, with the advent of communication, even through the narrowest of channels, the tranquil existence of the gnome village begins to be subtly influenced by the outside world. Among them, Grins Mumu has experienced a remarkable shift in perspective. By employing illusion to alter his appearance and stealthily accompanying trade caravans, he has glimpsed the splendor of human civilization and grasped the power of wealth. With gold coins, he could acquire more magical scrolls and more potent wands, thereby enabling the gnome village to amass greater resources for expansion, liberating them from their current entrapment within the dense forest. Should he successfully achieve these ambitious and noble aspirations, he could emerge as a hero of the village, perhaps even ascend to the role of elder, guiding his community towards prosperity and strength. For the sake of this righteous endeavor, he is prepared to expend every ounce of his being. Upon encountering fine salt, he recognizes that his opportunity has arrived. The salt mine in the healthy forest is no secret. The mineral salt within is notoriously unpalatable, and the cost of detoxification is exorbitant. The gnomes have attempted to produce some themselves, but the expenses incurred far outweigh the meager results. Enduring the bitter irony of guarding a salt mine while being deprived of salt has become an agonizing reality. If only a highly skilled transmutation mage could take residence in the village, circumstances might improve. Yet, among the gnomes, the majority are illusionists, whose magic often deceives rather than transforms the essence of reality. The young man before them has proven capable of producing fine salt in abundance. A fact the gnomes have confirmed. A single individual, toiling throughout the day from extraction to the final product, can yield over 10 pounds. What difference is there from directly minting gold coins? The gnomes remain oblivious to the principle of scarcity. They only understand that the more they produce, the more wealth they accumulate. You cannot leave, the gnome interjected abruptly, interrupting the two who were attempting to bid farewell with gestures and simple universal phrases. The ranger furrowed his brow, turning to regard the gnome. This is none of your concern. He was aware that his presence here would jeopardize the connection between the village and the forest rangers once he departed. Subsequently, others would learn that they could trace their way to their village through him, potentially endangering its safety. I will not disclose the location of your village. And this matter has nothing to do with Mike. Zhao Mai could not entirely follow their conversation, yet he sensed the shift in atmosphere. He inquired of the ranger, "What does this individual want?" Grins, full of vigor, replied directly, "I am a gnome, not a human. Mind your words. If you wish to leave, it is possible. But a guarantee is required. You appear quite destitute. Why not use your salt production technique as collateral? Should we hear of you revealing any information about the gnomes within a specified time frame, the collateral shall belong to us." Excited, the gnome spoke rapidly, his words tumbling over one another, rendering it nearly incomprehensible to Zhao Mai without the deliberate explanations from the ranger, Carl. Observing the gnome's flushed cheeks, animated by his fervor, Zhao Mai could not help but smirk in exasperation. Even in the act of robbery, one would expect a burly figure, bare-chested and wielding an axe, perhaps accompanied by a declaration akin to "This mountain is mine." Yet here stands a mere little fellow, whose stature, including his hair and hat, barely matches the length of his own legs. If he were not to stack himself, he could hardly reach his own face. What audacity he possesses to think he could seize anything from me. Is it solely based on that one resembling a chopstick? Chapter 25. Simple problems. Very well. Mr. Not a Human, you shall provide me with 1,000 gold coins, and I shall grant you my assurance. Zhao Mai's vocabulary was limited, compelling him to articulate his thoughts through such straightforward sentences. In light of the overall profits that salt production could yield, a sum of 1,000 gold coins was utterly insufficient to barter for the secret formula. If marketed astutely, the substantial sack of salt Zhao Mai carried could fetch an equivalent amount on its own. Yet, one must not allow gold coins to blind them to the true value of an object. The knowledge of filtering through finely woven fabrics, utilizing charcoal for adsorption, and subsequent boiling had cost Zhao Mai merely 3 minutes of reading time. How much could such knowledge truly be worth? Moreover, Zhao Mai had not pledged exclusive rights to the gnome. He had merely sold a single copy of the formula. By the time the gnome had learned the process and was ready to commence production, Zhao Mai might very well have discovered 10 other merchants willing to pay the same price. In Zhao Mai's estimation, the most prudent course of action would be to traverse the countryside in a taxi, selling the formula in each village he visited. No more than 100 or 200 gold coins would suffice, and should he encounter a lord, he could command 500, while others clung tightly to their possessions. Zhao Mai would have already sold the formula in thousands of copies. He would not need to dirty his hands to reap extraordinary profits. Ultimately, everyone would have access to salt, and even if the elves sought retribution, it would be too late. The ranger Carl considered the matter internally and concluded that 1,000 gold coins was indeed a modest price. He led a simple, self-sufficient life, indifferent to monetary matters. Thoughts of earning money never occupied his mind. However, this did not imply a lack of discernment or judgment. The gnome's demands had already undermined his authority as the landowner, akin to an encroachment upon his territory. Yet, if this issue could be resolved through Mike's proposal, he would respect Mike's perspective. The gnome, however, held a different view. He possessed neither the 1,000 gold coins nor the inclination to part with such an amount. No. You must leave the secret as collateral if you wish to depart from here. There are no other alternatives. Zhao Mai understood only the negation, while Carl stepped forward, his left hand retreating behind him to grasp the hilt of the short sword at his waist. The creatures near the ranger's tree became alert, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they gathered around the gnome. The dog stealthily began to circle behind the gnome, while a python slithered along the branches, positioning itself directly above the gnome before descending slowly, suspended by its tail. "This is my domain. You cannot restrict his freedom," Carl warned the gnome. "You would do well to clear the path, lest this matter escalate beyond control." Wow, is it about to come to blows? Zhao Mai felt a thrill of excitement, standing beside Carl with a feigned bravado, united in the defense of his interests. Unfortunately, the gnome was no fool. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized the gravity of the situation, turning his face coldly to the side, effectively clearing the path. This was not favorable for Zhao Mai. He had hoped the gnome would lose his wits and provoke a confrontation, thus enabling him to leverage the ranger's strength to resolve the predicament. Having chosen the path of a brigand, he ought to persevere. What was the meaning of yielding the way? What was once a promising career has now become an insufferable predicament, suspended in limbo and unable to resolve substantive issues. A most exasperating situation indeed. Paths are forged through experience, and obstacles are flattened through perseverance. Hesitance is unbecoming of a man. Zhao Mai, lifting the perpetually clamorous reserve grain from the ground, tucked it under his arm and defiantly raised his middle finger as he strode past the dwarf. The dwarf appeared oblivious, merely flicking his fingers lightly against his thigh, producing a few twinkling sparks. The reserve grain bared its teeth at the dwarf, emitting a low growl. Zhao Mai gently patted its head, offering soft reassurances. Fear not. Fear not. Everything is within my calculations. He confidently entered the woods, then quickened his pace. Although the makeshift woodland stride consumed some energy, it undeniably enhanced his speed. The dwarf, with its short legs, would surely find it cumbersome to navigate the forest as effortlessly as he could. As he ran, Zhao Mai contemplated strategies. From their brief encounter, he had discerned much. The dwarf, clad in lightweight attire devoid of armor and lacking in musculature, was most likely a spellcaster. He wielded a wand rather than a holy symbol, suggesting he could be either a wizard or a sorcerer, each possessing equal likelihood. If only he could ascertain whether the dwarf carried a spellbook, Zhao Mai could definitively identify its profession. The dwarf race is most commonly associated with illusionists. While this does not guarantee the dwarf's identity as such, Zhao Mai must remain vigilant. Illusions encompass a myriad of classifications, including sensory illusions, mental illusions, phantasmal illusions, and shadow illusions. Sensory illusions affect the five senses, while mental illusions project signals directly to the brain. Phantasmal illusions delve deeper, influencing the subconscious to conjure narratives within the victim's mind. Shadow illusions utilize energy to create semi-real objects, simulating sensations akin to those of the real world. However, the casting of phantasmal and shadow illusions is relatively intricate, manageable only by adept spellcasters. Should the dwarf possess the capability to wield spells of such caliber, Zhao Mai would surrender immediately. In truth, Zhao Mai had no desire to sacrifice his life for a mere salt production technique. If the dwarf could fly or conjure fireballs, he would promptly capitulate, offering the salt production method in exchange. Perhaps, during a cordial exchange about a 3-year plan for the salt industry, new opportunities might arise. However, it seems unlikely such a crisis would materialize. Despite Zhao Mai's lack of practical experience, he was remarkably well-versed in the myriad fantastical conventions of this world. Thus far, whether facing veteran rangers or half-orcs, their displayed prowess remained within his expectations, with no inexplicable phenomena arising. As long as this condition persists, Zhao Mai holds confidence in mounting a counteroffensive. Calculating from the moment of his departure, Ranger Carl would have at least 2 or 3 hours to delay the dwarf, after which a pursuit could commence. At their parting, the dwarf undoubtedly cast some spell upon him for tracking purposes. Thus, he could not rely on the opponent's inability to find him. The most suitable travel spell in the current circumstances is undoubtedly the flight spell, which implies a shift to a feigned surrender strategy, should one believe that their fortune is not as dire as it appears. And if the gnome were unable to soar through the skies, he would undoubtedly summon a steed to hasten his journey. While a horse may struggle to navigate the dense jungle, a riding dog poses no such challenge, and the gnome's diminutive stature is perfectly suited for riding one. This scenario has transformed entirely into an application of pursuit problems. A departs first, moving at a velocity of XX. B follows closely in the same direction, traveling at a speed YY greater than that of A. The task is to determine when they shall meet. Zhao Mai calculated the outcome, and thereafter, his focus turned to finding a suitable location to prepare the battlefield. Chapter 26. The dwarf riding a dog. The illusionist grins. Moo, a dwarf, believed he had evaded the gaze of the Ranger Carl. After casting an invisibility spell, he ventured into the jungle. He employed a tracking spell on the human, allowing him to pinpoint the exact location as long as the individual remained within a 15-mile radius, and to sense a general direction within 30 miles. With only a 3-hour time difference, it was improbable for the human to escape this range. Through subtle inquiries, he gleaned some information about this individual. Mike was a person who struggled with even the common tongue, likely an outsider and most probably a novice. The dwarf's suspicions were somewhat validated by the ranger. Yet he could not uncover how Mike had arrived in this world. It appeared that the technique for salt production was also of foreign origin. How could one not utilize it for the benefit of this realm? The illusionist deemed his reasoning sufficiently compelling. He could not delay an opportunity that could enhance the happiness of all beings in this world. Thus, he summoned his steed and hastened his pursuit. A majestic white dog materialized before him, bowing its head in submission, ready to serve. The creature conjured by the summoning spell required no sustenance or rest. Equipped with all necessary saddlery and reins, and was even more docile than a true mount. However, the dwarf's magical prowess could only sustain the spell for approximately 6 hours. With darkness looming after this brief interval, even with a steed, continued pursuit would be impossible, rendering the limited duration inconsequential. Perched atop the great dog, the dwarf patted its head and embarked on his journey. He rummaged through his backpack, placing the scrolls he might need within easy reach. Yet, the dwarf remained undecided. He hoped to persuade Mike to refrain from delving into the salt industry. The elvish alchemical salt was not merely a product. A vast network of merchants and stakeholders vigilantly monitored for any disruptive forces, a web that an inexperienced newcomer could not hope to unravel. Mike would surely be devoured by these individuals, leaving no remnants behind. To watch him tread this perilous path without intervening would be a failure of friendship. The dwarf's village was not immune to potential repercussions from the elves, and he could not rely solely on the illusionary barriers surrounding the village. While those spells might suffice to isolate the beasts of the healthy forest, they would be as ineffective as an unlocked door against the more magically adept elves. He sensed that Mike had ceased his movement, remaining active only within a confined area. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching. The human was likely preparing a campsite. Observing that Mike had not taken much with him when he departed, the dwarf surmised he must be quite busy now. Understanding this situation, he consciously slowed his pace. Riding the summoned dog did not expend physical energy, yet the forest was often obstructed by bushes and thorns. The summoned mount lacked the intelligence of a true steed. It was unaware of pain and consequently did not evade obstacles, often resulting in injuries for the dwarf. The gnome was unwilling to present himself before the enemy, marred by wounds and reeking of potential discovery. Thus, he meticulously directed his steed along the most accessible paths. As darkness enveloped the landscape, he became convinced that he had caught up with Mike. From a considerable distance, he caught a faint whiff of a culinary aroma. Yet he could not discern whether the barbecue was of meat or mushrooms. Dense foliage obscured his view. Yet he could still perceive the flickering glow of a fire in the distance. Beside the campfire, a low triangular shelter constructed from a few branches offered just enough space for one to curl up beneath it. A haphazard pile of grass lay atop the shelter, with a gap in the center ample enough for a fist to pass through. Should rain descend from the heavens, this shelter would prove utterly ineffectual against the onslaught of raindrops. Zhao Mai sat with his back to the fire, curled up within the shelter, lost in a deep slumber. His leather armor served as a pillow, while his shield acted as a makeshift wall, shielding the back of his head and obstructing the gnome's line of sight. However, aided by the firelight, the gnome discerned a short sword and an axe resting beside Zhao Mai's legs. He was fully clad, even leaving his shoes on, a prudent decision indeed. A pouch of salt rested beside the fire, presumably a measure taken to prevent moisture. Yet, this also meant that under the heat, the salt would emit an aroma potent enough to attract creatures with keen senses. Whether it be leopards or tigers, they would likely be drawn in by curiosity. Moreover, with the enticing scent of barbecue lingering, one could only wonder if Mike was courting danger. The gnome approached with utmost caution, straining his ears to capture the sounds around him. Suddenly, an enigmatic melody reached his ears, a soothing and exquisite tune, with lyrics utterly incomprehensible, diverging entirely from any music he had ever known. Following the sound, he discovered a luminous object resting beside the shield, roughly the size of a human hand. The music emanated from this object, which seemed to feature rows of text scrolling upwards. Upon closer inspection, the melody possessed a lightness and sanctity that effortlessly lulled one into relaxation, evoking an irresistible desire to become lost in its embrace. Was it akin to a sleep-inducing spell? The gnome bit his lip, heightening his vigilance. He could not believe Mike was a spellcaster. Otherwise, he would not have been indifferent to the tracking spell he had cast. Dismissing his steed, the gnome once again employed his invisibility spell, approaching the fire with utmost care. 2 snares woven from vines lay concealed among the tree roots, serving a rudimentary alarm function. However, such tricks were no match for the gnome, who could easily lift his legs to step over them. The fallen leaves on the ground were somewhat slippery, and the abundance of moss in the vicinity added to the challenge. Yet, it was not without its advantages. At the very least, his footsteps fell quieter upon the ground. The charm designed to beguile humans necessitated proximity, ideally within 10 meters. And it was best to gaze directly into the target's eyes, observing their expressions. As the gnome approached the fire, he felt he was close enough and withdrew his wand, beginning to chant the incantation. His murmurs intertwined with the crackling of the fire, and a red beam of light shot towards Zhao Mai. The crimson glow outlined the contours of his reclining form, then dissipated like a dandelion blown by the wind, scattering in all directions. The gnome's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 27. Smash? Trap. The gnome illusionist, sensing the precariousness of his situation, instantly became alert. Just then, a sound resembling the crunching of dry branches echoed from behind an ancient tree nearby, indicating that someone was drawing near. Adhering to the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, the gnome swiftly turned and unleashed a spell of burning hands. The fan-shaped flames illuminated the forest, igniting the dry leaves and moss beneath. To his surprise, what lay beneath the moss and leaves was not the earth, but another layer of decaying foliage, suggesting that the ground he had just stepped on, which had felt slippery, was a deliberate trap. What could this mean? The gnome was momentarily puzzled. At that moment, another crackling sound came from behind him, similar to the previous one. He quickly spun around, uttering the incantation for a sleep spell, but it fell completely flat. It was only then that he grasped the full extent of the situation, yet it was too late. As he raised his gaze upwards, Zhao Mai, clad only in white undergarments, leaped down from the branches, his expression as serene as a contemplative statue, albeit wielding a woodcutting axe. The flickering firelight glinted off the axe's blade, casting a blood-red hue, perhaps stained by his own forehead's blood. He could not be certain. With a single swing, Zhao Mai cleaved through the gnome's forehead, then collapsed to the ground, becoming enmeshed in the detritus of dry twigs and mossy mud, accidentally biting his own tongue in the process. Yet, in that moment, he paid no heed to such trivialities. He scrambled to his feet and lunged back at the gnome, raising the axe for another strike. Unlike before, when meticulous plans coursed through his mind, now his thoughts were a blank slate. The repetitive act of hacking was mechanical, devoid of any emotional resonance. He could not recall how many times he struck. By the time Zhao Mai finally stood up, gasping for breath, the gnome's head was rendered nearly unrecognizable. Any creature not naturally capable of flight and not residing in caves is a terrestrial being. Upon entering unfamiliar terrain, their primary concern is the ground, whether it provides a stable footing or poses a risk of falling. Next, they regard the 4 cardinal directions, wary of being ambushed by creatures of similar mobility. Terrestrial beings often neglect to consider what lies above them, if not outright ignoring that direction altogether. Experienced adventurers strive to alter this instinctive behavior, compelling themselves to look up first, thus avoiding the pitfalls of aerial assaults. Zhao Mai had assessed the gnome, concluding that he did not exhibit the traits of a seasoned adventurer. Consequently, he devised a strategy to launch a surprise attack from above. Disguising his campsite to appear as if he were asleep, he utilized the incessant loop of music from his phone to draw the gnome's attention. This was easily comprehensible. However, devising a means to counter the gnome's invisibility proved to be a considerable challenge. The gnome's race was renowned for producing illusionists, and one of the most common spells among them was invisibility. Lacking any magical abilities himself, Zhao Mai realized that even if he concealed himself, without knowing the gnome's position, his chances of victory remained slim. Thus, he deliberately gathered slippery moss and loose leaves, layering them atop the already adhesive ground, creating a treacherous surface that would easily betray any unsuspecting step. It is impossible for him to maintain a vigilant watch over the entire campsite in a complete 360-degree panorama. Thus, it is imperative to alter the environment by utilizing the positions of tents, shields, and surrounding trees to create concealment. A sector remains unshielded, resembling a fan-shaped area. From the outer arc of this sector, one can observe the entire campfire site without hindrance to the casting of spells. Just as a rabbit, seeking to conserve energy, will tread a path pressed through the grass, Zhao Mai deliberately left this fan-shaped opening to provide the gnome with a more advantageous avenue for attack. Therefore, it is essential to remember that any path left by the enemy that appears easy to traverse is fraught with peril. He then procured some vines and pretended to set up a tripwire. In truth, he had yet to master the art of trap setting. Otherwise, in the forest terrain, he would not have exerted so much mental effort. Simply employing various triggering traps would resolve the issue. This tripwire would scarcely trip anyone. Its sole purpose was to compel the gnome to lift his leg, thereby amplifying his movements. Concealed in an elevated position, Zhao Mai utilized the glow of the campfire to remain vigilant over the ground surrounding the tripwire. The moment loose leaves shifted upon the slick moss, he knew the gnome was approaching. He then hurled short branches to divert the gnome's attention, mustering his courage to leap down from a height nearly equivalent to 3 stories. In a daze, there were no battle cries, only the rhythmic rise and fall of axes and the crisp sound of slashing. He lifted his shield, crouched down, and released the provisions that had been bound at the mouth and limbs. Liang gazed at Zhao Mai with an innocent, pitiable expression, gently nibbling at his finger before hastily licking it. Zhao Mai patted its head, apologetically remarking, "You are still too young. I dare not let you make a sound, for fear of jeopardizing our ambush plan. Once you grow, we shall practice our coordination so that we can fight together. I know you are formidable, aren't you?" Woof. The provisions wagged its tail vigorously in agreement. The only thing capable of alleviating such discomfort was the prospect of looting. With this thought, Zhao Mai's aches vanished. He could easily squat for another 5 hours without issue. All of the gnome's wounds were above the neck, while all his possessions lay beneath it. This was simply too perfect. Some might wonder why Zhao Mai did not succumb to retching upon witnessing the corpse. The scene was indeed saturated with the scent of blood. Yet having just endured a battle, it had not yet begun to decay, and the olfactory assault was not overwhelming. As for the visual stimuli, well, as a recluse who had battled zombies for thousands of hours in video games, what spectacle had he not encountered? The designers, with a dedication that surpassed the bounds of natural understanding, had honed the already robust nerves into an even more resilient and indestructible form. Zhao Mai glanced at the gnome. Feeling a twinge of nausea, though he was somewhat queasy, it did not lead to a loss of composure. "Ah, what is this necklace? The gemstones embedded within are absolutely exquisite." In no time, Zhao Mai discovered a radiant gemstone pendant. At that moment, the provisions suddenly began barking excitedly towards the woods, jumping around with fervor. Chapter 28, Fluid Communication. And dog Zhao Mai cast aside what he was holding and zigzagged towards the hut, retrieving the shield and short sword from the ground. Although the shelter behind him was riddled with holes, it still offered him a semblance of protection, even if it were merely a psychological safeguard. It proved invaluable for a traveler in a foreign realm. In contrast to his caution and vigilance, the reserve supplies were brimming with excitement. When a dog senses danger, it typically adopts a defensive posture, lowering its front half, raising its back, baring its teeth, and growling. However, the reserve supply was joyfully bounding about, barking rather than growling, suggesting it was not a foe. Zhao Mai chose to trust his companion's instincts, for in matters of sight, sound, or smell, he was inferior to a dog. After a brief contemplation, he decided to rise. The shield remained in front of his chest. Yet the short sword now hung loosely, a posture of relaxation rather than readiness for combat. A shadow emerged from the forest, halting beside the campfire. Although dog meat was one-eyed, it still exuded the regal demeanor of a canine king. It lowered its head to sniff the gnome, and then lifted its hind leg. Zhao Mai intended to intervene, but upon seeing the urine trickle down the slope of the ground without dampening the gnome's backpack, he deemed it inconsequential. Given the timing of its appearance, dog meat must have been trailing the gnome, likely under the directive of the ranger Carl. The earlier display of urine was a clear indication of dog meat's stance. Had they been in the midst of a skirmish, it would have lunged from behind to tear at the gnome's throat. Zhao Mai set the shield at his feet and approached to pat dog meat's head, only to be swatted away by a paw. From its somewhat clouded eye emanated an air of arrogance. Zhao Mai found it challenging to articulate such an expression, perhaps akin to a silent acknowledgement of, "Oh, I know what you're after, but you shall not succeed." He marveled at how his mind could conjure so many thoughts in an instant, likely due to the linguistic barrier driving him to madness. The reserve supply, however, was quite pleased, leaping onto dog meat's back and settling comfortably. Yet its head faced backward, its mouth wagging as it engaged in a playful game of chase with its tail. Well, it was natural for dogs to bond more closely with one another. One couldn't assume superiority over dogs for such trivial matters. For the first time, Zhao Mai gained a rough understanding of the surrounding terrain, learning the shapes of the healthy forest and ashen lake, as well as the location of the village. Dog meat repeatedly tapped its paw on the map, indicating the position of Nebo town. It even traced arcs on the map, likely intending to convey the route to the town. Zhao Mai gazed at dog meat with curiosity, only to see a mix of pride and a hint of pomposity reflected in its eyes. This was quite perplexing. He had only heard of magical pets belonging to wizards and sorcerers that could enhance their intellect, but had never heard of a ranger's animal companion possessing such abilities. Traditionally, one could only train their companions to improve strength or agility, Enhancing intelligence relied solely on enlightenment spells. Yet, such magic was the purview of high-level druids, leaving rangers entirely out of the equation. Fortunately, the dog did not display that peculiar expression of disbelief again. Otherwise, Zhao Mai might have been led to believe that this old canine possessed some form of telepathic ability. Perhaps the pristine beauty of the surrounding environment elevates the intellect of animals, or so one might speculate. Having memorized the map, Zhao Mai expressed his gratitude to the ranger Carl. He tucked the map away. The dog, feigning seriousness, nodded appreciatively, accepting the well-wishing. It then ambled over to the gnome's lifeless body, pawing at a necklace on the ground before placing it beneath itself. "Hey, don't you dare steal that. It's my trophy," Zhao Mai exclaimed. The dog shook its head, sniffed the dazzling gem pendant, and then pressed it down with its forelegs. The reserve grain jumped off its back, playfully rolling around and wagging its tongue, while secretly attempting to tug at the necklace with its hind legs, as if to claim it. What a good child, already considering its master's interests. Zhao Mai approached slowly, extending his arm toward the necklace on the ground. The dog, sensing the little creature's intentions, nudged the reserve grain away with its nose and began to scratch the puppy's belly with its paws. The reserve grain laughed heartily on the ground, raising one hind leg in a playful gesture of submission. The dog affectionately licked it, then seized the necklace, widening its eyes to gaze at Zhao Mai. "If I were in trouble earlier, would you have come to my aid?" Zhao Mai inquired. This time, he was certain that the dog comprehended him. The small backpack contained very few items, most of which were only suitable for diminutive beings, making it somewhat awkward for Zhao Mai to handle. For instance, a small piece of dried food, only slightly larger than a compressed biscuit, would suffice for him for half a day, yet it could sustain a gnome for 3. There were a small water pouch, a tiny mirror, and a bar of soap. None particularly useful. A small bottle of ink was a decent find, and although the paper was diminutive, it could still serve a purpose, albeit the quill was so small that it was nearly impossible to control. Upon careful consideration, the pouch of coins emerged as the most significant treasure. It was Zhao Mai's first encounter with the currency of this world. The so-called gold coins resembled the size of a human thumbnail, appearing thin and rather pitiable. The quality of the gold was subpar, and the weight fell off. It was likely alloyed with other metals, possibly copper. The obverse of the coin bore the inscription Valicia, which Zhao Mai recognized as the name of the region. Valicia was not so much a country as a confederation of city-states, with commercial interests far outweighing political and military considerations. The reverse displayed the numeral 1 in various languages, accompanied by a warning in the common tongue: "Abadar watches over you." Which god is Abadar? Zhao Mai recalled having seen the name before, but the specifics eluded him. After all, he was not a repository of knowledge. He could not simply look up every curiosity. The silver coins were slightly larger, akin to a 1 yuan coin, while the copper coins were even larger but significantly lighter. Upon counting, he discovered approximately 70 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and 15 copper coins in his pouch, marking his first fortune earned in this unfamiliar realm. The arcane scrolls are inscrutable. The wand remains unutilized, and as for the potions, who would dare to consume such concoctions indiscriminately? Zhao Mai began to yearn for the industrial system of Earth, where every product came with a manual, warranty, and production date. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Upon arriving in Nebo Town, all of these items, including that substantial sack of salt, would inevitably be put up for sale. Chapter 29. One man, one car. One dog. There is no better guardian than 2 dogs. Although still enveloped by the forest, with only leaves beneath him, Zhao Mai slept with profound peace and sweet dreams. He even envisioned his cozy home, complete with a comfortable mattress and a soft pillow. Zhao Mai drew his short sword and rushed over, stabbing fiercely into the gap of the tortoise shell, thus ending the creature's life. On Earth, many tortoises are protected species. They are gentle, harmless, and not prone to destruction, earning them much affection. It is only in this fantastical realm, where survival demands filling one's belly, that Zhao Mai would resort to hunting such animals. The jungle law is not the entirety of existence, yet it undeniably holds sway. The headless body of the gnome lay nearby, stripped bare of all possessions. Survival reigns supreme. Safeguarding oneself is never a trivial matter. Thus, Zhao Mai felt no moral burden in setting traps for the gnome, nor in the knowledge that the gnome's remains would become sustenance for insects. It was inconceivable for Zhao Mai, armed only with a short sword and an axe, to break open the tortoise's hard shell. A hammer and saw were requisite tools for such a task. Nonetheless, cooking it with the shell intact was feasible, albeit with some slight waste. After gathering sufficient firewood, he utilized his shield as a spade to dig a shallow pit slightly larger than the tortoise, igniting a fire and tossing the tortoise within. This method resembled a fusion of iron plate barbecue and beggar-esque chicken, the simplest of culinary techniques. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Mai donned his armor and meticulously organized his belongings, ensuring each tool was conveniently placed. Among the spoils, he particularly cherished a length of rope, light yet resilient, measuring over 20 meters long, now secured at his waist. The gnome was clearly not an experienced adventurer, as evidenced by the meager supplies he had prepared. If Zhao Mai and his companions had ample funds and carrying capacity, they would eagerly fill their backpacks with every conceivable item to avert any unforeseen dilemmas. The gnome, however, had only a haphazard assortment of trinkets intended for sale, lacking essential tools. Once his gear was arranged, Zhao Mai fashioned a long, sturdy branch into a spear, which could also serve as a javelin for throwing at foes when necessary. After completing these tasks, the tortoise was nearly ready to eat. The once hard shell was now charred, and a firm strike would shatter it into fragments. Zhao Mai used a branch to drag the charred mass from the fire, then wiped his axe and forcefully struck it open. The tortoise meat was somewhat tough but incredibly flavorful, and the rustic dining atmosphere added to the dish's wild allure. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhao Mai sprinkled some salt and, treating it like roasted duck, continually sliced off pieces with his axe, feeding himself morsels, followed by rations and dog meat. The trio, 2 dogs and 1 man, remained silent, savoring a hearty meal. Having feasted, Zhao Mai was finally permitted to stroke the dog's head, though only for a few moments, as it would shy away after 3 touches. Only its master, Carl, could freely ruffle the dog's head without restraint. Among the 4 great iron bonds of life, having shared a window together is somewhat relevant, as we have both undergone the rigorous training of the wandering knight, Carl. Enduring gunfire together feels a bit forced, yet the hound should also be prepared to ambush the dwarf. However, I did not anticipate Zhao Mai's swift actions. Before it could even make its entrance, the battle had concluded. The matter of sharing spoils is undoubtedly indisputable, as the resplendent gemstone pendant still lies beneath its body. As for the next point, well, after some contemplation, Zhao Mai decided to forego that one. Recently, he has tended to regard these animals as possessing intelligence akin to his own. While this inclination is understandable, it nonetheless appears somewhat peculiar. Zhao Mai pondered that he should swiftly re-enter the civilized world and engage more with humanity. Although the reserve food is loyal and endearing, it should not alter one's aesthetic sensibilities, should it? His automobile remains parked in its original spot, yet for some inexplicable reason, the branches that once covered it have fallen to the ground. Looking around, he noted that the vehicle bore no traces of dirt or even a speck of dust. What had the old angel said? This car is indestructible, self-sustaining, and impervious to external influences? Such a feature is indeed commendable, as it spares him the hassle of concealing it. Zhao Mai settled behind the steering wheel, while the reserve food fidgeted in the passenger seat, sniffing the air incessantly. With a mischievous grin, he suddenly started the engine, delighting in the startled yelp of the hound, who was taken aback by the unexpected noise. He drove south along the lakeshore, guided by the map toward the town of Nebo. The absence of a proper road along the way presented numerous challenges. The hard cobblestones were manageable, provided he carefully avoided larger rocks. However, many areas were comprised of soft mud, which, though not quite swamp-like, posed a risk of trapping the vehicle. Thus, he had to circumvent those sections. Zhao Mai frequently halted the car to chop down some shrubs with an axe to clear a passage for his vehicle. Each day, he allocated 2 hours to gather food, ensuring he and his dog had sufficient provisions. He was quite curious whether the water in the car's radiator was drinkable, but he hesitated to jeopardize the car's operational state and postponed the experiment. Living off the land, Ash Lake is a vibrant body of water, teeming with a rich variety of fish and birds. Zhao Mai attempted to spear fish with a wooden short spear, but he lacked the requisite skill, expending considerable effort without success. Nevertheless, the reserve food discovered some bird eggs nestled among the reeds by the lakeshore, providing a delightful source of nourishment. With the automobile, nights became significantly safer. As long as the car doors were shut, no calamity could harm those within, be they human or canine. The cabin boasted air conditioning, music, and soft seats that served as beds. The reserve food relished curling up in the passenger seat, resembling a fluffy ball. Each night before sleep, Zhao Mai would dig a shallow pit by the lake, diverting water into it, and then fashioning a barrier with sharpened twigs. The pointed ends faced toward the pit, allowing fish to swim in without sensing danger. yet preventing their escape by pricking them. These pricks would not harm the fish scales, but they would deter the fish from leaving the shallow pool. Zhao Mai is in search of various creatures such as ants and earthworms to serve as bait, so that upon rising in the morning, he may discover the gluttonous fish trapped within the waterhole. It suffices to construct a dam of earth to block the exit of the shallow pit, leaving only the task of retrieval. His provisions are not particular. When feasting upon roasted fish, it bears no distinction from a cat. Whatever Zhao Mai offers, it consumes without hesitation, exhibiting remarkable obedience. This is undoubtedly the most agreeable dog in the world, unparalleled in its loyalty. Chapter 30. On the town of Nebo, as one traverses southwest along the path of the healthy forest, the trees begin to thin out, with sporadic logging trails emerging near the shores of Ashen Lake. On either side of these trails, one can still observe ancient, decaying trunks, transformed into sanctuaries for mosses, fungi, and various flora after enduring the relentless elements. Through the veils of foliage, old tree stumps, shrouded in grass and shrubs, can be glimpsed. This area was once a thriving timber yard, providing high-quality lumber that sustained many livelihoods. The town of Nebo lies adjacent to the healthy forest, more accurately. A portion of the forest was felled and reshaped into what is now Nebo. Once prosperous due to the timber industry, the town ultimately fell victim to its own excesses. A community of druids residing near Ashen Lake opposed the rampant deforestation perpetrated by Nebo for commercial gain. After numerous warnings went unheeded, they took matters into their own hands. A plague curse targeting the lumberjacks descended upon Nebo, infecting all who sought to fell trees, rendering them gravely weakened and swiftly incapable of work. Tensions escalated between the townsfolk and the druids. In response, Nebo's merchants employed numerous adventurers to launch a sustained offensive against the druid community, relentlessly pursuing them across the forest flanking the shores of Ashen Lake. The druids, fortified by their advantageous terrain, proved formidable. Many adventurers dispatched on quests vanished as if swallowed by the very woods. The perilous nature of these missions drove up the bounty, yet the merchants' accumulated wealth sustained the endeavors. An increasing number of adventurers, enticed by the prospect of profit, rallied in Nebo for this undertaking. After enduring significant casualties and confrontations with the druids, they stumbled upon another lucrative opportunity. The town's able-bodied youth, primarily lumberjacks, found themselves incapacitated by the debilitating plague, barely able to sustain themselves, let alone wield weapons in self-defense. Consequently, Nebo's defenses plummeted to an unprecedented low, while the adventurers congregated there grew ever stronger. Though not all adventurers succumbed to becoming brigands, a faction, spurred by the machinations of certain individuals, turned against the town, reducing the well-meaning defenders to a mere minority. Thus began a wave of plunder, plunging the town into chaos, where slaughter ensued in the name of greed. The druids observed these events unfold and extended a hand of aid in the townsfolk's despair. A safe passage to the forest for refuge emerged, with fierce beasts serving as guardians, significantly mitigating the losses suffered by Nebo. While the town was nearly reduced to ruins, amidst the wreckage, an understanding was forged between the villagers and the druids, putting an end to the frenzied commercial logging of yore. The focus shifted from raw timber production to the crafting of wooden goods, leading to a reduction in tree usage, yet profits remained comparable to previous levels. Furthermore, the townsfolk began replanting trees, systematically replenishing the healthy forest, ushering in a new equilibrium. This is a town of rhetoric, though such a characterization might be tinged with disdain. It aptly captures the essence of Nebo's spirit. Due to this particular style, it is not difficult to comprehend why it has become the most inclusive and open-minded town in the north. The forests that Zhao Mai beheld along his journey were subsequently replanted. The remnants of felled trees, their stumps still firmly grasping the earth, remain untouched due to the prohibitive cost of excavation and clearing. The paths within the woods are often gnawed down by these stumps, rendering them unsuitable for vehicular passage. Modern transportation necessitates an entire supporting infrastructure, yet Galarian's level of development remains at the stage of horseback riding and horse-drawn carriages. Zhao Mai pondered this as he drove, discussing with his companion. I believe we should refrain from parking the car within the village. The risks are too great. Such a rare object would undoubtedly attract excessive attention. Wouldn't you agree? Although he had previously triumphed over the gnome illusionist, that victory was achieved by chance and did not accurately reflect his true abilities. If someone were to calculate against him and strike him unexpectedly, it would spell disaster. Zhang, the dog, opened his mouth wide, licking his upper teeth with his tongue before barking twice. Oh, you disagree? You assert that with you by my side, no one could ambush me? Zhao Mai chuckled at the little dog, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern, but you are still too young. I cannot risk your safety. It is wiser to err on the side of caution. Woof. Surely, one must be somewhat unhinged to engage in such conversations with a dog. Yet he found it remarkably effortless. Zhao Mai pinched his own cheek, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. He hoped this was not a sign of impending madness. Excessive self-conversation rarely leads to a favorable outcome. This was currently Zhao Mai's greatest concern. The fact that he could traverse this world in a taxi had profoundly shocked him. If he could not share this experience with others, the internal excitement would continue to build, potentially overwhelming him and shattering his mental defenses. Thus, he seized every opportunity to learn the common tongue, tirelessly simulating various conversational scenarios with his limited vocabulary, yearning to assimilate into this new world. However, it remained imperative to conceal the vehicle. Boldly driving into the town was never a prudent strategy. The ranger had instructed Zhao Mai to proceed to Nibwa town through his canine aide, yet he provided no description of the place. What if it were ruled by a formidable lord who decided to rob them upon sighting the car? If Zhao Mai were still inside, he would be unfazed. The only fear he harbored was that of being caught off guard, as he had expressed to Zhang. A desolate lumberyard appeared beside the road, from which numerous animals, startled by the sound of the car horn, fled from the half-collapsed warehouse. The factory roads had long since deteriorated, and nature's elements, coupled with neglect, had inevitably obscured any industrial remnants. This place, however, seemed quite suitable. Zhao Mai drove around, finding no signs of camping or human activity. He moved aside several decaying logs and parked the car inside a warehouse with a missing wall. Unless one were to venture inside and stand right next to the vehicle, it would be nearly impossible to discern from the outside that such a thing was concealed within. The journey ahead would be his to navigate alone. Zhao Mai rummaged through the old lumber yard, selecting several pieces of commendable timber. After splitting, whittling, and wrapping them in cloth, he fashioned them into a long staff, a yoke, and a walking stick. A dilapidated unicycle remained usable, provided one could endure the cacophonous creaking that accompanied its movement. The lumber yard yielded no oil. Thus the jarring sound accompanied Zhao Mai throughout his journey. Upon leaving the lumber yard, he followed the barely discernible remnants of an old path. After more than half a day's travel, he found himself on a road marked by wheel ruts. In the distance, beyond the trees, wisps of white smoke ascended into the sky, merging with the clouds. This was Nibwa town, soon to welcome a pair of famished travelers. Chapter 31. The Hearth Tavern. As he entered the town, the soldier stationed at the wooden watchtower cast a glance at the young man and his dog for no more than 2 seconds. The sheriff, responsible for inspecting travelers to prevent wanted criminals or bandits from infiltrating the town, could hardly be bothered with Zhao Mai. Perhaps in the eyes of these guards, a young man with a rumbling stomach and a puppy posed no threat whatsoever. With no time to scrutinize the cobblestone streets or assess the strength and living standards of the townsfolk, Zhao Mai's gaze was fixed on the various signs that adorned the buildings. This was not Earth, education was not widespread, and illiteracy was commonplace. Thus, one could lead a normal life here even without recognizing a single word. The illustrations on the signs conveyed much information, and one particular sign featuring a hearth, roasted chicken, and beer entirely captivated Zhao Mai's attention. This was the place. He had finally found somewhere to eat. His faithful companion, the puppy, wagged its tail in agreement and trotted closely behind him, head held high as they entered. Beneath the sign of the Hearth Tavern stood 2 maidens. As Zhao Mai strode inside, the older girl shielded her face with her hand. Zhao Mai politely requested that they step aside a little, not wishing to inadvertently harm them as he entered. The younger maid giggled, understanding his body language, yet finding his clumsiness hardly indicative of a truly refined individual. They stood at the entrance to facilitate encounters between entering and exiting patrons, quickly negotiating transactions of a rather intimate nature. The older maid, with sharper eyes, noticed Zhao Mai's dark pupils and the black hair peeking out from beneath the brim of his leather hat. This was a rare physical trait, and rarity often signified danger. Her gesture of covering her face implied disinterest, a subtle cue meant to discourage the guest. All such signals were lost on Zhao Mai, who remained oblivious. Even if he guessed the profession of the 2 women, he was utterly unfamiliar with these social nuances, being but a novice in this world. Inside the tavern, at the far end of the bustling hall, a portly man with a robust frame was busy wiping down the counter. His large hands wielded a substantial cloth, swiftly gliding across the tabletop. Despite his busy hands, his small, squinted eyes were keenly observant, scrutinizing everything around him. The tavern was a melting pot of various elements, including trouble, Those wishing to conceal their identities lurked in the shadows of the corners, while those eager to gather information gravitated towards the warmth of the hearth. Drunken revelers occupied the central tables, and lascivious patrons, intent on placing their hands upon the maids, commandeered the passageways leading from the kitchen to the main hall, essentially the thoroughfare for their intended targets. Zhao Mai cradled his puppy and boldly crossed the hall to sit in the most conspicuous spot, closest to the rotund owner. He intended to order food but suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with the local dish names. After a brief survey, he resolved to order the most fail-safe items: meat, bread, eggs, and ale. What kind of foolish child had emerged from which household? As the once concentrated gazes upon him gradually dispersed, they failed to uncover anything of value in Zhao Mai, be it opportunities for wealth or other desirable possessions. His outdated armor, ill-fitting and somewhat snug, warranted the disdain of onlookers. Adorned with the remnants of his survival in the thicket and by the lakeside, it bore the marks of dirt, smoke, and wear. The short sword and axe appeared rather inadequate, and even with the addition of a shield, they did not fulfill the basic requirements of a warrior's arsenal. The heavy sack slung over Zhao Mai's shoulder, which could have attracted attention, was overshadowed by his novice attire, causing all curiosity to wane. The rotund tavern owner shared this sentiment, for upon discerning that this new patron posed no threat, his sole concern was whether he would receive payment for the meal. His voice, tinged with an odd tremor, accompanied by his plump lips, rendered Zhao Mai's already poor hearing nearly futile. Yet, what issues could arise within a tavern? Most commonly, inquiries revolved around room rentals, methods of payment, or requests for special services. Life often mirrors a game, or perhaps games distill the most fundamental and frequent scenarios of life. Aside from brawls, nearly every issue in a tavern could be resolved with money, or alternatively, with a fist. Zhao Mai surmised that the tavern owner sought coin. So he opened his gnome's purse, revealing its meager contents. The original gold coins had long been removed and placed elsewhere, leaving merely 3 coins for show. A simple meal would not cost much. The modest fare Zhao Mai requested required only a few silver pieces. Having funds facilitated matters. Before long, a hearty serving of chicken stew, enriched with potato juice and accompanied by chunks of carrot, 2 boiled eggs, a thick brown loaf of bread, and a generous half-dozen of ale was presented before him. Among the array of food, it was the ale that captivated Zhao Mai's interest most. This beverage, reminiscent of beer, was crafted from fermented roasted barley, reputed to possess a sweet and substantial flavor. The alesh of different regions vividly reflect the local terroir. Prior to this meal, all Zhao Mai had known of such drinks were the descriptions he had read in books. Throughout his journey, he had subsisted on lukewarm boiled water, which, despite his efforts to purify it, retained a peculiar taste from the lake that left him unsatisfied. Ale, being easy to prepare, inexpensive, long-lasting, and nutritious, had historically served as a substitute for water. He took a hearty gulp and found the accounts he had previously read somewhat exaggerated. If the beers he had tasted in the past were akin to orange soda, then ale was like a fruit drink filled with chewy bits. While it was indeed sweeter than the boiled lake water, it was merely palatable. As for the aroma of the ale, Zhao Mai discerned little. It mattered not. He regarded it simply as water, a means to accompany his meal. Assessing the plate before him, in terms of appearance, aroma, and flavor, each item was satisfactory. From the sustenance laid out, he gleaned a singular message. The goal was to satiate his hunger. With hunger as his seasoning, he found he could eat anything. Zhao Mai lifted a spoonful of food to his mouth, then washed it down with ale, swiftly finishing a serving. The rations offered him eggs and chicken, which he devoured with great delight. The entire meal was rather bland. It was fragrant yet devoid of saltiness. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Mai ordered a generous portion of roasted meat, eager to explore the local culinary flavors and find a market for his salt. Indeed, even the roasted chicken was insipid, characterized only by the aroma of fat, lacking the enhancement of quality salt. Zhao Mai refrained from sprinkling salt over his food in the presence of others, and his appetite momentarily waned. Through the aid of body language and rudimentary common tongues, he secured a room for lodging and sought to employ a local as a temporary servant, rubbing the 2 gold coins in his hands. The rotund proprietor pondered and quickly compiled a list of suitable candidates in his mind. Ferdinand Green, nicknamed Mad Rat, might just be the perfect fit. Chapter 32. The Guild. I am capable of communicating in the common tongue, albeit rather poorly, thus I require the assistance of someone well acquainted with the local customs. At first glance, he bears no resemblance to creatures like mice. His facial features are quite sharp, his physique is of average height with a slight muscularity, and his skin is remarkably well maintained. Judging by his brow and eyes, he appears to be of a similar age to Zhao Mai, belonging to that category of older youth. His gaze imbued with a blend of maturity and fervor. With a proper attire, he would undoubtedly be an impressive young man. However, his current patched-up clothing tarnishes his overall image. Nevertheless, his command of the common tongue is clear, and his deliberate slow pace, perhaps intentionally moderated for Zhao Mai's comprehension, grants him considerable favor. "I understand you wish to employ me as a servant to assist with various tasks," said Green. "While this is not my primary vocation, I am certainly capable. According to the guild standard rates, the daily wage for a servant in Nebo Town cannot be less than 5 silver coins. Given my ability to provide superior service, I propose a rate of 8 silver coins per day." Zhao Mai pondered this, realizing he grasped Green's meaning with surprising ease, a rare feat indeed. He discerned Green's linguistic talent, noting how he emphasized certain pivotal words within sentences, thereby facilitating understanding even if the remainder was not entirely clear. For this reason, paying a bit extra seemed justified, especially since all his funds had been extracted from the pockets of a gnome illusionist. "The first 3 days will serve as a trial period. I am willing to pay 5 silver coins per day, after which we can reassess the rate." "How does that sound?" "That is certainly acceptable. The guild permits such arrangements. If you have no pressing matters at hand, please accompany me to the guild for registration, so I may commence my service." Zhao Mai nodded in agreement and inquired about the guild's workings. Green exerted considerable effort to elucidate the guild's purpose. The guild's operations encompass a myriad of facets, with a group of specialists in documentation and script determining the essential elements that should be included in standardized contracts. It is said that during this process, they drew references from numerous infernal soul pacts, striving for an infallible degree of precision, albeit this remains but a dream for the present. Given the prevalence of illiteracy, many individuals often find themselves at a disadvantage when entering into contracts and documents. The existence of the guild has transformed this reality, establishing standardized markets that have fostered greater economic expansion. Coupled with the negotiation-friendly atmosphere of Nebo Town, the guild's operations have flourished. "Is there no local lord to oversee these matters?" Zhao Mai inquired. "Does he not intervene?" "If a defaulter remains within the locality, they typically approach the guild to explain the reasons for their breach," Green replied. "With discussion, solutions can always be found. However, once they flee, they escape the jurisdiction of the local lord, and other lords tend to be indifferent, as the deceased are not their subjects." Zhao Mai comprehended the situation. The autonomy granted to various lords, alongside a measure of retributive justice, while still indicative of an orderly civilization, stood in stark contrast to the world with which he was familiar. Every place possesses its own set of rules, and every locality has its own enforcers of violence. Judgments and punishments may arrive with alarming swiftness and severity, in the absence of a unified constitution and a clearly defined judicial system. We inhabit a world where safety is precariously assured. Perhaps within the village, neighbors may still watch over one another, safeguarding the most fundamental order. However, beyond the confines of town, one enters a realm governed by the law of the jungle. If one lacks proof from other businesses in distant lands and has no local guarantor, the cost of registering one's identity can be substantial, approximately 1/10 the value of the contract one wishes to sign. Green inquired. "For how many days do you intend to employ me at most?" Through the clock in the vehicle, he realized that Graylian's world flowed at a pace 30 times faster than his own. Here, a stable month consists of 30 days, equivalent to a single day on Earth. Having already spent nearly half a month here, extending his stay for another half month to a full month would be about the limit. He felt as though he were missing from Earth, and there might be individuals searching for him. He did not wish for his family to worry excessively. The identity he registered bore the name Mike, while the local contact used the moniker of the forest ranger, Carl, which astonished Green, causing his eyes to widen. Observing his expression, Zhao Mai asked, "Is Ranger Carl quite renowned?" Although rarely seen, he is widely known and trusted by both the local townsfolk and the Druid community. It was he who facilitated the Druid's assistance to Nebo Town when he was not yet 10 years old. Zhao Mai picked up the reserve dog food and showcased it to Green. "This dog was a gift from him. He is now my loyal companion." The reserve dog barked in a timely manner, panting playfully. Green smiled, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. After several hours of interaction, he uncovered numerous inconsistencies. The newcomer, Mike, truly lacked mastery of the common tongue, yet he was not devoid of refinement. A genuine rustic would be overwhelmed by the intricate procedures and novel concepts upon first visiting the guild, rendered speechless and disoriented. However, Mike appeared to navigate with ease. even pointing out certain deficiencies in the process. Transitioning from chaos to order necessitates considerable learning, yet what form of education exists devoid of a common language? This foreigner must possess another mother tongue. His speech, though halting, occasionally bore grammatical errors, yet one could discern distinct elements from his native language. Green himself was well-versed in multiple languages and had never encountered such grammatical peculiarities. Considering the overly obedient dog, coupled with this individual's connection to Ranger Carl, Green immediately associated him with the Druid community. The enigmatic Druid tongue has always been kept secret. Perhaps this is the source of Mike's origins. The situation grew intriguing. Why did you register as a merchant rather than an adventurer? Green inquired. Merchants pay higher taxes. It seems inappropriate. Because I have goods to sell, and if possible, I wish to establish a trade route. Thus, I must register as a merchant, correct? In fact, you could entrust other merchants to sell on your behalf, which would lower your expenses. The guild scribe raised his eyes to regard the mad rat, refraining from exposing the veracity of his words. Although what Green stated held merit, factoring in taxes, entrusting merchants with sales would indeed incur lower costs. The potential decrease in profits could be significantly greater. However, the individual before him, known as Mike, was a discerning man with his own convictions, and he likely comprehended the intricacies of the situation as well. Chapter 33. The universal language was nearly mastered. Thus, Zhao Mai secured his residence in Nipo Town, transforming into a person of some standing. However, he chose to maintain a low profile, temporarily residing in a room at the Hearth Tavern, refraining from renting or purchasing property in the town. After calculating his daily expenses, he realized that without any income, his 70 gold coins would be depleted within a month, rendering him destitute, a notion that struck him as quite astonishing. The farmers of Nipo Town toil for an entire year without earning such a sum. Why, then, would he spend it so swiftly? Taking a moment to reflect, he meticulously listed all his expenditures for comparison, ultimately uncovering the underlying intricacies. Excluding housing, servants, and food, Zhao Mai found that he only required 2 or 3 gold coins a month. Furthermore, many farmers spun their own garments, thereby reducing their monetary needs even further. In a self-sufficient smallholder economy, land stands as the paramount asset. With land, one can cultivate crops to sustain oneself, erect shelters to shield from the elements, raise livestock for meat, and weave one's own clothing. Even the vicissitudes of life, from birth to death, are tended to by the goddess of life, Phalesma. Although a lord still governs, imposing strict and often fluctuating decrees, those who possess land indeed live for themselves. Owning one's own land and constructing a home has long been Zhao Mai's aspiration, which explains his eagerness to explore the possibility of acquiring a parcel of land here. However, undertaking such a venture alone is nearly implausible. Venture away from the town, and there exists unclaimed land, Green remarked, though nominally owned by various lords. The lack of cultivation and tax contributions renders these lands neglected, as the lords receive no income and thus pay little heed. If you set your sights on a particular plot, as long as you can cultivate it and pay the taxes, no one will disturb your land. Why do so few attempt this? Zhao Mai inquired. It is perilous. Green pulled up a chair at the table, gesturing for Zhao Mai to sit. As they delved into a serious discussion, wild beasts present the first challenge, though seasoned farmers can manage. More troublesome are goblins and kobolds. They swarm in numbers, often wreaking havoc before villages can establish themselves. Should one encounter orcs or gnolls, known for their formidable military organization, even seasoned adventurers may find themselves outmatched. Relying instead on the Lord's army, more often than not, they can only be driven away. Extermination is a rare occurrence. Remember, lords must also manage their own military losses. Why not employ regular patrols to deter orcs and the like? Because there are even more formidable threats. Magical beasts, aberrations, the undead, and dragons, none fear armies. In such instances, the strength of adventurers becomes more reliable, though they can only contend with 1 or 2 at a time. The ultimate power lies with the various guilds and temples. Nipo Town maintains ties with the Druidic community. Otherwise, how could it have flourished to such an extent? Every civilization possesses its unique survival skills, a realization that Zhao Mai began to appreciate. He spent an entire week engaged solely in conversation with Green, honing his command of the lingua franca while neglecting all other pursuits. Without this dedication, how could he comprehend such intricate introductions? You ought to compensate me more generously. Hiring a professional language instructor is far more expensive than employing a servant, and I have spoken so much over these days that I have gained weight. Green lifted his mug of beer once more, gulping it down heartily. Shall we switch to water instead? Zhao Mai jested. Green chuckled, ceasing his complaints. The beer was purchased with Zhao Mai's hard-earned money, and as long as he remained sober, Green could indulge himself. He was, after all, someone who relished drinking. And this arrangement was a welcome opportunity for him. Moreover, drinking provided the added bonus of conversation, allowing for any topic as long as the lingua franca was spoken slowly and with simple vocabulary. It was, indeed, the most comfortable of tasks. And Green had no reason to be dissatisfied. Zhao Mai, too, felt content. Through Green's descriptions, he connected the previously two-dimensional written words to the vibrant world around him, gradually forming a vivid, tangible image. However, the price of this vividness was a lack of funds. Green, is there a way to safely sell some goods without drawing attention? Green's drinking momentarily paused as he set down his cup, licked his lips, and replied, if it were the first day of our meeting, I would suggest you visit the Stump Grocery. They have connections with the Southern Thieves Guild, and they might fulfill your desires. But now, I would advise against such a course of action. Is it because you think I am a good person? Zhao Mai scoffed. No, it's because I find you too weak. Green shook his head. Despite your armor and weapons, your combat prowess is quite concerning. Most apprentices could easily best you. Your only advantage lies in your intelligence, which may serve you better in improvisation, but that is not a reliable trait. Against cautious opponents, your cleverness will prove futile. You are not wrong. I admit my fighting skills are lacking, but how did you discern my intelligence? Certainly from your speed of language acquisition and your formidable breadth of knowledge. Green chose to bypass that topic directly. For safety's sake, you may not wish to disclose what you intend to sell until you reach the Stump Grocery. I originally had no objection to this approach, as I would still receive my commission. However, I am now concerned that you might unveil something significant, drawing the attention of the Thieves Guild, which could lead to your demise. Thank you for your concern. Do you have any suggestions? Utilize the Guild's channels. Leveraging the contract protection of Nebo Town, I can assist you in contacting merchants, ensuring confidentiality and other pertinent details are included in the contract, which the Guild would safeguard. The fees might be higher, but the security it affords is far superior to dealing with the Thieves Guild. I believe that is what you are truly concerned about. Let me ponder this, Zhao Mai nodded. He was not a naive youth, and naturally, he would not heed only one side of the argument. He felt confident that his command of the lingua franca was sufficient for most situations, and thus prepared to make a trip to the Guild. Previously, the contract with Green was established at the Guild. Thus, he is well aware of its location and knows that there are individuals who specialize in elucidating the Guild's operational procedures. The fee of 2 gold coins for such an explanation is considerable for the average person. However, Zhao Mai deems this expenditure worthwhile. He can now comprehend the conversations around him and engage with locals using appropriate formalities, avoiding any embarrassment. He is even capable of discerning genuine beggars from spies of the Southern Thieves Guild. Green had lamented that the Thieves Guild from Southern Ideal is striving to extend its influence into the north. The Shadow Council, the ruling body of Ideal, may not possess formidable military strength, yet it relentlessly supports domestic organizations in their outward expansion, leaving one to ponder their true intentions. Regardless of whether they are authentic beggars or imposters, Zhao Mai places a copper coin in each of their small bowls, as he has verified that none of them contain a fateful gold coin. Within the verdant jungles, currency is a rarity, and fateful gold coins serve no purpose. Yet, upon arriving in a trade-centric town, he naturally keeps the previous coin on his person to facilitate the discovery of additional fateful coins. He commissioned a craftsman to create a pendant, embedding the coin within and wearing it close to his body. Zhao Mai hopes it will soon attune to other coins, thus enabling greater freedom as he traverses between the two realms. Young man, could you spare a moment to converse? Zhao Mai was unexpectedly greeted in Chinese while walking along the street. He turned to look around but found no one addressing him. Glancing at his reserves, he noticed his small dog intently fixated on a black cat by the roadside, growling softly in a display of caution. The tongue of heaven, do you remember? The cat waved its paw, reminiscent of the beckoning gesture of a common fortune cat found in shops. It then turned and slipped through a crack beneath a storefront. Raising his gaze to the signboard, he saw that the establishment dealt in various vegetables and flowers. Could it be a shop run by a druid? Zhao Mai scratched his head, picked up his small dog, and ventured inside. Chapter 34. Allow me to join you. This establishment was seldom frequented, its sparse shelves displaying a meager assortment of vegetables. Zhao Mai casually rummaged through a few items. The cucumbers were limp enough to serve as whips, while the tomatoes bore wrinkled skins, clearly exhibiting signs of dehydration. Only the potatoes and carrots, being more durable, retained a somewhat appealing appearance. The shopkeeper, a diminutive figure, had long succumbed to slumber amidst the oppressive ambience. A black cat leaped past him, deftly snagging a set of keys from his belt with its tail. The feline then vaulted over the counter, its form suddenly enlarging into that of a middle-aged man, clad in light brown leather armor. He safeguarded his legs with leather trousers and knee-high boots. A wooden staff, nearly 2 meters long, leaned against his back, and apart from that, he bore no other equipment. The transformed cat gestured for Zhao Mai to lower his voice, and then lifted a brick from the wall behind the counter, inserting the key into the cavity. With a firm clockwise twist, a concealed door in the floor silently revealed itself. The man plucked a piece of candle stub from the wall and entered first, with Zhao Mai, filled with intense curiosity, closely following. The hidden door slowly closed behind them as the man flicked his fingers, causing the candle to emit a flickering light that illuminated their path. Wooden steps led them to a basement suffused with the fragrance of wine, likely once a wine cellar. However, after its conversion into a food store, an abundance of cheese now occupied the shelves. "Could you assist me?" the middle-aged man conveyed without uttering a word, his telepathic communication proving remarkably convenient. Zhao Mai observed as he selected a large platter, picking several pieces of cheese, and, seemingly from nowhere, produced 2 pears and a bottle of wine. The 3 of them, along with the dog, then exited from the far end of the cellar. After ascending several stone steps and pushing open a sliding door, Zhao Mai found himself in a courtyard surrounded by the walls of buildings, with no other exits in sight apart from the door they had just passed through. At the center of the courtyard stood 2 ginkgo trees, their trunks intertwined through years of growth, making separation difficult. The distinction between them was evident only in their leaves. One remained vibrant green, while the other had begun to turn yellow. Beneath the trees were 2 stone stumps and 3 thick logs encircling a smooth stone slab. The man placed the cheese platter and wine on the slab, holding up 1 pear in each hand for Zhao Mai. "Which one would you like?" "Choose one." Zhao Mai casually picked one up, wiped it on his clothing, and took a bite. It had been a long time since he had tasted fruit, aside from apples. Most fruits were not capable of lasting long. The pear was juicy and sweet, truly a rare delight. "Why did you select that one instead of this?" "During our last encounter, I introduced myself. I am Joseph, the druid of Farmer S. Forest. It is a pleasure to meet you." He gestured to his face, then communicated through thought. "I know you are not fond of seeing old men, so I chose this visage to meet you." Zhao Mai extended his hand. "Hello. My name is Mike. It is a pleasure to meet you. I harbor a profound fascination for you druids, whether it be your magic or your ability to shape-shift into the forms of nature." "Oh, what more do you know about druids?" Joseph and Zhao Mai exchanged a handshake, curiosity evident in their demeanor. I am uncertain if I can articulate my thoughts clearly. However, I possess some knowledge regarding the druids' natural wisdom. Their bond with nature, their wild identity, their ability to traverse the woods without a trace, resist natural temptations, immunity to toxins, their myriad forms, and their ageless physiques. Due to the latter 2 abilities, I find it challenging to ascertain your true age." The druids were profoundly astonished. Although Zhao Mai's choice of words may not have been entirely accurate, the essence of the telepathic messages conveyed was entirely precise. This is the advantage of mental communication, enabling individuals to transcend the barriers imposed by language. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that the druids experienced a genuine sense of amazement. It indicated that this young man before them comprehended the significance of every druidic skill. Each druid, during their training, undergoes personal revelations. And as they grow older and gain experience, these insights evolve into theoretical guidance for understanding the world and transforming oneself. Through generations, druids have accumulated those insights that can aid newcomers in their growth and are most likely to yield tangible results, referring to them as skills that define the proficiency of a druid. However, this system of skills has traditionally remained internal to the druids, seldom disseminated beyond their ranks, and certainly not disclosed in such an organized manner. "Have you previously received druidic training?" Zhao Mai pondered for a moment, his expression somewhat dazed. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. He grasped that in his earlier excitement, he may have spoken too much, inadvertently leading the druid to believe they were of the same ilk. The druids are formidable, steeped in history, and can almost be regarded as the earliest spellcasters. When they first appeared, the world was one of elemental chaos and untamed nature, where even the deities had yet to establish their domains. Intelligent beings needed to harness, transform, and conquer nature, which necessitated an understanding of it. The wisdom that resides within forests, plains, mountains, rivers, and oceans represents a primordial force that predates civilization. Through the comprehension of this force, the earliest spells emerged, existing long before the concepts of arcane or divine magic. They are the essence of nature's power, with its followers and guardians being the druids. Druids possess healing abilities and can command the forces of lightning, fire, and other elements. They communicate with plants, befriend beasts, and have amassed extensive knowledge related to nature. With the assistance of the earliest druids, civilization began to take shape, and wisdom continuously accumulated. Subsequently, arcane and divine magic gradually emerged upon this foundation. Dragons mastered the earliest forms of magic, while elves systematized and expanded upon these practices. Deities began to emerge, establishing domains, spreading faith, and gathering followers. Yet, druids remained in the wilderness, appearing somewhat out of place. For Zhao Mai, the possession of extraordinary power alone was sufficient to pique his interest. Considering his circumstances, a druid endowed with healing abilities could undoubtedly provide significant assistance to his father, alleviating his suffering, which served as an overwhelming justification. The mage is invariably the most formidable, a truth well acknowledged by Zhao Mai. However, it remains uncertain how far a person accustomed to scientific reasoning can traverse the path of a mage. After over 20 years of atheism, the journey as a priest may also prove challenging. Among the three primary spellcasting professions, the druid appears to be the most approachable. My training, regrettably, came to an abrupt end. Zhao Mai spoke earnestly. I am not a native of this world. I was merely beginning to explore the theory of balance in my own realm when, by a twist of fate, I arrived here. I am eager to learn from you and to journey further along the path of nature. Please allow me to join you. Chapter 35. A subtle deception. Joseph nodded, seemingly unfazed. Given that you have already undergone preliminary training as a druid, it is only natural that you wish to pursue further instruction. Transitioning between various druid communities can be quite cumbersome. However, as you hail from another realm, this complication is conveniently bypassed. Zhao Mai adorned his face with the most sincere smile. Different druid communities possess distinct ecological environments, and consequently, various philosophies and ideologies. Might you enlighten me on the principles of your original community? Who could possibly know? Zhao Mai fabricated his origins, and now he must confront scrutiny. He licked his lips, his mind racing. What theme should he choose? Let industrialism be cast aside, long live nature? This seemed overly radical, unlikely to resonate as mainstream. Moreover, Joseph was currently in Nebo Town, where the druid community maintained a cordial relationship with the town. Such a slogan would not be fitting. Discovering one's balance. Exploring the truths of nature? This notion, though universally applicable, felt excessively abstract, perhaps too esoteric for a more secular druid community, resembling more the ethos of hermits. Zhao Mai did not wish to be perceived merely as a researcher and thinker. His primary objective remained the acquisition of healing spells. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Being a druid is not merely a profession, it embodies a culture, complete with its own worldview and methodology. It draws close to nature, embracing the wilderness, and seeks to understand the path of balance in the world. However, when it comes to the path of balance, even the most humble druid is not in a position to lay claim to it. Our guiding principle is the way follows nature. The highest virtue is like water. If not for the reliance on telepathy, these 8 characters could never be translated into a common tongue. The moment Zhao Mai uttered these words, Joseph felt as though struck by lightning. His entire consciousness became empty. All perceptions of the external world dissolved into nothingness, leaving only those 8 characters, the way follows nature. The highest virtue is like water. Countless insights surged through his thoughts like an unending tide. Those 8 characters seemed to encapsulate boundless wisdom. He felt acutely aware that this information was the essence of essences, containing the supreme truth, yet he could not grasp it, unable to transform it into his own understanding. It was as if he had entered a mountain of gold. Even the slightest acquisition would render him affluent and fulfilled. Yet, an invisible wall stood between him and that wealth, leaving him with an endless sense of regret and nostalgia. Joseph struggled to breathe, his face flushed crimson, until Zhao Mai noticed something amiss and gently called him back to reality, allowing him to regain his composure. The druid gasped for air, abandoning any semblance of restraint. Clutching Zhao Mai's sleeve, and implored, "What did that phrase mean?" It is difficult to articulate. It represents an understanding. I can only recount it in my own words, and I cannot yet translate it into the common tongue. Would you like to hear it? Stop with the preamble. Just tell me. Oh, Zhao Mai chuckled inwardly, then shook his head and feigned a state of rapture, quoting a portion of the Tao Te Ching. deliberately reversing the order. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The named can be named, yet the nameless is the eternal essence. From the Tao flows the one births the two give rise to the three, and the three engender all things. All entities bear the yin while embracing the yang, harmonizing through the vital breath. The highest virtue resembles water, which benefits myriad beings without contention. Residing in places that others disdain, thus approaching the Tao. One must dwell in a good location, possess a heart as profound as the abyss, embody kindness, speak with sincerity, govern with righteousness, act with capability, and move at the right moment. It is only through non-contention that one is free from blame. Joseph had scarcely absorbed these words when he abruptly withdrew. He gently stroked, often pulling away some old fur. The newly sprouted hair felt slightly coarser than before, yet remained pleasing to the touch. The puppy, fondly named Reserve Grain, loved to nestle beneath Zhao Mai's palm, seeking his gentle caress on its back. If Zhao Mai was preoccupied, Reserve Grain would nuzzle against his feet, showing no particular preference. It gradually matured, and once it had shed all its baby teeth, it could be deemed a fully grown dog. Reserve Grain did not resemble dog meat, neither in face nor tail. Its breed seemed akin to a golden retriever. While Reserve Grain had initially appeared similar to a soft, floppy Akita, however, as its limbs developed, it began to lose its adorably foolish appearance, resembling more of a rural dog. Yet for Zhao Mai, this was of little consequence. As long as it remained by his side, that was sufficient. Reserve Grain, do you think I could join the Druids? If I were to learn to forge a bond with nature, I would undoubtedly choose you as my animal companion. Just as Carl chose dogmeat. Woof. Reserve Grain licked Zhao Mai's hand and then rolled over, exposing its belly. As Zhao Mai scratched the soft flesh of its abdomen, Reserve Grain kicked its hind legs in delight. It felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Eternally reluctant to part from Zhao Mai. With this master, it had witnessed landscapes unseen before and received unparalleled affection. Its only concern was that its master might be too weak, necessitating its protection. It would be unfortunate should an accidental misfortune befall him. The scene of man and dog at play caught Joseph's eye. As a seasoned druid, his body was remarkably resilient. Even when struck unconscious, he would soon awaken. The recent narrative from Mike had delivered a profound impact, even shaking the core of his natural spirit, a rare occurrence indeed. He yearned to glean more information from Zhao Mai. But first, he needed to ascertain whether this individual possessed the potential to become a druid. The sole criterion for such potential lay in the ability to coexist harmoniously with nature-esque creatures. Thus, upon regaining consciousness, Joseph refrained from speaking immediately, opting instead to observe the interaction between Zhao Mai and his pet. Even if Zhao Mai could disguise his character and integrity, the dog could not. Its emotions were always genuine. The rapport between the man and the dog displayed a remarkable harmony, confirming Zhao Mai's eligibility to become a druid. Having come to this realization, Joseph feigned a yawn as if just awakening. Chapter 36. It settled then upon hearing your words. I found them profoundly enlightening, igniting my contemplation of nature and effortlessly ushering me into a meditative state. I am truly grateful. Joseph stroked his chin, as if feeling the presence of a beard. Realizing he was not in the form of an elder, he could only manage an awkward smile. If I could continue my studies within your druid community, and if my command of the common tongue were to improve, I would be willing to share these experiences. Zhao Mai generously stated, however, I can only recite. My understanding is still lacking, and I may not fully convey my thoughts. That is more than sufficient. Joseph waved his hand, conjuring moisture from the air, which crystallized into a delicate frost flower. Each individual perceives nature differently. Perhaps it is a matter of perspective or the paths one takes, resulting in varied vistas. Some gaze upon the birds in the sky, others focus on the creatures upon the earth, while some pay heed to the winds among the trees and the soil beneath the grasses. My interest lies in water, encompassing rain, snow, frost, and hail. The notion you mentioned, that the highest virtue is akin to water, resonates deeply with me. I would be delighted to introduce you to the druid community and act as your sponsor. What do you think? That would be most welcome, Zhao Mai replied. I wish to commence my studies as soon as possible, yet I am unfamiliar with the local customs. Allow me to ponder. Joseph mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the stone table. The typical path to cultivating a druid begins with caring for the community's animals, familiarizing oneself with their habits, and guiding them to attune to the essence of nature. Following this, one would cultivate herbs, understanding the characteristics of flora and acquiring knowledge in the art of healing. This process generally spans 2 to 3 years, although some exceptionally gifted individuals may complete it in about a year and a half. Subsequently, one would delve into the theories of nature, practice meditation, and grasp the nuances of spells. If this process were to be adhered to, it would be 2 to 3 years before Mike would engage with the theoretical aspects of spells and begin learning the Druidic language. Among all tongues, Druidic is remarkably unique, if not singular. Other languages can be learned by anyone willing to teach, regardless of whether one is a warrior, priest, or mage. However, mastery of Druidic is attainable solely by those who become Druids. This language intertwines with the Druidic philosophy, beliefs, and magical prowess, making it challenging to separate. It serves as a specialized medium for Druids to articulate their thoughts, elucidate the laws of nature, and share profound insights. If Joseph wishes to comprehend the essence of the Druid community that Mike once belonged to, he must ensure that Mike swiftly acquires the local Druidic language. You already possess a foundational understanding. You need not start from scratch. I see that you interact well with animals. Do you have any insights regarding plant care? Indeed. I have studied the relevant knowledge, Zhao Mai acknowledged, following Joseph's lead. I am acquainted with numerous plants, aware of their habits, and knowledgeable of some that may serve as medicinal resources. However, this world differs in many respects from my own, and to err on the side of caution. I am open to beginning anew. What a waste of time. Oh, that is unnecessary. I believe you should strive to self-learn. Repetition is merely a squander of precious moments, is it not? I shall heed your advice. Zhao Mai displayed remarkable obedience. He is capable of learning spells. Zhao Mai endeavored to suppress his excitement, hastily nodding in agreement. Truly, I am fortunate. My journey in search of you was not in vain. Joseph exhaled with relief and said to Zhao Mai, I am glad I stood my ground. Otherwise, I would have missed out on such a promising talent like you. Could you enlighten me about our Druid community? The use of our significantly elevated Joseph's fondness for Zhao Mai. He was not a pureblood human. Endowed with a unique telepathic ability, he had been deemed a freak and abandoned. Even after being adopted by the Druids, he remained quite isolated. In his childhood, he often struggled to control this ability, either overwhelmed by the cacophony of others' thoughts or unable to keep his own thoughts private, involuntarily projecting them into the minds of those around him. Consequently, others shunned him, interacting with him only with coldness and severity. As he matured, he gained control over his telepathic abilities, eliminating the childhood mishaps. The benefits of his gift gradually began to manifest. Combined with Druidic knowledge, he could communicate telepathically with animals, making him exceptionally adept at training animal companions and commanding them in battle. Although he took pride in his abilities, he also garnered a measure of jealousy from his peers. This envy did not escalate into malicious actions, but it did intensify his feelings of isolation and indifference. Few of his contemporaries were his friends. The younger generation regarded him with respect and aloofness, lacking a sense of camaraderie. Our Druid community is known as the Walkers of the Void, with a central philosophy focused on bridging the divide between humanity and nature, representing a notably gentle and tolerant faction. The idea of unity between humanity and nature? Joseph shivered slightly, a refreshing surge coursing from his toes to the crown of his head, inducing a sensation of lightheadedness. His pores opened wide, inhaling the essence of nature. If this continues, it might become addictive. Gradually, he may find it difficult to part with this young man. Keeping him close for instruction? Perhaps that is a prudent idea, yet fraught with risk. Until he has mastered the Druidic language, Mike may struggle to articulate his intentions accurately, and the distortions introduced by his telepathy could lead to misunderstandings, adversely affecting the natural heart he has cultivated. It would be wiser to maintain the current state. One should not be greedy. He is aware of the proverb regarding hastening growth. Once you arrive, you will gradually come to understand. He quickly sidestepped this topic. The last time we sensed the fluctuations of natural forces, we knew something significant was occurring. The elders of the Druid Circle detected you through the changes in the energy of the air, and I cast a spell to communicate with you. At that moment, I perceived your potential, yet the elders believed they had erred in their pursuit. Is there anything I can assist you with? Zhao Mai inquired with enthusiasm. Chapter 37. Oh. Thief purchasing a few eggs was a trivial task that he accomplished effortlessly, although he was uncertain of the quantity to acquire. His overwhelming joy caused him to forget to inquire. Nonetheless, eggs were inexpensive too for a copper coin, so he procured 30 and conveniently bought a basket as well. The rotund proprietor of the Hearthstone Inn spotted Zhao Mai and greeted him warmly with a wave. Their daily encounters at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, coupled with their frequent comings and goings, had fostered a bond akin to that of neighbors. What is the occasion for buying so many eggs? Do you find my eggs unsatisfactory? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Mai ascended the staircase. The pantry dog, with its keen nose, sniffed the air and suddenly barked, bounding up the stairs with great haste. Zhao Mai set down the eggs, unsheathed his short sword, and followed suit. The door to the room stood ajar, revealing a scene of disarray, with signs of rummaging evident throughout. The pantry dog swiftly inspected every corner, while Zhao Mai directly lifted the bedclothes. Indeed, the bag of fine salt that had been tucked beneath the bed was conspicuously absent. It was evident that a thief had been at work. While the fine salt was costly, its production cost was laughably low, so Zhao Mai's loss was minimal. The truly valuable items, the mobile phone, car keys, fortune coins, and the universal language dictionary, were always on his person. The first suspect that came to mind was the cunning Greens, whom he had mentioned just the day prior. Contemplating the sale of certain items through untraceable means, it was easy to deduce that such valuables could be considered spoils, particularly those that were small in size yet high in worth. For over 2 weeks, Greens had visited daily, laboring late into the night, effortlessly gleaning insights into the situation. Even if he had not noticed the salt beneath the bed before, after Zhao Mai posed his inquiry, he might very well have sought it out. Aside from the bag of salt, nothing else had been taken from the room, not even the axe resting on the table, which spoke volumes. Yet, why had the room been left in such a chaotic state instead of being methodically searched? From their interactions, it was clear that Greens was an astute individual, devoid of any overtly greedy tendencies. If he had set his sights on that bag of salt, never mind speculating on his potential actions. The pressing concern was for Zhao Mai to determine how to proceed. Oliang, come here and take a whiff of this place. There was a leather pouch for salt here. Can you discern its whereabouts now? The stout proprietor appeared momentarily taken aback, a palpable irritation crossing his face. He promptly set down his belongings, wiped his hands on his apron, and thundered up to the second floor. Zhao Mai need not accompany him in matters such as these. A well-connected innkeeper would handle the situation with greater ease than he could. The esteemed druid was now eager to ascertain who had dared to infringe upon his domain to take the necessary precautions. The pantry dog scurried along the street, weaving through narrow alleys, venturing farther from the town center. The townsfolk regarded the sudden appearance of the man and his dog with suspicion and caution. Zhao Mai maintained his focus on the surroundings, assessing the identities and capabilities of those nearby, ever prepared for any unforeseen events. The main thoroughfare of Nebo Town is impeccably clean and orderly, bustling with people beneath the clear daylight. Adventurers registered with the guild remain ever vigilant, their eyes scanning for any potential troublemakers, ever poised to seize a bounty should the opportunity arise. This place, without a doubt, is safe. However, in the shadowy alleys, narrow and dimly lit, where few dare to tread, becoming a victim is never a fortunate circumstance, regardless of whether justice can be served afterward. One should hasten through such areas. A lone individual and his dog swiftly traversed half the town, arriving at a house with a small private courtyard. The provisioner gestured, indicating that the package of salt had indeed been brought here without a doubt. This was a quaint 2-story building with a fireplace, likely featuring a small attic beneath its pointed roof. The doors and windows were tightly shut, heavy curtains blocking out the warm sunlight and prying eyes. The courtyard, enclosed by a waist-high iron fence, was cultivated with onions and carrots. There were no guard dogs, only a rusted sign that read, "Private property, trespassers beware." A similar sign could also be seen affixed to the front door. Zhao Mai, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, paced before the entrance. He had gathered the intentions of the occupants, thus he summoned the provisioner and departed without delay. The 3 spies from the Iron Claw Guild lowered the curtain, sighing in disappointment. "All right, let us gather our things. That fellow is rather cautious and did not approach," one with a sharp face and diminutive stature remarked, lowering his crossbow with a sense of dismay. Could it be that he sensed our presence? The leader, a middle-aged man, shook his head. "That is unlikely. I suspect he is merely wary of the potential trouble he may face, hence his retreat. He may seek assistance, so remain vigilant, understand? There will always be individuals with extraordinary talents, much like our guild leader," the man admonished. "You are too greedy. We have a mission at hand, yet you attempt to pilfer. If we delay the guild leader's affairs, we shall have much to answer for. That won't happen." The sharp-faced dwarf replied with a grin. "I overheard them discussing a haul of items, and to my surprise, it turned out to be a bag of elven alchemical salt, weighing a remarkable 13.5 pounds, worth over 800 gold coins." "Very well, I grasp your intentions," the middle-aged man remarked. "Since no one has perished, A mere theft should not attract undue attention from the town. It remains a manageable risk. In fact, if that lad had blundered inside, eliminating him would have been the most favorable outcome. This town is quite splendid. As long as a sign stating no trespassing is posted, any intruder's demise would be in vain. I absolutely relish this regulation. Chief, isn't that rule meant to deter thieves? That individual is known as the Mad Rat. Once a notorious con artist who caused losses to all who encountered him. For reasons unknown, he has since retired from gambling, managing to escape unscathed. The dwarf confided to his partner, I shall accompany you to persuade him. Should he refuse to cooperate, that would be tantamount to wanting to engage in a black market deal. According to the rules, he ought to be dealt with swiftly. Please proceed with the arrangements. The middle-aged man waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates to attend to their tasks as he contemplated the plan further. Chapter 38. Oh, please don't do that. Green widened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed innocently at the robber across from him. He had mastered this expression during his time as a card player, effortlessly diverting the attention of his opponents. Sure enough, after a brief moment, the young guard watching over him averted his gaze, aimlessly scanning the room. This chamber offered little of interest. It was merely a windowless basement once used for storage. Since the house had transitioned from a residence to a rental, the original clutter had been cleared away, leaving only the imprints of former cabinets and a few damaged wooden planks in the corners. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Green deftly maneuvered his slender fingers to shift the ropes binding him, gradually bringing the knots within his control. Maintaining his smile and unwavering gaze, his nimble fingers worked tirelessly. Once he discerned the method of his captor's bindings, Green silently loosened the knots, swiftly fashioning a loop that he could manipulate. In the event of danger, a mere flick of his wrist would suffice to liberate him from his constraints. The theft of Mike's belongings had placed Green in a most precarious situation, particularly since Mike had inquired just 2 days prior about potential avenues for trade. After painstakingly establishing his reputation and credibility within the town, and finally escaping his past as a gambler to embark on a new life, was he to be undone by this band of bumbling thieves? Indeed, they were aptly named. From their conversations, Green pieced together the unfolding events. This group sought a window from which to surveil a target but had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Though the thieves were yet unaware of their own appearance, Green deduced from their voices that one of them, a small stature man, had brazenly forced open Mike's door and strode inside. The tools belonging to the middle-aged man in the correct room would not simply migrate to Mike's quarters. So the thieves rummaged about, ultimately discovering a bag of salt. It seemed they realized their error and hastily departed. As for the target they intended to observe and the purpose of their actions, Green remained indifferent. His sole concern was that bag of salt. Now that he had gauged the number and equipment of his adversaries, he could contemplate taking action. Footsteps echoed from beyond the wooden door, heralding the arrival of 2 more individuals. Green maintained his original expression, quickening his heartbeat through controlled breathing to heighten his physical anticipation. His hands, in particular, were his greatest asset. With a creak, the intruders stepped inside. Within the basement now lay a crossbow, 2 short swords, a spear, a whip, and an unknown quantity of throwing knives. Could you kindly return what you have taken from me? Green inquired. You are engaged in significant matters. Surely these trifles hold no value for you? Oh, splendid. I assure you, I shall remain silent and return to seek you out in a week, replied the dwarf, the corners of his mouth curling in a sneer, internally mocking the one who failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. A week? They would be long gone in an hour. Very well, let us agree on that. You may leave now. Please wait a moment. I need to keep him occupied for a few minutes. Another thief licked his lips, casting a chilling, peculiar glance at Green. He unbuttoned his jacket, revealing a hairy and muscular chest. I wish to converse further with this once renowned gambler. Do you know who I am? Green blinked. A few thieves exchanged glances, chuckling softly. Some of us have witnessed your prowess at the gaming table. It was truly enviable. If it were not for your past as a thief, we would never afford you this opportunity. The Iron Claw Guild is eager for you to rejoin our ranks without the need for risk. All we require is for you to oversee a game or 2 and ensure no one cheats. I will consider it. I just hope you keep your word. I am not inclined towards that path at the moment. You will change your mind. The muscular thief chuckled twice, impatiently shooing his companions away. He then closed the wooden door, his gaze lingering between Green's legs. I wonder how long you can endure. I eagerly anticipate a surprise from you. I don't think this is a wise idea. Green loosened the rope behind his back, calmly wrapping it around his hand. Yet, his eyes were filled with panic, a mixture of astonishment and fear. I relish your current expression. The muscular thief crouched down, his hand reaching up from Green's knee. In just a few minutes, you will surely find yourself bending. Green was determined not to allow those hands to reach his vulnerable areas, for that would surely offend the sensibilities of the discerning reader. His arms whirled like windmills, wrapping the rope around his adversary's neck while simultaneously tying a knot to press against the thief's throat. The sudden turn of events caught the muscular thief completely off guard. The last breath of air escaped him in a hoarse, low gasp. He reached out in an attempt to grab Green, but the cunning rodent had anticipated this move, rolling over his opponent's shoulder to hide behind him. With his knee pressed firmly against the center of his adversary's back, he yanked the rope with force. The muscular thief, in a flurry of panic, toppled a chair, losing his opportunity to use it as a weapon and his only chance of escape. The rope tightened significantly, eliciting a bone-crunching sound from his neck. Green showed no signs of easing his grip. His agile hands had transformed into a vice, capable of crushing even steel. Fury surged within him, and he tightened his hold, seething internally. Knowing my identity, you cannot leave. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my current life. Moreover, you vile creature, how dare you attempt such a thing? If you succeed, how will I survive thereafter? Yet, from his lips escaped a sound that could send shivers down anyone's spine, a blend of despair and terror. Oh, this cannot be. How could this happen? You. Please stop. The sound filtered through the door, faintly reaching the ears of the other thieves. They exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 39. The discovery of a coin. What he desired most was a crossbow, a weapon of considerable power and convenience. He had long envied the ranger Carl, who carried a crossbow with him at all times. With no opportunity to practice archery or the use of slings, the crossbow had become his optimal choice. After browsing several blacksmith shops and examining the wares in the marketplace, Zhao Mai was perplexed to discover that there were no crossbows available locally. This was utterly illogical. There had to be an underlying issue. As the easiest ranged weapon to learn, there would undoubtedly be significant demand from both adventurers and farmers alike. Could it be that demand had not fostered a market? Oh, the crossbow. Almost all the shopkeepers responded with a similar air of indifference. We have none in stock, but if you truly wish to procure one, I can place an order for you. However, only a few crossbows are released each year, and they do not come cheaply. Are you certain you can afford it? Wasn't the price for a light crossbow 35 gold coins and for a heavy crossbow 50 gold coins? This pricing was derived from the cost of other weapons. Although there may be some discrepancies, the prices in Nebo Town were generally stable. 15 gold coins for a longsword, 75 gold coins for a longbow. Considering factors such as production costs, the prices he mentioned seemed reasonable. Unfortunately, you have come at an inopportune time. The shopkeeper remained unmoved. If one desired a crossbow, an order must be placed. That was the established rule. If one insisted on immediate availability, negotiation was possible, but 200 gold coins would be a fair sum. Alternatively, one could seek out the guild and purchase from other adventurers, which was another option. After the theft of his salt, Zhao Mai found himself with less than 40 gold coins, sufficient for a light crossbow for self-defense under ordinary circumstances. However, the events unfolding in the shop appeared to be a blatant act of price manipulation due to a monopolized supply. Alone, Zhao Mai was unable to contend with the collusion of the shopkeepers. As for purchasing from other adventurers, one would likely incur additional costs. Who would be foolish enough to sell at this moment? The most prudent solution to this predicament would naturally involve gathering a batch of reasonably priced crossbows and flooding the market. Yet, such an action would inevitably alert the local authorities. After all, a crossbow is a weapon, not something that anyone can manufacture, stockpile, or transport freely. It was difficult to ascertain whether the merchant's actions were influenced by those in power or if they were operating under direct orders from such figures. Should he resort to purchasing a sling for the time being? Or perhaps practice with throwing knives? Zhao Mai shook his head, temporarily dismissing these thoughts. He decided to continue exploring, for fortune might yet smile upon him. In addition to the shops lining the streets, there were also several vendors with stalls. A simple mat displayed their gathered or hunted treasures, while others sold various homemade delicacies. Due to a lack of spices, the food appeared enticing, yet its aroma and flavor left much to be desired. Spotting a vendor selling skewered meat, he found himself questioning the source of the meat on the skewer, all the while reminiscing about the spicy, salted, and cumin-laden lamb skewers from Earth. Suddenly, the fateful coin reacted, growing warm and vibrating against Zhao Mai's chest. He took a few steps back, causing the vibration to cease, but as he moved forward, the intensity increased. So this is how this thing is used. With a spark of excitement in his heart, Zhao moved towards the direction of the strongest vibrations. he beheld a dwarf, standing at approximately 1 meter 40 in height, yet possessing a girth and robustness surpassing that of a 2-meter-tall human. His thick brown hair and equally bushy brown beard intertwined, presenting him as regal as a lion. The lightly clad dwarf sported a semicircular iron helmet entangled in his hair and donned a craftsman's uniform, gripping a double-barreled shotgun. Wait a moment. Zhao rubbed his eyes, questioning his vision. 2 elongated black barrels, a dark wooden grip, and 2 independent fuses. This was undeniably a dwarf's firearm. Has technology advanced to such an extent? Zhao stroked his chin, resolved to engage in conversation. One reason was to acquire some fake coins, while the other was his curiosity about the firearm. The dwarf, Sork, proudly presented his creation, yearning for acceptance among humans. His own dwarf clan was steeped in tradition, exhibiting a poor receptiveness to new innovations, leaving his ideas unsupported. Hearing that Nebo Town was the most open and inclusive place in the northern realm of Graylian, he undertook a long journey to seek his fortune. The locals were willing to allow him to demonstrate his weapon, even gathering several merchants to observe. However, at the pivotal moment, his firearm failed to fire. Lacking validation, he faced ridicule, leading him to question whether he had erred, inciting the disdain of the dwarf god. Perhaps he should concentrate on hammers and battle axes instead of attempting to invent a firearm. Hey, dwarf, I am quite intrigued by the weapon in your possession. May we converse? Zhao inquired, weighing his purse. I reside not far from here at the Hearth Hotel, where the stews are delightful and the ale is sweet. I sincerely invite you. Do you have time now? Certainly, Sork replied, seemingly without suspicion, readily acquiescing to Zhao's request. Anyone who had sniffed the stored provisions and showed no sign of hostility could be deemed trustworthy. It is said that individuals emit different scents depending on their emotions, and animals with keen olfactory senses can discern anger, joy, sorrow, and hostility from these aromas. Although the accuracy of such judgments is uncertain, and the possibility of wrongful accusations exists, Zhao had no better alternatives and chose to trust his loyal companion. As they walked, they exchanged introductions. Zhao adhered to his usual narrative, expressing that his command of the common tongue was lacking, and hoped the dwarf would be understanding. Sork, with his robust beard, was viewed by the humans he interacted with as a full-grown adult, often receiving less courtesy. Little did they know he had only just reached adulthood. Zhao's friendliness quickly fostered a harmonious atmosphere, and before they could delve into serious discussions, the dwarf had already begun to warm to this amiable human. Upon arriving at the Hearth Hotel, they found no sign of the plump proprietor, only the chef, who, taking advantage of the lull before mealtime, was temporarily serving at the counter. Zhao procured a small barrel of ale, approximately 15 liters, which he promptly placed beside their table. The clear foam overflowed from the oak goblet, invigorating the dwarf's spirits immensely. Let us first raise a toast to our elders, our family, and those who care for us. We shall attend to other matters later. Sok, parched with thirst, yearned to immerse his entire face in the cup and drink heartily. The aroma lingered in his mouth, while a refreshing sensation coursed from his throat down to his belly, radiating throughout his limbs. He set down his cup and noticed that Zhao Mai's glass was equally empty, prompting him to admire Zhao Mai's remarkable capacity for drink. However, Zhao Mai was oblivious to the dwarf's raised middle finger, as he was intently gazing towards the entrance of the tavern. In that moment, a rather disheveled green entered, one arm hanging awkwardly, while in the other he clutched a leather pouch, the very one used for storing salt. Chapter 40. Firearms and Flames. The figure of Grim stood at the tavern's entrance, the setting sun casting a warm orange glow around his silhouette. He remained silent, as still as a statue. Zhao Mai rose from his seat, pulled out a chair beside him, and gestured for Grim to take a seat. I have been pondering your whereabouts. It is a relief to see you are unharmed. Zhao Mai took the salt bag, tossing it onto the table without a glance. He reached out to touch Grim's drooping right shoulder, eager to assess the extent of his injury. Judging by Grim's grimace, the injury appeared rather severe. You have dislocated it, but I can remedy that. With the spirit of camaraderie, the dwarf Sork stepped forward, seizing Grim's arm and giving it a firm jerk. It seemed a reckless act, but after a few cracking sounds accompanied by Grim's exclamations of pain, he found he could elevate his shoulder and move it somewhat normally again. Thank you, good Sir Dwarf. Your skills are commendable. Sork chuckled, his beard curling slightly. It is nothing. Having swung a pickaxe often led to my own dislocations, rendering me quite the adept in this regard. Just be cautious in the coming days, avoid straining it, and rest well. Zhao Mai nodded in agreement. Grim, I appreciate your kindness. Let us sit and share a drink. My grasp of the common tongue is lacking, and I shall require your assistance in translation. Very well. It is part of my duties, and you have compensated me for my services. Recalling the matter at hand, the dwarf placed his firearm upon the table. The heavy metal barrel thudded down with a resounding thump, startling Zhao Mai into thinking it had discharged. However, Grimm did not seem perturbed, indicating he was unfamiliar with such a device. You claim to be acquainted with firearms, yet I find that hard to believe. I have not seen you at the merchants before, thus I must test your knowledge. Sork, proud of his invention, held high standards even for those he respected. Do you know how to operate this contraption? To be frank, Zhao Mai had never fired a gun. At least, he had never used one propelled by explosives. Water guns and such hardly counted. Yet, despite his lack of practical experience, his theoretical understanding far surpassed that of this world. He lifted the gun, adopting a stance that even caused the dwarf to feel a tinge of envy. Weighing it in his hands, he aimed it at eye level, realizing he would have to shoot without any sights. This firearm utilized a breech-loading mechanism, akin to a genuine double-barreled shotgun, and by activating a lever, the barrels could be tilted downward. What do you load into it? May I take a look? The dwarf retrieved a small pouch from behind him, opening it to reveal its contents before Zhao Mai. Grimm leaned in with curiosity, but the assortment of round balls and small paper packets revealed little. Gently pinching one of the paper packets, Zhao Mai discovered it to be somewhat damp. Upon inspection, he confirmed his suspicion. These are soaked. How could you possibly fire the iron balls? Does this sort of thing fear water? Sork inquired, astonished. It soon became clear that Sork had lived underground all his life, never having witnessed rain, and his work was situated far from any water source. After acquiring this explosive concoction, he merely relied on the intuition of a craftsman for modifications, never conducting any environmental tests. During his travels on the ground, Sork was elated to witness the rain and consequently drenched the gunpowder. If it could still be ignited by a match, it would indeed be a grand farce. This firearm possesses numerous aspects ripe for enhancement, including the firing mechanism, loading process, ammunition, and sealing techniques. This is not a task that can be accomplished in haste. I believe it could serve as a lifelong endeavor, even considering the lifespan of dwarves. Perfecting such a weapon may require 1 or 2 generations. The phrase he most longed to hear was that this constitutes a magnificent lifelong pursuit. He considered himself a genius craftsman. However, crafting swords and hammers did not provide him with a profound sense of achievement, as these were not his inventions. Only this musket, if promising, could potentially elevate him to the status of a master through diligent study. I am not a craftsman, but I can speak from the perspective of a user. Zhao Mai addressed the dwarf, saying, the operation of this gun, involving opening the mechanism, loading the projectile, adding gunpowder, pressing down the match, and then aiming, seems overly cumbersome. Would it not be far more convenient if you could use moisture-resistant, combustible, and low-residue paper to prepare the ammunition and gunpowder together? But then, wouldn't the gunpowder and projectile become mixed? The trajectory would be difficult to ensure. You could encase them within a paper tube, separated by a layer of paper in the middle. Mark the ends with paint to prevent incorrect assembly, and thus all issues would be resolved. The dwarf's eyes widened in realization, his mouth forming a perfect oval. After a few seconds, he supported his chin with his hand, finally managing to close his mouth. Even after consuming an entire barrel of fine wine, Sork would not have experienced such a dizzying sensation. He felt inspiration surging within him like a volcanic eruption. With his hands, arms, and every muscle quaking, eager to commence work. Your suggestion is remarkably astute. I can only propose some improvements. As for their feasibility, I am uncertain. Zhao Mai replied candidly, moreover, you could incorporate a sighting mechanism. 2 fixed protrusions would suffice, allowing for eye alignment to ascertain the direction of the muzzle. Neither crossbows nor bows can achieve this. Perhaps this is the direction for future development. Once again, the dwarf's mouth gaped wide open, his admiration for Zhao Mai reaching an unprecedented height. Should he offer even better ideas, Sork contemplated, he would regard him as a lifelong mentor. May I call you teacher? Sork exclaimed, leaping off his chair and rushing around the table, embracing Zhao Mai's waist. Zhao Mai, for the first time, understood the sensation of being trapped beneath a landslide. His heart, lungs, and stomach surged towards his throat, as if his intestines were about to be forced out. Infuriatingly, the reserve grain joyfully wagged its tail, panting with excitement, offering no assistance. Ultimately, it was Green who spoke, prompting the dwarf to release Zhao Mai. Teacher, your inspiration has profoundly impacted me. I am eager to put these ideas into practice. Zhao Mai took a moment to gather his thoughts and carefully chose his words before speaking to the dwarf, I can merely offer suggestions, as my practical skills are rather lacking. At most, I could assist you with ideas during your design process. If there were a blacksmith shop available, how long do you think it would take you to forge a new firearm? Well, if all the materials are at hand, including a furnace, an anvil, molds, and a few assistants, perhaps 2 or 3 days, then what are we waiting for? Gather everything. I shall tackle this challenge, Zhao Mai assured him. Rest assured. Chapter 41. Cross-border partners. The dwarf, with an innocent expression, produced his pouch of coins and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed it to Zhao Mai. Green, with his mouth half open, seemed poised to voice his thoughts, but ultimately swallowed his words. During his most prosperous days, Green had wagered thousands of gold coins at every gaming table. Although the value of this pouch of salt was not insignificant, it hardly reached such heights. What concerned him was akin to the dwarf Sork's desire for recognition. However, Green possessed greater social acumen and was not as obsessively fixated on a single matter as the dwarf. Thus, he inquired, "Why do this?" Zhao Mai then opened the dwarf's pouch and rummaged through it, extracting a gold coin. Naturally, the fateful coin. I shall keep this coin as my reward for the suggestion. Even among close brothers, one must account for expenses. The dwarf raised his cup and exclaimed, "To friendship, to our endeavors." Though it seemed inappropriate to accept half a pouch of salt, to decline would be somewhat disingenuous. Thus, it was wiser to convert it into coin for reinvestment. Green addressed Zhao Mai, saying, "The evening is still young. I can finalize this matter before the guild closes, and then I will contact the blacksmith. By tomorrow morning, we should be ready to commence work." Zhao Mai, taken aback, pointed to the salt and asked, "Is this truly easy to manage?" "Initially, I was unaware of what you intended to sell and thought it might be complicated. Once I realized it was this commodity, I understood I had overthought it. Salt is not hazardous. No one cares or is concerned about its origin. Moreover, everyone requires salt, ensuring a steady market. If conditions are met, it can be directly entrusted to the guild for sale. The guild will charge a modest commission but will promptly settle the payment. There are historical market prices for salt that can be referenced, and everyone has a rough estimate in mind. The guild would not deceive us. Then it's settled. You attend to your tasks while I consult the dictionary, striving to master the relevant professional terminology. And then I will collaborate with Sork to compile a list of additional items we may require. It seems we will be working late into the night." But Zhao Mai raised his cup to us. To us. The 3 cups clinked together with a resounding crash, foam flying in all directions, blending together. The trio then dispersed to carry out their respective duties. The boisterous Green set about handling various errands, while the other 2 busied themselves at the hotel. Dwarf Sork, viewing Zhao Mai as both mentor and friend, naturally did not hold back, insisting on treating him to a feast. "I require a substantial amount of food to replenish my strength, and it would be best to have some reserves. I've previously assessed the human blacksmith shop. It pales in comparison to ours. Thus, I must be well fed and hydrated to perform my tasks effectively. That is no issue. Inviting others to dine is a favorite activity among the Chinese, perhaps even deserving of the utmost praise. This time, eat heartily. And if you could craft a firearm for me, that would be even better. That is certainly feasible." Dwarf Sork chuckled. "You need a firearm for self-defense. You are quite feeble." "Huh. Is it so obvious that I am weak?" "Indeed, it is apparent that you have immersed yourself in books far too much, resulting in a severe lack of physical exercise. In order to wield a firearm, one must also cultivate considerable arm strength, ideally achieving shoulders as robust as mine. Your legs are not nearly as formidable. What is an elephant?" The dwarf scoffed. "Never mind what an elephant is. I have little concern for small creatures. However, I do care. In just 5 days, I shall commence my training as a druid, during which I will delve into the knowledge of flora and fauna, alongside the study of magic. Becoming stronger is not solely reliant on physical training. A druid, I must congratulate you. We dwarves also have subterranean druids who assist us in excavating tunnels, maintaining the ecosystem underground, and providing sustenance. Without them, we would find ourselves bereft of food. Druids are indeed formidable. If I treat you to a meal now, does that make me a druid?" That certainly does not qualify, not in the slightest." The dwarf chuckled until his eyes narrowed to slits. "At most, it counts for a smidgen." Observing the dwarf adeptly using his stout fingers to delineate a gap the width of a hair, I was reassured of his prowess as a blacksmith. Zhao Mai perused the dictionary left to him by the celestial being, for the first time appreciating its immense utility. Previously, he had merely sought out everyday vocabulary, but upon encountering various chemical terms and professional jargon, he discovered they too were translated. Furthermore, it thoughtfully provided methods to convey these terms accurately to the local populace. He meticulously transcribed entire sentences, learning word by word. Though this did not equate to acquiring practical skills, it would aid in comprehending the alchemical philosophies of this world. Any avid reader of web novels is aware of black powder, which has become the quintessential choice for conquering foreign realms, a technological behemoth. Yet, Zhao Mai did not believe that without the support of an industrialized system, black powder possessed any overwhelming capability in the face of meteor storms. Even if aerial weaponry were to be employed, what could it achieve against interdimensional assaults? Observing the dwarf voraciously consuming his meal, Zhao Mai contemplated his earlier decision and resolved to withhold the formula and processing techniques from him for the time being. Broadly speaking, he feared disclosing too much, as it might attract the attention of certain deities. More specifically, he found it difficult to explain to the dwarf how he had derived the formula. It appeared that Sok would not cease his research, and Zhao Mai ought not to constrain his thought process. In the absence of gunpowder, this world still possessed alternative methods of creating explosions. Thus, he need not burden himself with undue worry. While reflecting, he scribbled, camouflaging the authentic formula with a hodgepodge of nonsensical elements, and compiled a list to ascertain what could be procured. Chapter 42. The Three Musketeers, Part 1. At Zhao Mai's suggestion, the dwarf Sok prepared to craft 3 muskets simultaneously, each featuring a double-barrel design with identical bore diameters. Green desired a weapon of smaller dimensions, preferably not exceeding the size of a dagger, and absolutely not larger than a short sword. Zhao Mai, on the other hand, hoped for something slightly larger, intending to affix a bayonet to serve as a short spear. The idea of integrating cutting tools inspired Sok anew. He abruptly smacked his forehead, deciding to install a hammerhead on his imposing musket, allowing it to function as a warhammer post-firing. What? Sok did not quite catch that. He was in the rented blacksmith's workshop, inspecting tools and effortlessly lifting a several hundred-pound anvil to relocate it with ease. Zhao Mai wiped away the sudden beads of sweat, attributing it to the excessive heat emanating from the nearby furnace. Is everything here sufficient? More or less. This is about the level of a human blacksmith shop, Sok replied. I will check the quality of the pig iron. You sit here for a moment. By the way, don't touch anything. I've organized everything according to my usual habits. Zhao Mai shook his head, assuring that he would not disturb anything. Observing the blacksmith shop, he could not help but admire Green's efficiency. In the time it took for Sok to enjoy a hearty meal consisting of 4 chickens, 2 legs of lamb, a barrel of ale, and a pot of potatoes, Green had sold salt and rented the blacksmith shop. Now, he was perusing the list Zhao Mai had provided, striving to gather all necessary materials before the alchemical shops, notorious for their high prices, closed for the night. There was no necessity for such haste. But upon learning that Zhao Mai was to attend druid training in 5 days, Green's enthusiasm surged. As he put it, at this moment, any assistance I can offer you is worth the effort. Oh dear, the furnace here may not be sufficiently hot. The magma furnace I used in Yangdahof could forge steel of remarkable strength. Yangdahof, is that your homeland? I must visit one day. I have yet to witness the splendor of a dwarf city. Zhao Mai resolved to assist Sok to the best of his abilities. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, as for the furnace temperature, I shall give it a try. There must be a solution. Although uncertain of the extent to which earthly physics and chemistry would apply in this realm, Zhao Mai believed that grinding the coal into a fine powder could potentially enhance combustion and elevate temperatures. This task required considerable strength. Yet it was not beyond the capabilities of Sok alone. With little else to occupy him, Zhao Mai took on the responsibility. That is an excellent idea. Let us proceed with it. Come, lend a hand, and prepare the materials and tools, Sok said, conserving his energy for prayer. We shall accomplish as much as we can together, shall we? Green saw no issue with this. After all, it merely entailed smashing large pieces of coal and grinding them down as finely as possible. The neighboring shops had closed, ensuring that their industrious clatter would not disturb anyone's slumber. Noticing Zhao Mai's earnest interest in the dwarf's musket, Green felt his own enthusiasm rekindled. As they demonstrated that powdered coal could indeed reach higher temperatures, the fervor among them soared even further. At varying temperatures, distinct metals can be produced. Zhao Mai does not fully comprehend the underlying principles, but is aware that higher temperatures yield superior results. The bellows are not particularly intricate, functioning merely through a one-way flap. The adage, a craftsman must sharpen his tools, defies simple translation into common vernacular, yet its essence remains clear to all. The initial day's tasks primarily involve establishing the working environment, drafting process diagrams, and allocating responsibilities. The dwarves express some confusion. They have always labored passionately, taking breaks to drink ale when fatigued. However, Zhao Mai insists on instilling good work habits in the dwarves. It is only by disseminating the design blueprints that a greater understanding of the principles can be achieved, ultimately transforming this endeavor into a thriving enterprise. In truth, the design drawings serve more as an opportunity for Zhao Mai to incorporate his personal touch. He has perused numerous online resources regarding various firearm structures, and he can certainly offer many suggestions by imitation. Since this production is essentially a type of hunting rifle, it does not necessitate the complex designs of reciprocation, automatic loading, or shell ejection. Thus, the focus remains on ignition and expedited loading. Quality steel must be employed at the cutting edge, and the loading mechanism, ignition, and sealing represent the firearm's blade. Zhao Mai articulates his theories with great fervor, while Soak and Green can only nod in passive agreement. By utilizing cardboard ammunition, a sharp point can be left at the rear of the chamber, puncturing the cardboard upon insertion to expose the combustible powder within. The challenge lies in accurately igniting the powder. Green shrugs, acknowledging that this is clearly not his forte. He resolves to be an attentive listener and servant. Leaving other concerns aside, the dwarf seems to grasp something profound, sketching ideas upon the table with his fingers. After a moment, he raises his head and declares, "I have a splendid idea. Please lend me your insight." The dwarf proposes employing runic spells to precisely transmit the sparks generated from the collision of flint and iron to the base of the chamber, at the tip of the firing pin. This approach would incur additional costs, primarily for acquiring materials such as ruby powder. Nevertheless, the dwarf wholeheartedly agrees with the notion that quality steel should be used at the cutting edge. This method would also mitigate the risk of rain dampening the fuse. Zhao Mai suggests, if you could take it a step further and use metal casings, that would eliminate any concerns about water entirely. Create a cylindrical shell with a small aperture at the base for filling with powder, then seal it with a thin layer of wax. As long as sufficient force is applied during loading, the wax can be pierced, enabling ignition, correct? Master, we shall proceed as you advise. The dwarf exclaims joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Metal casing, metal casing. This is indeed our forte. Zhao Mai wipes the sweat from his brow, having successfully integrated his personal ideas. If this continues, it is conceivable that a bolt-action rifle could soon be developed. This world possesses its own knowledge. Even if Zhao Mai is unfamiliar with the precise compositions of fulminate and explosives, a complete technological tree, or magical tree, invariably offers alternative solutions. The current critical factor lies in the extent of the dwarf's craftsmanship. Zhao Mai gazed at the tools within the blacksmith's workshop, pondering how he might forge a satisfactory gun barrel. Chapter 43. The Three Musketeers. Part 2. What? You suggest making a tin shell, rolling it up, and then sealing it? Is that how humans do it? The dwarf Sork exclaimed incredulously, stroking his beard before continuing. From a structural standpoint, it should suffice, yet it would undoubtedly lack the strength. I do not mean to boast, but I have observed the weapons crafted by human artisans, and to us, they are mostly deemed as scrap. Sork's disdain for the human craftsmen of this world, unlike those of Earth, did not concern Zhao Mai in the slightest. No matter how skilled the dwarven artisans were, could they possibly match the force of a 10,000-ton forging press? Judging by the expression on Green's face, he seemed to concur with the notion that dwarven craftsmen were indeed superior to their human counterparts. Should Sork's firearm fire successfully, or should he merely present ordinary blades? The merchants of Nebo would undoubtedly treat him with the utmost reverence, leaving no room for Zhao Mai to stumble upon such a treasure. The three of them meticulously scrutinized the list, ensuring that all items were prepared before they dispersed to commence their tasks. Dwarf Sork began with the creation of molds, bypassing the method of first using wooden molds followed by clay molds, opting instead to sculpt directly from large blocks of rock. Dwarves excel in utilizing stone tools, and in this regard, Sork displayed commendable prowess. Meanwhile, Zhao Mai, with an air of mystery, held a box of alchemical materials, commencing the production of granulated gunpowder. In terms of explosive power, the combustion of powdered gunpowder is swifter, releasing greater force instantaneously. However, bullets require a sustained thrust within the chamber, especially when the seal has yet to meet the required standards. Thus, a longer burn time can yield a higher initial velocity. The only uncertainty for Zhao Mai lay in the relationship between granule size, bullet weight, and chamber length, a standardization and precision in experimentation that proved challenging. Thus, with a general direction established, he would leave the rest to fate. Which deity governs craftsmen? Should I offer my prayers? Oh, I have already taken care of that. You need not worry, Green replied. Although he offered little assistance in craftsmanship, he never overlooked such minor details. In addition to praying to the gods, offering tributes, and ensuring their daily meals, Green was also responsible for managing the trio's external communications. The theft incident at the Hearthstone Inn had yet to reach a resolution. Capturing the thief was imperative for closure. The plump proprietor, anxious about the possibility of guests being robbed within his establishment, though he was less concerned about patrons losing their belongings, was urging the town's constable to expedite the investigation. Thus, the constable would inform the victim, "We have apprehended the thieves. They resisted arrest and were killed in the process. We have yet to recover your lost items. They may have already been sold. However, we did find some stolen funds, which may include the money from your possessions. These thieves are also tied to several other cases, so we cannot return all the money to you. Now, please remind me, what exactly did you lose?" Zhao Mai was responsible for operating the bellows, while Green added coal dust and assisted with tools, and Sork focused intently on controlling the iron ingots. In truth, it was only the dwarf who exerted genuine effort. The other two were merely attending to the periphery. "The temperature still lacks a bit. It could be higher," Sork lamented as he gazed at the furnace's flames. Green, toss in a handful of carbon powder. Zhao Mai exerted himself to the utmost, his breath escaping like a long, drawn-out sigh as he labored over the bellows. The addition of charcoal powder proved effective, igniting a spark of exhilaration in Sork's eyes. With fervent hands, he rubbed vigorously, a crimson glow emanating from the palms of his hands, cascading up his wrists and arms until it enveloped his elbows. "What is this? A dwarfess magic?" Zhao Mai began to inquire, only to be shushed by Green. "Do not disturb him." The dwarf continued his rhythmic process of listening, tapping, and shaking, ceaselessly repeating his actions. After a brief interval, he grasped the mold with both hands and pulled forcefully outward. The stone shattered into countless fragments, revealing a long and robust gun barrel before the onlookers. The iron was still glowing, its hue a vibrant red. Remarkably, the dwarf eschewed tongs, choosing instead to grasp it directly. The crimson glow diminished somewhat, yet it still shielded his hands from the searing heat. Every craftsman seeks a tactile connection, and the dwarf's ability to handle the fiery iron bars was unparalleled. The 2-meter-long barrel spun effortlessly in his hands like a wand. He lifted his tongs and marked a spot, indicating where it would later be severed. Sork gestured for Zhao Mai and Green to step back, then invoked the dwarf's artisan spell. The spell radiated an impressive spectacle, its light and shadow effects worthy of high praise, yet its intricacies were utterly inscrutable. Resonant and powerful dwarven runes manifested in midair, advancing along Sork's fiery arm before being pressed into the iron pipe by his palm. Simultaneously, Sork raised a hefty hammer, striking with a rhythmic cadence, sometimes gentle, sometimes forceful, sometimes straight, sometimes angled, occasionally imparting a rotational force upon contact with the pipe. Would this not bend the hollow tube? A protrusion on the inner wall could easily cause it to burst. Zhao Mai fidgeted anxiously, eager to offer a warning, but finding no opportunity to interject. The dwarf Sork worked with a natural rhythm, leaving no openings for interruption. Sensing the pipe required further refinement, Sork periodically reinserted it into the furnace, exclaiming, "More heat. More charcoal powder." His deep voice resonated, though his words were in Dwarven, requiring Green's translation for Zhao Mai to comprehend. It is said that life is the best teacher. The first two phrases Zhao Mai learned in Dwarven were "more heat" and "more charcoal powder." After tirelessly hammering for what felt like an eternity, the exterior of the pipe remained uneven, leaving even Green perplexed. The two humans squatted nearby, occasionally sipping ale to cool down, patiently awaiting the outcome. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Mai picked up the pipe once it had cooled. The polished, beautiful iron pipe was flawless, devoid of any imperfections or irregularities. He could only admire it, scratching his head and exclaiming, "Magic is truly wondrous." Chapter 44, The Three Musketeers, Part 3. The state of the iron pipe brought great satisfaction to the dwarf. After indulging in a lavish feast, he channeled this energy into crafting a number of cast iron components. It is said that these would, after processes of cutting, drilling, and polishing, transform into parts utilized for firearms. Zhao Mai could discern some elements from the finished product, yet he recognized none of the cast iron pieces. This illustrates that what an ordinary person perceives as mere stone, an artist views as a statue. The true essence of art lies in revealing exquisite beauty from the ordinary. Undoubtedly, the endeavor of the dwarf constitutes a form of artistry. In the subsequent tasks, Zhao Mai and Green found themselves unable to assist further. leaving them to await the dwarf's completion of his work. Zhao Mai seized the opportunity to continue his studies of the common tongue, while Green took the last moments to impart knowledge to him. Green, the rat folk, possessed a natural aptitude for language. He not only learned swiftly, but could also imitate speech with remarkable fidelity. From the tone of others' conversations, he could glean more emotional nuances than the average person. It is said that the common tongue is the simplest to learn, with a cheerful entry and a jubilant graduation. Dwarven letters are relatively straightforward, yet their ancient history and seclusion in caves have led to extensive dialectical divergence, making the learning process a bittersweet endeavor. Elvish script, on the other hand, is exalted. While they have the luxury of time to study, it remains less accessible to other races. Nevertheless, the elegance of Elvish writing ultimately prevails, leading some to claim that Elvish is learned through tears and leaves one smiling upon mastery. Green remarked that the Chinese language is akin to one that causes despair before one even glimpses the door, prompting him to abandon his studies out of fear of demise. The second day swiftly passed, and by dawn of the third day, the first firearm was completed. Green's pistol, the smallest in size, contained the fewest components, rendering it somewhat simpler. The coarse metallic surface, yet to be polished or refined, exuded an unexpectedly rugged charm. This was a standard double-barreled pistol, with stout barrels and a diminutive grip that seemed mismatched. However, Green prioritized size, resulting in this peculiar design. Zhao Mai scrutinized the weapon for an extended period, ultimately conceding that this pistol possessed a unique beauty that was characteristic of another world. Zoc, Green. I have just come to a realization that I must share with you in confidence. Do not disclose this to the general populace, Zhao Mai began, preparing to introduce a personal insight. I have a feeling that the gun itself is not the most crucial element. Rather, it is the ammunition that holds the true significance. I have conceived three types of ammunition. What do you think? He illustrated the concepts of shot, flat-nosed projectiles, and conical bullets on paper. Once fired, the effectiveness of the shot would largely depend on the projectile itself. The previously used round shot might possess lesser power. These past few days, I have been contemplating, since we have settled on using fixed metallic casings, why not modify the projectile? The dwarf stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding. Such modifications would complicate the manufacturing process and significantly increase costs. Isn't our aim to create a legendary weapon? Which legendary weapon comes at a low price? Zhao Mai shrugged. If there exists a method to enhance the sword's power by half, even if the cost increases tenfold, I believe there would be takers. Indeed, that is certainly the case. Green concurred, stating that only by forging divine weapons could one attain the status of a master craftsman. Wouldn't you agree? The dwarf Sock was persuaded, and he commenced the creation of ammunition. Since the cartridge would be rendered useless after firing, there was no need for molds. He decided to experiment with rolled iron sheets first. Considering that his weaponry was intended for close-range defense, Green opted for shotguns. He was particularly intrigued by the widespread impact described by Zhao Mai and prepared to conduct an experiment. The gunpowder was readily available, and the dwarf's dexterous hands were well suited for the task. The inaugural firing took place at noon that day, but unfortunately, it failed to ignite. After investigating, they concluded that the cartridge's base was too thick, preventing the wax seal from being punctured. The second attempt was made that afternoon, and this time it was a success. The discharged shot left a multitude of tiny marks on the wooden target, and judging by the force of impact, the weapon's power was comparable to that of a hand crossbow, not to mention its potential lethality. With this concept validated, the dwarf set about crafting a second firearm. He shooed the other two out, determined to work through the night on his own. No, you must get some rest. Zhao Mai insisted fervently. If you rest well, we can all relax. Perhaps, with a bit of relaxation, a brilliant new idea will come to you. Under normal circumstances, the dwarf would not have heeded such advice. But for the sake of the weapon, he softened his resolve. Thus, in the blacksmith's workshop, the three of them indulged in a deep slumber. During this time, Green arose once, claiming that the compensation for the theft had arrived. You must take this, he told Zhao Mai. It's merely 100 gold coins. Keep it for pocket money. It seemed that with the hand cannon in hand, the confidence of the rat folk had surged. He even encouraged Zhao Mai not to cancel the reservation at the Hearthstone Inn, suggesting it would bolster the reputation of the portly owner. Zhao Mai, however, was indifferent to such matters. He listened to the sound of the dwarf at work, eagerly awaiting the completion of his weapon. Yet, by the evening of the third day, what emerged was the dwarf's heavy hammer spear. At first glance, it resembled a two-handed war hammer, albeit with a slightly curved handle. The barrel served as the hammer's shaft, with the muzzle cleverly concealed at the top. Were Zhao Mai to wield this hammer spear, he would surely risk injuring his wrist, and Green might dislocate his shoulder again. However, Sok could effortlessly balance this weapon, adopting a firing stance with ease. "Don't rush, Mike. I have timed this perfectly," the dwarf said confidently. "Having crafted both the hand cannon and the hammer spear, I have accumulated some experience that will allow me to make your weapon lighter and more efficient. After all, among the three of us, you are the least physically robust." "Thank you for your candid honesty," Zhao Mai replied with a resigned smile, his concerns about the completion of his weapon weighing heavily. "By dawn tomorrow, your gun will be ready, and then I will begin fine-tuning it, followed by the production of ample ammunition." Sok patted Green on the back, informing him that he needed to venture to the Druid forest. Since neither of them was in a hurry, they decided to postpone the meticulous work, hoping Green wouldn't mind. In truth, the dwarf's final creation was slightly delayed. The dawn sun began to rise, casting its first light upon the shoulders of the three companions. At their center, a double-barreled shotgun, approximately half a meter in length, lay quietly upon the table. The dwarf, taking into account the convenience of grip, ingeniously installed an automatically retractable blade beneath the muzzle. Whether in shooting mode or transformed into a short spear, this weapon maintained an impressive balance. "I have refined the grip, allowing for one-handed operation, although reloading necessitates the use of both hands. However, one hand is merely tasked with holding the body of the gun, thus not hindering the use of a shield or other equipment." Sok chuckled with delight and remarked to Zhao Mai, "I still need to adjust the balance for you. But first, I must produce some ammunition to test the feel of it." Chapter 45. Simple needs. As the three musketeers busied themselves with their new gear, the druid Joseph arrived at the ranger Carl's abode. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he found no one present. Not only was the ranger absent, but also sorrow, dogmeat, and longworm had not lingered. The woodland creatures of the great ranger tree sensed the familiar aura of nature emanating from the druid. Though unafraid, they chose not to approach, continuing peacefully with their activities. The watchful white goose honked a couple of times, yet did not charge forward to drive them away. Joseph ascended to the tree hollow, discovering that the ranger had taken all his usual weapons. The 3 water flasks that once hung on the wall were now absent, indicating that Carl had embarked on a lengthy journey. Joseph could surmise the purpose of this trip, most likely linked to the recent events at the Serpent's Cliff Fortress. Why did he not wait for me? Today is the designated day for our annual gathering, Joseph pondered, speculating that it might pertain to Soru. Perhaps Carl sought to train the half-orc, thus taking him along. Could it be that I would hinder the half-orc's growth? Upon further reflection, this seemed entirely plausible. Joseph was among the few masters of the Farmer Forest Druids, bestowed with the title of the Unfettered Master, signifying his ability to maintain an intimate connection with any existence without barriers. Even discounting his telepathic abilities, Joseph remained a polymath in healing, combat, shape-shifting, and knowledge of flora and fauna, his only shortcoming being the absence of a steadfast, powerful animal companion. While both Carl and Joseph possessed unique skills, Joseph's overall prowess surpassed Carl's. If Soru were to join an adventure, he might find himself in a situation devoid of substantial challenges, thus failing to gain the necessary experience. This contemplation appeared to be the only rationale for Carl's actions. The Serpent's Cliff Fortress had long been a focal concern for the Druid community, plagued annually by malevolent shadow creatures that harmed travelers venturing into the area. Despite numerous attempts, the issues surrounding the fortress remained unresolved, though the situation had not escalated alarmingly. However, this year was unlike any other. A troubling prophecy surfaced within the Druid's natural dreams. Shadows took on substance, evil gained flesh, forests burned, and rising ashes obscured the sky. After deliberation, the elders of the Unfettered Walkers community concluded that this prophecy might indeed materialize, heralding a dreadful calamity for humankind. Joseph felt that his involvement in such matters was a misallocation of his talents, thus seizing the opportunity presented by the annual gathering to slip away. He wished to accompany the Ranger Carl to the Serpent's Cliff Fortress to assuage his concerns. In addition, the young man glimpsed in the dream intrigued him greatly. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Mike possessed considerable druidic talent and a solid foundation. Regardless of whether this prophecy would culminate in disaster, Joseph believed the Druid community must continue to thrive. Whether it was the exchange students from the iglooing community or the inclusion of Mike as a new Druid, all efforts were aimed at this goal. Joseph arrived quietly and departed just as silently. Not long after his departure, 2 furtive figures appeared near the ranger's great tree. The half-orc, Sorlu, concealed himself within the underbrush. squinting as he surveyed the home he had once inhabited for an extended period. The rustling of leaves in the breeze was achingly familiar. The warmth of the sunlit clearing, where he once basked, seemed to linger in the air. "There's no one here. What are you being so cautious about?" A hoarse voice, reminiscent of someone suffering from a severe cold, echoed beside Sorlu. He frowned as he glanced at the gnoll beside him, his disdain evident in his expression. Gnolls were typically the bane of Ranger Carl, these loathsome creatures perpetually wreaking havoc and reproducing at an alarming rate. Yet this particular gnoll was unlike the rest. Its eye sockets were an impenetrable black, devoid of any scara, radiating dark, vein-like patterns that resembled the remnants of extinguished flames. Simultaneously, its strength, agility, and endurance were markedly enhanced, rivaling Sorlu's own capabilities. The half-orc had witnessed this gnoll wielding a cloud of darkness, blinding its prey. Sorlu absently touched the brilliant gemstone pendant at his chest, surprised by how effortlessly he had acquired such a trophy. In truth, he had a certain fondness for gnoll meat. A pitiful creature that said nothing and spent its days in slumber. Unlike that serpent, which, with its narrowed eyes, seemed all too aware, often staring at him with an unsettling intensity. If the gnoll were to perish and the serpent were to rise in power, his existence would likely become quite troublesome. Present circumstances were preferable, freedom reigned, and he could indulge in meat without undue complication. Slaughtering, cooking, and feasting was a simple pleasure. The shield left behind by Mike was indeed a remarkable item. It absorbed impacts as if they were merely feathers brushing against him. No wonder he managed to injure me. It turns out he was relying on this contraption to cheat. With the shield in hand, and now a charm, Sorlu was certain that he could distinguish himself among new acquaintances. His immediate objective was to procure the map from Ranger Carl's abode, which detailed the forest-esque terrain, shortcuts, and all village locations. His own verbal descriptions would surely pale in comparison to the map's thoroughness. Sharing this map with his new friends would yield reciprocal benefits, specifically potions that could enhance his physical prowess. The thought of the potions ignited a fervor within Sorlu. "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." The gnoll, a blade of grass clutched between its teeth, replied nonchalantly, "Go on, go on. I relish waiting." Sorlu, bearing the backup shield, swiftly ascended to Carl's chamber, rummaging through every drawer and cabinet. However, the map had long been gifted to Zhao Mai. How could it possibly remain here? Could he have taken it with him? That seemed improbable. The map was imprinted in his mind. Why would he need another? Without the map, how could he share anything with his friends? The ranger possessed little of value. Had he any exquisite weapons, his companions would surely covet them. A large white goose wobbled toward the tree hollow, peering in with a curious gaze. The continuous sound of breaking objects from within made it somewhat apprehensive. Sorlu, with the goose whose neck he had twisted in his grasp, contemplated that a hearty meal might suffice to appease his hunger, especially as he was sharing it with the kobolds. He glanced at the few remaining creatures near the towering tree, noting that only a handful of rabbits remained worthy of being pursued. Alas, what kind of life was he leading, perpetually deprived of decent meat? Chapter 46. The elephant transforms into a mammoth. The sense of reluctance stems from the separation of the three musketeers. Due to the urgency of time, Zhao Mai's musket is the sole firearm that has undergone all processes, including grinding, polishing, and protective coating. It now rests securely against his back, providing a reassuring sense of safety. Each handcrafted bullet originates from the strong hands of the dwarf, while a belt specifically designed to hold these 30 flat-headed metal pellets ensures their secure storage for easy access without hindering movement, an exquisite craft by Green. Whether it be the path of a druid or the art of weapon crafting, I find myself of little assistance. However, when it comes to creating containers for small items, I possess considerable experience. Green's face lit up with a proud smile. The concealed pockets I designed can easily accommodate cards, chips, and daggers, remaining undetectable. These obedient bullets pose no challenge whatsoever. "What is it?" Green inquired, somewhat surprised. Through more than half a month's acquaintance, he had discerned that Zhao Mai was brimming with remarkable ideas and skills. "The matter I am imparting to you could yield substantial profits. Profits so great they could consume your very life," Zhao Mai cautioned thoughtfully. "Regardless of how much you earn, you must allocate a significant portion to support Sock's firearms research. For it is only through weaponry and formidable strength that you will secure your ultimate safety." Seeing Green's smile fade, Zhao Mai recognized that he comprehended the inherent risks. He then divulged his method for preparing fine salt. Is the elven alchemical salt truly this simple to make? The astonishment on Green's face was Zhao Mai's greatest triumph. For centuries, even millennia, had the elves employed such a straightforward method to amass wealth from us? I know not how elven alchemical salt is produced. Perhaps it is similar. Or perhaps my method is even more efficient. This is a venture with boundless profits. Can I entrust it to you? Green furrowed his brow. But we have known each other for less than a month. Are you not concerned that I might abscond with your method and pursue my own profit? Leaving the musket behind? Salt is bound to become cheaper over time. You may gain an initial advantage, but should I choose to flee, what then? Surely, I could still find a way to drive down the price of salt, Zhao Mai chuckled. At worst, I could falsely accuse you of stealing the elven method of preparing alchemical salt, and you would find yourself at a loss for words. Fine. Since you can be cunning as well, we shall continue our collaboration. Green scratched his head. I swear I will never again partner with a fool. Once is quite enough. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity to make final adjustments to the musket with the dwarf, Zhao Mai mysteriously handed him a secret formula. Sock. This is my gunpowder formula and the method for granulation. Unable to contain his curiosity, the dwarf swiftly opened the document and perused it several times, ensuring he committed it to memory. In recent days, I've realized that your gunpowder is far superior to mine. Of course, its explosive capacity may not match, but it is undoubtedly the most suitable for propelling projectiles. Indeed, the triad of gun, powder, and bullet is of paramount importance. The absence of any one element would adversely affect the ultimate power. I shall remember this formula and create more exquisite firearms. Sok chuckled, his beard curling into a crescent moon as he spoke. Come and behold your weapon. I have completed it. Do not be hasty. Allow me to share a few words. Zhao Mai said earnestly to the dwarf, glancing around to ensure they were alone. The firearms lay there. As long as they can be disassembled, most of their mysteries can be unveiled. However, the secret of gunpowder is not so easily discerned. Few can deduce the formula from the black powder. Indeed. You speak the truth. The dwarf inclined his head, puzzled by Zhao Mai's implications. The secret of the formula must be kept close to one's heart. If time permits, one should devote energy to researching better formulas, but it must remain confidential. This knowledge cannot be shared. Zhao Mai continued. Only in this way can we ensure that such weapons do not proliferate. It is akin to the finest martial arts of your kind, and the unparalleled archery skills of the elves. Should they fall into the hands of the more numerous goblins and orcs, it would spell disaster. The dwarf swallowed hard, finally grasping the gravity of the threat. Fully aware of the power of the firearms in his possession, he realized they could easily arm a defenseless man like Zhao Mai into a formidable assassin capable of posing a significant threat to knights. If the orcs were to learn of the gunpowder formula, they too had blacksmiths who might replicate such weapons. A few orcs wielding crude arms might not seem alarming, but their numbers far surpassed those of the dwarves, nearly tenfold. Even if one possessed the finest firearm in the world, facing 10 of the most inferior ones simultaneously would still result in demise. Rest assured, I shall not disclose the formula for gunpowder. He pondered for a moment before adding, bullets must not be sold indiscriminately. Only those noble and friendly races shall be granted access. At this, Zhao Mai smiled warmly, embracing the dwarf Sok with fervor before inspecting his firearm, as the druid's training was imminent. Sok had infused a natural aesthetic into the weapon while crafting it for Zhao Mai. After secretly consulting with Green and referring to the sketches provided by the crazed rat, he transformed the originally singular, flipping blade into a pair, altering it for ease of operation into a forward-pushing slot. Consequently, when the blades are extended, the firearm's tip resembles the tusks of an elephant. The sights of the firearm were also intricately carved to reflect the shape of an elephant, with at least 2 ears remaining proportionate. The weight distribution was meticulously adjusted to facilitate Zhao Mai's swift acclimatization. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, Sok would have loved to implement runic techniques onto the tusks, thus transforming them into a magical weapon. Holding this weapon and caressing its intricate patterns, he discovered hidden dwarven script entwined within the vine-like, anti-slip design, reading, "To my mentor, the guiding light, the source of fine gold." Zhao Mai examined it repeatedly, utterly captivated. Such a magnificent firearm deserved a name. Sok, do you have any suggestions? How about elephant? The dwarf replied, you once remarked that my arms resemble the legs of an elephant. So I carved one. The painting is by Green, and I cannot ascertain its resemblance, as I have never encountered an elephant. It is concerning. It cannot simply be referred to as an elephant. That would be too mundane. The most formidable ancestor of the elephant lineage is the mammoth, powerful, majestic, and tenacious. A true king of the land. I wish to name the firearm the Mammoth M1 Megalodon, abbreviated as Mammoth. This holds no particular significance. It is merely intended to provoke inquiry from those who hear it. Zhao Mai remarked to Sok. If you wish to garner greater recognition, you must pique their interest. Merely discussing technology will confine you to the realm of artisans. For others, you must learn the art of presentation. Let's simplify it. As long as you can evoke their curiosity, prompting them to ask questions, they will be inclined to hear more introductions, will they not? Indeed. How had I not considered that? Sok chuckled. A mentor is indeed a mentor. Thus, after bidding farewell, Zhao Mai, shouldering the mammoth M1 megalodon and carrying a basket of eggs, followed Joseph as they departed northward from Nebo Town. Chapter 47. Claws and Ears to Joseph's Surprise. The druid's solution proved far superior to mere driving. Upon departing from Nebo Town, he raised his arms and spun in place, transforming himself into a colossal eagle. This magnificent creature, boasting a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, is capable of preying upon large animals such as bison, lifting them into the sky before letting them plummet to their demise, subsequently indulging in a hearty feast. Such majestic eagles have graced various cinematic portrayals on Earth, charging into battle with grandeur. The sheer size of this magnificent being left Zhao Mai in awe. Even a single feather plucked from its body could easily serve as a blanket, akin to a giant fan. Its formidable beak could pierce through human flesh or sever it with a swift snap. This was a magnificent creature, a legend of the natural world. Zhao Mai first stuffed some provisions into his backpack, disregarding its protests, and secured it across his chest. He then joyfully extended his hand, eager to climb onto its back. Joseph's avian head turned, and his large brown eyes fixed upon Zhao Mai. Feeling a flutter of apprehension, Zhao Mai pointed at the eagle's talons and suggested, "Perhaps I should stay there?" Being lifted into the sky by those claws was undoubtedly a disconcerting experience. Within 3 minutes, Zhao Mai had expelled his breakfast. This was not akin to flying in an airplane, where one could admire the scenery through a window. Here, there were no seats or safety belts. With the wind rushing past him and the ground hundreds of meters below, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. As birds take flight, their bodies remain relatively still while their wings flap, causing their heads, tails, and claws to move in concert to maintain dynamic balance. Zhao Mai, therefore, felt akin to a boat adrift on turbulent waters, constantly rising and falling. This harrowing experience was particularly nerve-wracking, especially as Joseph continued to ascend. Estimating their altitude to be nearing 1,000 meters, Zhao Mai could distinctly feel the chill of the air. Thankfully, the druid ceased his ascent, sparing Zhao Mai from becoming an icicle. Spreading his wings, Joseph harnessed the updraft, beginning a long glide. Zhao Mai curled his body as much as possible, striving to retain feeling in his limbs, praying for a swift arrival at their destination. Gazing down from their lofty perch, the earth unfolded beneath them. The eagle's path primarily followed the western shore of Ashen Lake, revealing a glimmering expanse of water. In contrast to the dense forest lining the eastern shore, this side of the lake was characterized by plains and gentle hills, dotted with clusters of villages, akin to a necklace adorning the lake's beauty. They passed over 2 larger towns, Cadulia and Wolf Ear Town. Wolf Ear Town, situated at the northernmost tip of Ashen Lake, is where a swift current known as the Oil Smoke River flows into the lake, serving as one of its primary water sources, the other being a waterfall near the Serpents Cliff Fortress. While we shall not delve into the peculiar origins of the river's name, it suffices to note that after soaring over Wolf Ear Town, they reached the skies above Farmer's Forest. The eagle began to dive, and the slight sensation of weightlessness thrilled Zhao Mai. After more than 5 hours of continuous flight, he had grown fond of this exhilarating feeling. No wonder many people are enamored with soaring through the skies on gliders. It is only by experiencing the wind whispering past one's ears and clouds brushing against one's brow that one can truly comprehend the bliss of flight. In the dense forest, devoid of any traces of human habitation, Zhao Mai continued his quest to locate the druid community. He widened his eyes, striving to suppress the tears evoked by the gusts of wind. But all he could discern were deer fleeing from the shadow of a giant eagle and a brown bear roaring angrily at the sky. Even without droplets of water upon his brow, he instinctively made a gesture as if to wipe away sweat. After encountering the bear, he could not help but realize that the forest teemed with wild beasts, and without the skills of a druid, escape would be impossible. From such heights, one would never imagine the scene beneath the trees. A small village lay concealed amidst the lush foliage, its modest dwellings constructed from twigs and grass mats, resembling the igloos of the Eskimos, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals. The Druid community predominantly featured such abodes, many adorned with a layer of earth, upon which beautiful wildflowers were cultivated for decoration. It was indeed a natural camouflage, explaining its invisibility from the sky. Upon counting, he discerned a total of 15 houses within his line of sight, suggesting a population of 30 to 40 individuals. Elders, middle-aged, youth, and children were all present, particularly the children, who frolicked and chased each other, darting past Zhao Mai in pairs. The primary function of this place was to train and educate the younger generation, which accounted for the larger number of children, thus ensuring their protection at the center of the community. Joseph remarked, in the forest, there are several such locations, serving functions of cultivation, husbandry, and research. Together, these comprise our Druid community. Is this where I will learn? Zhao Mai inquired. Indeed, I shall introduce you to my teacher, who once taught me as well. He momentarily forgot that in this world, humans were but a fleeting race, living slightly longer than orcs, goblins, and gremlins. Following Joseph, Zhao Mai encountered his first elf, who would also become his instructor, Aurora Seelan. Her long, deep green hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with delicate flowers that emitted a delightful fragrance. A pair of pointed ears peeked through her tresses, each adorned with pearl earrings. This long hair accentuated her exquisitely petite visage, portraying an image of a gentle and charming woman. Zhao Mai gauged his own height, slightly over 1.7 meters, while the elven lady stood a head shorter than him. However, her slender figure and perfectly proportioned form rendered this disparity unnoticeable, evoking a sense of protectiveness within him. Even though Zhao Mai understood that if he approached her, she could easily send him flying, feelings are not diminished by the contrast of strength. Elder Joseph, have you summoned me for a particular reason? The elf's universal tongue possessed an ethereal quality, perhaps enhanced by an initial impression that granted her additional allure. Lady Aurora Seelan smiled as she introduced, the 3 apprentices of the Eagle Wing community are promising talents. Their recent progress has been swift, and they should be ready to embark on the study of nature perception. So soon? I had thought they were still solidifying their grasp of the Druidic language. Joseph rubbed his brow and spoke to the elf. I have discovered a promising talent outside and wish to bring him here for guidance. Please allow him to attend your classes, where you can teach him the fundamentals of Druidic language. The elf did not object but inquired with a hint of curiosity. Why not begin with the cultivation of flora and fauna? Michael's situation is somewhat unique, Joseph explained. Due to planar travel, his previous studies in Druidism were interrupted. He possesses a foundational knowledge of caring for plants and animals, akin to the apprentices of the Eagling community, which is why I have brought him to you. Very well. I shall accept him. His name is Michael, correct? Lady Celine turned to Zhao Mai and inquired, what are your thoughts? I hope it is not too presumptuous of me, but I am quite eager to tug at your ear, if that is permissible. Chapter 48. I desire a potion. When the elven druid lowered her head and brought her ear closer, Zhao Mai felt a moment of hesitation. Yet, this fleeting doubt did not quench his curiosity. Gently squeezing, he discovered it to be somewhat firmer than he had anticipated, though the skin was exceptionally smooth, delicate, and elastic. This outcome was hardly surprising. If the ear were soft and droopy, how could it possibly stand erect? Once his hand withdrew, Lady Celine chuckled softly and raised her head. This is your first encounter with an elf, isn't it? While it wasn't his first sighting, conversing at such proximity was indeed a novel experience. Zhao Mai offered a slight bow, expressing, I appreciate you fulfilling a long-held desire of mine. Joseph playfully smacked the top of Zhao Mai's head, admonishing, nonsense. How can you be so irreverent? I believe that while complete freedom may be impractical, finding a balance that does not harm others is essential. My curiosity about the texture of elven ears was quite pressing. If left unaddressed, it would have gnawed at me. Ah, that reflects a balanced mindset, the elven Celine remarked. I will accept you as my student, but I hope you can temporarily set aside some of your curiosity or redirect it towards your studies, striving to become a competent druid as swiftly and effectively as possible. Zhao Mai nodded in agreement, for this too was one of his aspirations. His most fervent desire remained to find a remedy for his father's ailment. Seizing the moment before Joseph departed, he inquired, Master Joseph, is there a potion to remove diseases within the community? None, came the reply. Removing disease is a 3rd-level spell. It should be possible to concoct it into a potion. Shouldn't it? Zhao Mai pressed on, unwilling to relent. Joseph widened his eyes in astonishment, unaware that Mike possessed such knowledge. That is indeed true. Why don't you share your understanding of druid spells, and I shall explain why there is no potion for removing diseases. Druid spells are classified as divine magic. Yet they do not utilize divine power but rather the forces of nature. Even though some druids may worship deities, those deities merely provide a conduit. The essence of the spells remains rooted in natural energies. The most representative spell is the Summon Nature's Ally, capable of calling forth creatures ranging from the most basic giant rats to colossal elementals and storm giants. As long as there is energy to spare, druids can always cast the Summon Nature's Ally spell, which is their most effective and reliable ability. However, in the realm of support and enhancement spells, druids and clerics each possess their unique strengths. Druids have distinctive spells that bolster their animal companions, as well as spells that enhance themselves after transforming into beasts or elementals. Clerics, conversely, emphasize improving group combat capabilities, boosting morale and luck, often through divine blessings. It cannot be said that one is superior to the other. The assessment depends on the specific context. Joseph and Celine exchanged glances, recognizing that their understanding of these spell-related matters resonated similarly, albeit lacking systematic organization. In truth, only wizards, those dedicated researchers or clerics who advance based on their contributions, would meticulously categorize druid spells. Charles R. Darwin, a venerable elder with a white beard and a balding crown, certainly had a penchant for verbosity. Anyone who has ever studied natural sciences or biology is familiar with Darwin. His theory of evolution transcends the boundaries of natural science, occasionally making forays into the realms of humanities, politics, economics, and even military strategy. Zhao Mai, claiming to be his student, does not exaggerate, as one nurtured by rote education. Invoking the wisdom of his predecessors hardly seems offensive. How wonderful it would be to engage in dialogue with one's mentor. Joseph's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mike, if you have the time, could you pin down the knowledge of magic you gleaned from Master Darwin? I believe it would greatly benefit the community of the Walkers of the Void. Certainly, I would be delighted to undertake this task. However, I must confess that I am not proficient in the use of magic, and my recollections may not be entirely accurate. I ask for your understanding in case of any errors or omissions, Zhao Mai assured him with a nod. The druid, recognizing the demand, would earnestly impart his knowledge, a prospect he eagerly welcomed. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more he needed to maintain a sense of modesty. Nevertheless, my teacher also remarked that magic is merely one of many tools. The essence of being a druid lies in understanding and preserving nature. What a truly profound sage. Joseph glanced at the elf, Celine, before continuing. Now, allow me to elucidate why we do not possess potions for disease eradication. On one hand, we are closely attuned to nature, and our bodies rarely fall ill. Even when they do, the issues are seldom grave. Furthermore, in the event of serious illness or an epidemic, we can directly employ spells for removal, thus negating the need for potions. So it is a matter of absence rather than inability. Is that the correct interpretation? Zhao Mai responded with an affirmative grunt, acknowledging the understanding. Chapter 49. 3 classmates. Joseph nodded. Oh, I will quickly go and ascertain the situation. He turned around, patted Zhao Mai on the shoulder, and said, study diligently. The druid chuckled, his body bending forward as he suddenly lunged ahead, transforming into a lithe black panther, and in mere seconds, he vanished into the forest, disappearing from sight. He is the finest student I have ever taught, remarked the elf Celine with a gentle smile. In the presence of the beautiful elven woman, Zhao Mai felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, declaring, I, too, shall become strong. Celine did not respond directly, but instead said, currently, I have 3 druids from Iglooing Peak under my tutelage. They each grasped the druidic language 3 days ago and have since awakened to the existence of the natural forces. I plan to formally teach them the fundamental prayers tomorrow. What is your progress? I have yet to learn the druidic language, Zhao Mai admitted candidly. May I attempt to communicate directly with the natural forces? The likelihood of success is quite low, but if you wish to try, I shall not deter you. Follow me. Celine gestured for Zhao Mai to follow. Zhao Mai, not one to be overly polite, trailed behind her, observing the surroundings of the village with keen interest. The village was predominantly inhabited by humans, though halflings could also be seen. Zhao Mai had previously mistaken them for human children, but thanks to Celine's introduction, he learned that these halflings had resided there for decades. They cherish nature and are fond of plants, particularly flowers and grasses that spring forth from the earth. The elf explained. The pumpkins they cultivate are exceptionally tasty, but the true delicacy is the tobacco. It can aid in relaxation, enhancing one's ability to rest. Do the surrounding animals also enjoy the scent of tobacco? Zhao Mai inquired. It seems you are quite concerned about the well-being of the animals, which will aid you in perceiving the natural forces, the elf noted. However, you need not worry. The smokers utilize spells to prevent the smoke from spreading, ensuring it does not affect other creatures nearby. In fact, this issue has sparked debate among druids regarding whether smoking is beneficial or harmful, and a definitive conclusion has yet to be reached. Zhao Mai initially contemplated asserting that smoking is detrimental to health, but upon deeper reflection, he realized that the druids here possessed healing abilities and could even transform into pure elemental beings. Perhaps the beliefs he held on Earth were irrelevant in this realm. Adhering to the principle of speaking less and learning more, Zhao Mai shifted the topic back to himself. Celine, how can one truly sense the natural forces? I was just about to explain this to you, the elf said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice clear and soothing. The general steps involve first learning the druidic script, then experiencing the tree of understanding, utilizing potions and spells to fully engage the mind and body in communion with nature, thereby allowing one to potentially perceive the existence of the natural forces. The tree of understanding? Zhao Mai inquired. It is an ancient banyan tree, over 20,000 years old, and it stands as one of the oldest druidic legacies in the northern region of Greyliang. The trunk of the tree bears inscriptions in an ancient version of druidic, believed to encapsulate the profound insights of the earliest druids. One must understand that the transition from non-existence to existence is the most arduous step. Despite our continuous refinements in the methodology of harnessing primal energies, we must not forget the experiences accompanying the inception of such skills. The eagle-winged druids dispatched 3 apprentices precisely because they are exceptionally gifted individuals, poised to approach the tree of enlightenment during their awakenings, which will undoubtedly benefit their future growth. Subsequently, Celine, the elf, shared her experiences during her own awakening, imparting several important considerations to Zhao Mai. Many druid apprentices, regardless of their success in achieving enlightenment, diligently document their observations and reflections, resulting in a substantial accumulation of knowledge within the Wayfarers community over time. This repository of wisdom aids apprentices in avoiding missteps, significantly enhancing their chances of success and enlightenment, thus rendering this community renowned among druids. Observe. Your 3 classmates remain beneath the tree of enlightenment. Allow me to introduce them to you. The boy with golden short hair and brown eyebrows is named Lucius. He is merely 17 years old and possesses a remarkable affinity for nature, a veritable prodigy. I anticipate he will soon master the art of mourning and subsequently learn first-level spells. Indeed, a handsome lad. This is Zhao Mai's sole assessment of him. He sits cross-legged beneath the tree, eyes closed in a meditative repose, his refined profile resembling that of a masterfully crafted sculpture, devoid of any discernible flaw. The girl with long black hair is Afra, a serene half-elf who speaks little and dedicates most of her energy to herbalism and alchemy. Although she has yet to master any spells, she has already managed to replicate a healing potion, capable of accelerating the recovery of minor wounds. Afra's back is turned to Zhao Mai, rendering her features momentarily unseen. However, it may be beneficial to inquire about her knowledge of disease-curing potions. Even if she cannot concoct them, she is likely to possess more information than Zhao Mai currently knows. Gaining additional insights before meeting the druidic potion master, Duncan, would undoubtedly be advantageous. The final student presents an intriguing mystery, as I am uncertain of her race. As Celine converses with Zhao Mai, they approach the tree of enlightenment, and the 3 classmates rise upon hearing their voices. Lucius's handsome visage remains strikingly flawless, his features perfectly aligned, making it exceedingly difficult for both artists and mathematicians to discern any imperfections. Afra conceals half of her face behind her long, straight black hair, while the other half radiates youthfulness and elegance. Though not stunningly beautiful, she possesses a charm that is undeniably appealing. The last student emerges from the opposite side of the tree, startling Zhao Mai. Her skin is a lavender hue, tinged with a hint of pale blue. Her hair, a blend of deep blue, purple, and rose highlights, frames her features, and her violet eyes glisten with intrigue. Unlike Lucius, who exudes pride, or Afra, who embodies modesty, she playfully peeks out from behind Afra, her voice ringing clear as she introduces herself. Hello, I am Ziyue. Zhao Mai hastily glanced around, noticing the absence of hooves and a tail, yet still feeling uneasy. He quickly inquired, Do you recognize Jack or Yu Bao? Ziyue blinked and shook her head. Are you certain you are not a Drenii? What is a Drenii? Is it a creature akin to my own kind? The lavender-haired girl suddenly became animated. I have always been unaware of my race. Could I be a Drenii? Do they possess tails? Drenii are characterized by their tails. She then appeared deflated, shaking her head once more. I lack a tail. I am not a Drenii, and I remain oblivious to my origins. No matter, as long as you are adorable, Zhao Mai proclaimed, giving a thumbs up with an air of bravado. Chapter 50. On enlightenment, do you find me adorable like this? Ziyue clenched her small fists and quickly emerged from her despondency. Do you like purple skin and blue hair? Why do I feel so unattractive? Not at all, Zhao Mai reassured her. I've encountered individuals with pure black skin, those with vibrant red hues, and even beings of pure blue and green, albeit in games. He added silently in his mind. The pure blue one stood a towering 8 meters tall, truly colossal, yet I still perceive a unique beauty in each of them. One must understand that beauty is ever-evolving, akin to the flowing of water. I think you're genuinely a good person. Ziyue casually sent a card and then inquired. Are you also a newly arrived apprentice? Which community do you belong to? Afura keenly noticed the term attempt and inquired with concern, Mike, how proficient are you in Druidic language? I previously observed that the Enlightenment tree is inscribed with ancient Druidic characters. If you wish to ensure the quality of your enlightenment, it is imperative that you study diligently and build a solid foundation. My knowledge of Druidic is practically non-existent, Zhao Mai reluctantly confessed. I will strive to catch up after my attempts to ensure I do not hinder your progress. I must disagree, Lucius, the blonde, shook his head and stated with conviction. The initial enlightenment is of utmost significance for a druid, as it will, to a considerable extent, determine the ease of mastering spells in the future. The three of us have come to the renowned community of the unfathomable walkers through special application to enhance the effectiveness of our first enlightenment. Sitting beneath the enlightenment tree is an exceptionally rare experience, one we believe will benefit us for a lifetime. I find Mike's current irresponsible behavior to be quite erroneous. How am I being irresponsible? Zhao Mai scoffed, feeling a pang of discomfort, a sensation akin to wanting to retaliate. You fail to understand because you are not aware of the significance of the enlightenment tree and the initial enlightenment, Lucius explained patiently, his expression one of genuine concern. The enlightenment tree can greatly amplify the effectiveness of your enlightenment, but since you do not comprehend Druidic, it is tantamount to squandering the opportunity. If you cannot achieve enlightenment this time, the next attempt will become increasingly challenging, and I simply cannot fathom a greater source of assistance than the enlightenment tree. Even if you do achieve enlightenment, your ignorance of Druidic would squander a remarkable opportunity, which is irresponsible for the entire Druid community, would it not? Zhao Mai was taken aback, realizing that his single attempt at enlightenment had escalated into a matter of responsibility toward the Druid community. Though Lucius's admonitions held some truth, being burdened with such weighty implications was far from pleasant. I personally see no issue with it. Enlightenment is not particularly difficult. It fundamentally hinges upon one's understanding of nature, rather than solely the merits of Druidic language, Ziyue remarked with a smile, gently waving her hand. Oh no, her hoof. Zhao Mai found it challenging to shake off his ingrained habits whenever he looked at her. Well, I have an idea. Perhaps we should first allow Mike to observe the inscriptions on the enlightenment tree. Nevertheless, we can briefly elucidate the matter. Afra proposed, I can explain it to you. Regardless of whether you ultimately decide to pursue enlightenment, we shall have done our utmost to assist you. Thank you. I believe this is an excellent idea. Zhao Mai's urgency stemmed from a palpable sense of time pressing upon him. Having resided in this realm for a month, even with a 31-time dilation, an entire day had elapsed back on Earth. Although he often lived in solitude, occasionally going weeks without communication, which, truthfully, was quite improper, he considered that recent significant occurrences at home might necessitate more frequent contact than usual. If his parents or siblings were unable to reach him, they might resort to alerting the authorities, resulting in a chain reaction he could scarcely bear. The 2-month stay he had allotted for himself was the longest duration he deemed unlikely to provoke complications. Thus, in the remaining month, his singular objective was to procure the potion to dispel his affliction. To meet Master Duncan, an introduction from the elven instructor Celine was essential, rendering enlightenment as a druid crucial. Zhao Mai was indeed taking a gamble. Should he achieve enlightenment without mastering Druidic language, his aptitude might capture the community's attention, facilitating his endeavors. He did not seek privileges, merely a degree of influence to engage with Master Duncan. With this mindset, he earnestly hoped for the assistance of his classmates. Observing the situation, Miss Celine recognized Michael's resolute determination and nodded in agreement with Afra's suggestion. Nevertheless, the golden-haired Lucius continued to offer well-meaning advice, incessantly buzzing in Zhao Mai's ear. Upon closer examination of the colossal banyan tree, Zhao Mai discerned several unique characteristics. The smooth, gray bark bore peculiar dark patterns, and the vast canopy was adorned with triangular, ovate leaves, while small, globular fruits nestled beneath the foliage. A tree that had thrived for 2 millennia without perishing was a rarity on Earth. If such existed, they would surely have attained sentience by now. As Zhao Mai's thoughts wandered, he gazed upward at the magnificent banyan. Had his botanical knowledge been more profound, he might have identified the true species of this tree. The Bodhi tree, under which enlightenment was attained, is a variety of banyan. His limited understanding rendered him devoid of a sense of the sacred. Yet it allowed him to maintain a pure mindset, preventing excessive contemplation. Do you see? The druidic script is concealed within the tree's dark patterns. Widen your gaze, and you shall discern it. The tree is indeed remarkable. Regardless of how it grows taller or broader, the characters will invariably emerge. Ziyue poked the trunk with her finger, producing a resonant thud. Naturally, during the moment of enlightenment, one would not be permitted to observe so closely but would instead be administered the potion. Suddenly, all the characters would swell to the size of one's head, swirling in the air. You are squandering time, Lucius remarked. The more you speak, the more anxious he becomes, diminishing the likelihood of success. Alas, I truly lament witnessing such potential squandered. Even so, we must impart knowledge to you, particularly the critical insights of those who came before. Afra spoke softly. Mike, why don't you take a look at these words first, so we can share a familiar experience? Zhao Mai widened his eyes, straining to approach the bark of the tree. Much like the patterns on a colorblindness test, the druidic script required intense concentration to decipher. He nearly pressed his face against the bark before he finally discerned something. Suddenly, Zhao Mai inhaled sharply, his mind exploding with realization. Chapter 51. The Druidic language. The latter serves as the foundation for the creation of the Chinese language. Although he was not fluent in the common tongue, Zhao Mai was familiar with Chinese characters. His eyes widened as he endeavored to comprehend the Druidic script on the tree, only to discover that it was, in fact, written in Chinese. The characters were a blend of small seal script and clerical script, densely packed into intricate and beautiful patterns on the tree bark. Zhao Mai had often pondered why Druidic script was so unique among all languages, with nearly all language-related spells making exceptions for it. He now realized the root of this peculiarity. Had he not personally ventured into the Druid community and witnessed the Enlightenment tree, he would never have believed such a premise. Are you all right, Mike? Ziyue crouched down to observe him, her knees forming two small ovals. Why are you covering your mouth? Why do you have that strange expression as if you want to cry but cannot? I was just overwhelmed with excitement and wanted to laugh. Zhao Mai shouted inwardly. If Druidic script was inscribed using Chinese characters, what cognitive difficulties could he possibly face? Unlike phonetic scripts, where letters bear no intrinsic meaning, the very shapes of Chinese characters convey significance. For instance, characters indicating up and down will never be inverted or erroneous. Moreover, since the entire text was already in Chinese characters, what ambiguity could remain once that probability was realized? Do not be disheartened. These Druidic characters were used in ancient times and are exceedingly challenging to learn, which is why they have been simplified in modern usage, Afra said calmly. As long as one has a foundation in the common tongue, contemporary Druidic script is quite approachable. Lucius tossed his golden hair lightly and remarked, however, at its core, the essence of the Druid language still resides within these characters. Without understanding them, one cannot grasp the history of the Druids. To forget the lineage of their heritage is to risk losing oneself during the moment of enlightenment. Mike, I sincerely hope you can abandon radical notions and proceed steadily, step by step. Only then might you one day reach my current level. Miss. Celine gently patted Lucius on the shoulder, signaling that he had spoken at length. Lucius lowered his gaze slightly and bowed, closing his mouth. Zhao Mai gradually regained his composure and resolved to leverage this unknown advantage to his benefit. However, there was one question that still eluded him, so he politely inquired, Afra, could you enlighten me on how to read these characters? Afra's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice somewhat bashful, yet she replied, I cannot recognize all the characters, and I cannot guarantee the accuracy of their pronunciations. If there are any mistakes, I hope Miss Celine will correct me. The elf smiled encouragingly. Among all my Druid apprentices, you possess the most extensive knowledge of ancient scripts. You should voice your thoughts. Should there be any errors, I will inform you. Well, if the chance of making a mistake is merely 1 in 10,000, what is there to blush about? Zhao Mai reflected on his university days, where skipping classes was a frequent occurrence, and he often missed about 30 points out of 100. After all, passing was sufficient, Zhao Mai added. This minuscule error rate was akin to scoring 9,999 out of 10,000 on an exam. An academic prodigy indeed. Ziyue also joined the fray. Yet Zhao Mai could not discern whether she came to learn or to cause disruption. It was only when teacher Celine pinched her cheek and pulled her aside that Zhao Mai was finally able to concentrate on the lesson. As he painstakingly deciphered each word, he found that only a few were comprehensible. Nevertheless, he could still detect certain patterns of the Chinese language, such as its tonal variations and rhythmic cadences. When Zhao Mai attempted to utter a sentence in Chinese, the others expressed their utter bewilderment. This could stem from several possibilities. While the written form of Chinese has been consistently transmitted through generations, its pronunciation has been influenced by regional dialects, customs, and historical changes, resulting in a vibrant tapestry of linguistic diversity. Dialects across various regions might be mutually intelligible in written form, yet often remain incomprehensible when spoken. Although one might recognize the language as part of the Chinese family, it is highly probable that one would not grasp the meaning of the spoken words. Mandarin, which is based on the Beijing dialect, has softened the characteristics of northern dialects, and thus differs significantly from the language used during the eras of small seal script and clerical script. Moreover, there exists the possibility that the individuals who brought these characters also possessed a regional accent, which could be a dialect in itself. As time traverses, the wisdom tree has flourished for over 20,000 years. Can such an extensive duration truly guarantee an unblemished transmission? Zhao Mai could not comprehend the Druidic language spoken by them, nor could they understand his Chinese. Might this not be a fortuitous circumstance? He then inquired about the meanings of a few characters and discovered that they bore no difference from Chinese. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Afra also mentioned that the writings on the wisdom tree are haphazardly arranged, devoid of coherent meaning. Only by consuming the enlightenment potion or with the assistance of a druid master could one reassemble these characters to form impressions in their mind. This was akin to what Ziyue described, the characters growing as large as one's head, soaring through the sky. Each individual's comprehension of the characters is unique, and they are quickly forgotten afterward, with only a select few remaining. The remnants are referred to as one's core understanding, which, enveloped by the forces of nature, becomes what is known as the heart of nature. However, they could not specify the precise location of the heart of nature, advising Zhao Mai instead to experience it for himself. If one were to start from scratch, mastering the Druidic language would require several years. Thus no one believed that Zhao Mai could grasp it merely by attending a few lessons. Afra's suggestion for teaching was merely a means to reassure herself while contributing her modest efforts. Zhao Mai remained discreet, revealing nothing of his ability to comprehend these characters. This was a concealed advantage, one that should not be disclosed to outsiders. Ultimately, it is the one who laughs last who truly laughs best. Chapter 52. A Dream of Thunder. Do not squander your innate talent. I am aware of your exceptional abilities in certain areas. Yet when it comes to the path of enlightenment, it is imperative that you heed the counsel of others. As teacher Celine departed to fetch the potion, Lucius resumed his advisory discourse. Many before you have endeavored to attain enlightenment without understanding Druidic language, with a dismal success rate. Among them, not a single individual ultimately became a master, let alone an elder or a high elder. Zhao Mai regarded him and remarked, "So, are you preparing to become an elder or a high elder in the end?" "That is indeed my ambition," Lucius replied. "I cannot guarantee that I shall excel in all respects, yet in the realm of spells, my talent ranks among the top 100 in history. If someone of my caliber cannot ascend to the status of an elder, who could? This is not arrogance, merely a statement of fact." "Oh. Then I extend my premature congratulations to you," Zhao Mai responded with a forced smile. "My parents are esteemed elders of the community, and naturally, the primal force was imbued in me at birth. It could have awakened naturally, but to nurture this power more effectively, a complex spell was cast upon me, enveloping the natural force to prevent its dissipation from external stimuli," Lucius explained. "Following this enlightenment, the spell binding me has begun to loosen, and soon I shall no longer be constrained. At that moment, I can undergo a second enlightenment, further deepening my connection with the natural power. In other words, my aptitude for spells and perception of primal energy shall ascend to new heights. This is an unprecedented breakthrough." Zhao Mai, disinterested, crouched down to play with the supplies. The playful little yellow dog, eager to shed its old fur, delighted in rubbing against Zhao Mai, gently nibbling on his wrist, urging him to scratch its belly. Observing the supplies curled up with its limbs extended, belly up, tail wagging incessantly, head tilted to one side, and tongue lolling out in a comical display, Zhao Mai found it far more endearing than any golden-haired beauty. Ziyue, one who relished in the company of others, continuously reached out to adjust the angle of the supply's tongue for a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. The little dog feigned an attempt to bite her. Yet she always managed to evade its playful nips, inciting her gleeful laughter. However, the supplies did not permit Ziyue to touch its belly. That was a territory reserved solely for Zhao Mai's caress. The inscriptions upon the Tree of Comprehension can be categorized into two distinct styles. One is intricate yet vivid, while the other is simple and abstract. It is said that these writings are the collective wisdom of a community, not the work of a single individual. When Mike was studying, his inquiries centered around the more complex and vivid inscriptions. Was this mere coincidence or a deliberate choice? There was an inkling in Afra's mind that Mike was not as oblivious as he appeared. After all, how many could gain permission to embark on enlightenment from the very foundation beneath the Tree of Comprehension? Teacher Celine had consistently supported him. What could be the reason behind her unwavering encouragement? Perhaps you too may succeed, she mused internally. You will not succeed, Lucius reiterated, continuing his gentle persuasion. Yet I hope that even should you fail this time, it does not diminish your confidence. Opportunities abound in the future. With perseverance, diligent effort, and a humble approach to learning, success is surely within your grasp. The earth may be vast, but it is also marked by lofty peaks and deep valleys. Trust me, as long as you are willing to ascend, the vistas will undoubtedly unfold before you. If he were allowed to continue speaking, the author might have been compelled to intervene, striking him down with his keyboard. Fortunately, Lady Celine approached gracefully, cradling a vial of pale yellow elixir. Lucius fell silent, guiding Ziyue away from the canopy of the enlightenment tree, ensuring that Mike could attain clarity without interruption. May I inquire about the name of this potion, which communicates with nature? Zhao Mai was taken aback, mentally retracing his thoughts to realize he had nearly misheard. However, as he accepted the vial of pale yellow liquid, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. I shall cast a blessing spell upon you, aiding you in achieving superior performance. Concurrently, a spell that continuously provides your body with natural healing effects will also be cast upon you. Feel it, control it, and establish a connection with the forces of nature. Lady Celine concluded, May the force be with you. In a daze, Zhao Mai perceived everything as surreal, seated cross-legged upon the ground. The warmth from his hands seeped through the vial, infusing the elixir. The passage of time seemed to slow in an instant. He needed to untangle his thoughts clearly. The airport, the old man, his father's illness. The navigation app pointed upwards, leading to the battlefield of angels and demons. The angel who had perished in an ambush while assisting him appeared before him, her veil seemingly lifted, allowing him to glimpse the expression on her face in her final moments, tinged with regret, yet imbued with hope, devoid of suffering. Did she truly comprehend whom she had transported away? Perhaps this thought never fully formed in her mind. All actions were driven by instinct, kindness deeply ingrained within her essence. A defenseless human pursued by demons could never outweigh a battle-ready angel on the battlefield. Were Zhao Mai in her position, he would undoubtedly disregard such an unexpectedly manifested NPC. As a mathematics graduate, he was accustomed to analyzing everything rationally, aspiring to evaluate his surroundings through a known and measurable system, which explained his fondness for TRPGs, where he often assumed the role of a game master. Yet beneath the enlightenment tree of the Druids, he witnessed possibilities that transcended his understanding, probabilities that should have been dismissed. A rational self would not believe in the reality before him. Raising his gaze to the colossal crown of the enlightenment tree, countless leaves danced before his eyes. The saying, a single leaf obscures the view of Mount Tai, rings true. Each person perceives the world solely from their own perspective. Could it be that one shadow blinds their eyes, preventing them from seeing the grandeur of Mount Tai? Could consuming a vial of potion, receiving several spells, and sitting beneath a great tree while gazing at the ancient druidic texts in small seal and clerical script truly connect him to the forces of nature, granting him the ability to cast spells? Rationality insisted it was nonsense. Yet only this absurdity could elucidate the reality he knew and felt in the present moment. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, hoping to dispel the obstacles that clouded his vision, yearning to perceive everything with greater clarity and understanding. Perhaps he should, like that angel, trust his intuition rather than adhere strictly to the results of calculations. Overthinking and an overwhelming sense of gain and loss serve only to burden oneself and complicate matters. As the saying from the Tao Te Ching goes, man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Suddenly, Zhao Mai recalled this profound phrase, and with a mind free of distractions, he opened the vial of the exquisite, dream-altering elixir and tilted his head back to drink it. Chapter 53. The potion slid down Zhao Mai's throat. An initial bitter taste reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine surged forth, but soon transformed into a faint aromatic essence, rendering it less disagreeable. After releasing a deep, resonant belch, Zhao Mai felt as though his entire being was enveloped in warm water, moist and comforting, drifting in a gentle sway. The scenery around him began to blur, with shadows and echoes incessantly manifesting. The tree of perception before him multiplied into several forms, shifting and flickering in a haze of indistinct changes. The druidic runes etched upon the bark emitted a silvery luminescence, gradually becoming clearer and more colossal. Just as the violet moon had foretold, they soared through the heavens like countless heads. Zhao Mai found himself ensnared in a lucid dream, where the boundary between fantasy and reality disintegrated. He beheld the earth. Penguins from the Antarctic danced alongside elephants from Africa, while dolphins and eagles soared in unison. On the other hand, he witnessed the splendor of Grillion, specifically the picturesque Ashen Lake, the shimmering surface of the water, flocks of white waterfowl taking flight, and the agile leaps of black panthers among the branches. Each tableau was palpable, yet simultaneously ephemeral. The images morphed continuously: animals, plants, algae, fungi. Even microorganisms and viruses erupted forth from the realm of illusions. The druidic heads sprouted eyes and mouths. Hundreds of pairs of eyes fixated on Zhao Mai, and countless mouths opened in unison. Do you wish to connect with the primal force? Why? For nature? For balance? For truth? Zhao Mai shook his head, for these were not his true intentions. I seek power, to aid my father in vanquishing his afflictions. You are unworthy of such strength. You possess no value. The heads thundered, flames igniting within their eyes. Consume more, excrete more, learn more, destroy more. You are merely a vessel of annihilation, an instrument of doom. Observing yet remaining indifferent, storing knowledge without integrating emotion, articulating yet achieving naught. Only upon the path of your own destruction do you exhibit your fanciful skills. Striding forth with unbridled ambition. In the face of this condemnation, Zhao Mai raised his hand and clapped forcefully. Well said. Do you not feel a shred of shame? The heads glared at Zhao Mai, circling around him slowly, scrutinizing him intently. Do you believe I ought to squander this fleeting moment in shame? Or should I seize this rare opportunity to connect with the natural primal force? Zhao Mai felt his eyelids growing heavy, struggling to maintain focus on the swirling visages. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, akin to having studied incessantly for 3 days. Why is there no druid in my world, no magic, no divine power? Why is there not a towering tree to inspire enlightenment? The heads fell silent, ascending like bubbles, only to burst with a soft pop. I wish to help my family, and only then can I have the strength for other endeavors. Have you ever heard the saying, cultivate oneself, harmonize the family, govern the state, bring peace to the world? The last head came to a halt, fissures appearing between its brow bones, yet it had not yet succumbed to rupture. The flames in his eyes gradually faded, transforming into a deep oceanic blue. He spoke. In that case, we grant you the opportunity for self-cultivation. A bolt of lightning descended, striking from above and coursing through his body. Zhao Mai was propelled upwards, standing rigidly on the ground. Characters from the druidic script, or rather, the small seal and clerical forms of Chinese characters, ascended one by one, aligning themselves in neat rows before flying into Zhao Mai's eyes. He found himself unable to control his body, unable even to blink, and could only watch and read. All of this adventure unfolded within the vast ocean of his consciousness, or rather, within the realm of natural forces, a metaphysical sea. Meanwhile, in the expansive world outside, Zhao Mai lay helplessly on the ground, trembling, foaming at the mouth. His eyes rolled back in distress. The stored provisions nearby cried out anxiously, jumping about in desperation, but to no avail. Teacher, how do we save him? I have never heard of such occurrences during enlightenment, Ziyue exclaimed, shaking Miss Celine's arm. Should we pull him out? Ziyue was right. I believe we must immediately halt the ritual, prioritizing the life of our classmate, Mike. Lucius remarked, overreaching behavior often conceals immense peril. Forcibly pursuing enlightenment without a solid foundation is inherently risky. Teacher, surely you have a way to terminate the ceremony, don't you? The elf Celine and the long-haired Afro remained silent, their gazes fixed on the convulsing Zhao Mai. From him emanated a vibrant life force, utterly incongruous with his apparent distress. Under the ongoing enhancement of healing spells, how could one terminate the ritual? Would they need to drag him out, pry open his mouth, and force poison down his throat? Even if his body suffered some harm, it should recover under the continuous healing effects. The only plausible explanation for the current phenomenon lies within the realm of the mind. Celine, who had devoted her long life to teaching apprentices, had witnessed thousands of instances of enlightenment. Although the agonizing situation Zhao Mai faced was unprecedented, there were nonetheless precedents to consider. Elder Joseph's own enlightenment was also endured through suffering and torment. His psychic abilities, specifically his telepathy, were forcefully broken through while communicating with the primal forces. Countless voices roared within his mind, as Joseph later described. It was like 1,000 waves crashing against a colossal rock, yet each wave's collision was distinct. There was a moment when he feared his mind would explode. But once he persevered, he experienced an unparalleled sense of tranquility and peace. What Mike is currently experiencing must be even more intense than what Joseph endured. In his youth, Joseph had screamed and clutched his head, yet he had not lost control of his body nor foamed at the mouth. A thought arose in Selene's mind. One she scarcely dared to believe. Could Mike's potential surpass that of Joseph? It was this very thought that held her back from terminating the ritual, as she chose instead to wait patiently. The transformations of nature are never instantaneous. Only through patience can one truly perceive the tumultuous winds and the serene clouds. Ziyu, perhaps sensing the incongruity, bit her light blue fingernails, curiously observing Mike, who resembled a leaping shrimp. Lucius continued his incessant chatter, fervently urging himself to hasten in rescuing Mike. Alas, such impatience. Perhaps it stemmed from his exceptional lineage and innate talents, rendering him unwilling to wait, unable to cultivate tranquility within his spirit. It was evident that he required more guidance in this regard. Selene resolved. After a brief bout of agitation, Zhao Mai gradually calmed, tentatively placing his hand atop the stockpile of provisions. The little dog, sensing its master's gentle touch, immediately settled down, although Zhao Mai subsequently became still once more. The dog began to shake its head, nuzzling against the palm of its owner's hand. The wind rustled through the Bodhi tree, its branches, leaves, and fruit swaying unpredictably, producing a soft, rustling melody. A beam of sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, sweeping across Zhao Mai's closed eyelids. He opened his eyes, shades of earthy brown, grassy green, watery blue, and sanguine red faded one by one, leaving only the white of light and the black of night. Once again, the breath of rebirth emerged as a gentle sigh escaped his lips. Chapter 54, The Dilemma of Spells, Part 1. Upon opening his eyes, it was as though he had been reborn. The surroundings struck Zhao Mai with an entirely new sensation. The trees remained towering and ancient, the grass still lush and verdant. Yet Zhao Mai perceived them as breathing entities. This feeling was profoundly difficult to articulate. Any attempt at verbal expression felt feeble. Although he had long acknowledged that trees and flowers were living beings, it was at this moment that Zhao Mai truly sensed their vitality. Were they akin to another human? Or perhaps not so intelligent, reminiscent of a reserve of provisions that had somehow acquired the capacity to express emotions? He was aware that they were conveying some meaning through various gestures, perhaps thirst, perhaps a yearning for embrace. In any case, they were no longer mere monotonous backgrounds in a picturesque landscape. The reserve of provisions gazed at him with its deep, dark eyes, from which he discerned joy and attachment. Each creature radiated emotion, serving as evidence of their existence within the cosmos. The so-called natural force was an energy field retained and generated by all living beings, enveloping, permeating, and connecting them, shrouding the entire environment and condensing the essence of the world. Miss Selene approached Zhao Mai, her gaze imbued with concern. In her innate perception, the natural force within Zhao Mai flowed like a spring, continuously emanating, gentle and unhurried, yet steady, something she had never witnessed in anyone else. Even Lucius, hailed as a rare genius, only exhibited the natural force in a vaporous state, manifesting as a rare white mist when enlightened. Indeed, it was a wondrous sensation. The world had become more vibrant, and immersed in the rich aroma of the forest, each breath felt like a delight. Could this mean it was time for me to begin my studies? Let us rest tonight. Our lessons commence tomorrow. Starting with the fundamental prayers, you will officially embark on the path of the Druids, Miss Selene stated. As per our original plan, I shall later take 3 students to select animal companions. You may join us. Zhao Mai shook his head, cradling the reserve of provisions. I already have one. I shall not attend. I wish to linger here a while longer, to attune myself to the sensation of the natural force. Of course, she replied, sweeping her long sleeves as she departed with the 3 students. Ziyu hopped along, surreptitiously gesturing an obscene sign at Zhao Mai before pointing to the corner of his mouth and collar. Looking down, Zhao Mai noticed the white froth he had expelled had stained his clothing. It was indeed time to address that. The following day, the incantation echoed continuously from the thick bough of a tall tree. Clad in the same long robe as the other druids, Zhao Mai endured the rough fabric's irritation against his skin, trembling as he stood at the edge of the branch. striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts while repeatedly casting the spell upon the poisonous mushroom in his palm. The natural force was at his fingertips, yet he could not comprehend what he was meant to accomplish. A simple prayer for the purification of food had already been attempted hundreds of times. Beside him, Lucius, Afura, and Ziyue had all mastered the spell and were now embarking on the lesson of the water creation prayer. In order to not miss out on learning, it is imperative to pause and focus on listening to the lesson first. The purification spell for food can be practiced later. His foundational knowledge remains feeble, and within him lingers a disquietude towards the arcane powers of spells and incantations. For over 2 decades, he has resided in a realm where magic was absent, where miracles ceased to exist, and all matters were solely intertwined with science, rendering mysticism merely a tale for entertainment. Even witnessing Joseph's wondrous transformation and Madame Celine's demonstration of spells, the inertia of his thoughts cannot be swiftly overturned. The subsequent study of spells encounters a similar predicament. While Zhao Mai can articulate the incantations and execute the requisite gestures and stances, he ultimately fails to manifest the spells. Only during the casting of the illumination spell does a faint glimmer of light coalesce at his fingertips, yet it does not dishearten him. Well, that shall suffice for today. You 3 should practice diligently, transforming prayers into incantations that your body and spirit can readily invoke. Mike, remain behind. Apologies, teacher, but I have learned nothing today. Zhao Mai lamented with a wry smile. 8 prayers, and not a single one was released. Your movements and words have met the standards. And you possess the innate power of nature, Madame Celine remarked, gently prodding Zhao Mai's chest with a finger. Yet it seems you are not fully prepared here. Tell me, what sensations do you experience when you utter the incantations? Well, as I recite the spell, I feel a resonance of power responding to me. This energy emanates from the natural beings surrounding me, particularly the grand tree beneath my feet. Of course, a portion also originates from within myself. I direct it to move towards the target to realize my intentions. Zhao Mai scratched his head, but the spell halts here, yielding no effect. I see, Madame Celine said, examining the palm of Zhao Mai's hand, then glancing at his shoulders and neck. Are you perhaps of noble lineage, having never toiled as a craftsman or tilled the land? I cannot claim noble descent, but the latter 2 assertions are indeed correct. In a highly commercialized society, Zhao Mai had never cultivated or raised any sustenance for himself. His sole means of acquiring food was through the market. You are correct. Now, envision this scenario. You sow a seed, water it well, and then command the plant to grow, bloom, and bear fruit instantly? Certainly not. Zhao Mai shook his head. As druids, we must integrate with nature, linking our personal elemental forces with the greater elemental forces around us, communicating, beseeching, and collaborating to achieve our aims. We are not priests, reliant on deities to fulfill the effects of spells, nor are we mages who manipulate, command, or even distort elements to reshape them to our desires. Madame Celine continued. What are druids? They harmonize with their environment, achieving unity without barriers, thus becoming free wanderers of the earth and sky. I shall try again. Zhao Mai grasped a poisonous mushroom and began to repeat the purification spell for food. He continuously relaxed himself, refraining from excessive interference with the power, and allowed the process to unfold naturally. More than a minute had elapsed, yet the incantation remained elusive. The elf Celine meticulously scrutinized Zhao Mai's expression, deciphering his thoughts from the subtle shifts in his facial muscles and the depths of his gaze. After Zhao Mai's repeated failures, she seemed to have discerned the underlying cause. Mike, do you not have faith in the efficacy of the spell? Celine inquired, her brow furrowed. Elder Joseph mentioned that you hail from another realm and have received training from a druid, but have you truly never encountered magic before? Zhao Mai bit his lip, his brow knitted in concentration. He gazed at his elven instructor, sensing the concern emanating from her eyes. Previously, in order to secure an opportunity for druidic training, Zhao Mai had fabricated a persona of a druid teacher named Darwin before Joseph. Should he persist in this deception? Chapter 55, The Conundrum of Spells, Part 2. Let me ponder this a bit longer. Zhao Mai hesitated to place his complete trust in the elf, Celine, and continued. The magic of our world appears quite different from what is practiced here. Please grant me some time to practice. The elf nodded in understanding. Mike, remember this. You are but a fragment of the world. Whatever you endeavor, you require the assistance of this realm. The forces of nature are all around you, patiently awaiting your communion, just as you yearn to connect with them. Crouching down to pet the small dog, Zhao Mai found his spirits uplifted by the canine's incessant goofy grin. He glanced at the sky. It was still early, and hunger did not plague him. So he resolved to practice further. The best venue for his training was undoubtedly the Enlightenment Tree, where he had previously achieved his first success. He wished to see if he could enter the state of enlightenment once more, to converse with the heads formed from Druidic script. Much of that experience had faded from his memory, and the words that had once pierced his vision were now a blur. Many individuals encounter such phenomena, yet few, like him, are unable to channel spells after enlightenment. If only I had a system to assist me, he mused. Then I could observe someone casting a fireball, analyze its myriad forms, optimize them, and learn accordingly. Zhao Mai chuckled to himself, acknowledging that such fortune was beyond his reach, and the notion of a golden finger was indeed fanciful. Who claims that witnessing the outcome allows one to deduce the process? Would it not be absurd to analyze a person and simultaneously reconstruct the very moment of their conception? Learning is no straightforward endeavor. Lacking the foundation of the locals and insufficient comprehension of the world, he found only one path forward: relentless practice. After all, if a spell remains uncast, it consumes merely breath and a modicum of energy. As a young man in his 20s, such expenditure was negligible. Of course, practice should not be mindless. One must calm the mind to reflect, to summarize, striving for every minuscule advancement. Zhao Mai sat cross-legged beneath the great tree, cradling a toxic mushroom, casting spells repeatedly. Hours slipped by, and as the sky succumbed to a tapestry of stars and darkness, Zhao Mai remained undeterred. His loyal companion, Reserve Grain, had grown weary and eventually drifted into slumber, having long since lost interest. As a dog capable of teleportation, it found its master's inability to perform such basic spells deeply frustrating. If it could speak, perhaps it would have offered guidance long ago. Alas, all it could muster were barks, which served only to create distractions without any tangible assistance. If a particular spell eludes him, it might stem from issues with gestures, incantations, or simply be due to insufficient energy. A parrot alighted beside Zhao Mai and, as it spoke, began to transform, ultimately taking the form of the elven teacher, Celine. Mike, do you harbor some concerns in your heart? If these remain unresolved, the natural forces will find it challenging to offer their aid. I cannot fathom why the energy of nature entering the mushroom can purify its toxins. Ah, so this is the question that occupies your mind? Celine and Zhao Mai sat side by side, tilting their heads to observe him. In truth, I too am unaware of the reasons. Few druids can articulate them clearly. There exist several interpretations that have given rise to various schools of thought, yet none can persuade the others, resulting in a rift among them. Is this not a matter of great significance? Zhao Mai inquired, perplexed. Should we not delve into the causes, comprehend the laws, and then adapt accordingly to effect change? Your perspective is indeed a commendably rigorous one, but the focus of the druids does not lie there, at least, not for us, the wayfarers. Celine elucidated. Consider it akin to the act of eating. You do not command your gastrointestinal tract to digest, nor do you instruct your body to absorb nutrients. You trust that they will perform their functions adequately. When it is time to eat, they are prepared. Should a problem arise, they will inform you in due course. The same applies to druidic magic. I do not interfere with how the force operates, for it possesses its own methods and secrets. What you must do is convey your thoughts to them through your own force, much like placing food into your mouth. The rest is to trust in nature, which harbors its own wisdom. In other words, have I been too controlling, overthinking, allowing my own thoughts to influence the workings of the force? I cannot assert with certainty that this is the sole reason, for I am not you. Celine gently remarked. I have observed your diligent practice here time and again, more so than others, and I know you're a good child. Yet, I sense that you remain perplexed about magic, a confusion deeply rooted within you. There exists a way to dispel this confusion, to personally experience the sensation of casting spells. How is this achieved? The elf brought her fingers together and pressed them against Zhao Mai's temple. Relax your breath, concentrate, and I shall transmit my senses to you. Zhao Mai swallowed hard and, following her advice, slowed his breathing. With a gentle flick of her finger, she first unleashed the spell wisdom of the owl, enhancing Zhao Mai's perceptual acuity towards his surroundings. Whether divine or natural, the primary condition for casting magic is to sense the presence of these two forces. Under the spell's influence, Zhao Mai became acutely aware. The elf's cool, damp fingers on his skin felt remarkably vivid. Not merely her fingers, but the entire image of her arm was now mirrored in his mind. Zhao Mai furrowed his brow. This state should not be the effect of the wisdom of the owl spell, should it? Celine noticed his transformation and softly urged. Do not overthink. Immerse yourself in the experience. After the arm came the torso, followed by the other limbs and head. Zhao Mai discovered that he had entered the body of the female elf, perceiving the world through her eyes and listening with her ears. His heartbeat slowed. A slight itch in his chest, and the weight of her long hair felt somewhat burdensome. Was this how Celine felt each day? Pay attention to the interaction between my force and the surrounding energies. Celine continued to release spells, demonstrating everything from simple invocations to more advanced incantations for Zhao Mai. Zhao Mai was too preoccupied to savor the sensations that his elfin form bestowed upon him, instead channeling his entire focus towards the realm of natural forces. The fresh perspective of first-person experience offered him insights that countless observations from a third-person viewpoint could never convey. Through repeated rituals of spellcasting, he ultimately discerned the nature of his previous errors. It became clear to him that the solution lay neither in commands nor in pleas, nor in the imposition of his will. Zhao Mai contemplated that he was merely a cog within the grand machinery of nature, with the sole distinction of possessing greater agency. It was essential for him to maintain harmony with nature, yet this harmony did not equate to equality. Equality, he mused, implies two independent, static entities, whereas harmony embodies a dynamic interplay of mutual assistance and complementary strengths. Thus, the crux of the matter resided in balance and methodology. With his eyes closed, Zhao Mai attuned himself to his instincts, resonating with the surrounding natural forces. All living beings were manifestations of these forces. There was no distinction between you and I, nor it. Feeling a newfound clarity, he recited the incantation for purifying sustenance, placing his trust in the power of nature for the first time. Upon completing the spell, he did not even open his eyes, and promptly consumed the mushroom in one decisive bite. Chapter 56. A day of rest. The following day, the pursuit of knowledge had to be temporarily halted. On one hand, the elven mentor Celine had exhausted herself, suffering from a debilitating headache that necessitated rest. On the other hand, Zhao Mai was afflicted with relentless bouts of nausea and diarrhea, rendering him incapable of attending classes. This unfortunate state was related to his consumption of mushrooms, though thankfully it was not a case of poisoning. The purification magic he utilized successfully eliminated the toxins from the mushrooms, yet this did not imply that he could digest and absorb raw fungi. Furthermore, his continuous practice of spells had left him mentally fatigued, making his illness somewhat expected. Acquiring the ability to wield magic represented a significant transformation for Zhao Mai. Despite his current proficiency being rather rudimentary, it marked a transition from nothingness to capability. He repeatedly illuminated his fingertips with the light spell, a foolish grin adorning his face. While instructing spells, Mentor Celine also imparted wisdom on how to prepare these incantations. By communicating with the natural forces, a spellcaster could form sigils that encapsulate the essence of certain spells, allowing them to carry these sigils and greatly expedite their casting speed. These sigils, influenced by the movements of the sun and moon, could endure for approximately a day. The reason behind this phenomenon, however, remained a topic of contention among druids. Celine suggested setting aside disputes for collective progress, as the community of wayfarers endeavored to prevent schisms arising from differing ideologies among various druid factions. The abilities of druids varied greatly, and the most straightforward method of categorization was based on spellcasting prowess, a system widely accepted. Given that wizards and clerics employed similar classification methods, this system swiftly gained traction across the globe, even inspiring warriors and knights to adopt similar hierarchies of capability. Zhao Mai, Lucius, Afra, and Zua were still apprentices of the druidic arts. However, once they mastered first-level spells and could manifest more than one first-level spell slot, they would ascend to the rank of first-level druids. This morning, Zhao Mai began to experiment with preparing his prayers for spell slots. His current abilities allowed him to secure 3 spell slots for incantations, and after much deliberation, he decided upon create water, detect magic, and light. The prayers available to druids lacked offensive capabilities, while defensive spells proved ineffectual, compelling him to opt for supportive incantations with broader applications. Other prayers were not entirely unusable. By calming his mind and remaining still, diligently communicating with natural forces, and dedicating approximately a minute to perform the necessary rituals, he could still release them. In combat or emergencies, this method of casting was evidently impractical, serving a purpose only during moments of respite. The spells allocated to spell slots primarily drew upon and consumed the surrounding natural energies, while the minute-long ritualistic casting predominantly drained one's personal reserves. Human stamina is finite, and the replenishment of energy occurs at a significantly slow pace, thus rendering frequent use of this ritualistic casting method unfeasible. Because of you, we are unable to attend class today, Lucius remarked, gazing at Zhao Mai and fanning his hand in front of his nose as if a foul odor lingered. I am eager to learn first-level spells, but you have hindered my progress. My apologies, Zhao Mai replied. Zhao Mai preferred to ignore him, intending to bypass the area with his provisions. It was said that a merchant caravan from Nebo town had arrived outside the stronghold today, bringing gifts from the townsfolk for the druids. Zhao Mai was keen to take a look, hoping to gather some information about the nearby towns. My cat, however, would never behave that way. Zhao Mai shrugged nonchalantly, sidestepping with his supplies. As he walked, he spoke to his puppy in Mandarin. Is that cat a bit deranged? The provision stuck out its tongue and nodded, as if it understood. If it provokes you again, show it who's boss. I will support you wholeheartedly, Zhao Mai assured, adjusting the straps of his mammoth M1. The druid community was entirely self-sufficient, with its inhabitants relying on foraging for sustenance and occasionally hunting. Both hunting and foraging adhered to the same principle. Merely satisfying the most fundamental survival needs sufficed. Zhao Mai had witnessed the druids processing their catch, exhibiting no waste whatsoever. Even inedible parts were transformed into fertilizer through magic, scattered during their patrols. The druids never stored food, nor did they indulge their appetites, let alone hunt or forage for commercial gain. Zhao Mai respected this philosophy. Yet he resolved to adhere only to the tenet of not hunting for profit and not wasting resources, deciding against the practice of limiting himself to a mere 6/10 of fullness at each meal. Presently, he had a few gold coins in his pocket, compensation from the town constable for his goods. He wondered what the merchants might bring. Perhaps there would be items of use for him. 2 mule carts were stationed outside the village, their heads lowered, trembling on their 4 legs while emitting mournful cries. They would never venture into the village, as wolves, cheetahs, tigers, and bears roamed freely, while over a dozen large pythons watched from above. These creatures were the battle companions of the druids, coexisting without conflict and not harassing the 2 mules. Nonetheless, their presence was tangible, evoking a sense of impending doom for those at the mercy of the food chain. A shrewd-looking merchant leaped down from the cart, skillfully setting the brake and securing the wheels. Thus, the mules could only tremble in place, unable to flee with the cart. Given his frequent visits to the druid community, Marlowe was well prepared for such situations. Each mule could only make 2 trips at most. On the 3rd, it would stubbornly refuse to proceed any further. He had to regularly replace the draft animals, essentially deceiving new mules into labor. The cart was laden with goods transported from Nebo town, including weapons, armor, animal feed, dried meats, and various letters. The druids required weapons and armor to defend themselves and protect the forest. Although they could craft these themselves, the craftsmanship of specialized weaponsmiths and armorers was undeniably superior. Animal feed and dried meats were solely for their animal companions, as the druids themselves did not consume them. They were committed to a simple lifestyle but never deprived their animal partners, imposing no restrictions on their diet. Thus, while the provisions could gnaw on a large bone, Zhao Mai was not afforded such luxury. However, for the druids, the letters were of utmost importance. The relationship between the Undying Wanderers community and the surrounding towns is remarkably harmonious. Many druids hail from these towns, originally farmers or craftsmen. Even after their transformation into druids, they maintain correspondence with their relatives, particularly with their elderly parents. If animals instinctively care for their aging progenitors, how much more so do the druids? They peruse the letters they receive and occasionally craft items, entrusting them to merchants to deliver to their kin, expressing their longing. Indeed, the merchant Marlowe was the first to grasp a stack of letters, beginning to call out names for distribution. Chapter 57. The cold-faced ghost Shauka, your letters. Come and collect them. Madame Bazaar, here is your son's letter, along with another one, though I shall refrain from disclosing the sender's identity. However, considering his unwavering affection, perhaps you ought to. Never mind, let it be burned, out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, Marlowe felt a sense of importance. Realizing that these formidable druids were willing to wait for him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, one young man appeared utterly unmoved, his gaze incessantly scanning the cargo aboard the cart. Judging by his attire, he was likely a druid apprentice. The last time he departed from this place, he had heard that a few students from other communities would be arriving, and this must surely be one of them. Undoubtedly, Zhao Mai's name was absent from those letters. He had arrived aboard Joseph's Birdclaw, while the mule cart had already set off. Even if the rabid rat, Glenn, or the dwarf, Sock, sought him, they would have to wait for the next caravan. Zhao Mai scrutinized the gear on the cart. His leather armor had seen better days, and perhaps he could unearth some fine wares here. However, upon examining all the items, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The commerce of this world was far less advanced than that of Earth. Quality goods were not simply displayed for the taking. Truly exquisite armor and weaponry could only be acquired through bespoke orders from master craftsmen, much like his own handcrafted firearm, the behemoth toothbeast. Druids were not only required to undergo arcane training, but also to hone their martial skills and acquire knowledge of flora and fauna. Even apprentices were expected to accompany their druid mentors deep into the forest, learning to survive in a wholly natural environment. Zhao Mai's firearm was formidable. Yet with only 30 rounds, it was hardly suitable for hunting beasts. Those apprentice druids had already mastered the art of communicating with wildlife, while he lacked any foundational knowledge. Master, please hold on a moment. I was wondering if the potion commissioned by Baron Pides during your last session has been completed, Marlowe inquired respectfully, rubbing his hands together. Ah, had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten, Master Duncan replied, retrieving a small blue cloth pouch from his sleeve, about the size of a fist. Tightly bound at the opening with a red ribbon, he deftly traced his fingers around the ribbon twice, and the pouch unfastened itself. Suddenly, Zhao Mai's fateful coin heated up, vibrating in the direction of the pouch. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he kept his expression steady, his curiosity directed towards Master Duncan. The master reached inside the pouch, withdrawing a bottle containing a pale apricot-colored, translucent potion, before retightening the ribbon, causing the coin's vibrations to cease. The potion bottle appeared larger than the pouch, suggesting only one possibility. The pouch was a renowned space pouch, capable of severing the perception between fateful coins. Zhao Mai hastened to catch up, seizing the opportunity to become acquainted with Master Duncan. Greetings, Master Duncan. I am the newly initiated druid apprentice, Mike. It is a pleasure to meet you. Duncan glanced at Zhao Mai, grunted in acknowledgement, and continued on his way without breaking stride. Master, my father is afflicted by illness. Perhaps a remedy could heal his body. I humbly beseech you for a vial of this curative potion. Should there be any service I can provide, please do not hesitate to ask. The druid shook his head, gently flicking his sleeve as he circled past Zhao Mai, gritting his teeth. Zhao Mai resolved not to concede defeat so easily, and hurried after him. Master, you are renowned in the field of alchemy. The remedy for ailments is a beneficial spell and will not be used for malevolent purposes. Please, I implore you, I cannot bear to see my father suffer in torment. Master Duncan appeared to disregard him entirely, moving away from Zhao Mai once more to stand beneath a tree, placing his hand upon it. With a soft pop, the druid vanished from Zhao Mai's view. Forest vanishing. Frustrated, Zhao Mai clenched his fists and pounded against the tree. Druids, despite their adherence to neutrality, possess a variety of temperaments. Master Duncan might indeed be one of those indifferent and unyielding individuals, akin to frost and snowstorms in nature, elements that contribute to the balance of the natural world. But would Zhao Mai resign himself in despair? Absolutely not. With no clues from Duncan, he could turn to the merchant, Marlowe. Observing Marlowe finishing his correspondence, Zhao Mai approached him for a conversation. His mind was not on trivial matters. After a brief inquiry, he shifted the topic. I have recently arrived, and my attempt to seek a potion from Master Duncan was in vain. Might you enlighten me on how Baron Pides managed to have the master concoct a potion for him? You certainly pose a challenge, Marlowe replied. I am aware of the situation, but the specifics of their conversation are beyond my knowledge. However, I do know that Master Duncan's daughter works as a tax officer under the Baron, which may be one of the reasons. Do you know where this Baron hails from? Wolfyre Town. Have you not been there? It lies at the northernmost point of Ashen Lake, near the mouth of the Oil Smoke River. Marlowe smiled at Zhao Mai. I would suggest, however, that you need not seek distant solutions in Wolfyre Town. You are currently an apprentice druid, situated within this community. If you cannot resolve an issue so close at hand, it is unlikely that traveling to Wolfyre Town will yield better results. Yet, I am truly anxious. Zhao Mai lamented, scratching his scalp and exhaling deeply. Nevertheless, thank you. I will ponder other options. Marlowe stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes darting around before he addressed Zhao Mai. As an apprentice, you actually possess a certain advantage. I recall that within the community, some mentors issue tasks for apprentices to undertake. Perhaps there exists a task from Master Duncan that, if completed, might provide you an opportunity to speak with him again. I was unaware of this. Zhao Mai eagerly inquired. Do you know where these tasks are posted? I believe they are located beneath the soul maple tree in the community. Without hesitation, Zhao Mai turned and dashed towards it. Chapter 58. The Sky Castle. How infuriating. Not even a single task left behind. What utter stinginess. Zhao Mai had located the banyan tree and the blackboard hanging beneath it. On the board, chalk had been used to inscribe a multitude of tasks issued by the druids to the apprentices, with the notable absence of Master Duncan. A cursory glance at these tasks revealed simple assignments such as patrolling, assisting animals with relocation, transplanting certain plants, or dissuading overly zealous lumberjacks, none of which appeared particularly challenging. Yet the rewards were quite appealing. Teacher Celine had posted a task to collect seeds from more than 10 purple-berry plants, with a reward of an exquisitely crafted staff made of adamantine wood. Adamantine wood is not a type of tree, but rather a druidic spell that grants wood the hardness of steel while rendering it impervious to flames. Remarkably, it retains its original weight, allowing it to float upon water. This task piqued Zhao Mai's interest, yet his father's illness lingered in his thoughts, leaving him no time for leisurely pursuits. Reluctantly, he decided to set it aside for the moment. His loyal companion, the puppy, licked Zhao Mai's ankle, as if to console him in his sorrow. Only you are truly considerate, but that does not resolve my predicament. I yearn for a potion to cure ailments, yet I am at a loss as to how to obtain it. Must I truly implore Master Joseph and Teacher Celine to accompany me in search of Master Duncan? The puppy barked twice and shook its head. Zhao Mai chuckled, realizing he had been rather foolish, even as a druid. It did not imply that his animal companion could comprehend human speech, did it? He affectionately ruffled the dog's head and placed it down on the ground. To his surprise, the little dog grasped the hem of his robe with its teeth and tugged him toward a corner of the village. Unsure of the puppy's intentions, Zhao Mai decided to follow, as he had nothing pressing to attend to at the moment. There stood a tree even older than the maple he had encountered earlier. Its rough bark adorned with creeping vines, yet it soared towards the heavens with unabated vigor. If the towering tree had left one in awe due to its sheer size and ancient presence, this almond eucalyptus was truly captivating in its height. Zhao Mai looked up, realizing that even the lowest branch of this tree surpassed the crowns of other trees. How magnificent! What have you brought me here for? Zhao Mai inquired of the puppy, who remained silent and bounded forward, grasping a vine with its mouth. How could that possibly be pulled down? As soon as the words left his lips, the vine coiled around the puppy like a serpent, lifting it skyward. Zhao Mai was taken aback and rushed forward, attempting to pull the dog down. However, in doing so, he triggered more vines, which immediately ensnared him, binding his limbs and lifting him upward. Just as he was about to cry out for help, he spotted the puppy comfortably nestled in a cage formed by the coiling vines, panting and chuckling merrily. The dog was unfazed. Why should he be frightened? Despite the uncomfortable position and the increasing distance from the ground, Zhao Mai kept his composure and remained silent. Before long, both man and dog had surpassed the height of the other treetops and finally came to rest upon the first layer of branches of the almond eucalyptus. The vines released them and began to descend slowly. The puppy took the lead, strutting confidently towards the trunk of the tree, its tail wagging with exuberance. The ever-branching limbs formed a spiral staircase, allowing for easy ascent as long as one was cautious of the gaps in between. The two ascended approximately 10 meters and unexpectedly beheld a nest-like dwelling perched upon the trunk of the tree. The base, constructed from exceptionally resilient branches, formed the walls, while the roof, crafted from broad banana leaves, hung suspended, separated from the walls below. Residing in this room, one could lie down with half a wall shielding against the wind, and upon standing, it transformed into a viewing platform. The house lacked a door, and currently, it was unoccupied. Zhao Mai stepped inside without hesitation. Within, there lay 2 simple sleeping bags, a small kettle, and a plate of oat bread positioned beside a pillow. Between the sleeping bags, a fire pit resided, devoid of any combustible material, yet a faintly purplish flame flickered steadily. Have you been here before? Zhao Mai inquired, scratching his head in disbelief as he regarded the provisions. We only parted ways for a day yesterday, right? I went off to study magic prayers. And you explored. What an impressive little creature you are. He crouched down, scratching the chin of his companion, admiring the comfortable, squinting expression it wore. Since you're so clever, can you tell me why we are here? With a bark, the little creature scampered a couple of steps aside, gesturing with its paw towards a corner of the dwelling. In the corner formed by the branch walls lay an unlocked leather chest, roughly the size of a typical trunk. Intrigued, Zhao Mai opened the chest to discover it filled with numerous potions. Bottles of various colors and shapes were stacked together, each labeled in a common tongue. Healing minor wounds, animal communication, increased movement speed, leaping, wisdom of the owl, protective energy against damage, and a vial for curing diseases were among them. After thoroughly confirming the inscriptions, Zhao Mai grasped one of the vials. After such a long search, he had finally uncovered this potion. Despite being a small bottle of less than 100 milliliters, the potion appeared colorless and transparent like water, yet upon uncorking it, he could indeed sense a rich essence of natural power emanating from within. The little creature bounded about excitedly, its tail wagging incessantly. Zhao Mai, holding the potion, closed the chest, choosing not to leave with the dog but instead settled down. Cradling the little creature in his arms, he vigorously rubbed its neck. "Thank you, Ailiong. You are truly the most intelligent being I have ever encountered. I have found what I need, but I cannot simply take it. To seize without permission is to steal, and I shall not stoop to thievery. Regardless of whom this potion belongs to, I wish to negotiate and see if I might obtain it through discussion. This forest belongs to the druids, their power radiating over the entirety of Ashen Lake. Even if we were to leave with the potion, we wouldn't get far." Zhao Mai explained to his little companion. "The druids here have always treated me sincerely, and I will reciprocate that sincerity. Please, wait with me a while longer." The sound of flapping wings drew near, culminating in a thud as something landed, causing the branches to sway. Zhao Mai sensed the approach of another and had just risen to greet the visitor when a long spear was thrust against his neck. The metal tip was extraordinarily sharp, carrying with it the chilling breath of the night wind. The reserve grain tumbled from Zhao Mai's grasp, landing with a thud upon the ground. And he shook his head to regain his senses. "Apprentice? Who is your mentor?" inquired a raspy voice. "It is Lady Celine. My name is Mike, and I have recently arrived at the Wanderers community for druid training. The dog on the ground is my companion, named Ouyang. He is a good dog. He visited yesterday." As the spear was withdrawn from his neck, Zhao Mai finally rose from his crouched position, turning to regard the owner of the weapon. Before him stood a boy not exceeding 1.5 meters in height, with a somewhat juvenile face adorned with white markings that outlined his eyes, nose, and mouth, and a third eye painted upon his forehead. He donned a cloak fashioned from feathers, with a light crossbow and bolts secured at his waist, and numerous throwing knives strapped to his ankles. The spear, comparable to his own stature, was spun in his hand before being deftly hurled, coming to rest steadily against the wall. "You have been waiting for quite some time. What is it that you seek?" the boy inquired in his gravelly tone. Chapter 59. The Apprentice's Task. "I have long desired a potion to cure ailments. My little dog guided me here and pointed to the box where you keep the potions. I noticed you possess a vial, so I wish to inquire about how I might acquire it." "Oh, I see. You intend to barter for a reward," the youthful figure replied. "I shall rest here for 2 days and embark on the third. According to the plan, gather your 2 companions to join you. Upon the completion of the patrol, you may take the potion." Zhao Mai scratched his head, feeling that this individual might have mistaken him for someone else. While he was honest, he was not naive. Since the other party agreed to exchange the patrol task for the potion, he deemed it unnecessary to correct the misunderstanding. "By the way, may I take the potion now? I assure you I will return on the 3rd day." The youth licked his teeth nonchalantly and waved his hand. "Sure. Take it." With great delight, Zhao Mai departed the treehouse with his provisions, relishing the sensation of riding the vine elevator once more. He carefully buried the potion, instructing his supplies to guard it well, ensuring that no one could take it. Not long after his departure, Ziyue, Lucius, and Afra arrived at the branch via the vine elevator. "Mr. Daller? Is Mr. March Daller at home?" A young man clad in a feathered coat emerged from the treehouse, tilting his head as he regarded the trio before him. "Who might you be?" Lucius offered a slight bow and spoke with elegance. "Mr. Daller, we 3 have come from the Eagle Wing community to partake in the Druidic enlightenment and learning. Before our departure, the elders of Turk requested that we seek your guidance after our enlightenment. We recognize that serving you is a rare honor. We implore you to grant us this opportunity." "Another apprentice has come?" Lucius furrowed his brow slightly, his displeasure evident at this unexpected development. Was he a young man with black hair and black eyes, reminiscent of a vintage lineage? Indeed, he introduced himself as Mike. "Just as I suspected," Lucius exclaimed hastily. "He is indeed a new apprentice, learning alongside us under teacher Celine. However, he is not from the Eagle Wing community. How could he trouble you?" Lucius swiftly transitioned from you to you in his address, demonstrating remarkable agility in his speech. Daller seemed oblivious to this subtle shift and pondered for a moment before responding. "It matters not. After all, he is not here to learn the Eagle Wing transformation. If there has been a misunderstanding, let it be. We shall set off on the morning of the 3rd day and gather beneath the maple tree. I will assign the tasks there, which will also serve as part of your apprenticeship." "Thank you, Teacher Daller. We shall assemble punctually." The 3 descended the tree on the vine, while Lucius remained in a sulk. Ziyue, however, was quite cheerful. "Mike can come too, with the 4 of us. We can assist one another. Oh, I am increasingly looking forward to this apprentice task. He's not even from the Eagle Wing community. What is there to be joyful about?" Lucius shook his head. "I believe that the 3 of us share a greater familiarity and trust. We should assist each other as much as possible. Alas, If only Mike had refrained from meddling in this matter. Why, you ask? Ziyue inquired. Mr. Daller hails from our Eagle Wing community and has now settled in the Wanderer community, yet he still harbors gratitude towards Eagle Wing. As you may know, he possesses a remarkable skill that allows him to merge his innate elemental force with that of his animal companions, thereby augmenting his abilities to achieve a transformation akin to that of an animal. His presence would certainly elevate the difficulty and peril of our endeavors, while Mr. Daller would look after the apprentices of Eagle Wing. It seems that such care may now be a challenge. Lucius remarked, I fear for your safety. I am unafraid of danger, Afra declared. What about you, Ziyue? I am also quite fine, Ziyue responded. Should anything arise, we have Brother Lucius to protect us. Indeed. I shall do my utmost to safeguard both of you. The 4 apprentices were preparing to accompany Daller the Druid on an apprentice task, which did not come as a surprise to Ms. Celine. Daller's progress in spellcasting has been rather slow. However, he excels in wilderness survival and combat. Once you venture out, be sure to observe keenly, ask questions, and learn diligently. In previous outings, Daller has taken apprentices along the eastern trail of Farmer's Forest, and this time should be no exception. As this is your inaugural apprentice task, I will prepare a list for you to reference as you make your preparations. Thank you, Miss Celine. The group chorused, though it was uncertain how many would truly heed her words. Yes, the 4 of them perked up and focused intently on Miss Celine's instructions. Cramming, emphasizing key points, and last-minute cramming are the 3 quintessential tactics of exam-oriented education, and Zhao Mai employed them with remarkable ease. Chapter 60. It turns out we're all friends, Mike. Hurry up. You were slowing us down again. Lucius's voice echoed from ahead, tinged with a slight tremor as it filtered through the leaves. Zhao Mai let out a grunt, exerting his shoulders to lift his backpack with renewed vigor, striving to keep pace with the footprints before him. His physical condition was somewhat lacking. Prolonged hours spent riding and driving had deprived him of necessary exercise. Fortunately, since arriving in this world, he had consciously sought to enhance his physical fitness, managing to regain at least the level of athleticism he had during his university days, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Yet, his foundation remained insufficient compared to those who had lived in the wild since childhood. Moreover, for this expedition, he had made ample preparations. Clad in leather armor and equipped with a shield, a giant tooth-beast musket, a sling, and a plethora of projectiles, he also carried various supplies for setting traps, ropes, snares, 3 candles, a large piece of versatile canvas, and even needles and thread, along with a pot. All these items had to be securely fastened with cloth straps to prevent them from clashing and creating sounds that might betray their location. Such knowledge was of little use to the druids. In their natural habitat, their survival skills were remarkable, capable of thriving even in the nude without any possessions. As if on a leisurely retreat, Lucius exuded confidence, donning only leather armor and bearing a bow and spear, moving ahead unencumbered. Afra carried a backpack seemingly filled with various bottles, likely containing some homemade salves. Ziyue shouldered 2 curved blades, though her true familiarity lay with the blowgun at her waist. Zhao Mai bore the heaviest load, as he was also responsible for the provisions. Although the little dog could run faster than Zhao Mai, it often stumbled over thick roots or jagged stones. It must be said that when it came to traversing rugged terrains, Lucius's feline companion proved far superior. The cheetah leaped swiftly between branches, nearly soundless. Afra's animal companion was a gibbon, which navigated the forest with ease. Ziyue's partner was an owl that appeared to spend most of its time dozing on her shoulder. However, Zhao Mai observed that whenever someone approached, the owl would promptly open its eyes, fixating its gaze intently. Mr. Darl said we should take a break up ahead. Mike, keep up, don't lag behind. Lucius's voice floated back, a persistent echo like an enchanting spell. His voice, while perhaps not entirely devoid of utility, at least allowed Zhao Mai to ascertain the direction of his companions. This journey was, in essence, a basic patrol task. Beyond accompanying Druid Darl to the Ashen Lake for a brief inspection, the specifics of their mission remained uncertain. Zhao Mai had long since come to understand that this was not a forced march. The Druids would not permit the group to stray beyond their control. Thus he need not push his endurance to the brink. Preserving a portion of his strength was the prudent course of action, allowing him to respond effectively to unforeseen circumstances. Breathing heavily, he endeavored to regulate his respiration, taking 3 rapid inhales followed by a slow exhale, a method that enhanced his body's utilization of oxygen. Zhao Mai once again bent down to lift the reserve grain, swiftly maneuvering his legs after identifying a clear path, deftly circumventing a thicket of thorns. Should the reserves attempt to traverse on their own, they would undoubtedly emerge marred with countless scratches. Although lacking formal instruction, Mr. Daler remarked, I have observed the Ranger Carl employing the technique of forest traversal, and thus I endeavored to imitate him. Ah, Carl, he is indeed an old friend of mine. Daler smiled gently. His mastery of forest traversal was learned from me, yet he imparted upon me the art of sniping with a crossbow. You are acquainted? Zhao Mai cradled the reserve grain in his hands, and gestured, Behold, this is a pup from the dog meat, a gift from Mr. Carl. In that case, he truly holds you in high regard. Daler extended a hand to steady Zhao Mai, assisting him in regaining his balance, and they walked side by side. I met him 15 years ago, at which time his dog meat was no larger than your little pup. How swiftly the years have passed. I wonder how he has changed. 15 years? Zhao Mai scrutinized the druid Daler, then sighed. Alas, once a druid possesses the myriad forms of existence, discerning age becomes an impossibility. I had assumed you were quite youthful. I am not particularly old. By human standards, I am merely equivalent to 30 years. Daler elucidated. I possess a lineage of air elemental blood, which grants me a slightly extended lifespan. No wonder you prefer to reside in such lofty places. Were it me, I would be too anxious about plummeting to my demise to find any rest. As they conversed, their shared friendship with the ranger brought them closer together. Upon exiting the woods, they arrived at the riverbank, where the remaining 3 companions had commenced gathering firewood in preparation for their overnight camp. Druids cherish the natural environment. Yet that does not imply they refrain from utilizing its resources. Even without felling trees, collecting dead branches for kindling is entirely permissible. Zhao Mai set down his backpack and retrieved a small pot from within, although Lucius remained silent. He was acutely aware that this pot would greatly enhance their standard of living. They found themselves beside the smoky river, where the water perpetually bore a strange blackish-gray film, rendering it unpalatable. It is said that this is linked to the upstream Stoa Plateau and the environment of the Raven Plains. Once, that land was ruled by powerful arcane practitioners in ancient times, only to be destroyed by their own corruption. Beasts and wilderness engage in a prolonged communication until, in recent centuries, civilization gradually reclaimed portions of territory. Enormous alchemical factories and countless mud creatures continue to pollute the waters of the smoky river. Fortunately, while these waters are unpleasant to drink, they are devoid of toxicity, making them suitable for irrigation. Otherwise, the entire Raven Plains would be bereft of vegetation, let alone the presence of villages. The druids lauded the meal with unreserved praise. Chapter 61. The first day on the morning of the second day. Only 4 apprentices remained by the oil-smoke river, for Mr. Dale had departed silently. Zhao surveyed his surroundings, finding no evidence of his continued presence. With a gentle exhale, he acknowledged that he would now have to rely solely on himself. Does anyone know how far we are from Wolfear Town? Ziyu's inquiry was met with silence. Even though Zhao possessed a map of the region, the absence of notable landmarks or a positioning system rendered him incapable of determining their location. The river's course would not alter, so they could simply follow it. Lucius cast a water-manipulating spell to extinguish the campfire and proceeded to prepare himself. Zhao, burdened with the most equipment, needed to secure each item individually. Afra approached to assist, significantly hastening the process. I have an idea, Zhao said while working. The flow of the oil-smoke river is not swift, and the terrain we traverse is level. Why not construct a raft to drift downstream? It would conserve our energy and expedite our journey. Isn't that akin to cheating? Lucius shook his head. Mr. Dale instructed us to head south, not to drift southward. What if we fail our task for the sake of temporary ease? Can you bear the consequences? It would be difficult for me to build a raft alone. If no one is willing to assist, then so be it, Zhao replied nonchalantly, donning his backpack and fastening the clasp across his chest. In the event of danger, he could swiftly pull to release the clasp and free himself from the burden. With no caretaker to rely on, he would have to depend on the strength of his protector, which was the fearsome giant tooth-beast firearm in his possession, even without ammunition. The 2-bladed long spear he equipped, designed to prevent misfires and conserve gunpowder, remained a menacing weapon. Your weapon bears the hallmark of dwarven craftsmanship. Where did you acquire it? Lucius inquired, fixated on the giant tooth-beast firearm. Throughout their journey, Zhao had trailed behind, and under Dale's protection, there was no need to wield a weapon constantly. This was the first time Lucius had noticed such a fine piece in his companion's hands. I have a dwarf friend who crafted it for me, Zhao replied tersely. Then shifted the topic. Let us proceed. It seems we must rely on our legs. Thus, the 4 of them commenced their journey southward along the banks of the oil-smoke river, accompanied by the river's peculiar odors. At times acrid, at others nauseating. The scent would occasionally transform into a surprising fragrance. These remnants of ancient sorcerers lingered, and even after the passage of countless years, the wilds had yet to fully heal from the scars of the magical wars. Walking along such a riverbank was not truly torturous, but it certainly served as a form of trial. This was evident from the occasional furrowing of brows among the group. After casting a purification spell on the food, the river's water proved not as dreadful in taste as in scent. Once they overcame the psychological hurdle, their bodies would not suffer excessively. The 4 druid apprentices advanced along the riverbank, with Zhao positioned third in line. He had initially intended to guard the rear, but Ziyu's reasoning was compelling. My all perches on my shoulder and can always look back. You do not have such convenience. Afra possessed a tranquil demeanor as she leaned on her wooden staff. Traversing the second path, rarely did she glance back, relying instead on the reports from a gray-blue gibbon. Consequently, the air was filled with the peculiar sounds of chattering and screeching, a language incomprehensible to all but perhaps Afra herself. This time, Zhao Mai had cast his projectile a considerable distance. The reserve food suddenly halted midway, emitting a low growl toward the forest. The posture it assumed, with its tail erect and shoulders hunched, indicated that it was no benign creature. What could it be? Zhao Mai squinted into the distance while crouching to load 2 bullets into his firearm. Although he saw nothing, he had unwavering faith in the instincts of the reserve food. The others began to gather towards the center of their formation, arming themselves in readiness. Lucius seemed to have detected something, standing upright to release an arrow. His cheetah lunged suddenly, not to charge forward, but to tackle Lucius to the ground. At that moment, a spear whizzed past, narrowly grazing the cheetah's back. Zhao Mai glanced at the spear's shape, approximately 1 meter in length, devoid of any metallic tip, merely a sharpened wooden stick. Its shaft exhibited a natural curvature, suggesting the adversary's craftsmanship was rather rudimentary. Estimating the spear's trajectory and velocity in an instant, Zhao Mai cautioned, "Be wary, the opposition likely consists of sentient beings, their size not exceeding that of medium stature. Given their audacity to attack us 4, their numbers must be substantial. Stay together to avoid being overwhelmed. We are still over 20 meters from the woods, a sufficient distance to react to projectiles like spears. When they approach, do not enter the forest." As he spoke, he had already equipped his shield. Ziyue chuckled softly, positioning herself beside Zhao Mai to benefit from the shield's protection. Afra contemplated for a moment, then lowered her body and dashed over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ziyue. "Don't all look at me. Assign someone to keep watch over the river," Zhao Mai instructed, refusing to underestimate any intelligent adversary. "Ziyue, you have an owl. This task falls to you." Lucius pushed the cheetah off himself, biting his lip as he rose. He felt that it should be he who issued those commands, rather than Zhao Mai, although his reaction had been slightly delayed. He could have articulated those words himself. There was no reason to allow that dark-haired youth to steal the limelight. He glanced at the other 3, aware that he could never hide behind Zhao Mai's shield. Thus, he picked up his bow again, cautiously observing the forest. Dark, diminutive figures flitted about, taking advantage of the underbrush, brandishing weapons resembling spears and curved blades. Lucius loosed 2 more arrows, both striking the branches of trees. The quivering arrowheads drew mocking sounds from the adversaries, a series of high-pitched chirps. "How many arrows do you have left?" Zhao Mai inquired. "I haven't kept count." "Then conserve your ammunition," Zhao Mai replied, feeling a sense of exasperation. Chapter 62. An unpleasant first encounter. Have you discerned what manner of creatures they are? Zhao Mai, bracing himself with a shield, could only make out their indistinct silhouettes. These beings were exceedingly cunning, refusing to emerge from the thicket. Instead, they lingered, occasionally hurling stones or branches to assert their presence. Such incessant harassment vexed the quartet, compelling them to remain perpetually vigilant to the sounds emanating from the woods, never allowing themselves a moment's respite. However, the notion of charging in for an attack was fraught with uncertainty, as none dared make such a decision without knowledge of the enemy's disposition. Thus, they huddled together and proceeded downstream along the riverbank, hoping to discover a more favorable terrain. It would be fortuitous to reach a human settlement. Zhao Mai retained some recollection of the map of the Oil Smoke River's banks, aware that this region was largely desolate. Over the years, the river had slowly shifted westward, incessantly eroding the land and leaving behind a multitude of ruined old riverbeds. This relentless action had fostered a peculiar juxtaposition, one side of the Oil Smoke River teeming with life, while the other lay barren, near the farmer's forest. The water flowed beneath the roots of trees, whereas on Zhao Mai's side, the remnants of the old riverbed were devoid of any vegetation. As for the distant crow's field, it housed only a smattering of small villages, all built around a few freshwater wells. Situated away from the banks of the oil smoke river, the group might need to traverse a considerable distance to reach Wolf Ear Town, adjacent to Ashen Lake. If they were to seek assistance, this prospect would undoubtedly dampen morale, so Zhao Mai refrained from voicing it. An undercurrent of restlessness began to manifest among the companions. Though none exhibited their discontent outwardly, the 3 exchange students from the Eagle Wing community, distinguished among the Druid apprentices, displayed remarkable mental fortitude. Thus far, no grievances or quarrels had arisen among them. It was difficult to discern clearly, but it could be a band of gnolls. Lucius possessed the keenest sight among them, using his bow to maintain pressure on the adversaries, which was one reason they had yet to charge forth. Zhao Mai surmised that Lucius's first arrow had likely found its mark. Otherwise, the sudden retreat of the creatures was perplexing. Gnolls had the ability to see in the dark, and if nightfall were to descend upon them, they would find themselves in dire straits. Zhao Mai glanced at the sky. It was already midday, and these creatures had followed them for several hours without relinquishing their pursuit. The likelihood of them giving up in the coming hours was minimal. A decision had to be made. Should they seek a defensible position or devise a means to cross the river, allowing the water to serve as their protective barrier? Was it truly necessary to flee from a mere handful of gnolls? Lucius considered Zhao Mai's suggestion prudent, yet he was reluctant to admit it. However, crossing the river with such a heavy load posed significant dangers. Although the current was not particularly swift, the river's breadth and unknown depths rendered swimming across a formidable challenge. "You cannot swim across," Afra cautioned. Yet, her words implicitly endorsed the plan to cross. "I have a bundle of rope in my pack. It should suffice." Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Mai had already assumed command of the team. He directed the owl to soar across the expanse, circling the trees twice before sending the gibbon forth. "Afura, see if you can have the monkeys hold onto the rope tightly. Ladies first. Lucius, do you have any objections?" Lucius shook his head. "I swim quite well." "Shall I go first?" Ziyue volunteered. "I can hold my breath for 5 minutes, and no ordinary fish can outswim me. Then you shall handle any unforeseen circumstances." "If you please," Zhao Mai designated. "You are our safety assurance." "No problem." After traversing several hundred meters, they arrived at a section of the river that appeared wider. Yet the current was relatively gentle. Ziyue opened Zhao Mai's backpack, exclaiming in awe at the multitude of items, and pulled out a bundle of rope. Tossing it to the owl, she then gestured and whistled to direct the bird, instructing it to grasp the rope and fly over the river. Finding a tree to perform a few intricate loops around its branches, managing to tighten the rope. Naturally, one could not expect the rope to be entirely secure. Afura then secured the rope on their side of the riverbank, allowing her gibbon to climb across. Despite some slack, the rope held firm. "Grab the rope," shouted the raven-haired girl for the first time, her voice ringing out. "I'm going first." Ziyue dashed into the river, plunging in with vigor. With the aid of the rope, she swam swiftly across. After reaching the shore, she hurriedly tied a knot in the rope and waved to Afura. The adversaries lurking in the forest were not oblivious. Upon witnessing this scene, they surged forth. Lucius raised his hand and shot 2 arrows, one striking true, bringing down a yapping goblin that writhed in agony on the ground. Yet, 10 more goblins brandished an array of weapons, screaming wildly as they charged through the thicket. "Who can cast entanglement? Aim for the crowd." Zhao Mai calmly commanded. "Afura, hasten across." Afura bent down to pluck a blade of grass from the ground, casting it forth. As she recited her incantation, numerous vines erupted from the barren earth. Several goblins, caught off guard, tumbled into the mass, either tripped or ensnared. Regrettably, the sparse vegetation here limited the full efficacy of the spell. Seizing the moment, Zhao Mai took the rope and swiftly secured it around his waist. "Lucius, come to my side for cover. I'll shield you." The goblins had begun hurling their short javelins, none yet finding their mark, but the barrage diminished Lucius's accuracy. With someone to provide cover, Lucius was immensely grateful. Positioned behind Zhao Mai, he had to be wary of the javelins aimed at his shield. The cheetah had already plunged into the fray, weaving through the goblins with its agile steps, creating chaos among them. Armed with weapons, be it spears or curved blades, the goblins posed a significant threat to the young cheetah. Lucius's marksmanship was insufficient to support his animal companion amidst the melee, so he hesitated to issue a full-on assault order. A javelin hurtled toward them, and Zhao Mai, seizing the opportunity, angled his shield and forcefully deflected it outward. Fortunately, the strength of the goblin was not formidable, allowing Zhao Mai to easily deflect the spear. Seizing the moment, one of the goblins hurled its short sword. employing it as a projectile aimed at Zhao Mai. The intricacies of defending against multifaceted assaults had been elucidated by the Ranger Carl. Even in the absence of the absolute defense provided by a backup shield, Zhao Mai was more than capable of managing the situation. After all, this wooden shield was considerably lighter than the substitute. An arrow was loosed, felling yet another goblin. However, the ensuing confrontation would inevitably plunge into close combat. Crouching slightly, Zhao Mai gripped the jagged beast's spear tightly, bracing himself for the impending clash. Chapter 63. Gunfire by the greasy river. With a deft maneuver, Zhao Mai sidestepped, using his strength to push the dog-headed creature aside, careful not to overexert himself and lose his balance. Following closely, his right hand drove the two bayonets of the great tooth beast rifle into the creature's flesh. Blood spurted from the wounds, splattering onto Zhao Mai's shoulder. Although he had not struck a fatal blow, the creature was not dead, for the moment posing no significant threat. In the meantime, another dog-headed creature lunged at him, its blade aimed at Zhao Mai's unprotected ribs. Lucius felt a pang of envy at Zhao Mai's composure. Since the dog-headed creatures had charged, he had been forced to abandon his longbow in favor of a spear. In truth, had he exhibited a modicum of patience, allowing the cheetah to take a defensive stance rather than charging forth, that single feline predator could have maintained distance from the foes, showcasing the advantages of archery. He had once mocked Zhao Mai for carrying too many burdens, yet now he realized that each item served a purpose. Lucius, recall whatever spells you have. There is no time for hesitation. Amidst the friction caused by shifting sands and gravel, a pale red giant centipede emerged from the earth, surging towards the dog-headed creature. If the centipede were to rear up, it would nearly match Zhao Mai's height, its girth comparable, dwarfing the two dog-headed creatures stacked atop one another. Blast it! Kill them swiftly! The dog-headed creatures shouted, and two of them rushed forward. Mike, the two women have moved on. We must prepare to retreat. Lucius suddenly exclaimed. I believe there are more enemies lurking in the woods. Zhao Mai glanced up, and, indeed, 6 more dog-headed creatures were advancing with a cacophony of growls. One of the creatures lagged behind, adorned with a crown of chicken feathers and clutching a short staff. There was no room for hesitation now. With a swift flick of his arm, Zhao Mai released the grip on the shield's control ring, using his left hand to assist his right in grasping the rifle. Aiming the dark muzzle at a leaping dog-headed creature, he curled his right index finger, triggering the explosive blast. The specially prepared flat-nosed round shattered upon impact, slicing through the creature's leather armor and wreaking havoc within its fragile body, obliterating its innards as it tumbled through the air, spewing blood and flesh in a gruesome display. The dog-headed creatures recoiled in shock, their movements stalling noticeably. This weapon was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The thunderous roar echoed painfully in their ears, instilling a profound sense of dread. Hesitation flickered in the eyes of some creatures, signaling the potential for retreat. At this crucial moment, it was imperative to prevent the dog-headed creatures from regaining their confidence. They were a pack species, prone to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, only willing to engage in favorable circumstances. If their numbers were sufficient, they would dare to assault even a dragon. However, should one of them fall prey to the dragon's might and flee in terror, the remaining creatures would undoubtedly follow suit without a moment's hesitation. With one round still in the chamber of the great tooth beast rifle, Zhao Mai adjusted his aim at another dog-headed creature. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a thick fog suddenly enveloped him, shrouding him completely. The gunfire rang out as usual, but whether it struck its mark remained uncertain. Zhao Mai swiftly approached, for this was the druid's fog spell, a mist that obscured vision, emanating from the caster's being, rendering anything beyond a mere 2 steps invisible, even to those with dark vision. Lucius, you fool! How could you cast such a spell without a warning? Though the fog provided a veil of protection, it also shielded the kobolds from witnessing the tragic fates of their fallen comrades. Moreover, Zhao Mai gasped and immediately seized the rations, striding towards the river. The fog spell, centered around the caster, would shift its location with their movements for the duration of its effect. Yet it bore a critical flaw. It could not be cast in water. Once Lucius plunged into the river, the mist would dissipate instantly. At that moment, Zhao Mai would find himself alone on the riverbank, confronted by a horde of kobolds who had regained their sight. He would undoubtedly meet his demise. Adhering to the principle of retreat, Zhao Mai did not hesitate and promptly turned to flee. As he ran, a violet orb of light pierced through the thick fog, veering through the air before colliding with Zhao Mai with a resounding thud. The armor was punctured, delivering a severe blow that caused blood to seep from his left ribs, nearly knocking him off his feet. Cursed kobold sorcerer! Cursed magic missile! Zhao Mai seethed inwardly, realizing the missile had been aimed prior to the casting of the fog spell. Fortunately, a single magic missile was not lethal. Magic missiles possess a notable velocity, and as long as a target is visible at the moment of casting, they are sure to strike. Only force field type barrier spells can mitigate the damage. Some claim that if the targeted individual makes an effort to dodge, using non-vital areas for cover, they might evade severe injury. Had it not been for the fog spell, Zhao Mai might have attempted such avoidance upon seeing the missile. However, given the circumstances, he counted himself fortunate that the missile had missed his face, sparing him from an even more grievous fate. With great effort, he plunged into the water, rehoisting his firearm onto his shoulder. One arm clutched the rations while the other gripped the rope. Swimming across with a backpack in tow was a futile endeavor. Zhao Mai had no choice but to rely on those on the opposite shore to pull him across. The river swelled to his chest, making it arduous to walk. Yet, the fog still lingered. The kobolds remained oblivious to his presence. Unless fate were to conspire against him in a most unfortunate manner, he would not be struck by their errant projectiles. Furthermore, Zhao Mai shielded one side of his body with a wooden shield, and as long as he held onto the rope, he ought not to have dwelled on that rope. As he loosened his grip, it snapped. In a moment of panic, Zhao Mai choked on water and hastily clutched the wooden shield as a makeshift flotation device, letting the current carry him away. Chapter 64. The severed seat. The frigid waters of the river relentlessly sought to invade Zhao Mai's mouth, carrying with them the nauseating flavor of alchemical concoctions. White waves crashed against his eyes, a slick layer of oily residue creeping up, creating an uncomfortable sensation. In such dire circumstances, seeing clearly into the distance proved to be a formidable challenge, compounded by the lingering fog wrought by Lucius, which now enveloped the western bank of the river as he emerged ashore. Zhao Mai yearned to call for help, but first, he had to expel the water from his mouth, didn't he? The immense backpack felt as heavy as a stone, persistently tugging at him from behind, as if attempting to drag him beneath the water's surface. One hand clutched his rations while the other grasped his wooden shield, leaving his mouth free. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and, relying on the sensitivity of his tongue and lips, located the strap secured to his chest, pulling it with all his might. Surely, this effort would leave his gums bleeding. The strap of the backpack loosened, allowing it to open. With the current's force, Zhao Mai extracted his arms one by one, finally liberating himself. The wooden shield floated on the surface, while his rations had managed to climb up, fiercely clutching the collar of his garment and pulling him upwards. Zhao Mai was not overly greedy. He only needed to rest his upper body on the shield to obtain sufficient buoyancy. The oily river carried the two of them downstream, and soon, the battleground against the dog-headed creatures was no longer in sight. Gasping for breath, Zhao Mai began to paddle toward the riverbank. The water of the oily river was far from pristine, devoid of obstructive aquatic plants and fish to disturb him, making the paddling relatively easy. However, the area beneath his left rib, injured by a magical missile, throbbed with pain, making even the act of breathing a laborious task. Perhaps a rib had fractured. He had no choice but to secure the shield with his left arm while his right arm and legs gradually propelled him forward, all the while gasping and sweating. His rations also reached the edge of the shield, extending a small paw to paddle. Yet, it always seemed to misjudge the direction, causing the shield to spin incessantly. Finally, he felt his feet touch the riverbed and, limping, he made his way onto the shore. Though the battle was brief, the toll on his stamina was significant, a clear indication of an inexperienced novice. His heightened tension had equally strained his muscles, causing him to act in an overexerted manner. How could he not be exhausted? His rations vigorously shook its body, flinging off the water from its fur. Then, it approached Zhao Mai, panting and circling around him. Before astutely taking on the role of lookout, Zhao Mai lifted his leather armor to inspect his wounds, shaking his head in dismay. This was not a wound that would heal on its own. It seemed he must resort to magic. He possessed only 2 first-level spell slots, one for the Divine Berry spell and one for Cure Light Wounds. A potion of Cure Light Wounds sold for 50 gold coins, far exceeding the value of a spell slot. So how could he not reserve one for healing? Having never experienced the effects of a healing spell before, now was the perfect opportunity to test it. Situated at the forest's edge, the natural forces here were abundant, enhancing the spell's efficacy. Zhao Mai heard a crackling sound emanating from within his body, accompanied by the tingling sensation of bones grinding against one another. Subsequently, the pain in his muscles and skin subsided, and several minor wounds began to scab over. After the simple treatment of his injuries, Zhao Mai no longer felt overly concerned about the condition of his wounds, All that remained was to indulge in good food and restful sleep. Allowing nature to take its course in healing. Was the efficacy of treating minor injuries truly this remarkable? He found it somewhat astonishing. The potency of the magic missile was not particularly high, so the wounds it inflicted should not have been severe. Perhaps it was merely his frail constitution that made the injuries appear more alarming than they were. He believed that as he continued to enhance his affinity with the natural primal forces, his physical strength would steadily improve. It was time to inspect his equipment. He could not afford to be unarmed. Zhao Mai opened the chamber of his giant toothed beast rifle, carefully retrieving the spent cartridges and tidying up the remnants of combustion. At that moment, there were no smokeless incendiary rounds, so some residue was inevitable. Moreover, after being soaked in water, it was bound to turn into a muddy substance. Remarkably, none of the bullets on his belt were lost. One had to commend the craftsmanship of Green. However, during the struggle, the wax seal of one bullet had been compromised, allowing moisture to seep into the gunpowder. Reluctant to discard it, Zhao Mai decided to keep it on his belt, intending to replenish the powder when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, his provisions began to bark, rushing towards the river. Zhao Mai turned to see his backpack half submerged, swept along by the current towards the riverbank. He hurried over, standing in water up to his chest, and reached in to retrieve the backpack, dragging it ashore. The bag had been opened by the water, and many of its contents were lost, including Zhao Mai's favorite pot and the most valuable piece of canvas. This canvas could have served as a tent, a blanket, or even a stretcher and bed, but now it was reduced to nothingness. Few usable items remained. The slingshot was intact, but the projectiles were nowhere to be found. Only one candle remained, yet it could still be melted down to replenish the wax seal at the base of the cartridges. The water pouch was still there, which was perhaps the best news. The cool spring water it contained was incomparable to the foul waters of the oil-smelling river. Although he had just emerged from the river, Zhao Mai still felt parched and quickly shared some of the remaining sweet water with his provisions. A length of rope slipped from the strap of his backpack, dangling limply to the ground. Tracing the rope to its severed end, he discerned that it had clearly been cut by a sharp instrument. A surge of fury ignited within Zhao Mai. That scoundrel had done this to him. Calculating the remaining length of the rope, he surmised that Lucius must be behind this mischief. Why would he sever the rope? Did he think he could act with impunity under the cover of fog? How unexpected. How misguided. He had always found Lucius to be somewhat pedantic and irksome, yet he had failed to perceive such malevolent intentions. There exists a type of individual that Zhao Mai could never forgive, those traitors who betray their comrades. They had all worked together to escape the pursuit of the dog-headed creatures. No, they had not fully escaped yet, and Lucius, that scoundrel, had already begun to abandon his comrades left behind. What benefit could this possibly bring him? Did he truly believe that a mere river could drown him? Zhao Mai immediately set to work, deftly organizing his belongings before leaving the riverbank and seeking refuge among the trees. Lucius severed the rope amidst the dense fog. Yet he would still need to elucidate the events to the other two upon reaching the shore. Regardless of his eloquence, Afra and Ziyue would likely choose to investigate downstream, even if we entertain the notion that their patrol mission was not yet complete, with Wolfear Town located further down the river. Their journey along the banks would inevitably lead them to Zhao Mai's current position. Thus, Zhao Mai concealed himself, firmly grasping the giant toothed beast, preparing to impart a profound lesson to Lucius. Time swiftly passed, rendering the wait exceedingly tedious. The stored provisions turned over, exposing their bellies as they continued to slumber. The surroundings grew eerily tranquil, as if even the sound of the setting sun could be discerned. Zhao Mai flexed his stiff fingers, fashioned a small canopy above his forehead, and gazed towards the upstream direction. Chapter 65. The road back. As twilight descended, the path outside grew increasingly obscured, and the predatory creatures of the forest began to stir. Zhao Mai slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the insects that clung to him, and stretched his stiff limbs. Upon inspecting his injuries once more, he found them to have healed considerably. Although druids may not be universally regarded as the mightiest of professions, falling significantly short of mages. When it comes to the journey from novice to legend, no other vocation demonstrates such minimal dependence and remarkable adaptability as the druid. With a modest supply of provisions at hand, Zhao Mai mused that if he were to exercise patience and wait another 6 months for them to fully mature, the synergy between him and his supplies would yield results far beyond mere arithmetic. In this world, it seemed that the only entity he could wholly trust was his reserve of provisions. He knelt down and scratched the chin of his companion. It is often said that dogs are humanity's most loyal friends, and it certainly appeared to be true. After having fallen into the water for such a long time, The absence of any of his companions checking on him left him feeling somewhat despondent. Looking up at the moonlit sky, he noticed a crescent moon, resembling a fishing hook, hidden behind the clouds, promising yet another moonless night. The druidess invocation, a cantrip, could be cast infinitely, allowing Zhao Mai to continuously employ the light spell to illuminate his path. However, this would inevitably expose his location, rendering it less than safe. Coupled with his gnawing hunger and fatigue, it was far from an opportune moment to journey onward. Whatever the matters at hand, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Utilizing the faint light at the forest's edge, he located a berry-laden bush. After purifying the fruit, he gently placed it on the ground atop some leaves. Grasping a handful of grass, he forcefully extracted its juice to drizzle over the berries, then added a few drops of clean water. Zhao Mai commenced the ritualistic casting of the divine berry spell, which would enhance the spell's efficacy. Under his guidance, the surrounding natural energies began to coalesce, infused with vibrant life, and slowly permeated the berries. What had initially been diminutive fruits, no larger than ladybugs, began to swell, and their hues intensified under the spell's influence. After several minutes, the ritual concluded, yielding 4 berries transformed into divine berries, imbued with the essence of nature. This spell belonged solely to druids, no other profession. Not even rangers who also dwell in the wild could perform it. Each divine berry, saturated with natural energy, could serve as sustenance, providing an adult with their daily requirements for food and water. Moreover, it possessed the ability to mend minor wounds. Most importantly, Zhao Mai had heard that these berries were exceptionally flavorful, delivering a primal yet pure sense of satisfaction and nourishment. It was said that they would not contribute to weight gain. With 1 berry reserved and 2 more set aside for tomorrow, Zhao Mai opened his mouth wide, took a berry in, and bit down, bursting it open. The sweet flavor surged from his mouth to his belly, spreading warmth throughout his body. In moments, a delightful sensation enveloped his nasal passages, head, and every part of him, banishing his hunger completely. Taking a deep breath, he marveled at the spell. Understanding why it was said that druids could never starve, this magic undoubtedly played a crucial role. Yet, no spell is without its imperfections. Although his belly was full, Zhao Mai felt an emptiness in his mouth. The lack of a need to chew left a sense of regret, and he found himself particularly nostalgic for gum. "All right, my good brother, let us take a rest," he said, climbing up a tree, cradling his rations. "We have much to accomplish tomorrow." At dawn the next day, Zhao Mai was awakened by the chorus of birdsong, as if the forest had come alive overnight. In stark contrast to the overwhelming silence of the previous night, the morning was filled with a cacophony. Before long, he spotted 2 squirrels frolicking on the branches nearby, engaged in playful pursuit, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of food. He retrieved 2 lifeless squirrels from below the tree, skillfully using the bayonet of his firearm to prepare them. Aware of his limited skills in handling prey and cooking, he nonetheless felt reassured by the blessings of his food purification incantation, believing he would not encounter any issues. 1 squirrel was set aside for his rations, while the other filled his own belly, igniting within him a fervent determination, employing the trees to conceal his movements. Zhao Mai remained vigilant of the dog-headed creatures across the river while maintaining caution regarding potential threats on his side. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he harbored concerns about encountering Afra and her companions, primarily due to uncertainty about how to approach them. Naturally, his first action upon seeing Lucius would be to strike him with the butt of his gun, then assess the situation to determine whether to employ his firearm or the bayonet against him. Zhao Mai merely hoped that Ziyue and Afra would provide a reasonable explanation for their failure to seek him downstream. After all, a beautiful woman deserved some preferential treatment. It was a man's duty. As he advanced, lost in his musings, Zhao Mai soon sensed something amiss. His rations grew inexplicably agitated, displaying hostility towards their surroundings while failing to pinpoint the source of danger. The flora on the ground, particularly the lowly grasses and moss, exhibited widespread death. Kneeling down to touch them, he found that they crumbled into a sticky residue between his fingers. What in the world is this? Zhao Mai mused, priding himself on his understanding of the magical system within the world of Gralian. He was well aware of the effects associated with various spells, yet he had never encountered one capable of transforming plants into such viscous debris. Fire, frost, corrosion, and dehydration were all commonplace, but none could account for the current state of affairs. The towering trees around him remained unharmed, indicating that this phenomenon was not an environment-specific spell, but rather a force emanating from some undisclosed source. Realizing this, Zhao Mai grew increasingly cautious. He signaled to his rations to remain silent, chambering around in his firearm. He discarded his nearly empty backpack to enhance his agility and stealth. As he pressed forward, the damage to the vegetation intensified, disrupting the natural flow of elemental energy. While it was still far from interfering with his spell casting, it was enough to induce discomfort, a sense of repulsion. This was an additional effect of his burgeoning druidic abilities. Akin to a priest needing to bask in divine light or a wizard maintaining constant communion with the elements. A druid's connection to the forces of nature rendered them acutely sensitive to such disturbances. As Zhao Mai ventured forward, he encountered a familiar riverbank, the very site where the battle against the dog-headed beings had unfolded. Now, tranquility enveloped the area, with the river's waters murmuring softly, concealed behind the trees. Zhao Mai observed patiently. Soon enough, he discerned something peculiar. On the stony bank, a lifeless willow tree lay fallen, its ashen-black branches strewn across the ground like a cluster of coiled serpents. Beneath the branches, an arm could be faintly perceived, accompanied by another lifeless body. Zhao Mai strained to identify it, and no matter how he looked, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Lucius's cheetah. Chapter 66. Funeral and captive sweat trickled down Zhao Mai's forehead, his heart racing and breath attempting to calm, creating a dissonance that left him feeling dizzy. Even in the face of dog-headed creatures, he had never felt such tension. Perhaps it was the countless encounters with dog-headed beings, goblins, and orcs in various video games that had dulled the sense of novelty. However, the sudden appearance of a corpse by the riverbank was undeniably an uncommon sight. He felt compelled to investigate. He needed to understand what had transpired in order to decide his next course of action. Zhao Mai forced himself to maintain composure, clearing his mind and observing his surroundings meticulously before cautiously emerging from his hiding place. Beneath the willow tree lay indeed the body of a cheetah, twisted grotesquely in half, its forelegs and hind legs forming a 180-degree angle. It seemed that Lucius and his companions had encountered an ambush after crossing the river. Could that severed arm belong to Lucius? How could this be? As Zhao Mai pushed aside the withered willow branches, he caught sight of the corpse's face. The eagle-winged druid Dailor's eyes were wide open, a gaping wound in the area of his heart, blood long since drained. Judging by his appearance, it was clear that he had fought valiantly before his demise, his limbs and torso covered in numerous small wounds, as though lashed by steel cables. Dailor had not been dead for more than a day, thus his body had yet to decay, allowing Zhao Mai to suppress his discomfort as he dragged the corpse from beneath the willow tree. The fatal wound was a penetrating injury to the heart, indicating an entry from the back and an exit from the chest. His weapons and equipment were absent, even the pockets beneath his robe were entirely empty. This led Zhao Mai to suspect that Dailor might have been captured before being executed. Though their time together had been brief, Zhao Mai had held a favorable impression of Dailor. He was able to listen attentively to the young man's words and readily agreed to reward him with a potion for disease removal. Zhao Mai had estimated the value of a third-tier spell potion to be approximately 750 gold coins, a sum far exceeding the rewards of a novice apprentice training task. Moreover, throughout their journey, Dailor had treated all members of the Eagle Wing community equally, often even assisting Zhao Mai, who moved at a slower pace. This kindness had warmed Zhao Mai's heart, especially as he navigated this unfamiliar world alone. In accordance with customary funeral rites, oil is typically poured over the pyre. However, Zhao Mai opted for simplicity. He ignited the bark fibers using the firing mechanism of his firearm, patiently nurturing the flames until he was assured that every part was ablaze. I'm sorry, my abilities are limited," Zhao Mai murmured as he watched the flames consume Dailor's body. Offering his final farewell, "That you may not be laid to rest in the earth, the forces of nature will ultimately reclaim your form, and the essence of the force will embrace your spirit. I cannot say if this is right, but I hope you do not mind." Having completed this solemn duty, he promptly departed with his provisions, heading towards the direction of the druid community etched in his memory. Further west, deep within the dense forest, an unusual procession was slowly advancing, approximately 30 kilometers from their location. Leading the procession were two earth giants, resembling colossal beetles magnified 100-fold. They're enormous. Claw-like pincers bore serrated edges capable of cleaving through obstructive trees. Subsequently, they would use their long, rigid horns to push the trunks aside, clearing a path ahead. Following closely behind were 4 trolls, who collectively bore a palanquin, meticulously maintaining their balance as they advanced in the wake of the earth giants. The palanquin was enveloped in thick fabric, forming the shape of a small chamber, rendering the occupants within obscured from view. Occasionally, wisps of gray mist wafted through the fabric seams, slowly descending towards the ground. Upon contact with the gray vapor, fragile life forms such as moss and mushrooms swiftly withered, transitioning from growth to decay, and soon perished. Trailing behind the palanquin were two robust bear goblins, their bare bodies showcasing solid musculature, with bushy shoulders supporting enormous heads. Their mouths, adorned with prominent lower fangs, chewed on raw flesh, seemingly freshly severed from some unfortunate beast. Their eyes darted around, constantly surveying their surroundings, occasionally glancing back at the large cage being hoisted by the trolls. Inside it were Lucius, Afra, and Ziyue, bound hand and foot, though their mouths were mercifully unstuffed with foul rags. Any movement would elicit a sharp blow from the bear goblins wielding long sticks. Whispering was permissible, yet any bold outcry would be met with a fierce strike. Ziyue's swollen head was a testament to such punishments. What do you suppose they are up to? Venturing deeper into Farmer's Forest? Ziyue murmured, rubbing her bump and softly exclaiming in discomfort, addressing Afra and Lucius. Lucius, clad in nothing but shorts, bore the marks of distress upon his muscular frame, appearing utterly disheveled. A conspicuous bruise encircled his neck, still a deep shade of purple. Occasionally, he would brush his fingers over the scar, as if reliving the terror of the rope constricting his throat and the dreadful pulling towards the water. Yet, these physical wounds paled in comparison to the anguish within. The death of the cheetah before his eyes had struck him profoundly. Afra observed the flickers of despair in his eyes, a despair born of shock and sorrow. She began to worry for Lucius' state, fearful that he might lose his composure at any moment. For now, he appeared merely fatigued, not yet despondent, maintaining his usual rationality. What, apart from the Wayfarers community, could possibly draw these individuals into the depths of Farmer's Forest? Even if he had vanquished Mr. Dowler, the druids of the community were formidable foes, and he would undoubtedly face defeat. Ziyue pursed her lips, gesturing dismissively at the palanquin. That is precisely why we are still alive, Afra suddenly interjected. We hold no exchange value, Ziyue replied, somewhat perplexed. Moreover, the Wayfarers are hardly wealthy, far less so than the iglooing, are they? What could these scoundrels possibly desire? Lucius let out a deep sigh, lowering his head as he remarked, I fear that the three of us are merely intended to buy time. Chapter 67. It's time to depart in a single phrase. We merely utilized our words to prolong the inevitable, to the extent that even the typically carefree Ziyue began to feel a somber weight upon her spirit. Observing the unfolding situation, Afura promptly sought to steer the conversation in a different direction. Does anyone know what that entity seated in the palanquin truly is? I can assure you, it is not an undead being. There is no trace of negative energy emanating from it. Ziyue, easily diverted, remarked, it appears to possess the ability to continuously transform, its form resembling a layer of oily shadow that shifts incessantly, akin to smoke enveloped in black silk. Is there such a creature? Lucius, perched in the corner, shook his head at her inquiry. Its shape is ever-changing. At one point, it even manifested more than 10 slender tentacles. I suspect it hails from another realm, for such phenomena are difficult to rationalize otherwise. No, it is more accurate to say that we are doomed. When Daler attempted to rescue us and was slain, our fates were irrevocably sealed. The sooner we acknowledge this, the more rationally we can contemplate our predicament. Only the fortunate might manage to escape capture. Let us hope he has not succumbed to the whirlpool at the river's bottom, for that may allow him to retain a flicker of life. Zhao Mai had no time to dawdle. He pressed forward with unwavering determination towards the community, refusing to waste a moment. The druids had planted unique varieties of trees within the Farmer's Forest, and locating these trees, coupled with the cardinal directions, would provide a general idea of the community's whereabouts. This was knowledge imparted to him during a private conversation with Daler, a secret even the trio was unaware of. If you pass the apprentice test, you will become a druid of the Unbroken Walker community. This is vital information you must possess, from daylight until the onset of night. Zhao Mai showed no inclination to pause. Fortunately, the divine berry had replenished all the nutrients and hydration he required for the day, thus his physical condition remained relatively sound. He was nearing the community's perimeter, where safety was markedly improved compared to before. Fearing the long night might bring unforeseen troubles, he resolved to continue his journey under the cover of darkness, casting elimination spells to light his path. At last, Zhao Mai beheld the glow of the community, those humble, semicircular dwellings now exuding a warm familiarity. As he entered the village, he overheard Master Joseph addressing the villagers. Danger is imminent. All children and apprentices must temporarily evacuate and seek refuge with the wise and experienced elders in the north at Selverian, where they may find the protection of the elves. The rest will be assigned tasks to safeguard our Unbroken Walker community. What manner of threat have we encountered, Master Joseph? A voice from the crowd inquired. How long should the children prepare to be sheltered? There remains an hour until dawn. The first group shall depart as the sun fully descends beyond the horizon, with a final contingent leaving at midday. After that, we shall not mobilize any further for evacuation, Joseph concluded. Time is of the essence. Everyone, please, attend to your duties. With a subtle gesture towards a companion nearby, Joseph signaled, and the individual quickly stepped forward, parting the crowd. Mike, come with me. Currently, there are 4 elders in the community who wish to inquire about your situation in detail. Chapter 68, The Journey Home It Is No More, Elder Joseph. The 4 individuals taken by Brother Daller were the only apprentice team previously outside. Well, now I can rest easy. Joseph inquired of Zhao Mai. Is there anything else to add? Zhao Mai shook his head. He had already reported the attack by the dog-headed creatures, the severed rope leading to the water, and everything subsequently discovered to the Druid Council. Given these unforeseen circumstances, can I consider my patrol task complete? Indeed, your apprentice task is concluded. You may now accompany the group heading north to the Elven City for refuge. Why? Joseph queried, somewhat puzzled. The southern forests are experiencing unusual disturbances and are therefore unsafe. You are merely an apprentice, and we cannot guarantee your safety. We lack the manpower to escort you. The Oil Smoke River can guide me southward. I shall seek a boat at Wolfear Town, or travel by land. I will surely reach my destination. Joseph and the other elders exchanged glances and communicated through thought, then nodded in agreement. Since this is the direction you have chosen, we respect your decision. The calf that leaves the herd may perish, but the tiger must learn to stand strong. Go inform teacher Celine. She is still counting those heading north. Should you require anything, let her prepare it for you. Zhao Mai smiled and bowed in farewell. After his departure, the elders engaged in dialogue within Joseph's mind. Are you certain of his loyalty? He is merely an apprentice, and his character is not yet discernible from the heart of nature. Can you truly entrust that item to him? Joseph shook his head. I cannot be 100% certain, much like none of us can accurately predict tomorrow's weather. However, my instincts tell me that Mike is someone worthy of trust. Master Duncan, who seldom spoke on such matters, interjected this time. Mike is not our only fallback. Entrusting him is acceptable. We cannot place all our hopes on the north and west. Someone actively moving south is a promising sign. After considerable discussion, several Druid masters ultimately concurred with Joseph's proposal by a narrow margin. Unsurprisingly, although the elven teacher opposed Zhao Mai's plan, she respected his choice. You are no longer a youth. Compared to Lucius and others, you are older and more mature. I cannot alter your decision. I merely hope you exercise caution, utmost caution. Indeed, I shall either be here or in the elven city of Selvirian, depending on when this turmoil subsides. Celine's eyes reflected an unshakable sorrow, as if she were anxious about the future of the Druid community. However, upon noticing the many apprentices preparing to depart nearby, she quickly concealed her melancholy. Very well. Time is of the essence for everyone, so I shall not prolong this. You have completed an apprentice task and can now cast first-level spells. According to tradition, I should present you with an apprentice gift. Thank you. Zhao Mai sensed something amiss but accepted the gift nonetheless. After sharing a gentle embrace with the elven teacher, he bid farewell to the community of the unseen walkers. Zhao Mai followed the provisions outside, only to find that the puppy had led him to the towering tree where Dale resided, barking excitedly at him. Zhao Mai smacked his forehead, cursing himself for his impatience and exuberance, having forgotten such a crucial detail. Dale was already deceased, and the box filled with potions still hung from the tree, alongside some of his past equipment. Given that Zhao Mai's physique closely resembled Dale's, it was time for him to procure a new suit of armor. Vines coiled around them, lifting them up before gently lowering them again. Zhao Mai donned a complete set of gear, ensuring his backpack was only half filled to prevent him from sinking into the water once more. He adjusted the straps on his leather armor at the shoulders, ribs, and waist, tightened his leather helmet, and acclimatized himself to the newly acquired exquisite wooden shield. He even strapped a jungle machete to his thigh, ready to serve as a sword if the need arose. However, the most significant gain was the assortment of potions nestled within his backpack. A party of about 30 departed northward from the community, while Zhao Mai ventured forth alone. He had learned from his previous experience that he must not allow the weight of his backpack to hinder his agility. During his apprenticeship journey, there had been companions who could slow their pace to accompany him, but this time, he had to rely solely on himself. The puppy busied itself with sniffing the surroundings. Still too young to share the burden of weight, perhaps even when it matured, he would hesitate to let it carry any load. As he progressed, he often spotted vigilant animal sentinels, Occasionally, there were tigers lurking behind bushes or colossal pythons concealed among the branches. These were the animal companions of the druids. Perhaps not by their sides at the moment, yet still obedient to the druids' commands. The puppy seemed capable of discerning friend from foe by scent, perhaps detecting the unmistakable aroma of the community surrounding them. In any case, Zhao Mai frequently found himself startled by these lurking sentinels. Yet as he noticed they paid him no heed, he gradually settled his nerves. This time, he was resolute in his purpose and traveled light, reaching the banks of the oil smoke river in half the time it had taken on his previous expedition. Subsequently, he spent over half a day procuring 6 relatively straight branches, binding 4 of them side by side as tightly as possible with rope, while the remaining 2 were cut and affixed to either end of the raft to provide lateral tension and prevent it from tipping over. The raft was not sturdy enough to support a person standing, but it was adequate to provide the buoyancy Zhao Mai required, ensuring his firearm remained above the water's surface and dry. The puppy perched at the bow of the makeshift vessel, while Zhao Mai settled in the middle. A flat piece of bark served as a paddle, assisting in steering the raft. With such rudimentary implements, the duo drifted southward, 1 man and 1 dog, embarking on their journey. Chapter 69. Smoke and Fire. Zhao Mai and his dog floated downstream on a wooden raft, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding in the farmer's forest. Along their journey, they occasionally heard furious roars emanating from deep within the woods, suggestive of some great beast stirred to wrath. At times, the earth-shaking sounds of battle reached Zhao Mai's ears, igniting his curiosity about the scenes unfolding in the forest's depths. However, this curiosity did not diminish Zhao Mai's intellect. He was acutely aware of his purpose. Fortunately, the oil smoke river was devoid of treacherous rapids, allowing for a tranquil drift, and they encountered little danger along the way. After 2 days and nights of travel, they finally glimpsed Wolfear Town, relieved at the prospect of not having to sleep in the water again. This town primarily engaged in agriculture and ironworking, with cargo ships daily transporting their produce across the calm and safe Ashen Lake, all the way to Nebo Town. Zhao Mai spent a modest sum to board such a vessel that very evening. You just emerged from the river, and you're eager to continue on your way? The captain, an experienced elder accompanied by his son, resided on the lake. If you're not in a hurry, you could stay overnight at the town. Elisa at the grasscarp and is quite a charming host. Seeing that Zhao Mai appeared genuine, the captain consented to have him accompany them. Recently, the farmer's forest had grown increasingly perilous, with reports of terrifying monsters lurking within. These creatures were said to assume human form and stealthily infiltrate the town to commit nefarious deeds. The mayor of Wolfear Town had dispatched 2 waves of messengers in search of the druids' assistance, but thus far, no word had arrived. The vessel was an old sailing ship, creaking and groaning as the mast swayed gently in the wind. Amidst these sounds, Zhao Mai meditated, striving to connect his being with the natural forces around him, savoring the contrasting essences of the lake and the forest, engaging actively in adventures, and placing oneself in environments where survival necessitates effort undoubtedly ignites human potential and fosters growth. Yet, the practice of passive meditation is equally essential. After all, both motion and stillness are natural states that must achieve equilibrium. Young man, something seems amiss ahead, the captain remarked, shielding his eyes from the sun as he peered southward. I sense a multitude of smoke columns rising from Nebo Town. Zhao Mai swiftly rose to his feet, straining to gaze towards the horizon where the sky met the water. Indeed, as the captain had indicated, several dark plumes ascended into the sky, unmistakably not from cooking fires. And certainly not a good omen. Let us proceed and assess the situation, he suggested. It may merely be a fire. As they drew closer, the smoke became increasingly pronounced, and Zhao Mai's heart grew heavier. The number of flames had surpassed 10, clearly indicating that this was no accidental conflagration, but rather a siege in progress. The captain furrowed his brow, observing the water's surface, and suddenly, a look of alarm crossed his face. He promptly turned the ship around, adjusting the sails and veering towards the western shore. Zhao Mai stumbled slightly and quickly inquired, Captain, why are we changing course? Look, there are ripples from Nebo Town. Yet no ship in sight. Under normal circumstances, the lake should not be so tranquil at this hour, whether it be a merchant vessel or a boat fleeing for safety. What do you think? Have you come to understand? Someone or something is obstructing the waterways, and Zhao Mai quickly reached the same conclusion. Captain, if you decide against heading to the town of Inbo, could you drop me off on the east bank? That way, I can continue my journey. What journey are you still pursuing? There is fighting ahead. Those capable of blocking the waterways are no ordinary villains. At least common bandits cannot achieve such a feat. Heed my counsel, take the western route, or let us proceed directly to Gaeduria. Baron Pedest possesses a castle that can offer you protection. I insist on landing on the eastern side. You may drop me off and then depart. Zhao Mai asserted, I have compelling reasons to go. You. The captain was about to retort when he suddenly noticed the druid's hand had already grasped the hilt of his weapon behind him, and his dog had assumed a defensive posture. Damn it. This venture is purely unfortunate. I must have neglected to pay my respects to the goddess of fortune, Desna, recently, and thus have attracted the ill-fated star. Reluctantly, he turned half around and set a course eastward. There were no docks on the eastern shore, and the cargo ship dared not approach too closely, so Zhao Mai and his provisions had to wade ashore. By the time they stood on dry ground, the cargo ship had long since departed into the distance. Woof. The provisions seemed to understand, beginning to wag its tail at Zhao Mai. Sometimes, one must make sacrifices. I am but a novice druid. What can I do, right? Yet, amidst this incessant chatter, Zhao Mai could not entirely shake off his hesitation. He continually reminded himself, this is not my world. I am merely a taxi driver, certainly not a savior. The dark columns of smoke rising near the southern town of Enbo appeared so glaring against the sky, each glance tugging at Zhao Mai's nerves. He was compelled to lower his gaze, concentrating on the ground beneath him, striving to avoid thoughts of the events unfolding in the distance. Avoiding trouble does not equate to trouble avoiding you. As he neared his hidden place for the siege, the provisions suddenly dashed into the woods. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Mai shouted, but his call went unheeded, and he had no choice but to follow. The provisions ran swiftly, heedless of the pain inflicted by the sharp thorns of the underbrush. Zhao Mai kept close behind, wielding his machete to carve a path. After penetrating the woods for only a few dozen meters, he too could detect the faint metallic scent of blood in the air, which set his nerves on edge. Navigating around a patch of heather, he followed the barking sounds and was astounded by what he beheld. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, reciting a healing spell with trembling voice. The ranger Carl lay atop a constrictor, sprawled in a pool of blood. Both he and the serpent were grievously wounded, their blood mingling beneath them to form a small crimson pit. Upon seeing the provisions in Zhao Mai, the serpent slightly nodded and gestured with its tongue towards Carl. The natural forces of the healing spell, mingled with Zhao Mai's anxious sweat, infused Carl with restorative power. After one incantation, the wounds remained, yet the bleeding had finally ceased. Chapter 70. The Master-Disciple Relationship. You truly are in a dire situation. Zhao Mai observed as Carl's eyelids fluttered, indicating that he was gradually regaining consciousness. I have done my utmost to treat your wounds, yet it appears you may have some fractures as well, which I am unfortunately unable to address. I have exhausted all available medicinal supplies. Indeed, the potions retrieved from the dollar box, aside from those meant solely for dispelling ailments, now dwindle to a mere 3 vials, one for swift movement, another for the strength of the bull, and the last for protective energy against harm. Both Carl and the long serpent had sustained injuries. The healing salves combined with the divine berry technique merely provided temporary relief, stabilizing their conditions. The ranger's most grievous wound was to his abdomen, where a spear had pierced through, creating a gaping hole in his intestines. Had he not encountered Zhao Mai, this injury would have led to a slow and excruciating demise. Carl, he managed to lift the corners of his mouth, forcing a faint smile. Thank you for coming to my aid. Without you, I would surely have perished. You're welcome, Zhao Mai replied. Your injuries appear quite severe, although you seem to be improving. There remains a significant risk. The wound is merely staunched, it has not healed. This suggests that there may be concealed injuries within your body. Carl took a deep breath, immediately feeling the pain radiate through his lungs and heart. He attempted to prop himself up with his arms, but his left wrist and shoulder could not withstand the strain. This was a sign of fractures. At that moment, any vigorous movement could risk the broken bones piercing his internal organs. Who inflicted such injuries upon you? Upon hearing this question, Carl fell into silence, tightly pressing his lips together, his brow furrowing and trembling slightly. He hesitated, unsure whether to divulge his tale to Mai. On the other hand, the events he had encountered were too shameful to disclose, especially in front of someone he regarded as a half-student. The long serpent leaned in closer, gently nudging Carl's ear. It was then that the ranger made his decision. After a deep sigh, he began to recount the ordeal he had endured. Of course, it was I who encountered it first. There was a grave situation. A group of cultists, unknown to me, had occupied the place, harnessing the frenzied power of Ramash II to amalgamate the incorporeal minions of wrath with vile creatures, creating even more malevolent, potent, and cunning varieties. I witnessed them forging weapons and even constructing bases for siege engines, and I sensed impending doom. To the north of the Serpent's Cliff Fortress lay a range of mountains. To the east was the healthy forest, and to the west, the ashen lake. Their creation of siege weaponry could only signal trouble headed south towards the town of Nebo. I hastily departed from the Serpent's Cliff Fortress, first warning the gnome tribe in the forest, and then proceeding to alert the town of Nebo. Alas, I was ambushed on the way, sustaining these injuries, and barely managed to escape. Carl seemed to be gathering his strength, pausing for a moment before continuing. There were 5 assailants, one of whom was the half-orc, Solu. He bore a brilliant gemstone pendant upon his chest, yet it appeared ineffective. He was under the control of a dog-headed creature, seemingly obedient to its every command. I sensed the shadowy aura of the wrathful minions emanating from that dog-headed being, suggesting it likely originated from the Serpent's Cliff Fortress. The battle commenced, and I vanquished 3 bear goblin guards. Yet I sustained injuries that precluded me from rescuing Solu from the dog-headed creature. It pierced my abdomen with its spear, and I realized that I could no longer afford to linger in combat. Subsequently, with the aid of the forest creatures, I eluded their pursuit and fled to this location. Zhao Mai was taken aback. Solu had slain the dog and seized the gem pendant? How could he bring himself to do such a thing? He hurriedly gathered the supplies, cradling them in his arms for comfort. The poor little dog lay motionless, seemingly paralyzed. It may not have been Solu. It was likely the dog-headed creature. Carl's complexion was pale, yet he still harbored hope for the half-orc. I had discovered him at the forest's edge, nurtured him since childhood, and educated him. I understood him well. If not for the effects of mental manipulation, he would never have turned against me. Perhaps I had been too harsh with him, constantly fearing that his Orcish lineage would exert too great an influence. Carl, I know you are reluctant to admit it, but Solu has strayed onto a dark path. Zhao Mai remarked, when I encounter him again, I shall show no mercy. Carl recognized that he could not sway Zhao Mai. In truth, he could not even persuade the serpent. There was something he withheld. When faced with Solu, the giant python had exhibited a terrifying hatred, indicating that Solu's presence had thoroughly enraged this cold-blooded creature. The serpent disregarded all other foes, singularly intent on exterminating the half-orc. The ranger refrained from contemplating the reasons, yet he was not oblivious to them. Mike, let us set aside thoughts of Solu for now. Can you warn Nebo Town? They are soon to confront an enemy assault. I must observe the battlefield. I cannot allow the minions of the venomous Serpent Cliff Fortress to continue their rampage. This is my duty. The python supported Carl's back, helping him to stand unsteadily. As long as I draw breath, I shall continue to fight. You cannot proceed in this state. Zhao Mai obstructed the ranger's path. I have administered so many potions not to send you to your demise. Nebo Town has walls, guards, and numerous mercenaries. They do not require the likes of you. The seasoned ranger. Carl sighed deeply. I must ascertain whether Solu is present. If I can rescue him and guide him towards the light, I will find peace. You are truly foolish. Chapter 71. The vehicle's departure. The scene was momentarily engulfed in an awkward silence. Zhao Mai lowered his head, as though he could discern some profound life philosophy from the verdant grass beneath his feet. The little dog, Reserve Grain, wobbled its way to his feet, lifted its head, and fixed its large, dark eyes upon its master. What do you know, little pup? Have you even turned one yet? Zhao Mai couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Was he not also a youth, knowing little of the world? For over 20 years, he had grown under the protective wings of his parents, leading a life of predictable progression devoid of any significant hardships. Even when it came to applying for university, it was merely a matter of making a calculated choice based on his grades, a choice fraught with risk. This world, known as Grelian, served as the backdrop for the tabletop gatherings and role-playing games that Zhao Mai enjoyed with his friends, which lent him a perpetual sense of being immersed in a game. Although everything around him appeared vivid and tangible, an elusive feeling of unreality lingered in his heart. In games, one is always presented with a goal, directives on what to do, with the only variable being the method of achieving that goal. Yet, the real world did not adhere to such simplicity. Life is not a game. The ultimate destination is merely death, and one cannot pursue such an end as a goal. Faintly, he could hear the distant sounds of battle, troops charging, the cacophony of battle cries merging into chaos, the creaking of a trebuchet tightening, followed by the resounding thud of a stone hitting the ground. He could not discern whether these sounds were real or figments of his imagination. As they soon faded into an inaudible whisper, another sound replaced them, the crash of buildings collapsing in flames, the final roars of defenders facing defeat, the desperate cries of mothers mourning their lost children, and the malevolent laughter of an evil shadow reveling in triumph. He struck his head with his fist, bewildered at how his vivid imagination was working overtime at such a moment. In truth, the surroundings were quiet. Silence still enveloped the woodland. Zhao Mai glanced at those around him and gradually began to understand his own heart. What nonsense! Why not think of something positive? Carl chuckled, chiding him lightly before continuing. You are much better than Sorlu. I will do my utmost to persuade him, but I shall not interfere with your choices. Ultimately, the ranger acquiesced. Ding ding ding. His phone vibrated unexpectedly. Zhao Mai was puzzled. There should be no signal here, nor had he set any alarms. Why was there a notification? He quickly pulled out his phone to check. The app icon for the ride-hailing service displayed a circled number 1 in the corner. 1 meter away, there is a passenger. Traveling from the border of the Healthy Forest and Ash Lake in the northern Valysia region of Greelian to Nebo Town. The distance is 50 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of 1 hour. Wait a moment, how did this notification come about? What had he done, and what had Carl done? This was the first time Zhao Mai had received a ride request since his arrival in this world, leaving him utterly bewildered. Staring intently at the screen of his phone, Zhao Mai found himself in a stupor for a full minute before finally recalling to click the order acceptance button beneath the notification. You have arrived near the passenger. Please take a photo to confirm the passenger has boarded. After a brief flash, the image of Carl, with tightly shut eyes, was captured on the phone. Navigation commencing. Please wait. This contraption is quite intriguing. Suddenly, many realizations dawned upon me. The wanderer squeezed his eyes tightly, and after shedding a few tears, he felt somewhat better. Ultimately, you were merely a coachman, weren't you? I have mentioned before that I hail from another world. I have come to understand that there is no place entirely free from risk. Whether minor or significant, whether early or late, I will inevitably face moments of choice. Having the opportunity to introspect is indeed valuable. Zhao Mai remarked with a smile. I admit that my sentiments and moral standing do not qualify me to be a savior. But if I do not attempt to be a hero, would that not render my existence futile? I may not vanquish the enemy's grand army, but I can endeavor to traverse the line of fire and deliver you to your destination. Ensuring the satisfaction of my passengers is my duty. Adjusting the gear to it, Zhao Mai pressed the accelerator. Imitating the voice of a bus announcement, he proclaimed, vehicle in motion, please hold onto the handrails. Next stop, Nebo Town. Passengers with grievances are encouraged to seek retribution, and those with injustices may voice their pleas. Please maintain cleanliness within the vehicle during turns and jolts. Chapter 72. The besieged city Ramashtu, known as the god of nightmares, presides over the domains of destruction, monstrosity, and nightmares. He is depicted as an evil deity with a wolf's head, wings sprouting from his back, brandishing 2 curved blades. His followers exhibit a neurotic fervor, perceiving reality as mere shackles, an oppressive force, and believing that the latent fear of darkness concealed within nightmares is the most boundless of powers. In a distant past, Ramashtu was widely revered in these lands. His treacherous, frenzied, and exhilarating power attracted countless beings. When faced with the threat of life and death, such power indeed facilitated survival. Yet once it ensnared one, addiction was swift to follow. However, as calamities ravaged the earth in the Dark Ages severed the connections of this northern region, the isolated followers of Ramashtu began to devour one another, their madness summoning destruction. An artifact, a sacred mask of a high priest of Ramashtu, was lost. Its origins and purpose distorted, ultimately transforming into an instrument of dominion for the ruler of the Serpent Cliff Fortress. The mask incited madness anew, leading to the fortress's annihilation. Amidst the ruins, only the wraiths, these nightmare creatures, roamed, incessantly wailing day and night. Druids, gnomes, and rangers have long sought this mask to obliterate it, yet for centuries they have found naught. Their only recourse has been to annually exterminate the wraiths to prevent their numbers from swelling. But a new generation of priests devoted to Ramashtu has emerged, guided by their deity's will, and they have unearthed the mask. The wraiths have transformed into their formidable army, and the first command of the god of nightmares is to seize Nebo Town, annihilate the druids, and distort all along the shores of Ashen Lake. An army composed of bear goblins, kobolds, and trolls has descended upon Nebo Town, clashing fiercely with the local guard. Nebo Town is not easily subdued. The convenience of the guild has attracted a multitude of adventurers, whose professions revolve around survival, exploration, and the extermination of monsters, boasting remarkable experience and formidable combat prowess. Behind a circle of stone ramparts, these adventurers engage in a relentless stalemate with the forces of the god of nightmares from dawn until dusk. Sock, where have you run off to this time? Green called out, clutching a wooden box as he scoured the walls for signs of the dwarf. Fortunately, through the chaos of battle, everyone had become acquainted with the dwarf's sock and readily directed him. My heavens, how have you gone bald? I warned you to be cautious. Yet you still singed off all your hair. The dwarf's face was as dark as coal, his scalp resembling a prairie scorched by wildfire, with the ground exuding wisps of blue smoke, leaving only a few resilient blades of grass defiantly standing. Sock picked up a piece of oilcloth and vigorously wiped his eyes, revealing 2 pale circles against his otherwise pitch-black visage. At least my beard remains unscathed. I can no longer be concerned about my hair. Sock set aside his war hammer and, with a deft flick of his finger, pried open the wooden box. Is this truly the last of our reserves? Is this all that our guild possesses? Green spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, a resigned expression on his face. It's not just us who are in need. Several alchemists are also racing against time to concoct potions. You are aware. If the trebuchets outside the city are not dismantled, Nebo Town is destined to fall. Subsequently, Green lowered his voice and remarked, I have also observed that they have concocted a batch of underwater breathing elixirs. I would recognize that azure drink, with its hovering bubbles, anywhere. Seizing the opportunity, I managed to procure 2 bottles. Keep them safe, for if things go awry, they may aid your escape from the Lake of Ashes. I would never willingly venture underwater. A pang of regret washed over him for Mike's absence. The incendiary bombs he crafted were the most reliable, yielding remarkable results. Had he been here, my hair would have been spared. Sork lamented as he tugged at his hair, revealing that he was not as indifferent as he had claimed. Why not hold out hope? What could Mike contribute here? Can he outmatch us in battle? Green scoffed. Every extra person matters. With him around, I would simply require additional care. Pa, you care for me? I have dispatched no fewer than 20 foes, including 3 trolls. What about you? Close enough, Green replied, licking his lips as he produced a wineskin from seemingly nowhere, sharing it with the dwarf. See, this is how I care for you, haha. You know, my true talent lies in trickery and deception. In battle, I thrive. Yet, I sometimes contemplate how beneficial it would be if Mike were here. His quick wit might devise an escape plan. Winning is all that matters. Why ponder so much? No, listen to me. Green leaned closer to the dwarf, only to be effortlessly pushed away with a hand to his face. I've made up my mind. Don't speak. It dampens my spirits. Sork gestured toward the empty wineskin and added, You might as well seek more of this. However, there was no counterattack, which made Green realize certain truths as mercenary adventurers. They lacked the spirit of sacrifice. Departing the walls was a venture no one would undertake without absolute certainty, regardless of the bounty offered. If this stalemate persisted, Green was not overly troubled by the bear goblins, trolls, and kobolds. Even the trebuchets posed no insurmountable challenge. Yet, he recognized the insignia upon the opposing banner. Knowing it bore the mark of the nightmare god, Ramashu, this deity could conjure and manipulate nightmares, and its priests might wield similar powers. Once night fell and rest became necessary, trouble could potentially arise. He was uncertain of the specifics, but sensed considerable risk. Weapons and tactics did not solely dictate victory. Morale often played a decisive role. He spat vehemently and began contemplating an escape route. He would never wait for death alongside fools. Once was sufficient. Look, that half-orc general is emerging again, the adventurers atop the wall observed anxiously. That scoundrel, is he resorting to his old tricks? This time, block your ears. Do not heed his seductive calls to abandon the walls, understood? Sorrow was fully armed, his armor somewhat uncomfortable due to ill-fitting dimensions. He has not received training in combat while clad in full armor from the Rangers, which renders his movements perpetually awkward. Chapter 73, Conservation of Momentum. Who dares to challenge me? Who dares to challenge me? The half-orc, Sarah, bellowed loudly. Meanwhile, behind the army of the nightmare god, a grand sacrificial magic circle was in operation. Masked dog-headed cultists incessantly lacerated their own flesh, pouring their blood into the arcane formation. Once one perished from blood loss, another dog-headed creature would step forward, donning the mask, and continue the grisly ritual. Plug your ears. Do not listen to his ramblings. This admonition echoed across the walls. A chorus of reminders. The obnoxious half-orc stood just beyond the range of common arrows, brandishing a shield that effectively deflected not only projectiles, but also magical missiles. Sarah relentlessly provoked the citizens of Nebo Town, seeking to further undermine their morale in preparation for unleashing his nightmare spells. He possessed remarkable patience, knowing that inevitably someone would succumb to the urge to ambush him. As anticipated, he caught a whiff of the sin of the living. With no figures in sight around him, it was likely a hidden assassin. He understood he could not discern the foe's presence. but he was confident that others would resolve this dilemma for him. The so-called duel was merely a ruse, a cunning stratagem devised by the priest Ramashu. He gestured backward, and at once, a spellcaster began to chant incantations, enveloping the area in a wide swath of demonic flames. These violet flames bore no heat nor lethality. Yet they adhered to anyone they touched, rendering even invisibility spells ineffective, thus revealing the assailant's silhouette. What remained was a one-on-one confrontation. Soru grinned menacingly, brandishing his shield and weapon as he charged forward. Under the influence of various nightmare spells, his adversary would inevitably lose composure and judgment, ensuring Saru's swift victory and continued enhancement of his power. The half-orc removed his mask, plunged his jagged sword into the earth, and raised the lifeless head of his opponent high, allowing the blood of the slain to cascade down his face, all the while proclaiming his name, Saru. Saru. General Saru. Then he noticed a pair of luminous, circular eyes watching him from a distance. Guided by the map, Zhao Mai circumvented the impassable rocky terrain, navigating through the relatively shallow riverbank, and finally arrived at the battlefield. From afar, he beheld the scene of Saru reveling in his triumph and activated his high beams. This wretch. This scoundrel. The ranger Carl coughed in fury from the passenger seat, cursing vehemently. Why are you even more agitated than I am? Zhao Mai replied, stretching his neck and flexing his wrist muscles, then addressed Carl. You just sit tight. I shall deal with him. The vehicle, the Sea-Chi, careened down the slope, even soaring over the ridge. Tires kicked up dust and gravel, creating a billowing cloud behind them. Zhao Mai roared. His hand pressed firmly on the horn, drawing the attention of both factions in the siege to this dramatic spectacle. What manner of beast is that? It appears to be made of steel. Could it be some sort of golem? A voice exclaimed in astonishment, only to realize moments later that something felt amiss. Recalling that he had stuffed cloth into his ears. Many individuals around also engaged in similar actions, now hastily removing their belongings, their eyes riveted upon the unfolding spectacle. A golem, perhaps? Some seem to share the same line of thought. Yet, who in the north possesses the wealth to command a battle golem? Are you suggesting someone else envisioned this scene as well? At that moment, everyone found it utterly astonishing. The paladin charged forth, delivering a divine strike, empowered by holy might. The impact was extraordinary, capable of creating a sizable breach in the castle's iron gates. Yet, Saru stood unfazed, his feet firmly planted, impervious to the force of the onslaught. This scene was rapidly morphing into a collective nightmare for the onlookers. Look, Saru has assumed a defensive stance. There is no turning back now. The half-orc was oblivious to the nature of the approaching threat, unaware of the tactics it might employ. Two immense, glowing white eyes obscured his vision entirely. Reminiscent of the blinding glare from high-beam headlights, he gestured frantically behind him, seeking assistance while positioning the spare shield in front of himself. Come forth, luminous beast. Let us engage in single combat. The priest of Ramashu surreptitiously cast the spell of Chaos Hammer, unleashing a maelstrom of frenzied energy akin to a whirlwind of bayonets, striking Zhao Mai's vehicle. Remarkably, the Chi remained unscathed. Zhao Mai hadn't even engaged the windshield wipers before hurtling forward. His grip tightened around the steering wheel. The accelerator pressed to the floor, the roar of the turbo and engine resonating like an exhilarating battle cry. The speedometer soared to 120. Traversing such velocity off-road was exceedingly jarring. This pace exceeded the endurance of the ranger Carl, who lifted his feet to rest upon the glove compartment, one hand clutching the overhead grip while the other grasped Zhao Mai's shoulder. Hey, too fast. Way too fast. The provisions had tumbled from the back seat, now huddled beneath the seat, cradling their heads. A bead of sweat trickled down Saru's forehead, along his nose, and pooled at the corner of his mouth. To his surprise, the perspiration was salty, reminiscent of blood. He wrapped his serrated knife against the spare shield, feeling no tremor in response. This shield would undoubtedly continue to safeguard him. No force could penetrate its defense. Come forth, luminous beast. Direct your fury at me. Zhao Mai drove forth, colliding with the half-orc, transforming him into a spinning iron sphere in the sky. A pillar of fire descended from above, crashing onto the vehicle. The priest of Ramashita gritted his teeth, casting the flame strike, nearly his most potent offensive spell. Unexpectedly, the creature that had just been hurled away from General Saru remained unscathed, hardly pausing in its stride, continuing to swirl amidst a cloud of dust towards the half-orc. Saru, reeling from the impact, felt disoriented. His left arm, gripping the shield, had likely fractured, with multiple breaks possibly in his shoulder and ribs. He could not comprehend why his usually reliable shield had failed to protect him this time. His vision spun chaotically. the sky and ground shifting places. The only constant was the pair of glowing eyes, drawing ever closer. Zhao Mai pursued, once more sending him flying. Chapter 74. Self-inflicted. The automobile glided to a halt beside the half-orc Soru, drawing the gaze of all present. The trunk lid creaked open slowly, and in that moment, silence enveloped both the guards of Nebo Town and the monstrous invaders from Ramashu as they exchanged bewildered glances. Perhaps it was preparing to devour him from behind? The car door swung open, and Zhao Mai emerged, brandishing a giant beast's flintlock, lowering himself to Soru's side. The half-orc lay supine, blood oozing from his nose and mouth, punctuated by coughs that sent forth small jets of crimson. His gaze was unfocused. He could barely discern Zhao Mai, managing only a muffled hum from his nostrils. The reserve beast, having wriggled from beneath the seat, let out a roar and perched itself upon Soru's chest. The half-orc's armor, adorned with spikes, caused discomfort as it dug into him. Following the collision with the vehicle, the armor lay shattered and contorted, with fragments embedded in his pectoral muscles. A glimmering object captured the reserve beast's attention, hidden beneath the armor. The little dog tilted its head and, with a soft grunt, seized a glimmering gem pendant, bringing it to its mouth. Soru emitted a muffled groan, his body convulsing as though struck by lightning, his visage contorted in agony. A chilling sensation enveloped him, lulling him towards slumber. Yet, an instinctual dread warned him that surrendering to this sleep would plunge him into an abyss of nightmares. Soru, your insides are grievously wounded. You are nearing your end. Do you have any final words? Regrets? Unfulfilled desires? Speak now, Zhao Mai urged, noting an unusual stir among the Ramashu ranks. Sensing a hint of danger and instinctively crouching behind the silhouette of the automobile. I have little time. Please, convey the most essential. Mike, I never imagined you still lived. Soru strained to open his eyes, blood spilling as he spoke. My only regret is that I did not slay you after I knocked you unconscious. Is that all? Zhao Mai nodded. Very well. I shall relay this to Mr. Carl when next we meet. You shall not see him again. I will not stumble on the same error twice. A smug smile crept across Soru's face. I personally plunged a spear into his abdomen, twisting it mercilessly, prolonging his agony until death. You will not encounter him again, huh? The Ranger Carl's countenance turned ashen, a tumult of despair, failure, and guilt coalescing into a tear that traced his cheek. He closed his eyes, yet could not silence his ears as Soru's taunts continued to reverberate. Mike, you have bested me thus, and I cannot accept it. Last time, you cheated with that enchanted shield. How did you triumph this time? His eyelids fluttered rapidly, thoughts racing. I am on the brink of death. Reveal to me the reason. Grant me peace. I shall disclose how to wield the bloodlight sawtooth sword. Following Soru's gaze, Zhao Mai spotted the red serrated longsword lying not far from the front of the vehicle. Clearly, it is a magical weapon, if sold. It would fetch no less than 4,000 gold coins, indeed a substantial fortune. However, the blood-red hue of the blade instilled a sense of peril in Zhao Mai, and he could feel the natural force within him subtly repelling the jagged sword. What do I care if you close your eyes? Zhao Mai shook his head, deciding to let Soru languish in his own demise. As Soru's scheme unraveled, his fury reached a boiling point. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength to unleash a frenzied attack, swinging his fist toward Zhao Mai's knee. His ill-fitting armor, adorned with metallic gauntlets, bore rusted spikes that could inflict significant harm upon the wounded. Suddenly, the reserve grain lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Soru's throat. In a fleeting moment, it forgot the gemstone pendant clutched in its mouth, inadvertently severing the necklace, causing the gem to slide into its gullet. Despite a momentary choke, the reserve grain remained intent on attacking the foe, its teeth embedding deeply into the half-orc's veins and windpipe. Zhao Mai did not let his guard down entirely. He had grown weary of the trope where villains, seemingly defeated, mount a last-minute counterattack in films just before the credits roll. He would never forgive himself if he faltered in such a manner. As Soru swung his fist, Zhao Mai raised the giant-toothed beast, striking it down with the butt of the gun. The shoddy, unmaintained armor clashed against the finely crafted steel spear of the diminutive artificer, leading to only one outcome. The half-orc's fingers and iron gauntlet shattered, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. Alung, stand clear, Zhao Mai asserted, stepping on Soru's chest to flip the M1 giant-toothed beast around, aiming the muzzle at the half-orc's head. The reserve grain let out a yelp, darting into the carriage. Zhao Mai pulled the trigger, shattering Soru's skull. The bear goblin of Ramash too charged once more, while the ogre, having healed its wounds, followed suit, brandishing its flail. Several arrows, reaching their maximum range, struck the vehicle only to be deflected. Zhao Mai stowed away his firearm and entered the car, shutting the door behind him. "I killed him," Zhao Mai said to the ranger Carl. "He brought this upon himself." "Indeed, he did," Carl echoed, then added, "You did nothing wrong." Zhao Mai sighed, glancing out the window at the situation outside. "Carl, the gates of Nebo town are shut. I cannot enter. It seems that unless we swiftly conclude this siege, I won't be able to escort you in." "That won't do. It entirely contradicts my esteemed reputation as a seasoned driver from China." Zhao Mai grinned, fastening his seatbelt with vigor. "Look at those monsters. They've already begun to attack me. How could I not retaliate? Let us create some chaos." The reserve grain, eager for mayhem, howled like a wolf, letting out several barks. This caused the gem in its belly to tumble restlessly, provoking nausea once more. The rear wheels of the vehicle spun rapidly, kicking up dirt and gravel. The front of the car pivoted, grinding over the blood-red jagged sword, and soon charged toward the advancing bear goblin. The headlights illuminated the terrified expressions on the monsters' faces, and the horrific cries were unnecessary to hear. Their wide eyes, gaping mouths, and flying spittle conveyed their dread abundantly. One or two bear goblins are hardly Zhao Mai's targets. They scurry about like headless flies, and he is no stunt driver, unable to collide with even a handful of them. His objective is exceedingly clear. It is the immobile wooden catapults that hold the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Chapter 75. The turtle shall stop it. Quickly. Stop it. A piercing scream erupted from the center of the magic circle, freezing everyone present in terror. In that moment, fear surged within their hearts like an inescapable nightmare, akin to the loneliness and dread of plummeting into the abyss of darkness. A dark shadow twisted and emerged from the center of the magic circle, gradually contorting into a colossal visage. Its skin, hair, and features were all enveloped in darkness, as if steeped in black tar. From the moment it manifested, it fixated malevolently on Zhao Mai, incessantly spewing venomous curses. Where the curses passed, be it bear goblins or trolls, they were all ensnared. Black tendrils crawled over their bodies, burrowing into them like worms tunneling through soft earth. The strands intertwined, gnawing the once independent bear goblins into cadavers, which then coalesced into a writhing mass, ultimately transforming into a new monstrosity. This newly birthed chimera possessed 3 heads, 5 claws, and a tail resembling a battering ram. With feeble fleshy wings protruding awkwardly from its carapace, utterly inadequate for flight. Though devoid of the ability to unleash elemental energy, this hybrid beast was physically augmented. The 3 heads bore fangs, horns, and formidable bony hammers, and they charged furiously toward Zhao Mai. At this moment, Zhao Mai had already barreled through enemy lines, demolishing the first catapult in his wake. "Watch out. Be careful," the ranger Carl shouted. "A monster is charging from your right rear." However, through the reflective mirror, Zhao Mai had already spotted the behemoth. He swiftly turned the steering wheel and accelerated with all his might, the taxi skidding several meters before swiftly hiding behind a catapult. The 3-headed beast rampaged, toppling the catapult with ease. A heap of wooden blocks and stones crashed down upon him, but it violently twisted its spine to shake them off. Glancing up, Zhao Mai saw that he had accelerated again, crashing into yet another catapult. The black-headed entity within the magic circle emitted sharp, shrill cries as flames, ice, negative energy, and a torrent of curses hurtled toward the careening vehicle, yet none could impede its relentless charge. Zhao Mai shouted with exhilaration, roaring in the game of pursuit and escape amidst the scattered debris of siege engines, expressing his unbridled excitement. Equally thrilled were the guards of Nebo town, who erupted in cheers as they witnessed the catapults being shattered one after another. Sork stood atop a crate, peering over the city wall to catch sight of Zhao Mai, the familiar sound of gunfire confirming his suspicion. Unable to contain his joy, he leaped and exclaimed, "That's my mentor. That's my mentor, Mike." The dwarf Sork wielded a formidable firing warhammer, a fact well known among the adventurers guarding the walls. Later, they learned that this weapon, known as the warhammer gun, was crafted by Sork himself, prompting many to express their desire for one, regardless of the cost. Sork, however, brushed off their requests, citing the urgency of war and the lack of time for crafting, which everyone could understand. Yet, some were aware of Sork's previous demonstration in Nebo town, where his weapon lacked its current potency, leaving them with lingering doubts. After some subtle inquiries, Sork acknowledged that his current progress was entirely due to the guidance of his mentor, a man named Mike. This mentor had proposed a series of improvement methods that significantly inspired his thinking, making him the person Sork admired most. Who was Mike? The adventurers exchanged glances, searching through the townsfolk named Mike, but none fit the description. They all remarked that if the apprentice had become so formidable, then the master must be even more impressive. Indeed, there he was, the man named Mike, commanding an invincible golem on 4 wheels, wreaking havoc in the enemy's camp. Neither blade nor spell could harm him. In a short span, he had already penetrated the enemy lines 7 times, leaving only a single catapult standing among the 20 that once existed. The adventurers began to feel a stirring in their hearts. After all, the bounty for repelling the enemy and lifting the siege was substantial. And the moment presented itself as the perfect opportunity. Hidden among the crowd, Green had a sudden inspiration. Pretending to have just arrived, he pushed past a warrior in front of him and climbed atop the city wall. He bellowed, "Damn guild! You won't take advantage of me. I shall strike back before you change the bounty." With that, he leaped down from the low wall, snatched a shield from the ground, and charged forward with his spear. The adventurers exchanged glances, and then a sudden realization struck them. The second mercenary surged forward, followed closely by the 100th. In an instant, the town of Nebo launched a full-scale counterattack, driven by a surge of battle fervor as they charged towards the disarrayed bear goblins. At this moment, Zhao Mai found himself in a predicament. He had toppled the last catapult but inadvertently drove his vehicle onto a thick log. As the front wheels lifted, the car promptly lost power. He bounced vigorously in the driver's seat, hoping to bring the front down. However, before his plan could materialize, a 3-headed beast charged in, using its head to flip the vehicle onto its back. The 3-headed beast stood atop the car's chassis, attempting to tear it apart with claws and teeth. Yet, its strength was insufficient to breach the car's indestructible nature. Not even a single part would fall off, nor could the protective paint be scratched. Nevertheless, Zhao Mai could no longer drive. He lay upside down on the car's roof, cautiously unfastening his seatbelt, and after some wriggling, he regained his balance. He then assisted the ranger, Carl, in adjusting his position, as Carl's internal injuries had yet to heal, and hanging upside down was detrimental to his health. Now, there was little to be done. They were trapped. Zhao Mai hugged the rations to his chest, expressing his resignation to the ranger. "We can only wait it out. But at least we are safe inside the vehicle, so you need not worry. This thing can't even flip over," Carl retorted. "Indeed, it is merely a mode of transportation. Not much different from a cart. Its only advantage is its indestructibility." Zhao Mai exchanged glances with the 3-headed beast through the glass, cheekily raising his middle finger at it. "You seem quite unfazed. Do you not feel any danger?" Ranger Carl frowned and admonished, "I feel that your current state resembles that of an animal trapped in a snare. Though the hunter may be unable to harm it for now, as long as it remains ensnared, the animal will ultimately perish. One must not act so recklessly, employing tools fraught with such evident flaws. I have never witnessed a chariot charge, not even an indomitable one. Ah, I see now. Do you presume I would engage in such folly without due consideration?" Zhao Mai gazed outside, reveling in the sight of the monsters in a state of utter disarray. The ranger Carl was admonishing him, but it was all for his own good. However, history does record instances of chariot warfare, which was eventually supplanted by cavalry tactics. "If only I had a tank, I would have leveled them long ago," Zhao Mai boasted, though he felt a twinge of guilt for his own words. Nevertheless, salvation was at hand, as the mercenaries from Nebo town had charged forth. Observing the shift in circumstances, Zhao Mai pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of adventurers, their ears filled with the same inquiry. "Are you the esteemed mentor Mike of the Dwarf Sork?" Chapter 76. A heart yearning for home. Zhao Mai finally extricated himself from the enthusiastic crowd and rescued the ranger from the vehicle, contemplating how to right the overturned car. "Hey, Mike, it's been a while. Your entrance was quite spectacular." Green sauntered over from the edge of the battlefield. Aside from leading the charge, he had mostly kept to the less intense areas of the fight or directed his opponents toward his comrades. Other than helping the dwarf sock out of a tight spot with a well-placed shot, he had hardly exerted himself. The dwarf approached as well, having gained considerable experience in the skirmish and formulating new ideas for improving his firearm. The three embraced and, with concerted effort, primarily from Sock, they managed to turn the car upright. The task at hand was to escort Ranger Carl into the town. With the enemy in disarray, the townsfolk cleared the roadblocks, welcoming the vehicle into their midst. Zhao Mai's phone chimed with a notification. "You have arrived near your destination. We look forward to your next visit." Given the proximity, the fare he received was merely a natural blessing, and he was unsure of its purpose. "You truly are remarkable, Mike," Ranger Carl said, patting him on the shoulder. "I am delighted to have encountered you by the shores of Ashen Lake." Zhao Mai chuckled softly and, tilting his head, inquired, "Now that the siege has concluded, What are your plans? Oh, I fear matters may not resolve so swiftly. The mask remains unaccounted for, and evil could strike back at any moment. The ranger gazed at the sky, where the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, ushering in the darkness. My foremost objective is to regain my health. Train more animal guardians, and then rendezvous with the druids to seek the whereabouts of the priest of Ramash II. Druids, Zhao Mai began. But a thought suddenly struck him. If he were to inform Carl of the peril facing the unseen walker community now, this overly responsible old ranger might impulsively head north. Despite his still recovering condition, the druids are quite extraordinary. Once you have recuperated and trained the animals, you should definitely pay them a visit. Should any thrilling stories unfold, do remember to share them with me. This is merely a farewell, not a permanent goodbye. Zhao Mai regarded him and embraced him tightly. While Carl was somewhat old-fashioned, he was indeed a friend worth having. To encounter him by the lakeside was a stroke of fortune, had it been a tiger instead. Zhao Mai might have become fertilizer for the land by now. News of a vehicle devastating the enemy outside the town had spread rapidly. As the peculiar iron contraption entered the main street, the townsfolk's gazes converged upon it with intensity. Every movement of Zhao Mai, sock, and green was scrutinized under the watchful eyes of hundreds, leaving the trio feeling quite uneasy. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must soon be on my way, Zhao Mai said, scratching his face and lowering his voice unconsciously. I had already said my goodbyes when I followed the druids. It has barely been a month. Surely, another farewell is unnecessary. No need for that. With so many watching, it's rather unsettling, he replied. Green detested being scrutinized by too many eyes, as if the secrets he harbored were on the verge of being unveiled. He recalled something and seized Zhao Mai's arm, insisting, "No, you cannot leave just yet. You must at least collect your reward." Upon his utterance, the dwarf Sok also registered the situation, nodding in agreement as they dragged Zhao Mai towards the guild. To alleviate the stalemate besieging the city, the guild had delineated an array of combat bounties. Be it mercenaries, adventurers, or ordinary townsfolk, even a hapless rabbit that might unexpectedly emerge from the forest, anyone who accomplished certain tasks could claim a reward. Naturally, requisite testimonies and evidence were still necessary. The highest bounty was for vanquishing the enemy and breaking the siege, yet that reward was designated for all participants, leaving Zhao Mai with only a meager sum. A close second was the destruction of catapults, each bearing a bounty of 200 gold coins. Zhao Mai single-handedly obliterated all 23 catapults, and according to the guild's regulations, he would receive an additional bravery bonus, culminating in a grand total of 5,000 gold coins. This was a substantial fortune, particularly for a novice druid. However, what a purchase! Zhao Mai contemplated acquiring another vial of disease-curing potion, only to be informed of its unavailability. The potion, priced at 750 gold coins per bottle, was seldom kept in stock, and the guild's previous 3 bottles had recently been dispatched to Gauderia. Oh, forget it, Zhao Mai mused, and then posed a proposal. Since you are granting me 5,000 gold coins, may I select the coins I wish to receive? Perhaps among those coins lay a fateful one, discernible only to him due to his cunning. However, this request aroused the guild's suspicion, fearing he might be a spy from a rival thieves' guild. For the security of the guild's treasury, this request was understandably declined. Each time something was unavailable, the guild's receptionist faced Zhao Mai's disdain, and after a dozen repetitions, the poor girl could no longer hold her head high, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. Ultimately, Zhao Mai found himself exasperated, banging the table with force. In such a grand guild, how can there be nothing available? Why bestow upon me such a wealth of gold if it cannot be spent on fine equipment? In this place, I could never exhaust this fortune on mere sustenance. I apologize. I believe the guild will address this issue shortly. The receptionist could only respond, "We will replenish our stocks soon, especially with the grand assembly looming in 2 months. That is of no concern to me," Zhao Mai shrugged. What good is it if I leave with a heap of gold only to find nothing to purchase? We genuinely cannot gather what you seek at this moment. The receptionist nearly wept. He required no weapons or armor. This patron was solely fixated on acquiring healing magical items. It is worth noting that both priests and druids have always faced a dearth of healing magical goods. The temples preferred that those in need of healing come to the sanctum to experience divine grace firsthand, rather than simply consuming a potion. They would rather incur losses by casting spells to heal than produce additional healing potions. The druids are quite similar in their disposition, often disinclined to welcome patients. They pursue a reclusive and isolated existence. Although the Wayfarers community is somewhat better, it does not guarantee a stable supply of therapeutic magical items. Zhao Mai, Unwilling to linger any longer, packed 1,000 gold coins into the trunk of his car, entrusting the remaining 4,000 to Green and Sork, tasking them with establishing a shop to continue the development of firearms. Seizing the opportunity before the festivities commenced, Zhao Mai activated his mobile navigation and swiftly ascended into the sky. Chapter 77. The Gift of Reunion. With the accelerator pressed, Zhao Mai plunged into the spatial tunnel, where a steering wheel was unnecessary. Thus, he busied himself with his phone, finally grasping the intricacies of the ride-hailing application. It turned out that beneath the app's description lay a hidden user manual. The manual began with a crucial stipulation: to secure a crossing request, one must have a person, a vehicle, and a mobile phone together. Lacking any one of these renders the effort futile. Destiny coins serve as the most vital tool for travel, also referred to as fuel or taxes, essentially synonymous. The generation of these coins seems to correlate with the stability of the spatial realm and the complexity of its rules. However, the manual did not specify the nature of this correlation. In summary, the tolls vary across different worlds, a fact previously imparted to Zhao Mai by the Elder Angel. In the past few days, no one had called him. Only the diligent communication company sent him comforting messages, reminding him of his remaining data for the month. In a daze, Zhao Mai experienced an uncanny feeling as if he had never truly departed Ashen Lake, Innerwave Town. And the community of the Wandering once felt like mere figments of a vivid dream. Woof. The reserve dog in the back seat barked, bouncing to the front, perching on the seat, and playfully sticking out its tongue at Zhao Mai. This was no dream, Zhao Mai affirmed. It was an extraordinary adventure. Ah, right, Mom. I am not alone. I brought a dog with me. After a series of chatter, his mother abruptly ended the call. Zhao Mai took a deep breath, rubbed his nose, and fought back tears. He turned to the reserve dog and exclaimed, "Tonight, we shall feast." The dog joyously bounded around the vehicle, tongue lolling and drool splattering everywhere. The little dog, after a brief struggle, resigned to Zhao Mai's attentions. Together, they engaged in playful antics for half an hour until they were finally clean and refreshed. What girlfriend? I am utterly perplexed, Zhao Mai mused. I didn't come alone. A friend gifted me this dog. I couldn't bear to leave it home alone, so I brought it along. Allium, come see your father. The reserve dog obediently dashed from the inner room, sitting on the floor, eagerly panting, its tail thumping against the ground like a jackhammer. The father appeared quite fond of the creature, immediately kneeling to stroke it. Why call me father? Aren't you of the same generation as me? Did your mother inform you? The father scratched his face with his index finger, a habit Zhao Mai evidently inherited. I told her not to disclose this to you, so you wouldn't worry. You both have your own lives. Your matters are something your mother and I can manage together. Hey, I didn't come here to be scolded. Father, please drink up before we continue. If your son fails to show you filial piety, then you would truly have cause for sorrow, wouldn't you? You rascal. The father took the medicine bottle, examined it carefully, and opened the cap to sniff. Where did you procure this unregulated product? It closely resembles that deceptive Qigong water from years past. Let me tell you, don't dabble in such dubious practices. If you seek healing, you must rely on a physician. I acknowledge that this was not prescribed by a physician. Rather, the individual in question is a pharmacist. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Consider it akin to a healing elixir. After all, it poses no harm. Hurry and drink it. Surprisingly, it does have a pleasant aroma. My father tilted his head back and consumed the potion in one swift motion. Chapter 78. This is not the water of the Ganges, Zhao Mai observed intently as his father consumed the medicinal elixir, focusing on the flow of natural energy around them. Once the energy from the disease-repelling potion entered his father's body, it concentrated upon his right waist, gradually coalescing to mend his physical form. Ah, I can feel something, his father murmured, smacking his lips and gently massaging his waist. It's not as uncomfortable now, but how could it have worked so swiftly? That is because I have procured something remarkable, Zhao Mai reassured himself. He had long harbored a concern. What if the potion from the fantastical realm proved ineffective against the acute renal ailment afflicting his father? This anxiety had deterred him from seeking the priest at the temple for assistance, as he feared the deities from that world would not extend their reach to this one. It was said that even Yama and Hades had their territorial divisions, and traversing between the fantastical realm and this one was far from a mere matter of roaming fees. It could be more troublesome than scaling walls. Such apprehensions propelled Zhao Mai to immerse himself in the teachings of the Druids. Each world possesses its own natural environment, and the interconnectedness of animals, plants, and humanity suggested that Druidic powers might encounter fewer limitations. Moreover, Druids already existed on Earth. Even if they did not wield spells with the same proficiency as their counterparts from other realms, they represented a localized system of power. In retrospect, this decision proved to be fortuitous. After ingesting the potion, his father's complexion visibly improved, though questions and confusion lingered in his expression. Zhao Mai perceived this as an occasion for celebration. As long as it proved effective, even if a single vial failed, the path was clear. He could simply seek more. Furthermore, Zhao Mai was resolute in his commitment to learning. No matter the difficulty, he would persevere. In time, he could wield these spells himself. Even resurrect the deceased. What fear would he have of failing to cure ailments? Tell me, what precisely did you make me drink? It isn't some painkiller or narcotic, is it? His father's tone grew serious, his demeanor grave. You must understand, you cannot resort to any dubious methods. If one is unwell, they must take medicine and undergo surgery. You must open your eyes to the truth and not be deceived. Rest assured. Father, I have been very cautious, Zhao Mai replied, his mind racing to concoct a tale of an enigmatic, reclusive old physician to placate his father. Drawing upon his extensive experience writing web novels, he could effortlessly weave a story of encountering a sage in the wilderness who imparted secret knowledge. Enough with the shifty eyes. Are you planning to spin some nonsense to fool me? His father interjected with a dismissive snort, waving his hand. You are clever, but you have never adhered to the straight path. Otherwise, you would have long since earned a doctorate and established yourself. Spare your efforts. I shall visit the hospital tomorrow to assess the efficacy of this treatment. I cannot allow you to be misled. That is perfectly fine. I will accompany you. Zhao Mai grinned. If it truly works, it will affirm that the practitioner possesses genuine skill, and I shall be resolute in my pursuit of knowledge. His father furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before emitting a contemplative ahem. Do not mention these matters to your younger siblings, for they are on the brink of their final exams. It is best not to disrupt their studies. I would never utter a word. Enough with the banter. Hurry and get to work. Sweep the floors, wipe down surfaces, tidy up the table, and peel some fruit. How can you have grown so much without any awareness? Zhao Mai felt lighthearted, his steps buoyant, as he diligently set to work. Meanwhile, the reserve grain busied itself, rummaging beneath the bed and the sofa, retrieving various socks and stationery, each item proudly presented to Zhao Mai's father, showcasing its diligence and perceptiveness. Son, come help in the kitchen. We need to wash the fish. By the way, didn't you mention bringing a girl over? Where is she? In truth, Mother was quite capable and did not truly require her son's assistance. This was a subtle invitation to discuss matters privately. Yet, the feeling of being needed was exactly what Zhao Mai cherished, prompting him to set aside the mop and scamper over eagerly. After exchanging whispers with his mother in the kitchen, a sudden cheerful exclamation erupted from outside. Wow! A puppy! Whose is it? It must be ours. This was immediately followed by the sound of a backpack thudding onto the bed and the hurried patter of 2 pairs of slippers. Let me hold it. Let me hold it. Though his younger brother was a boy, he was no match for the more mischievous sister. Zhao Mai listened attentively for any distressed sounds from the reserve grain, but heard none, so he chose to ignore it. This dog was exceptionally intelligent and could take care of itself. Most of the time, dogs rely on their human companions, yet in certain scenarios, they can attain a higher status than their owners. Zhao Mai was bewildered as to why there was a designated spot for the reserve grain at the dinner table. The dog wagged its tail, perched on a high stool, its eyes fixated on the sumptuous feast laid out before them, licking its lips in anticipation. Come here, let us tie a scarf around it. His sister found a handkerchief and solemnly draped it around the dog's neck. Brother, can I keep this dog? I promise to take great care of it. Huh, you are overthinking it. Zhao Mai chuckled mischievously. Shall I begin to enlighten you on the significance of studying, and then play the role of a cautionary tale, cooperating with our father for a second round of education? Oh, it seems she remains undeterred. The family enjoyed a delightful meal together, after which the younger siblings took the now satiated reserve grain for a stroll, while their parents kept Zhao Mai behind for a private inquiry. Dad, Mom, do not worry, I am doing well outside. I have food and drink, and I am learning valuable skills. During dinner, Zhao Mai meticulously crafted a narrative in his mind, distilling it into a few key phrases. At my age, it is my duty to care for the family. Please do not feel any pressure. I have met many people outside, including Wang Tianhua, nicknamed the Prince, whose family has extensive connections. With a little effort, I found an elderly doctor. His relationship with the hospital is quite informal. He holds himself in high regard. When we met, we hit it off splendidly, and he expressed a willingness to teach me some skills. I suspect he may be assessing my potential for future development. perhaps considering taking me on as an apprentice. I certainly did not agree immediately. I plan to accompany my father to the hospital for a follow-up examination tomorrow. If there is indeed a therapeutic effect, I must seize this opportunity. If I could acquire some skills, that would be advantageous, for in this world, diplomas have become commonplace, and practical abilities are far more valuable. My father pondered for a moment and remarked, "Before you take on an apprenticeship, let me accompany you to express my gratitude to the individual. After all, nothing has been set in stone yet." Zhao Mai interjected, "This endeavor carries its own risks. If I wish to pursue learning, I must devote myself wholly, which likely means resigning from my job and living at my master's residence. This individual adheres to some traditional values, requiring students to reside with their masters and, subsequently, work for them for several years. Well, this is quite understandable." My father nodded and said, "Let me tell you, we have individuals like that in our organization as well." Chapter 79, finally agreed the following day. Zhao Mai drove his father to the hospital for a series of examinations. The tests included urinalysis, blood tests, electrolyte levels, kidney function, liver function, and a renal ultrasound, consuming the entire morning. As it was not an emergency, all the results would only be available in the afternoon, except for the renal ultrasound, which allowed for a brief consultation with the doctor immediately after the examination. "You have a mild case of nephritis. It would be prudent to consult an internist thoroughly. Ensure you rest adequately and pay particular attention to your diet. At your age, negligence could lead to a sudden exacerbation, resulting in more severe health issues." "What? Nephritis?" The father was taken aback. "You must be mistaken. Is it not renal failure?" Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Mai discreetly tugged at him, raising an eyebrow to signal him. The father quickly understood, chuckling softly, "As long as it's nothing serious, that's a relief. With age, one tends to overthink." "Indeed. My dear elder, a little contemplation is never detrimental, as it aids in maintaining good health. However, do not fall prey to the myriad of rumors circulating online and in various circles, where even a slight discomfort can be misconstrued as uremia, followed by the suggestion of something as trivial as mung bean soup as a miraculous remedy. Such claims are deceptive. Let a normal life, practice moderation, and maintain a cheerful disposition. That is the true panacea, while all other concerns should be directed to qualified medical professionals." "Ah, you are indeed correct," the father acknowledged, offering a few polite words before leading Zhao Mai out of the examination room. He remained silent, gesturing for Zhao Mai to follow him as they sought a secluded spot, ultimately falling into silence. Observing his father's expression, Zhao Mai sensed a conflict within, as though his father was grappling with something profound. Understanding the gravity of the moment, he chose to remain unobtrusive, allowing his father the space to think. "My son, I believe you may have encountered someone truly remarkable this time." After half an hour of contemplation, the father finally spoke. Habitually reaching for his coat pocket, he remembered he had quit smoking due to his illness and merely sighed. Zhao Mai, though a smoker, lacked an addiction and never carried cigarettes, offering only an apologetic smile. "It's all right, quitting is for the best, though the habit is hard to break." The father licked his lips and continued, "The other results are yet to arrive, but I genuinely feel an improvement. This cannot be fabricated. Even if this ailment remains untreated, the individual you encountered, without the need for a face-to-face meeting, has achieved this remarkable progress with just a prescription. That skill is indeed extraordinary. Upon reflection, if you have the opportunity to learn, do pursue it. I will support your endeavor." "Really?" Zhao Mai rubbed his hands together, eagerly presenting a long-prepared statement. "If I am to study, I must dedicate myself entirely. My job would be at risk. However, I do have some savings, and I can stay with my teacher. After completing my studies, I would need to work for him without pay for a few years, merely covering my living expenses." "Ah, this does evoke the traditional master-apprentice relationship." The father nodded approvingly. "As long as you acquire genuine skills, that is of no concern. One more thing. You may find it difficult to reach me frequently. While in my teacher's company, my phone will remain off to avoid external disturbances, as it is essential for my practice. However, communication is not prohibited. During breaks, I shall call you to report the situation." "This is rather peculiar. Practicing? What practice?" "Father, I have yet to embark on this journey. How could I possibly know?" The teacher is particularly discreet, advising that his name must not be casually disclosed, which is why I signaled to you earlier. If you had mentioned the previous circumstances, it would have raised suspicions, especially considering I underwent dialysis yesterday. What if, heaven forbid, they mistook you for a guinea pig and apprehended you? Oh, As if they would catch guinea pigs. That is our unit's affair, not theirs. My father, with a wry smile, simply hummed in acknowledgement. All right, I understand your concerns. I shall remain silent. When the results arrive in the afternoon, if my condition has improved, I will transfer to another hospital, ensuring they remain oblivious, correct? My father is indeed wise. After both of us narrowly escaped trouble, we strolled together through the streets and enjoyed a meal at a noodle shop for lunch. It appeared that my father had not felt this relaxed in quite some time, both physically and emotionally. He usually refrains from expressing his feelings, yet today, he unexpectedly remarked, "Son, you have truly matured. Now it is you accompanying me for a meal rather than the other way around." Indeed, one need only consider whose offspring you are. Your loose lips have no restraint. Is it appropriate to speak in such a manner? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we received the results. My father glanced at the document and his countenance brightened. Having undergone this examination numerous times, while he may not comprehend the significance of each indicator, he is well aware of the previous negative signs. Upon presenting the results to the doctor, it was revealed that there was merely a disturbance in kidney function, no longer at the terminal stage of chronic renal failure, uremia. After receiving further advice to be mindful of his health and to guard against deterioration, my father concocted an excuse, stating that we needed to revisit another designated hospital for further examination, thereby avoiding the prescription of medication. As we exited the hospital, we felt as though the sky had lifted, the clouds had brightened, and the air had grown more liberating. I believed it essential to share this news with the family. Suddenly, my father said, "I suspect someone at home has been keeping you informed. You are all secretly worried about me. How could I not know? Under one roof. As soon as you little rascals stir, not to dwell on that, I must show them the lab report and diagnosis, at the very least. I need to reassure Xiaofeng and Xiaowan. With the upcoming high school entrance examination, it is vital that they are free from psychological burdens." You make a valid point. I can manage the family matters for now. They need not be involved. Zhao Mai nodded, finally embodying the role of a responsible elder brother. By the way, do not mention anything about my master. Only you are aware, and I have not even dared to inform Mother. How shall I explain the improvement in my condition? Should I assert that the previous diagnoses were erroneous? You may say that I inadvertently ingested an experimental new medication, which fortuitously proved to be remarkably effective. They are even considering you as a potential spokesperson. Are you suggesting that I confess to having taken the wrong medication previously? My father suddenly rolled up his sleeves. His movements as practiced as ever. You little rascal, feeling cheeky, are we? Chapter 80. Urban and fantasy. The improvement in his father's health lifted a tremendous weight from Zhao Mai's heart. It seemed that as long as he continued to study magic or discovered more potions to cure ailments, his father would surely recover. Moreover, with the narrative of a miraculous healer to support him, he could afford to spend more time away without causing undue concern for his parents. Then, unexpectedly, he burst forth, expelling his breakfast in a fit of dismay. What kind of environment was he in? Lacking vegetation, tainted by industrial pollution, and filled with the noxious fumes of vehicles and the refuse of daily life. These were the antitheses of natural forces. They not only obstructed the flow of natural energy, but also invaded Zhao Mai's very being, striking his stomach as if delivering a fierce blow. Fortunately, he quickly emerged from his meditative state. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. It appeared that an industrialized city was a veritable wasteland for a druid. Where could he possibly find a wild natural environment? Even the various nature reserves were not easily accessible, and after contemplating his surroundings, he realized that there were no such places near his urban abode. In contemporary society, people had grown weary of the city's congestion and clamor, seizing any opportunity to escape to the surrounding areas, only to carry the same overcrowding and noise with them. Consequently, while these locales might be somewhat better than the city, they could hardly be deemed pristine natural environments, offering little benefit for the accumulation of natural energy. However, Zhao Mai stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. The wooden staff gifted to him by teacher Shilin, which he had used as a walking stick, was continuously emanating pure natural energy. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that the end of the staff, which often made contact with the ground, had developed tiny root hairs along its hard surface. Could it be that its frequent insertion into the earth while used as a cane was the reason? He found it hard to believe, but perhaps, just perhaps, this object could indeed be cultivated, regardless of whether it could grow into a woodland staff. If it could provide natural energy, it would be of immense assistance to Zhao Mai. He recalled that there were several old flower pots on the balcony, their plants long deceased, yet the soil remained intact. A 1-meter-long stick inserted into a flower pot with less than a 20-centimeter diameter certainly appeared incongruous, but it was the best resource he could find at hand. He decided to plant it and see if it could take root. If it did, he could always repot it later. The dog, oblivious to Zhao Mai's musings, gnawed incessantly on a beef bone, oblivious to its own teething troubles. The place where Zhao Mai resided was rented, furnished with the landlord's belongings, while various knickknacks belonged to the previous tenant, though Zhao Mai had never met him. The flower pots and a pile of fertilizer on the balcony suggested that he was indeed a plant enthusiast, albeit one who had not left a single living plant for Zhao Mai. Following his instincts, Zhao Mai poured some water and scooped a handful of fertilizer into the pot, clapping his hands together and leaving it be. He had no formal education in botany or zoology. All his knowledge was gleaned from educational channels. Furthermore, he had fabricated a marvelous mentor for his father, a fictional character who, naturally, had no concern for his sustenance. Thus, Zhao Mai still needed to address his own dining needs. Within the carriage lay a chest brimming with gold coins, approximately 1,000 in number, a bounty for lifting the siege on Nebo town. These ought to be dealt with promptly. Suddenly, Zhao Mai recalled something. He hurriedly lifted the reserve food, prodding its belly with his finger. What about the gems you swallowed? Have they been expelled? They aren't still inside, are they? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Mai pondered, stroking his chin, sensing that his subordinate might be concealing something. Yet, without concrete evidence, and given their familial ties, the matter seemed inconsequential. The gems were spoils of the reserve food. If the dog showed no urgency, why should he? The priority was the health of the reserve food. As long as its belly remained untroubled, Zhao Mai felt content. Regarding the gems, he could seize an opportunity later to interrogate his subordinate, perhaps intimidate him, to ascertain the truth, and then let the matter slide. Reserve food. Let us proceed and dispose of the gold coins, Zhao Mai called out, to which the reserve food nodded, gnawing on a bone as it followed its master. Upon reaching the vehicle and opening the trunk, they were left dumbfounded. The chest remained, yet not a single gold coin was to be found within. After a thorough inspection, Zhao Mai ultimately conceded defeat. The coins had indeed vanished, along with several items from the backpack. Ropes, rations, candles, all had mysteriously disappeared. The water pouch remained, but it was completely drained. Shields, slings, spears, all had vanished as well. Could this be related to the rules of traversal? Zhao Mai recounted the items, creating a list, and discovered that nothing worn or contained upon his person had been affected, nor had any magical items, potions, or living creatures the reserve food. However, why had the firearm been spared? Could it be considered a form of magical item? There seemed to be numerous questions that Zhao Mai could not satisfactorily answer. The mobile app for order taking did offer a paid feature for problem resolution, but each query required a fake coin, of which Zhao Mai possessed none. In fact, he was left with only a single gold coin. If spent, it would be arduous to procure more. He needed to devise a way to earn money. Zhao Mai grimaced and adjusted the order status to indicate a vehicle available for hire. He anticipated that the next customer would not appear for some time. But to his surprise, less than 10 minutes passed before a notification startled him, nearly causing him to drop the flower pot in his hands. The phone displayed only the passenger's location, omitting their destination, which piqued Zhao Mai's interest. Chapter 81. A misunderstanding of 3 chapters combined. Is it not a common misconception that many believe the female protagonist is about to make her entrance? Such notions are merely illusions. One cannot expect that a part-time taxi driver would randomly pick up a beautiful passenger, let alone one who would fall in love with the driver at first sight. In reality, upon accepting the fare, Zhao Mai dialed the passenger's number only to hear a voice undergoing the throes of adolescence, likely belonging to a boy of around 15. After all, who else would be in the midst of such a transformation? Equipped with supplies and his giant toothbeast, he arrived at the designated location, where he was met by a boy wearing thick glasses, a buzz cut, clad in a school uniform, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and another bag in hand. His face dotted with acne, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Zhao Mai parked the vehicle by the roadside, instantly recognizing him as the traveler in need. The fake coin nestled in his chest emitted a gentle warmth, vibrating to indicate the direction of his compatriot. However, the acne-ridden youth hesitated to board the car, circling it 3 times, inspecting every inch of the vehicle. Your surname is Shui, is it not? This is indeed the car you requested, Zhao Mai remarked, feeling a twinge of irritation. After all, he had already provided the license plate number. Why the need for further inspection? He opened the trunk, stating, "Make sure to place everything inside properly. Larger items should go in the back. I must inform you, However, that due to the unique nature of this journey, I cannot guarantee that everything will arrive at our destination. The boy appeared visibly anxious, unsure of where to place his hands upon entering the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Mai scrutinized him, noting how the boy's eyes darted about the interior of the car, akin to a thief preparing to pilfer. Yet, he did not exude any sense of danger. Otherwise, the supplies would have reacted accordingly. What's this about adults? I'm merely a year older than you. Zhao Mai maintained a high standard of service with a smile, addressing him. My surname is Zhao. You can call me Mike, as it sounds rather cosmopolitan. While I have accepted the fare, the destination is not displayed, so I must inquire, where are we headed? I'm not entirely sure. I just want to leave this place and cross over to another world, the boy replied. As long as I can traverse, I desire nothing more. Shui, the acne-ridden youth, appeared frail but resolute, evidently having made a momentous decision. His voice bore a tone of indignation, reminiscent of despairing rock music. No one cares about me. No one loves me. What purpose do I serve remaining here? Mike, can you truly take me away? You're not some kind of peculiar psychologist, are you? How I wish I were a doctor, then I would know precisely how to counsel you, Zhao Mai said, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. Now, regarding your wish to cross over, do you possess any fake coins? Additionally, you must clarify how you came to contact me. My line of work is somewhat unique, and I must verify your identity. In truth, Zhao Mai was not genuinely concerned with confirming his identity, but rather sought to glean information indirectly to deduce the intricacies of the crossing, the taxi service, and the overall process. The complete instructions on the ride-hailing app required 2 coins to unlock, a circumstance that coincided with Zhao Mai's most pressing financial needs, thus controlling the vital information he sought. As I perused my grandfather's collection of ancient coins at home, I chanced upon 2 Ka Yuan Tong Bao coins. The allure of the fateful gold coins intensified. The Ka Yuan Tong Bao, a currency introduced by Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, replaced the Sui dynasty's Wuzhou coins, bearing witness to the rise and fall of the Tang Empire. It is one of the renowned Wu Di coins of antiquity. However, I found myself perplexed. Did the Ka Yuan Tong Bao possess the power of the fateful gold coins? Or had the fateful gold coins merely transformed into the likeness of the Ka Yuan Tong Bao? Lacking the expertise to authenticate these coins, I remained unable to unravel this mystery. Indeed, these are the very coins. You were fortunate to have discovered such a rarity. I nodded in solemn agreement and inquired, what comes next? In truth, I had discovered these coins long ago, initially drawn to their square and grand design, and had secretly taken them to admire. Little did I know they held further significance. Today, due to certain matters weighing on my mind, I felt compelled to leave this place. Unsure of my destination, I whimsically entered crossing to another world in the ride-hailing app. Only to my astonishment, someone accepted the ride. Following that, my phone displayed a series of notifications, revealing the matter of the fateful gold coins. Ah, is that so? I asked, feigning ignorance. Did you memorize all the prompts? Recite them back to me. Must it be such a bother? The redness of Shui's acne intensified, clearly indicative of his short temper, perhaps a result of adolescence or his upbringing. Mike, I concede my fault. I cannot recall them all. May I simply read them? Shui hastily retrieved his phone, scrolled for a moment, and then stated, First, embarking on a journey requires the payment of fateful gold coins. Round trips necessitate payment, and even for a one-way journey, a return fare must be provided. Otherwise, the driver reserves the right to refuse service. Items akin to spatial bags will be confiscated, but non-spatial containers remain unaffected, which explains why my water pouch made the journey, albeit empty. Surprisingly, living beings are permitted to traverse with the driver's knowledge, even if they are not passengers who have paid with fateful gold coins. This likely accounts for instances where a driver may be prepaid to fetch someone, while the passenger lacks coins. If living beings were not allowed during such circumstances, it could lead to a perilous situation akin to a murderous taxi. Passenger safety must take precedence, and I wholeheartedly support this principle. Thankfully, this rule exists. Otherwise, our supplies would become mere dust in the spatial passage. In contrast to the stringent rules for empty vehicles, regulations are considerably more lenient when passengers have paid. During such times, most items may be transported, the only limitation being that one must not exceed the power system restrictions of the target world. Furthermore, carrying more items will require additional fateful gold coins. I surmise that transporting some explosives to the other side should not pose an issue, though I certainly could not procure an atomic bomb. Chapter 82. Playing the lute to a cow. I yearn for a world of freedom, devoid of studies and examinations. where I can pursue my own desires. Xue's eyes shimmered with longing as he proclaimed, I can no longer bear the burden of learning language and mathematics. They are of no use to me. I wish to study magic and become a renowned sorcerer. It is the power of magic that I covet the most. Your aspirations are not misplaced. Magic is indeed formidable, and sorcerers command great respect, Zhao Mai replied. However, do not underestimate the challenges ahead. First and foremost, you must learn at least 2 foreign languages. From what I know, the universal language is quite accessible, akin to many phonetic alphabet languages, so with your foundation in English, mastering it should pose no difficulty. Yet, a mage must also learn the dragon tongue, the complexity of which I cannot ascertain. Such challenges will not deter me. For the sake of magic, I am certain I can master it, Xue asserted confidently. Then how do you plan to sustain yourself and pay for your studies? Zhao Mai winked, pouring a dash of cold water on his enthusiasm. Here, you have family to support you, regardless of their strictness. Over there, it is a different tale. You must rely solely on yourself. Do you possess any skills? I can outshine them with the knowledge I have here, even if I merely transcribe textbooks from memory. I could earn a living, Xue replied. Zhao Mai pondered this, uncertain how to respond. He found it difficult to fathom a teenager discussing potion making in front of him. And he wondered what impact the same child would have lecturing the inhabitants of Graelian on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Perhaps only with a stroke of luck could he find an appropriate audience before facing starvation. The realm of fantasy is fraught with perilous creatures far more dangerous than those here. Zhao Mai kindly reminded him, intelligent beings are not limited to humans, goblins, dog-headed men. And even certain rabbits wield magic. Xue, clearly growing impatient, slammed his fist on the seat and impulsively shouted, Are you a driver or merely a nag? I want to traverse to that world swiftly. I shall not shortchange you a penny. What a bother. Xue huffed, panting heavily, yet ultimately acquiesced. Hey, it's time. We must set off. Xue urged impatiently from the car, his desire for departure palpable. You've already moved twice. If we don't leave soon, I shall lodge a complaint and dock your fare. Is that a feature? Zhao Mai mused, uncertain of the validity of Xue's claims. Yet there seemed no need for a personal trial. Time was of the essence. His current passengers were in a state of frenzied urgency. Had he half an hour more, he could have embarked on a grand shopping spree at the supermarket. However, Xue displayed no inclination for such diligence. Sitting back comfortably in the car while observing Zhao Mai's frantic activity, occasionally flashing a cryptic smile, leaving Zhao to wonder what schemes occupied his mind. Zhao, not being his parent or teacher, had no obligation to impart wisdom. He had already set an example through his actions, yet it seemed Xue took little notice. Can we finally drive now, huh? Xue inquired, watching Zhao Mai buckle his seatbelt in the driver's seat. Wonderful. Let us set forth without delay. The destination we are bound for is known as Graelian, a realm steeped in Western fantasy, where elves, dwarves, and dragons abound, a world of sword and sorcery. Lacking a definitive destination, I shall, based on my experience, place you in a village predominantly inhabited by humans, where you may decide your path. Cannot you simply drive me around for a while? Consider me a ferryman of the inferno. The ferryman merely traverses, oblivious to the 10-day tour of hell. Zhao Mai endeavored to amplify his sense of urgency, yet observing Xue Dodo's expression, he surmised that his efforts had likely been in vain. Alas, it is already a stroke of fortune that I have not deposited you in the wilderness. A welcoming and benevolent safe haven is not a commonplace treasure. Activating the navigation software, Zhao Mai set the destination to Nebo Town, since he had not spent gold coins to download the complete map of Graelian. Only the locations he had previously visited would bear navigation markers. Destination entered. Please capture a photograph of the passenger for verification. Zhao Mai complied, snapping a picture with a click. May this not be the last photograph left by classmate Xue in this world. The journey commences. Do take care not to open the doors or windows of the vehicle. Zhao Mai remarked with a smile. Though I cannot be entirely certain, during our spatial traversal, one cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering turbulent energies, akin to the air currents encountered during a flight. Chapter 83 Untitled. As the car soared into the sky, breaching the cloud cover and narrowly grazing the tail of a passing passenger plane to enter the spatial corridor, Xue Dodo's expression finally shifted. He gripped the car door handle tightly, one leg trembling incessantly, akin to a pile driver. Zhao Mai cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, There's something I wish to share with you. Consider it a friendly gesture. Xue swallowed hard, his voice quaking as he responded, Go ahead. Do not speak so definitively. Young man, Zhao Mai replied. Though he too was youthful, He had traversed these experiences and could be deemed a veteran in this regard. I cannot predict when I shall depart, but I should have at least a few months. Communication in this world is cumbersome. The sooner you reach out to me, the better your chances of finding me. Shui abruptly turned his head, gazing out at the twinkling stars in the darkened sky, clearly wishing to disregard Zhao Mai's words. Very well, Zhao Mai thought to himself, having extended his kindness, the rest was now up to him. Having confidence in oneself is called self-assurance. While leaving no escape route is foolishness, interpreting others' advice as malice is tantamount to courting disaster. It is akin to recklessly crossing the street against a red light. This is not bravery, but rather folly. Countless lives have been sacrificed to glean such wisdom. Yet some insist on testing it once more with their own lives. Can such individuals be salvaged? The town's gates stood wide open, with adventurers ambling in and out. Their camaraderie evident, while laborers toiled, pushing carts laden with goods. A group of knights arrived at the town gate, engaged in conversation with the guards. They could easily be identified by their armor, predominantly white, complemented by silver capes, emblazoned with the emblem of the sword of courage upon their shields and the armor of their steeds. This long sword, encircled by sunlight or flames, lacked a sheath, with its tip pointed downward, making it unmistakable. Before Zhao Mai could finish his thought, Shui Dodo had already flung open the car door and exited. Zhao Mai had no choice but to follow suit, opening the trunk to allow him to retrieve his belongings. Observing the young man's determined and proud stride, Zhao Mai found himself baffled by the source of his confidence. Was it secreted like growth hormones from the pituitary gland? He climbed back into the vehicle, promptly reversing direction towards Ashen Lake. Given his participation in the battle against Priest Ramashitu, many were familiar with this car. Driving it into town would be too conspicuous. Furthermore, with Shui still inside the town, his temperament might inadvertently invite trouble. Should the opportunity arise to assist, Zhao Mai would oblige. But he would never expose himself to potential entanglements. That would be inappropriate. Ultimately, Zhao Mai remained a cautious individual, unfit to be a savior or a saint. He would perform good deeds, perhaps even grand acts when in good spirits, but such altruism was not his vocation. Shui Dodo embarked on his journey towards death. Or perhaps, in his eyes, a path to divinity. Dying might lead to godhood. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Mai received a notification on his phone confirming that the fare had been credited. Due to Shui Dodo's considerable weakness and lack of remarkable skills, he was able to provide Zhao Mai with 3 enhancements, from which he could select 2: boundless confidence, unyielding determination, and a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. After much contemplation, Zhao Mai chose the stroke of luck, decisively rejecting the others. He returned the car to its previous position and began to transform his appearance. His standard equipment consisted of leather armor, a leather hat, a druid robe, a shield, and the mammoth M1 giant-toothed spear, while he adorned himself with green moss as face paint to conceal his identity from Shui Dodo. He meticulously checked his belongings, ensuring that nothing visible was from Earth. He appeared to be a wilderness-dwelling druid, indistinguishable from a local inhabitant of Glalian. At this juncture, one must mention the stick that had sprouted within the flower pot. Zhao Mai had watered and fertilized it, and to his surprise, it had quickly begun to change. 2 leaves sprouted directly from the stick, each the size of a thumb, oval-shaped, deep green, plump, and glossy, appearing remarkably round and charming. Zhao Mai reached out, pinched, and gently tugged at the leaves, discovering their remarkable resilience. Even with considerable force, he could not pluck them off. He refrained from further experimentation, deciding to wait until the leaves multiplied and the plant matured before reassessing. The pressing question was where to place it. Keeping it confined in the trunk was evidently unsuitable, as the lack of sunlight and fresh air would hinder its growth into a healthy plant. After much deliberation, Zhao Mai resolved to plant it beside the car. This location, near Ash Lake, featured moist and fertile soil, alleviating concerns about watering. Furthermore, the presence of the car, an unusual object, would draw attention away, ensuring the stick remained inconspicuous and safe. Without further ado, Zhao Mai selected a spot with excellent feng shui and quickly dug a hole. He reached for the flower pot, preparing to extract the stick, but just as he was about to exert force, a faint scream pierced the air. Who could it be? Zhao Mai set down the flower pot and scanned his surroundings, gripping the giant-toothed spear tightly. The thickets and woods were eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. The provisions, which had been dozing nearby, now looked up at their master with a puzzled expression, wagging their tails in confusion. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Zhao Mai thought. Liang, stay alert, he instructed before returning to his unfinished task. As his hand made contact with the stick, the faint scream echoed once more. This time, even a fool would discern the source of the disturbance, and coincidentally, Zhao Mai fit the bill of such a fool. Chapter 84. The forest tree. A stick cannot speak. Of that Zhao Mai is certain. However, the fact that the stick has sprouted leaves is already remarkable. Should it choose to utter words, it would not be beyond comprehension. Embracing the path of a druid inevitably involves engaging with various flora and fauna. Among the druidic spells, there exists a first-level incantation known as Speak with Animals, while a fifth-level spell can enlighten plants and animals, granting them the ability to communicate and acquire wisdom. A seventh-level spell, Animate Plants, allows vegetation to move freely. All druidic magic is derived from nature, hence it is evident that speaking creatures do exist. Zhao Mai is mentally prepared for the myriad wonders he is bound to encounter. Though initial astonishment is inevitable, seated cross-legged, he placed the stick plant on the ground. He inhaled deeply, relaxed his mind, and entered a state of forced perception. During his attempts on Earth, an overly polluted environment had caused him to collapse in nausea, but in the vibrant land of Graelian, meditating on the forest became a pleasurable experience. The pure and harmonious energy of nature circulated between heaven, earth, and water, infusing Zhao Mai with a buoyant sense of exhilaration. The stick tree, too, absorbed and released the natural force. As he contemplated this interaction, he discerned a distinction. The stick tree absorbed a more primal essence of nature. Yet what it released seemed refined, more readily comprehensible and absorbable. From the perspective of energy absorption for cultivation, the stick tree would undoubtedly offer greater assistance to a druid. However, the amount of natural force currently emitted by the stick tree was too minimal to envelop Zhao Mai's body, preventing him from fully absorbing it. One must always adopt a developmental viewpoint. The present inadequacy of the stick tree does not preclude future potential. After all, it was once devoid of energy entirely. Now, it has at least solved the challenge of existence. Intrigued, Zhao Mai began to experiment. It appeared that the stick tree was quite content in its pot, reluctant to leave. He speculated that perhaps his movements might harm the tree's roots, eliciting its cries of distress. Upon reflection, he realized there was no need to be at odds with a mere pot. The stick could remain inside, and it would naturally expand as it grew. Concerned about the soil's nutrient deficiency, Zhao Mai retrieved a bit of fertilizer from his bag and added it to the pot. At that moment, a wave of joyful energy surged toward him from the stick, akin to a little girl-esque gleeful laughter. How curious! Could it be that the stick was aware of the benefits of fertilizer? Having never tended to plants before, Zhao Mai was unfamiliar with the proper use of fertilizers. Synthetic fertilizers differ significantly from humus-rich soil, as their nutrient concentration is exceedingly high, often competing with the plant's roots for moisture, akin to how salt can lethally harm slugs. Such fertilizers require dilution before use, typically at a ratio of around 1 part fertilizer to 1,000 parts water. The previous tenant had prepared the fertilizer themselves, contained within bags and proportioned to their discretion, rendering any instruction manual unnecessary. However, upon reaching Zhao Mai, it became a product devoid of guidance. What was originally intended to be diluted at a ratio of 1 to 1,000 was directly placed into the flower pot by Zhao Mai. Had it been an ordinary plant, it would have perished long ago. Yet, the stick was anything but ordinary. Its growth demanded a substantial amount of nutrients, resulting in a typically slow development. Zhao Mai persistently inserted it into the soil, and after absorbing the earth, it gradually revived, requiring at least a year to sprout leaves. To his surprise, once the fertilizer was introduced, the abundance of nutrients stimulated an immediate awakening. While a singular type of fertilizer could lead to nutrient imbalance, the mixed fertilizer from the previous tenant was comprehensive. Although some wastage was inevitable, it ensured the plant would not grow skewed. In such an environment, the stick was exceedingly content, ensuring it would not abandon the flower pot. Zhao Mai added more fertilizer, and the stick emitted a soft sound, its 2 leaves unfurling as if stretching after a long slumber. This was quite amusing. Zhao Mai was still contemplating the stick's transformation into a forest staff, maintaining an attitude of cautious optimism as he continually added fertilizer. The grayish-black fertilizer would swiftly permeate the soil, disappearing without a trace. Soon, the soil in the flower pot began to clump, fissures caused by lack of water spreading like a spider's web. Fortunately, Ash Lake was nearby, abundant with water, allowing him to soak the pot without concern. Thus, Zhao Mai continued the repetitive tasks of fertilizing and watering, accompanied by the melodious laughter of the stick. Right before his eyes, the stick sprouted leaves, one after another, quickly concealing its original form. It neither grew taller nor thicker, simply producing leaves in abundance. Zhao Mai observed with great interest, feeling as though such effects were only possible in CG animations, leaving him with a lingering sense of unreality. When he pinched the leaves, he was taken aback to find that the leaves responded in kind. His heart raced as he cautiously extended his fingers once more. The tender green leaves indeed enveloped his fingertips, gently layering upon them, and even swaying, reminiscent of a handshake between humans. In disbelief, Zhao Mai whistled and summoned his dog, dragging it over to the pot. To his astonishment, the stick was able to differentiate its target, and this time, no leaves ensnared the dog's paws. The small dog cautiously approached, its nose twitching, only to find the stick striking it with its leaves. Although the action was gentle, it startled the dog, which retreated with a whimper of alarm. How delightful! Zhao Mai comforted the little dog and, filled with enthusiasm, resumed the repetitive acts of fertilizing and watering. Finally, when only the remnants of the fertilizer bag remained, the stick groaned and began to sway vigorously, under the watchful eyes of both man and dog. All the leaves swiftly turned brittle yellow, then crumbled into fragments that drifted to the ground. Subsequently, the outer layer of the stick began to peel away, reminiscent of neglected wallpaper that continuously sheds its surface. A stick measuring over a meter in length gradually diminished before the eyes of the two onlookers, ultimately shrinking to a mere segment of less than 10 centimeters. With a crisp crack, this final fragment splintered into 4 petals, revealing a tender sprout at its core. 2 immature leaves, not yet fully unfurled, cradled a pearl-like, spherical flower bud nestled between them. The moment it emerged, the surrounding natural forces stirred restlessly, converging towards this delicate blossom, unhesitatingly burrowing into its heart. Zhao Mai's own energy wavered slightly, drawn away by the flower, only to be replenished with a purer essence. Subsequently, the leaves unfurled, and the flower blossomed. 5 crimson petals enveloped the center, where yellow and pink stamens intertwined. The petite flower, sensing Zhao Mai's presence, swayed gently to the left, then to the right, as if performing a lilting dance. Chapter 85. The visitor of Nebo Town. Originally, when it was merely a stick, Zhao Mai could utilize it as a cane, providing some assistance while walking. However, upon its transformation into a flower, it became a burdensome encumbrance. The stored grain paid no heed to the sound of lamentation, instead showing keen interest in the fragments of the fallen stick, which it eagerly consumed as makeshift chew toys. Subsequently, it tilted its head, curiously observing its master as he rummaged through his backpack, continuously organizing its contents. Hearing the cries, Zhao Mai was often reminded of his sister in her childhood, rendering him unable to harden his heart. He adjusted the items in his backpack, placing the flower pot atop, securely fastening it. This way, the little flower could peek out, basking in the radiant autumn sunlight. Carrying a pot of flowers on his journey appeared quite peculiar. It was not as if he were filming Elon, the professional, nor was he akin to Matilda cradling a plant. A druid with a little flower nestled on his back might soon find his reputation spreading throughout Nebo Town. Yet, having the flower nearby was not devoid of advantages. The mutated and enhanced little flower continuously regulated the surrounding natural energies, providing Zhao Mai with a steady supply for his endeavors. While it did not alter the quantity of natural energy, it significantly improved Zhao Mai's efficiency during meditation, proving immensely beneficial for a novice druid like him. It was akin to carrying an air purifier, one capable of elevating the quality of air to standards befitting a cleanroom environment. Moreover, Zhao Mai had tested this vibrant little flower and found it to be far more resilient than it appeared. It was impervious to harm without the use of sharp instruments. The reasoning behind which eluded him. Natural energy is a unique force, perpetually circulating around him, intertwined with air, water, pollen of plants, and all other natural elements, subtly influencing Zhao Mai. In accordance with a popular saying on Earth, a region's water and soil raise its people, it offers a fitting explanation. A druid must blend with their surrounding environment to better harness the local energies. Just as mages exhibit elemental affinities when wielding magic and priests adhere to divine regulations while invoking their powers, druids' natural energies are also region-specific. However, with the presence of this flower, Zhao Mai found it easier to communicate with the natural energies. He perpetually existed within an atmosphere of stabilized natural energy, transformed by the little flower, thus avoiding any discomfort associated with the unfamiliarity of his surroundings. Many druids spend their entire lives within the forests or plains they inhabit, as they are intrinsically bound to the local natural energies. The wanderer's community thrives due to the existence of the insight tree, allowing them to continuously draw upon the wisdom of their predecessors, expanding their adaptability and fostering connections with the outside world. Although Zhao Mai had yet to acquire any profound knowledge, The changes brought about by this flower had already imparted a faint sense of that connection. As time passed, Zhao Mai entered the town just as dusk approached. The guards stationed at the entrance were yawning, yet they still barred his entry. A captain sporting a goatee scrutinized him from head to toe, nonchalantly picking his nose as he remarked, "I have never seen you before, have I? Perhaps. But only you would know. However, I must admit that you leave me with little impression." Zhao Mai smiled faintly. His command of the common tongue was quite commendable, though still somewhat lacking compared to the townsfolk like Green. Yet for a reclusive druid dwelling amidst the deep woods, such proficiency was just adequate. "What brings you to Nipo Town?" he inquired. "Ah, I am a druid seeking passage northward to the community of the Untouched," Zhao Mai replied. "I have heard that the Untouched community shares a deep connection with this town, and I wish to observe the situation there. The northern forests are perilous at present. I would advise against your journey. However, Nipo Town welcomes you. Please, come in." The captain with the goat-like beard casually cleared the path. Zhao Mai nodded in acknowledgement as he entered the town with his provisions. A guard, feeling curious, approached the captain and asked, "Chief, do you find this man suspicious?" "Oh, you mean that golden-haired paladin of the goddess Zhao Mai? Her name, I believe, is High Ruer, truly enchanting." Observing the foolish grin on his subordinate's face, the captain felt a twinge of embarrassment and gave him a light slap on the head. "What are you thinking? Do you truly believe a paladin of her caliber would be within your reach? You lot, with your lack of knowledge. Were you merely staring at her face when Lady High Ruer dismounted? Humph. Did you not notice the 7 radiant beams upon the holy emblem of her sword? That signifies she is a level 7 paladin. With but one hand, she could swiftly dispatch all 5 of you. Wow, Chief, you are quite observant." The tone of the reply was peculiar, laced with a hint of mockery. The light behind the emblem denotes rank. Thus, does a level 1 paladin possess only 1 ray? Fool. Levels below 5 are all the same. The temple of the goddess Zhao Mai does not entertain a gaggle of simpletons like you. How could you not grasp even this? The captain licked his lips and stated earnestly, "Remember, paladins come here seeking a great druid, hoping to collaborate with the herald of the nature deity, Gujai, to jointly vanquish the influence of the nightmare god, Lama Shu Tuesday. Should you encounter any druids, inquire as I have, to ascertain whether they might be the great druid, then report back to me. Why not report directly to Paladin High Ruer? They are temporarily residing at the Reedside Inn, are they not?" The captain swiftly seized the guard's face, pinching it like a vice, distorting his mouth into a figure 8. "Do not say I did not warn you, you clever fool. I am your captain, and my words are commands. Should any of you dare defy me, you will be expelled from the patrol and left to face my wrath. I said report to me, so you shall report to me. Do you understand?" The guard, whose face was being painfully pinched, writhed in distress, feeling as though his gums were loosening, tears streaming involuntarily down his cheeks. He nodded vigorously, his eyes pleading for mercy. Captain Goatbeard finally released him, wiping his saliva-stained fingers on his shirt, and resumed his nonchalant demeanor, standing at the doorway to scrutinize the passers-by. Fortunately, the insignia of a level 7 paladin provided him with a semblance of clarity. Otherwise, he would have utterly forgotten the request of Lady Higher, a highly esteemed archdruid. She was capable of acting on behalf of the Wayfarer community. The goddess Iamadi required her paladins to unite with her, leveraging their mutual understanding of nature to eradicate the malevolent stronghold of Ramasha hidden within the farmer's forest. Druids were a rare sight, and archdruids even more so. It was not uncommon for the town of Nebo to go months without encountering a single druid, prompting the captain to prepare himself to inspect and question every individual accompanied by animals. The young man he had just seen was certainly not an archdruid, and his visit to the Wayfarers suggested he was not affiliated with the community. Captain Goatbeard pondered. Given that the farmer's forest lay to the north, should he not consider applying for a transfer to guard the town's northern gate? Chapter 86. The Reunion of 3 Cheers. The 3-horned cups clinked together, sending frothy ale cascading into the air. The dwarf Sork, the wild Ratgrin, and Zhao Mai gathered around a tavern table, their joy at reuniting palpable. "I am truly delighted to see you. I thought you were trapped in Farmer's Forest, unable to escape," Grin exclaimed, punctuating his words with a hearty belch, thumping his chest with his fist, and chuckling. "Well, now that we can confirm you are safe, this is indeed the greatest news. Although our time together was brief, the months without you have felt quite awkward, haven't they, Sork?" "I didn't feel much of a difference," the dwarf replied straightforwardly, lifting a barrel to fill their cups. "I spent my days by the forge, feeling quite fulfilled." "Huh, that's just how he is, always living so purely, leaving all the burdens to me," Grin said, stuffing a piece of ham into his mouth. then mumbling, "What have you been up to these past few months? I expected to hear something about the gunslinger, but it seems I heard nothing." Zhao Mai waved his hand dismissively. "I haven't done much, just admired the scenery, nothing worth discussing. Why don't you share what you've been up to?" "What?" Zhao Mai paused, turning to Sork. "Sork, Grin wishes to sell guns for profit. What about you? Why do you refrain from selling? Could you share your reasoning? I feel there are many aspects I still do not comprehend. I sense a significant breakthrough is imminent. Yet it remains lodged in my throat, refusing to emerge." The dwarf shook his head. "I find myself increasingly restless, eager to research further, unwilling to engage in repetitive craftsmanship merely for financial gain." "Ah, I can understand that. Being both a researcher and a craftsman indeed stretches one thin," Zhao Mai acknowledged. "Grin, how's the other business venture I taught you progressing?" "Well, I understand now," Grin replied. Zhao Mai then embraced both of his companions, exclaiming, "Leave this matter to me. There must be a way to balance research and profit. For today, let us simply enjoy our reunion." "Agreed, but I cannot indulge too much," Sork remarked, his head still bare and bald since the siege battle. "I have parts to forge this evening to improve the ignition mechanism, so I cannot stay out too late." "That's just how he is. Don't take it to heart," Grin reassured Zhao Mai. The specifics of their endeavors remained shrouded in mystery, but they were confident the first snowfall of winter would herald the announcement, uncertain whether the new policies would benefit or hinder the current adventurers. Most were diligently completing their tasks, eager to secure their rewards. The town of Nebo buzzed with activity, adventurers flowing in and out like pine trees in the forest, scurrying to gather provisions for the winter. Nebo had successfully repelled the assault of the mother of monsters, the nightmare god Ramashu, yet Farmer's Forest had not withstood the onslaught. That land had transformed into a monster forest, teeming with grotesque and bizarre creatures, their origins unknown, their numbers swelling by the day. The connection between the southern region and the Wanderers community has been entirely severed, leaving the fate of the druids uncertain, which has fostered a prevailing sense of pessimism among the townsfolk. Various monstrous entities have established their lairs within the woods, persistently threatening the surrounding villages on several occasions. These creatures have even assaulted the castle. Wolf Ear Town has been nearly evacuated, with only a handful of individuals remaining, transforming it into a forward base for adventurers. Further south, the barony of Goduria, under the protection of Baron Pides, has become a formidable stronghold against the encroaching beasts. In the plains, the monsters are no match for the organized human forces. However, humanity lacks the means to delve into the forest and eradicate the creatures. The beleaguered Baron has offered substantial bounties, yet the number of monsters in the farmer's forest shows no signs of diminishing, attracting a multitude of adventurers who bravely fight at the forefront for gold and the welfare of all. In truth, I believe this is the opportune moment for selling firearms. Green's face flushed with indignation as he could not restrain himself from speaking. Previously, the prices of crossbows had surged, and now nearly all weapons have followed suit, with alchemical materials also trending upwards. He who does not manage the household is unaware of the rising costs of essentials, if one only takes without giving. Even a mountain of gold will eventually be depleted. "Go ahead, I shall play a while longer," the dwarf said, shaking his head as he made his way toward the door. Just as he pushed it open, the holy knight of goddess Aomide, Harel, entered, her long legs immediately capturing Zhao Mai's attention. Green placed his hand over his mouth and whispered, "Beautiful women can be deceivers. Be wary of falling for their charms. And it is best not to agree to anything." Chapter 87. Negotiation mastered. The paladin gracefully maneuvered through a table occupied by inebriated patrons, her athletic thighs capturing the attention of all present, yet not a single soul dared to reach out. The tavern waitress gazed at her with envy, for in that moment, she epitomized the aspirations of every young woman in the room. "Greetings, I am Sir Hylier, a paladin of Iomedy. Might you be the druid who has just arrived in town?" Zhao Mai stood politely as she approached, gesturing to the vacant seat left by the departing dwarf, Sork. "Please, take a seat, Sir Hylier. I am Mike, indeed a druid." As the paladin entered, the tavern's clamor diminished significantly, with most of the patrons' attention gravitating towards Zhao Mai's table. Hylier drew a multitude of gazes, but when the name Mike was uttered, an audible gasp resonated through the crowd. Was that truly Mike, the mentor of the dwarf Sork, the destroyer of siege engines, the hero of Nebo Town? When the siege of Nebo Town came to an end, the townsfolk, while clearing the battlefield, stumbled upon the blood ritual circle of Lamashtu, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Mike, who had single-handedly demolished the siege engine and led the adventurers in their counterattack, their lifeline would have surely collapsed once night fell. Everyone yearned to express their gratitude, yet Mike had quietly departed, leaving behind an air of legend. "Mr. Mike, please accept our respects." "Indeed. Let us raise a toast to you." The atmosphere of the tavern brightened, with patrons lifting their glasses, and Zhao Mai joined in the revelry. "By the way, could you persuade the dwarf blacksmith to sell some weapons? Even if not firearms, swords and knives would suffice. We are all eagerly awaiting." After finishing a drink, many voiced their anticipation. "I shall do my utmost," Zhao Mai replied earnestly. Hylier raised an eyebrow, smiling as she remarked, "It seems you are quite well known in this town. Might you enlighten me as to why? Please, take a seat, milady. I presume you did not come merely to listen to my boasts." Zhao Mai moved aside the dwarven mugs stacked nearby and inquired earnestly, "Well, would you like to drink? Ale, fruit wine, or spirits?" "Ah, that would be delightful." Zhao Mai scrutinized the paladin's visage, seeking any signs of artifice. It was a face of striking individuality, exuding an exquisite beauty that harmonized elegance and uniqueness, far removed from the artificiality of mere playthings. Beyond her beauty, the body language she conveyed was inviting, neither coldly aloof nor obsequiously ingratiating. Perhaps one could describe it as comfortably engaging, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, Zhao Mai felt enveloped in that very warmth, yearning to linger in the presence of Sir Hylio a while longer. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Oh, indeed. Our party of 7. Upon hearing of the malevolent priestess of the Mother of Monsters, Lamashtu, who threatens to disrupt the tranquility and peace of the Northern Realm, resolved to eradicate her. The goddess instructed us to seek the assistance of a great druid to better accomplish our objective. We had inquired extensively in the nearby villages and learned of a druidic community known as the Void Walker, nestled within the farmer's forest. Yet we were at a loss on how to reach it. Just then, we heard that a druid had entered the town of Nebo, prompting me to seek your wisdom. How do you know about the expedition knights? What do you know of my deity?" Heliul inquired, blinking her eyes inquisitively. The Holy Knights of Aomedai have an advanced vocation called the Successor Expedition Knight. Isn't this common knowledge?" Zhao Mai glanced at Green, who shook his head, genuinely expressing his ignorance. "In truth, my knowledge is rather limited. Aomedai was once a mortal, born in Kelias, and was a paladin of Alasni. Later, during the Starstone trials, he excelled in his tasks, igniting the divine flame, and succeeded the deceased Alasni as the right hand of the great god Aurodon. Subsequently, Aurodon met an untimely demise, and Aomedai inherited much of Aurodon's legacy." As Zhao Mai spoke, he noticed the surrounding silence and realized that Green and Heliul were gazing at him with wide-eyed astonishment. "What is it?" Zhao Mai asked, somewhat perplexed. "I don't believe I misspoke." Green vigorously shook his head and said, I cannot ascertain whether what you say is right or wrong. That shouldn't be the crux of the matter, should it?" Heliul nodded in agreement, adding, "What you've recounted, even I have only heard fragments of, and certainly not as detailed or assured as you have presented. Furthermore, can you be certain that the great god Aurodon is deceased? Well, he should be dead, though one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of his resurrection." Zhao Mai gradually comprehended the gravity of his words. For him, such knowledge was merely background material of the Gralian world, inscribed in black and white within tomes or disseminated across networks. It encompassed numerous tales of deities, even secrets surrounding many gods, which remained veiled from the indigenous inhabitants of Gralian. Perhaps some high-ranking priests could inquire into such matters, or certain archmages might have amassed knowledge of history and divinity, yet it was inconceivable that a lowly druid would have access to such information. "Have you visited our divine sanctuary?" Heliul shifted closer to Zhao Mai, her vibrant energy differing from the natural forces yet still evoking a sense of familiarity and attraction within him. Zhao Mai shook his head, prompting Heliul to continue. "Let me test your knowledge. What is the battle cry of our knights? Towards victory, towards the heart? And unlike other holy knights, what is our unique ability? Are you referring to the Successor's Divine Strike incantation or the Judgment Blade ability?" Zhao Mai replied without hesitation. Green sensed a shift in the atmosphere and promptly nudged Zhao Mai from beneath the table. Zhao Mai scratched his head, seemingly still oblivious to the unfolding situation. Sir Heliul sensed the actions of the two young men beneath the table and smiled as he explained to Green, "Rest assured, I have not exerted any malevolent influence upon your friends." "Then why does he seem so dazed?" Responding to everything asked, Green's hand subtly moved towards the hidden firearm at his lower back. Zhao swiftly restrained him, shaking his head. "I am quite certain that Lady Heliul has not cast any spells. Her paladin rank is merely 7, insufficient to forego the requisite gestures and verbal components of spellcasting. She possesses a notable charm that naturally draws others near. Goddess Iamide, the most staunchly righteous among all deities, would never permit her paladins to control or manipulate the will of others, so you need not worry. Lady Harrowell spread her hands and added, I did not inquire about Mr. Mike's personal secrets. I was merely confirming one matter. Green furrowed his brow, remaining on high alert. What matter? He inquired. The identity of the archdruid, she replied. Chapter 88. The charismatic shadow. I have stated time and again that I am not the grand druid you seek. I am merely an apprentice. Zhao Mai had recited this declaration no less than 100 times. Yet he remained unable to shake off the persistent presence of Hylure behind him. I shall not intrude upon you, the knight insisted. Her warm smile radiating an enchanting charm that continually doused the flames of the young druid's frustration. What could Zhao Mai do in response? Firstly, engaging in combat was utterly futile. The goddess Aomide was deeply committed to eradicating evil, placing great importance on the combat prowess of her paladins and priests, sparing no effort in this regard. Thus, Hylure's formidable strength as a level 7 paladin was undeniably substantial. In contrast, Zhao Mai was merely at level 1. Even without her sword, she could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Secondly, deception was also out of the question. Not to mention that paladins possess resolute wills and an innate ability to discern lies. The likelihood of successfully misleading her was exceedingly slim. Every time Zhao Mai beheld her exquisitely beautiful face, his heart raced uncontrollably, causing all thoughts of falsehood to evaporate, and the truth would flow from his lips without hesitation. Amidst his annoyance, he found himself secretly amused. You are beyond saving. Do not implicate me, Green muttered from behind the counter, not bothering to lift his gaze. Having recognized the footsteps of Zhao Mai and Hylure, I have yet to settle the accounts. Your new scheme requires considerable funds, and I remain uncertain if there is enough in the coffers. Green, you seem unaffected. Would you care to enlighten me? Zhao Mai inched closer, pressing his hand upon the ledger. With a sigh, the rodent-like figure gazed at his friend helplessly. Ever since that night in the tavern, where Zhao Mai's vast knowledge had been revealed, he had been persistently mistaken for a grand druid by the paladin Hylure, resulting in an inextricable bond. Perhaps inextricable was not the most fitting term, as their relationship remained entirely innocent. Offering you advice would be utterly pointless, as you lack the capacity to implement it. Green remarked, shaking his head and gesturing to the charming figure behind Zhao Mai. Even your own dog has succumbed to her allure. What hope do you have? Doggy. Silly doggy, Hylure giggled, playfully scratching her chin. Green moved Zhao Mai's hand aside and returned to his accounting, his eyelids drooping as he jabbed at the wounds in Zhao Mai's heart. Ultimately, you are simply too weak. There is no remedy for that. Being a grand druid is merely an honorary title and is never correlated with actual power. Furthermore, the matters you mentioned were confirmed through my prayers to the goddess. They are indeed true. If you are not a grand druid, how do you know all this? I cannot explain that, Zhao Mai exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Under Hylure's watchful gaze, he found himself utterly unable to lie, which was excruciating. I have resolved to say nothing further. Do not waste your time lingering by my side. Yet, you rather enjoy my company, do you not? Hylure was acutely aware of her advantages. For all of Aomide's paladins had studied tactical strategies, applying them deftly in both life and battle. Rest assured, I shall not disturb you. I will demonstrate my sincerity. Zhao Mai tightly shut his mouth, mimicking the gesture of binding it with a rope, and as he raised his arm, he accidentally dropped the stored provisions. Before he could react, Hylure had already crouched down, scooping up the puppy and gently placing it on the ground. Despite her full armor, she exhibited remarkable speed, leaving Zhao Mai to ponder the extent of her combat prowess when fully committed. Although he had vowed to remain silent, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thank you for assisting Liang. Higi, you spoke. Hylure covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she regarded Zhao Mai. Jelen shook his head, releasing a long sigh. Hylure bore no malice. Her interest in Zhao Mai's knowledge was matched only by her curiosity about him as an individual. Though Jelen remained unaware of her background and experiences, he keenly perceived the emotions that flickered in her gaze: curiosity, competitiveness, and inquisitiveness, which might gradually blossom into fondness or admiration. He glanced behind him, finding only a short, sweat-soaked dwarf laboring at the forge. The monotonous clanging of metal contrasted sharply with Hylure's melodious laughter. Zhao Mai, go on and enhance your abilities. Do not linger here aimlessly. Jelen waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly. I am certain the Lady Paladin holds no interest in our endeavors at the blacksmith's. Hylure bit her lip, peeking towards the dwarf, soak, where she beheld only spherical iron lumps, marred by cracks resembling a tortoise's shell, leaving her puzzled as to their purpose. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Mai deemed it unwise to reveal the existence of grenades, and thus grasped High Rower's arm, leading her away. This unintentional act startled the paladin. No male had dared such a move before. Her muscles tensed, ready to crush the druid's hand with her gauntlet. Yet she sensed no malice in his action. It was neither sacrilegious nor harmful to others. High Rower immediately reflected upon her own impulsive reaction, inadvertently being drawn away from the forge by Zhao Mai. The provisions panted as they chased after, followed closely by another exceptionally tall and robust Ao May-Dai paladin, leading a horse, ever ready to receive orders or take over. Jelen had discreetly inquired, of the 7 holy knights, only 3 remained in Nebo town, while the others had set out in search of something. He surmised that these paladins did not entirely trust that Mike was indeed the great druid. They aimed to keep him calm while not relinquishing other leads. Nonetheless, this very circumstance led him to perceive that High Rower's motives were not ordinary. There seemed to be a deeper significance at play. Under High Rower's enchanting influence, Mike's inability to refuse her did not imply he was entirely powerless. Chapter 89. If north is impassable, then head south, Mike. Come here for a moment. Sir Hayer, you should join us as well. 2 days prior, a light snowfall graced the town of Nebo, leaving behind puddles of melted snow on the ground. Today marks the final day of autumn, heralding a time when, from tomorrow until the arrival of spring, all fallen snow will remain unmelted, persisting in its effects on the lives of all creatures. The Lady Paladin has been following Zhao Mai for an entire week now, and they have forged a rather peculiar friendship. It cannot be classified as intimate nor distant. Neither harbors ill will towards the other. Yet their interactions are tinged with a certain awkwardness. So far, this awkwardness has not led to any adverse consequences, but just as winter inevitably descends, if the issues at hand remain unresolved, an eruption of complications is bound to occur. You two are far too idle, constantly attached at the hip, Green remarked deliberately. While I remain the only one with clarity, acutely aware that your leisure is but an illusion. Come, behold the work I have undertaken for you. The intelligence acquired from the guild boasts a high degree of accuracy, far superior to the tavern gossip. What news has captured your attention so much that you even invested coin into it? Zhao Mai inquired, patting Green on the back and picking up a sheet of paper from the table. A summary of the current state of the farmer's forest? Where did you procure this? As I mentioned, it is from the guild. With such a valuable resource at your disposal, it baffles me that you do not utilize it. Green sighed, wearing an expression of frustration. One of you seeks the community of the unseen wanderers, while the other pursues the great druid, yet here you are, striving in opposing directions. Lady Hayer, here is the pertinent information regarding the nearby great druids. I believe the second point appears most promising, so do pay attention to it. Zhao Mai fetched a chair for Hayer, and they both sat down, poring over the documents illuminated by the glow of the blacksmith's forge. Green had paid 200 gold coins to have the guild compile a report on the farmer's forest. Given that the priests of Ramash II are quite active in the farmer's forest and most adventurers have recently traversed its depths, the intelligence gathered is particularly comprehensive. After carefully reading the report twice, Zhao Mai arrived at a disheartening conclusion, given his current capabilities. It was virtually impossible for him to navigate through the farmer's forest and reach the elven city to the north. The productivity level of the common folk in Glaelian is roughly akin to that of medieval Earth, yet this does not imply that the environmental conditions are similar. In many regions of Glaelian, venturing beyond the confines of towns and roads signifies a perilous undertaking. Beasts, monsters, and ferocious, savage intelligent beings may emerge at any moment, making it far more dangerous than medieval Europe, should Zhao Mai wish to circumvent the farmer's forest. Whether by taking the northeastern route through the Raven S Plains or the western sea route, he must embark on a significant detour, one that strays far from civilization and human habitation, essentially a dead end for him. Furthermore, no adventurer would be willing to accompany him on such a journey, for everyone understands that wealth means little without the life to spend it. Zhao Mai sighed, realizing he had reached an impasse. The wayfarers have split into 2 factions. The druids remaining in the farmer's forest are undoubtedly engaged in battle against the monsters to safeguard the sacred grove of the Tree of Enlightenment. Meanwhile, the apprentices and the elderly have journeyed to the elven city of Selvirian, where they are certain to find druids capable of instructing the apprentices. The continued study and enhancement of the druidic profession necessitate knowledge in 4 areas. Firstly, the natural forces, attained through meditation and communion within the natural environment. Secondly, spell incantations, which require learning from elder druids while grasping the essence of these natural forces to master the most effective and balanced methods of spellcasting. Thirdly, knowledge related to flora and fauna, as well as abilities pertinent to the natural ecosystem, including the training of animal companions and shape-shifting. And fourthly, various combat techniques. While it is true that Zhao Mai could enhance his physical prowess and refine his control over these natural forces merely through communion and absorption, laying a foundation for future advancement, this is undeniably an essential basis, akin to fundamental physical training. However, possessing superior physical attributes is futile without the means to harness them effectively. He gazed at Green, pondering the reason why the rat folk requested such a report from him. In fact, through interactions with adventurers from Nebo Town, Zhao Mai had already developed a considerable understanding of the dangers within the farmer's forest, which is why he could patiently remain behind to collaborate with the dwarf Sork to improve firearms and manufacture grenades in preparation for countering the minions of the monstrous matriarch that had occupied the forest. Green noticed Zhao Mai's gaze and pointed to the paper held by Hyrule. Zhao Mai leaned closer, and the female paladin generously shared her information with him. After a brief examination, he grasped the intent of his companion. Look, here lies a lead on a great druid, and it is quite recent, merely 2 months ago. A group of adventurers discovered a druidic thorn altar at the marsh's edge southwest of Nebo Town, managed by a great druid who referred to himself as Waswath. This individual exhibits some eccentricity, yet his magical prowess and knowledge are undeniably vast. He has claimed to drive the goblins of Magnamar into the sea, and is currently engaged in conflict with them. I see, Zhao Mai replied. This lead is exceedingly valuable to us. Thank you, Green. Hyrule smiled, adding, I wonder how much you paid for this information. I shall reimburse you. However, Green waved his hand, gesturing towards Zhao Mai, and said, I have but one request. When you seek this great druid, ensure you bring my brother, Mike, along. Hyrule was taken aback by Green's request and pondered with furrowed brows. While it was not troublesome to have Zhao Mai nearby during their stay in Nebo Town and while gathering leads, considering the safety of the locale, it was important to note that despite his extensive knowledge and intelligence, he was merely a level 1 druid, and the wilderness would pose significant dangers. Furthermore, the Knights of Iomity seldom operated alongside non-paladins and rarely played the role of caretakers. Observing the shifts in the paladin's expression, Green discerned her internal deliberations. Before she could explicitly refuse, he interjected, My brother Mike requires the guidance of a druid to continue his education, and this bears no relation to your mission. Simply escort him safely along your route. I recall that as long as it does not hinder their own mission. The paladins of Aomai do not shy away from offering protection to merchant caravans. Indeed, you are correct. Hylia smiled as she extended her hand to Zhao Mai, shaking his firmly. Welcome to our company. Shall we depart the day after tomorrow? Zhao Mai was tempted to assert his independence, confident in his ability to fend for himself. Even though he recognized that Hylia's prowess far surpassed his own, the notion of being safeguarded by a woman, especially one as beautiful and youthful as she, struck him as somewhat awkward. Hylia, perceiving his thoughts with ease, had witnessed similar expressions on the faces of many. As a female paladin, she often encountered men who regarded her merely as a pretty ornament, dismissing, overlooking, or even disdainfully regarding her. Guided by the teachings of the goddess, she knew she ought to remain true to her heart, unaffected by such misunderstandings and prejudices. Yet, why did she still feel a pang of sorrow upon seeing that expression reflected in Mike's demeanor? Suddenly, Zhao Mai let out a snort, not one of scorn, but rather self-mockery. He regained his spirited demeanor as a traveler, grasping Hylia's hand. At present, I indeed fall short of your capabilities. It is only reasonable to accept your protection. However, I possess ample confidence and reason to believe that I shall soon catch up and surpass you. May our journey be smooth and prosperous. Chapter 90. New breakthroughs and new obstacles. The paladin finally ceased her entanglement with Zhao Mai. After determining their next destination, Hyrule left Zhao Mai temporarily to gather the other 6 sisters. Zhao Mai found himself curious about how they communicated in a world devoid of mobile communication. However, he recognized that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Without the presence of women, he felt a bit more at ease. Green held a paper filled with notes, marveling as he spoke. You have prepared everything so thoroughly, balancing weight and practicality. Even seasoned adventurers would likely not be as meticulous as you. Where did you acquire such knowledge? I could tell you, but you wouldn't comprehend it, so I shall spare us both that effort. Zhao Mai glanced at the forge's inner chamber and inquired, Do you think Sok can execute the designs I provided him? Do not concern yourself. If there is a single dwarf capable of fulfilling your designs, it is Sok. He is a true craftsman, perhaps born solely for this craft, blessed by the dwarven gods. As for you, I genuinely suspect you are not a druid, but rather a chosen one of Allori. Allori does indeed embody the domains of knowledge, history, and self-improvement. Yet most who revere him are monks. My power stems from the primal forces of nature, not solely from self-cultivation. There is a distinction. Damn it. That is precisely what I mean, Green exclaimed, slapping the table, suddenly irked. The more I interact with you, the more I find there is nothing you do not know. Look around. I dare say within a radius of 200 miles, there isn't a single monk. How do you acquire such knowledge? What the deities can accomplish seems no secret to you, and yet your power is so feeble. This contrast is maddening, you know? If you were to remove the aspect of my feeble strength, I believe I would gladly accept your praise. Zhao Mai, unperturbed, chuckled as he patted Green's shoulder. Thank you for your concern. I have already discerned what I need and shall endeavor to learn diligently. If you harbor feelings for high rower, you must elevate your strength. Otherwise, your chances of success are exceedingly slim. Green's tone shifted abruptly. Do not mistake her fondness for affection. I sense her curiosity is the driving force. And such feelings are not stable. Frankly, had it not been for high rower being an exceptionally rare beauty, I would have doused your hopes long ago. The union of a paladin and a druid is simply indescribable. Huh, I never contemplated it so far ahead. Zhao Mai laughed lightly before adopting a more serious demeanor. Well, the time for enjoyment has concluded. It is time to focus. I had indeed been somewhat lax previously, but that was only because I had largely resolved my concerns. I shall not remain in that state. That reassures me. You are, after all, a clever individual. Why do you always emphasize that point? Zhao Mai found it rather peculiar that Green seemed to possess an exceedingly stringent set of evaluative criteria, categorizing individuals into the clever and the not-so-clever, treating them with a marked distinction in his interactions. For those deemed not clever, Green exhibited neither concern nor warmth, let alone trust, adopting a demeanor that was strictly businesslike. Only in the presence of the astute did he allow himself to express any semblance of emotion. I will share this with you in due time. I am not in a rush at present, Green remarked, deftly sidestepping the topic. Look, Sok has emerged. The dwarf's face was flushed, beads of sweat cascading down, yet his excitement and satisfaction were palpable. Master, I have succeeded. Your sliding rod's reloading mechanism is functional, and the rotational reloading is nearing completion. The power of the firearm has increased at least 3 to 4-fold. Zhao Mai recognized his own combat capabilities were still feeble. Thus he relied even more on the firearm for protection. Unable to forge superior ammunition through alchemy, he concentrated his efforts on refining the weapon itself. He understood clearly that the true potential of a firearm lay within its loading mechanism, though he had transcended the realms of muzzle loading, flintlock, fixed ammunition, and integrated cartridges. Zhao Mai remained unsatisfied. Constrained by manufacturing techniques, he could not yet produce magazine-fed or belt-fed systems, necessitating the development of a pump-action mechanism for shotguns. The modified behemoth, courtesy of Sok, could not only chamber 2 rounds but also preload 8 additional rounds in a slot beneath the barrel, 4 for each barrel, when reloading was required. One could simply pull back the mechanism to push the last 2 bullets into the chamber while simultaneously ejecting the spent cartridges. This retained the traditional method of bending the firearm for loading, facilitating the handling of any jams. Such an adjustment had exponentially increased the firing rate by 3 to 4 times. How did you conceive of this? Zhao Mai inquired. Green shook his head in response to the dwarf, saying, How did I conceive of this? That may well be the greatest secret of Mike. Have you not realized yet that even these innovations do not represent the zenith of his knowledge and wisdom? The dwarf and the firearm were indeed a harmonious match, akin to elves with bows, halflings with slings, and humans with heavy cavalry lances. Should Zhao Mai achieve remarkable success and return home in glory, he would be profoundly pleased for the dwarf, for it would signal the beginning of firearm production within his entire race, particularly within Sok's clan, leading to an abundance of ammunition. I have crafted approximately 80 compatible rounds. They would be too burdensome for you to carry all at once, Sok remarked, producing a bundle from behind him, the bullets clinking together with a sharp sound. As per your request, nearly half of them are pointed projectiles, akin to arrows. Ah, thank you. And what of the grenades? Zhao Mai inquired. The dwarf suddenly furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Mike, I encountered something peculiar. I have fashioned the small throwable explosives you requested, and at that moment, an idea struck me. If I were to incorporate more alchemical agents, making them larger, would their potency not also increase? Indeed, that is a sound notion. Initially, it was thus. However, when I reached this considerable size, the dwarf remarked, gesturing to illustrate the dimensions of a basketball, asserting that it could not be detonated, even if cast into flames. It could only explode if disassembled into smaller fragments. Such peculiarity? Zhao Mai furrowed his brow, pondering that this scenario should not transpire. While the potency of the bomb does not increase linearly with the quantity of explosives, the inability to detonate is unfathomable. Discounting the logical factors, what remains is, I surmise that your actions have drawn the attention of the divine. Zhao Mai stated, the four fundamental elements are in equilibrium, whether in strength, quantity, or quality. This is the most fundamental law of our world. Our weapon may have disrupted this balance, leading to intervention by a deity. This occurrence may be fortuitous, yet it could also herald catastrophic consequences. Let us set it aside for now and refrain from disturbing it further. Sock and Green exchanged glances, truly taken aback by this perspective. Chapter 91. The disarray of one man and 6 women. Fortunately, as a druid, I possess no inherent enemies apart from those few deities who are universally reviled for their desire to annihilate all. Moreover, these deities have long since made countless foes, ensuring I would not lack for allies. Had I chosen a priest with superior healing abilities, I would have to contend with my 2 decades of atheistic beliefs, which could prove to be a formidable obstacle. Furthermore, selecting a deity would inevitably align me with a specific faction, bringing with it a myriad of complications that could hinder my progress and even jeopardize my safety. Were it not for such concerns, my first choice would undoubtedly have been the eternal healing goddess, Charlon Lai, and I would have endeavored to become a formidable healer. However, it is somewhat late to lament such choices. I shall not relinquish the myriad advantages of being a druid, even for the sake of future growth. After considerable internal struggle, I ultimately resolved to ride a horse rather than travel by car alongside the paladins, driven by the same rationale. An automobile, insulated from external influences, equally severed my connection to the powers of nature. While it mitigated danger, it also obstructed the path of self-improvement through adversity. Moreover, who could guarantee that all roads ahead would be traversable by car? Mike, you arrived quite early. Have you made your preparations? Leaving the town signifies peril, and thus, Harel was fully armed. Her steed was a magnificent, pure white horse. If its dark mane and tail were bleached white and a cone were affixed to its forehead, it would surely resemble a unicorn. The steeds of these paladins share a sacred bond with their riders, displaying remarkable obedience and valor in battle. In stark contrast, the horse I procured from the town was merely a common gray mount, significantly shorter, lacking in grandeur and strength, and untrained for combat. Of course, I had not received any training in mounted combat either. I had never entertained such intricate strategies. Wait a moment, let me confer with my steed. Upon encountering the paladin's mounts, my horse succumbed to self-doubt, lowering its head and hesitating to move as if paralyzed by fear. I approached it, cupping its chin with one hand while gently stroking its forehead with the other. Gray, do not be anxious. You are a good horse, and I am not a skilled rider, so I need you to look after me. I cannot urge you to gallop swiftly, nor can I lead you into battle. Those tasks belong to the other horses, not to you. I only hope you can carry me safely through this journey. Can you do that for me? The gray horse gradually calmed, its large eyes meeting mine with a spark of understanding. It parted its lips, gently licking my hand, then tossed its mane and raised its head, letting out a couple of neighs. All right, I am relying on you. I patted its neck, conducting a final inspection of the straps securing the saddle and the bags hanging from it before mounting. I shifted in search of a comfortable position, appearing no different from an inexperienced rider. Are you capable? Harel remarked, observing me. Your skill is quite impressive. You have managed to soothe the horse so swiftly. I have only witnessed similar skills in exceptionally proficient horse trainers. Trainers rely on their expertise in taming animals, while we druids communicate with creatures through the forces of nature, which are fundamentally different. Zhao Mai elucidated that trainers can only focus on 1 or 2 types of animals suitable for riding, relying on years of accumulated experience. In contrast, druids face no such limitations. Any creature can be engaged. From any perspective, humans are also animals, possessing the same natural forces within, albeit endowed with wisdom. Humans are humans, and animals are animals. The two cannot be conflated. Hyrua shook her head. Zhao Mai, not wishing to ignite a debate on faith, remarked that there are indeed distinctions, yet also similarities, as both exist within the framework of natural forces. Humans can also receive divine power and may even ascend to become new deities, much like the goddess Amid. However, It is undeniable that humans are born solely with natural forces. I am not, High Ruer interjected, waving her index finger. I was born blessed by the goddess, and my life will be dedicated to her. A knowing smile graced her lips, the answer evident. She nudged her white steed and addressed her companions. Advance in a vigilance formation. I will ride alongside Mike. Captain, haven't you grown weary of him yet? A short-haired knight with a blush of pink concealed her laughter. You can't keep your eyes on him alone. You must remain alert to your surroundings. High Ruer maintained a serious demeanor, her expression devoid of mirth. Enough chatter. We must adhere to discipline from this moment forth. No one is permitted even a moment's relaxation. Understood? This was a spirited group of female paladins, diverse in age and rank, yet their camaraderie was unimpeded. They were both comrades and sisters, sharing an extraordinary synergy. Upon entering this collective, Zhao Mai immediately felt out of place. Firstly, in terms of posture. Zhao Mai had only ridden horses in amusement parks and tourist resorts. His maximum speed barely exceeding 15 kilometers and distances not surpassing 5 kilometers, merely ambling. Mounted upon his steed, he appeared awkward, tense, and rigid, utterly uncoordinated. In stark contrast, the valiant female knights beside him exuded grace and confidence, making him resemble mere graffiti on an exquisite piece of art, a blemish upon a splendid facade. Next, in style. The 6 paladins, one of whom ventured northward to gather intelligence on the northern territories, formed a line, their armor gleaming and capes billowing, akin to 6 resplendent banners. Zhao Mai, clad in coarse leather armor, with his tousled short hair and flustered gaze, seemed out of place. Fortunately, he was not shackled, or he would have appeared as a prisoner in tow. Thankfully, his mount, Hui, cooperated, adjusting its posture to ensure Zhao Mai remained securely seated. The steed trotted lightly, effortlessly following the white unicorn led by High Ruer, effectively reducing the wind resistance faced by Zhao Mai. As he jostled along, his thoughts wandered, nearly leading him to contemplate the principles of aerodynamics. Chapter 92. The overlap of past and present traveling south from Nebo Town. After approximately 2 days, one will arrive at Wado Town, a human settlement perched upon the hazy fringes of a marshland. This place serves as the terminus of civilization for beyond Wado Town. In the southeast, southwest, and west lies the vast wilderness, a perilous realm that could claim lives. Zhao Mai had heard of the circumstances from Green. Yet without witnessing them through his own eyes, he could not form a vivid impression. Now, accompanied by the paladins, he traversed the post road, which did not seem perilous. Rather, it exuded an air of a leisurely excursion. The straight path stretched for several miles, only deviating slightly when the encroaching woods compelled a minor turn. The forest adjacent to the road remained a thriving woodland, under the stewardship of the rangers of the dense thicket. Zhao Mai observed closely and discovered several winding paths leading into the depths of the forest, mysterious and concealed. It was said that some of these paths led to the fabled beach hall, a secret treasure trove of a vanished forest spirit. As they journeyed, High Rower occasionally glanced at Zhao Mai, gauging his endurance. She could discern that the druid lacked experience in horseback riding, and he would undoubtedly endure considerable discomfort along the way. The soreness in his thighs, the abrasions on his skin, and the excruciating pain in his pelvis from the jolting were all inevitable tribulations for a novice. From Zhao Mai's expression, she recognized these hardships were indeed manifesting. Yet, the druid gritted his teeth, remaining largely silent, resolutely persevering. The visage of her father had grown somewhat hazy in her memory. All that remained was the recollection of him as a wizard, seemingly omniscient. He spent his days ensconced in the towering, secluded wizard's tower, delving into the arcane arts alongside an eclectic assembly of peculiar companions. Apart from magic, he seldom spoke of other matters, and the time he devoted to her and her mother was even scarcer, especially after learning that she would become a paladin rather than a wizard. He had never again bestowed a smile upon her. Following her mother's solitary passing, the temple of goddess Iomeide became her true sanctuary. Mike, why did you choose to become a druid? High Rower suddenly inquired. In order to heal my father's affliction. I had no choice but to embrace the path of a druid, Zhao Mai replied, drawing in a sharp breath through clenched teeth. Without needing to look, he knew the skin on the inner thigh must have been chafed, as sweat trickled into the wound, inducing a particularly sharp sting. Why not seek assistance from the temple? Like us paladins, we possess spells to dispel ailments and soothe pain, aside from our missions, she said, drawing closer to Zhao Mai, accompanied by a whispered prayer. Her palm radiating with holy light brushed over Zhao Mai, the divine energy from the goddess permeating his flesh, swiftly healing his wounds. Oh, to have one's wishes fulfilled. You must be truly blessed, High Rower remarked with a tinge of envy. Her mother had prayed, yet failed to fulfill her dying wish. And her father had not come to see her for the last time, a profound sorrow etched in High Rower's heart. Hey, Mike. We shall surely triumph over the malevolent priest and restore tranquility to the farmer's forest. Indeed, it is an undeniable truth that nature may sometimes suffer, yet its formidable capacity for restoration and equilibrium shall ultimately prevail. Zhao Mai inquired, Errol, do you female paladins undergo the same training as your male counterparts? Yes. Fundamentally, it is quite similar, she replied. Though certain martial skills and combat techniques may differ slightly, given the distinct physical attributes of men and women. Errol regarded Zhao Mai with curiosity. Why do you ask? Might I accompany you in learning? Zhao Mai responded. In what aspect? She queried. The foundational martial arts. Particularly the use of a one-handed spear and shield. Zhao Mai clutched the saddle tightly, almost losing his balance. Oh, perhaps also horsemanship. There is much I need to learn. Perhaps during our rest, you could teach me a few techniques. No problem, I would be delighted to assist you, Errol said. However, I must insist that you do not evade questions regarding deities, divine powers, and faith. I believe excessive discourse on the divine may be counterproductive. It is prudent to focus our gaze on the earthly realm, Zhao Mai pondered, then proposed to Errol. How about I share some intriguing tales of benevolent priests and malevolent sorcerers? Would you care to listen? Errol bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Zhao Mai, he had inadvertently touched upon a tender vulnerability within Errol, as he began narrating a reimagined tale of the black-robed male sorcerer and the white-clad female priest. They journeyed along the path, with the humid southwestern breeze from the marshes weaving through the treetops, the remaining leaves whispering softly. A dark cloud veiled the sky, and dusk arrived earlier than usual. The entire path gradually succumbed to twilight, with only the northern horizon still aglow. A massive tree had fallen across the road. Its colossal trunk splintered in two. A knight named Haidai advanced to investigate, discovering that the trunk had long been hollowed out, revealing the true cause of its collapse. Two knights secured the trunk with ropes and, mounted on their steeds, dragged it aside, clearing the way. Meanwhile, the others maintained a vigilant watch. You are also compassionate. Zhao Mai praised them. After overcoming the obstacle, the group continued until darkness enveloped them. By this time, the southern horizon was completely obscured, with only the northern sky twinkling with stars. Fortunately, the wind shifted, and the violent northern gusts dispersed the clouds, unveiling a resplendent canopy of stars. For reasons unknown, the earlier sense of unease gradually dissipated, and the surrounding natural energies regained their serene tranquility. A group of 6 women, 1 man, and a dog dismounted, preparing to set up camp. Zhao Mai's thigh was once again marred with a wound, yet he declined Errol's healing spell. I can recover slowly. This process also allows my skin to adapt. The potent energy of divine healing, while mending wounds, would also strip away my calluses. And I would still have to endure the pain later. Very well, you shall heal yourself, Errol replied with a gentle smile, beginning her assessment of the camp's security. Chapter 93. Pre-meal exercise. It was a type of hard biscuit, crafted from a blend of barley flour, wheat flour, and oat flour, baked with hops and dandelions. Served alongside a tangy cheese steeped in rich ale. As a man hailing from the grand culinary empire, it was unbearable for Zhao Mai to witness a group of lovely maidens munching on dry biscuits while he remained idle. With a heavy sigh, he sought to alleviate this heart-wrenching scene. Allow me to prepare something for you, he lamented. What could Zhao Mai possibly offer? A skilled cook cannot conjure a feast without ingredients. Yet he had brought along instant noodles from home. As a solitary dweller, he had naturally mastered various methods of preparing instant noodles. However, cooking for 6 individuals at once posed a challenge, as he lacked a sufficiently large pot. Ariel, may I borrow your helmets for a moment? The paladins, adorned in full armor, were wealthy individuals, their helmets exquisite works of art, deep and pointed. Devoid of hollows, perfect for use as pots. If they had been crafted in the elven style of intricate filigree, they would not suffice. The dwarven helmets were too thick, making heating them quite troublesome. Zhao Mai estimated that 4 helmets would be adequate for cooking for 6, solving the issues of both pot and bowl. Employing the water conjuring spell, he summoned the forces of nature to condense moisture from the surrounding air. Situated near swamps and forests, the local atmosphere was humid, allowing Zhao Mai to effortlessly gather sufficient water to cleanse the helmets and boil it. Under the watchful gaze of the paladin maidens, he opened the instant noodle packages, tossing them into the bubbling water. He had realized that while instant noodles had a long shelf life and delightful flavors, their bulk relative to weight made them impractical to carry. Thus, he saw this as an opportunity to foster camaraderie and win favor with the paladins. Adding the seasoning packets. The enticing aroma soon wafted through the air, in contrast to the culinary habits of Gralian. The rich array of spices within the instant noodles was an unfamiliar delight to the paladins. Ao Mai Dai, of the highest lineage among them, with a powerful mage as her father, was no stranger to rare delicacies. Yet, the instant noodles still astonished her, igniting an insatiable appetite that she found difficult to control. Especially amidst the fragrant aromas, there lingered a subtle herbal scent, accompanied by a faint hint of alchemical substances, stirring within Hariel memories of her father. He always bore the peculiar, slightly pungent scent of spell components. This aroma, combined with her mother's sickly warmth, constituted all of Hariel's sensory recollections of home. Alas, without eggs, I can only add some slices of ham. Zhao Mai deftly sliced the smoked ham into thin pieces, tossing them into the boiling water. In just 2 minutes, we shall feast. No sooner had he spoken than a twisted and grotesque arrow whistled through the air, landing squarely in the center of the cooking fire, followed by the sound of a chaotic charge echoing from the forest. Who has neglected their watch? Hariel shouted in fury, raising her holy emblem as she recited her incantation. Goddess of the successors, manifest your power, and shield the weak from the encroachment of evil. A beam of light emanated from the holy emblem, enveloping Zhao Mai in its protective glow. Upon recalling the incantation, Zhao Mai understood it was a protective spell for another. Should he suffer harm, half of the damage would be absorbed by High Ruer. This spell required both the caster and the recipient to don matching platinum rings. Often humorously referred to as the darling, I shall protect you spell. Thus, Zhao Mai found himself questioning the whereabouts of the rings. Meanwhile, approximately 15 goblins, brandishing axes and curved blades, charged towards the female knights, trampling the fallen leaves and withered branches beneath their feet. This was evidently a raiding party. All the goblins clad in armor, indicating that they were seasoned mercenaries. The leader, dressed in ill-fitting chainmail and brandishing a hefty dwarven battle axe, issued fierce battle cries. Zhao Mai chuckled softly. The dwarven battle axe was notably thick, short, and heavy, possessing considerable density. Dwarves often filled such weapons with lead, augmenting their mass, which delivered devastating blows when swung. Without the dwarves' low center of gravity and stable physique, wielding such a weapon was quite challenging. We must protect our sustenance. We cannot allow the goblins to approach or destroy it. High Ruer bellowed, driving her shield firmly into the ground. They were all equipped with identical shields, characterized by a curved shape with a sharply pointed lower end, resembling an inverted teardrop, typical of cavalry shields. The female paladins exhibited remarkable synergy, all embedding their shields into the earth, forming a formidable wall for their instant noodles. I shall lead the charge, proclaimed a dark-haired female paladin. I will cleanse the stain of my negligence and reconnaissance with this assault. Leading the charge meant a reduction in dinner portions, and High Ruer showed no mercy in her decree. The paladins exchanged glances, realizing that their combat performance was indeed linked to the quantity of their evening meal. The rumbling of their stomachs and the enticing aroma of food spurred them on more effectively than the resounding war drums, though none of them were barbaric. The sudden reddening of their eyes indicated that fury transcended profession. Zhao Mai, being well protected, enjoyed the same privileges as the instant noodles, crouching behind the shield wall. He quickly assessed the situation, recognizing the paladin's victory was all but assured. To prevent the enemy's escape and avoid further disturbances during their meal, he cast a spell, benevolently using entangling roots to sever the goblin's retreat. The forest environment undoubtedly amplified the spell's effectiveness. The writhing branches and thorns exuded an aura that warned of trouble for any who dared approach. Stock up on provisions, maintain defense, and stay vigilant, Zhao Mai commanded. Crouching behind the shield, attentively watching another direction to guard against further goblin ambushes. However, the paladins had anticipated this. 5 knights arranged themselves into a staggered 2-layered formation, leaving one as a reserve while continuously employing detect evil to maintain control of the battlefield. Even if the situation worsened, the paladins could heal and protect one another. Their martial prowess sufficiently robust, as long as their command structure remained intact and they did not encounter a formidable and treacherous spellcaster. Zhao Mai could hardly envision a scenario in which they would be defeated by this band of goblins. To indulge in noodles, using hands and knives would undoubtedly be insufficient. He pondered whether they had brought forks. Zhao Mai pondered for a moment, then lowered his gaze to search for slender twigs, contemplating whether he could teach them to use chopsticks. It would undoubtedly be an enjoyable endeavor, far more delightful than battling goblins. Chapter 94, The Headhunters, the Female Paladins. Wielding their long swords, charged into the band of goblin marauders with a ferocity that seemed to crumble the very earth beneath them. They deftly evaded the enemy's blades. Their movements both fluid and swift, as they thrust the tips of their swords into the unprotected crevices of the goblin armor. In a mere exchange, 5 goblins lay lifeless upon the ground. Zhao Mai crouched behind the shield wall, peering through the gaps. A goblin armed with a short bow aimed at Highrower, releasing an arrow that miraculously struck true. However, the arrow collided with the paladin's armor, snapping with a resounding crack. It was no wonder that Highrower remained unfazed. In the brief span of time, several more goblins fell. "I surrender! I surrender!" cried the goblin chieftain, brandishing a dwarven war axe. As he swiftly discarded his weapon in a gesture of capitulation, 2 other goblins, witnessing their leader's retreat, raised their hands in surrender as well. This exemplified the goblin ethos, greedy yet reckless, fickle yet cowardly. They were perpetually swayed by these 4 emotions, rendering them a loathsome breed of brigands. "Bind them and escort them to the next village for trial," commanded Highrower, as she kicked the goblin's weapon away and pressed her sword against their necks, instructing her companions to restrain the captives. Would the verdict not be death? Why go to such lengths? First, it was vital for the goblins to recognize their transgressions and confess their crimes. This held significance. Secondly, they could atone through labor, perhaps even lifelong servitude, which would benefit all parties involved. Thirdly, this was our code of conduct. Highrower gazed at the helmet, her curiosity piqued. "Can these be consumed? Here, help yourself." Zhao Mai offered her a pair of chopsticks, watching with anticipation. Indeed. A look of bewilderment crossed Highrower's face as she struggled to comprehend the purpose of the 2 wooden sticks. Zhao Mai, smiling, demonstrated how to use the chopsticks to grasp food. He had expected astonishment and applause, but was met instead with a roll of her eyes. Highrower stirred the contents of the helmet, twirling a mound of noodles before commencing her meal. 6 paladins encircled the helmet, slurping the instant noodles with gusto. Zhao Mai discreetly stepped back, producing his phone to capture the moment. The knight from Zhao Mai was unaware of the device in Zhao Mai's hand, but sensing no malevolent intent, she paid it no mind. The flavor of the food was exquisite, the complex and layered spices offering them an enjoyment they had never before experienced. The 3 bound goblins salivated incessantly, their shackles clinking with each movement. Zhao Mai rummaged through the lifeless goblin's remains for spoils, tossing a few pieces of goblin rations to the captives. As for coins, gold, and various precious trinkets, they all found their way into his own satchel. Did we just pass through a village? Why is this roasted meat still warm? Zhao Mai discovered a roasted chicken within the goblin's sack, and the apple and prune stuffed inside its cavity were evidently a hallmark of human culinary methods, certainly not of goblin craftsmanship. Highrower, are you familiar with this area? Do you know if there are any nearby human villages? With a vigorous crunch, Hiya raised her head and said, "I have no idea." Before darkness fell, I didn't notice any smoke. This is my first time in this vicinity. Did you discover something? A still warm roasted chicken lay in Zhao Mai's hand. He cast a purification spell on the food, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not. The ladies feasted on noodles while he and the reserves enjoyed chicken, a distribution method pleasing to all. Clearly weary from a long journey, his brown curls clung to his cheeks, sweat cascading down his chiseled face, marred by numerous scars. Horizontal, vertical, and diagonal wounds had created a landscape of grooves and pits. It seemed he was oblivious to Zhao Mai, his lips twitching as a low growl emanated from his throat, followed by a determined stride toward the goblins wielding an axe. "Hey, commoner, what do you intend to do?" Hiya set down her utensils and stepped forward, blocking the burly man's path. She did not draw her weapon, but placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. The man hesitated, snorting angrily through his nose, still gripping his axe tightly. Observing this, the other paladins lined up beside Hiya, their gazes imbued with vigilance and intimidation. A gaggle of delicate maidens. The burly man spat on the ground, his thick finger pointing at the shackled goblins. "Hand those over to me. They are our captives from the battle." "It is unjust to give them to you," Hiya shook her head. "We are the paladins of Zhao Mai, champions of justice and goodness." "To hell with justice and goodness. I want those 3 goblins." The man surveyed his surroundings, noticing a pile of goblin corpses on one side of the road, where a frail man with a dog was eating roasted chicken beside them. "Those 2 belong to me. Why are you stealing the lives of my goblins?" "These goblins attempted to assault us. We acted in rightful defense and just retaliation." Hiya attempted to soothe the atmosphere with a smile, but the man's expression remained rigid, utterly unmoved. "Why are you pursuing these goblins? They attacked the village and killed everyone." The man's fury escalated, his fingers tightening around the axe handle. producing a creaking sound from the hardwood. A low growl seemed to rise from deep within his chest. I swear, I will personally slay them. These goblins have surrendered, and we shall escort them to the next village, where they will face judgment, and only then will their fate be decided, Hayo insisted, shaking her head. The man's nostrils flared wide, baring his teeth like a furious mastiff. He stepped forward, the axe in his hand gleaming ominously. To hell with judgment. I want them dead now. Stay back. Hayo swiftly drew her sword halfway, adopting a defensive stance. I warn you. Do not breach the line of the paladins of Ao may die. I care not for death. Why should I fear you delicate maidens? The burly man retorted. Even if I must step over the corpses of the 6 of you, I will slay them. Chapter 95, Hatred. The burly man ceased his speech and strode directly towards the paladins. In his eyes, they were not formidable warriors adorned with steel and magic, but merely a thicket of weeds standing before the trees. He swung his axe with force, intending to deter these women without fully exerting himself. However, his strength was prodigious, and the axe cleaved through the air with an ominous whoosh. Hylia narrowed her eyes, unsheathing her longsword, which clashed against the axe with a resonant clang. She attempted to leverage her wrist to dislodge the axe, but the force emanating from the weapon startled her. The burly man pushed her aside, causing Hylia to stumble and shift her weight to absorb the impact. The other 5 longswords were drawn simultaneously, encircling the man. He found himself ensnared, akin to being caught in a thicket of thorns. Any movement he made, other than retreating, would inflict harm upon him. The burly man inhaled deeply, a low growl emanating from his throat as he furrowed his brow, preparing for a desperate struggle. At that moment, the one destined to disrupt the situation made his entrance. Zhao Mai was acutely aware of the role he was to play. He dashed to Hylia's side, arms flailing, exclaiming, "Wow, what are you all up to? Since the goblins couldn't defeat you, are you turning on each other? I don't know if you've noticed, but I certainly have." The goblin is grinning. The goblins sat on the ground, shackled and wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Their feelings were inconsequential, as in Zhao Mai's scheme. They were merely pawns. "We are all human beings here, governed by reason. Might does not equate to right," Zhao Mai asserted. "Mighty man, regardless of your demands, these goblins are our captives. Even if we are not noble paladins, merely a band of mercenaries, if you wish to take them from us, you must articulate your rationale and provide justification. Our reluctance to engage in combat does not imply we are incapable of overcoming you." The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Mai, his contempt unmistakable. Such a gaze was deeply wounding, prompting Zhao Mai to draw the giant toothed beast and fire a shot into the ground. The resounding bang sent rocks and dust flying, creating a shallow crater in the earth. "Is this the legendary dwarven firearm?" Hylia furrowed her brow, gently brushing her hair aside. "Indeed. It is with this weapon that I dispatched the vanguard general of Ramashtu," Zhao Mai replied with a grin. "Now, mighty man, are you truly determined to step over the bodies of humans to slay goblins? Are you certain you are not here to rescue them? These scoundrels have slain everyone, my friends. My brothers, I will not spare them." The burly man remained obstinate, yet finally addressed Mike, saying, "You with the fire-spitting stick, tell these, whatever they are, to step aside and not obstruct me. Mind your language, big fellow. Do not speak like a brutish goblin." Zhao Mai shook his head. "Such remarks do not aid in resolving the matter." "Very well, ladies." The burly man ground his teeth, forcefully tossing his head back before lowering his axe. "You noble beings always wish to parley. Your tongues are sharper than any blade. Very well, I shall personally slay those 3 goblins. What say you?" "This is unacceptable." "Unless subjected to trial," Zhao Mai interjected before Hylia could respond. "We previously discussed the matter of delivering these goblins to the next village for trial, allowing them to atone for their sins. Is that not so, Sir Hylia, the paladin? To hell with your nonsense. Do you truly believe these goblins can reform? What a delusion you are under." The burly man bellowed. "This band of brigands invaded our village, attempting to rob us. My family offered them our meals and our stored provisions, pleading for their departure. And what was the outcome? Those vile wretches. They still slaughtered my kin and others in the village." "Where were you then?" Zhao Mai inquired. "Only water can extinguish fire. Only sorrow can drown anger." Zhao Mai reached out and gently patted the man's arm. "We all share in this sorrow. None wish for such calamity. We understand your desire for vengeance. Yet we adhere to our own code of conduct." "What? You spineless coward. Calm yourself." Zhao Mai replied. "These goblins must face trial before punishment can be meted out. This is the paladin's code. However, I propose we escort these goblins to your village for their trial, if that is agreeable." Hylia pondered for a moment, then nodded. "As long as the trial is fair and just, there is no issue. That is our bottom line. Fool. Zhao Mai leaned in, lowering his voice. Instead of wasting time here, possibly leading to a brawl that resolves nothing, let us hasten to your village with the 3 goblins. As long as your village has living souls, including yourself, you can judge the goblins. What penalties does your village impose for robbery, murder, and slaughter? Certainly death. Oh. The burly man finally grasped the implication. You are more cunning than the Duke's tax collector, and I truly disdain you for it. Zhao Mai was momentarily taken aback by this remark. He turned to Hylier, who shrugged. I heard everything you just said, and he is not wrong. Hey, this is hardly friendly. Zhao Mai feigned injury. Am I not here to resolve the issue? Look at you both. One a righteous paladin, the other a man seeking vengeance. I am utterly outmatched in both numbers and strength. What do I seek, if not to prevent you from turning against one another? Indeed, Micah speaks true. Hylia nodded. We are willing to assist you in bringing these 3 goblins to the village, and will provide aid following the trial. Utter nonsense. The burly man cursed, taking a few heavy breaths before stating, Very well, you shall escort those 3 living ones, and I will deal with the others who are dead. With that, he shoved Zhao Mai aside, approached the goblin corpses, and with a single swing of his axe, severed the heads from their bodies, casting them aside. Just as Zhao Mai was about to call for him to join their journey, the burly man continued to swing his axe, reducing the headless bodies to fragments. He remained silent, expressionless, with only the splatters of blood on his face and the relentless clang of metal accompanying him. Chapter 96. The Judgment Beneath Zhao Mai. His gray steed shifted restlessly, finding solace only in the gentle whispers of the druid. He lowered his gaze upon the small village nestled in the valley. Adjacent to a brook whose once crystalline waters, capable of sustaining all its inhabitants, were now stained crimson with the blood that flowed from the lifeless bodies of the villagers. As the group ventured into the woods, the rain commenced, a persistent drizzle that, while not overwhelming, showed no signs of abating. The moisture in the air enveloped them like a thick white fog, while dark clouds loomed overhead, obscuring the vast expanse of stars, unless a wild northern wind swept through. These ominous clouds would likely linger for some time. The goblins muttered incessantly, seemingly aware of their grim fate, prompting their growing anxiety. When circumstances turned dire, goblins would surrender to preserve their lives. Yet, if surrender proved futile, they would resort to desperate resistance. The burly man wielded a lumberjack's axe, ever vigilant. Should the goblins attempt to break free from their shackles, he would be ready to strike. His eyes betrayed no hint of mercy, instilling considerable fear in the goblins, rendering them motionless. This tension persisted until they beheld the village within the woods, where the paladins regarded the goblins with similar intensity. The village comprised 4 households and 23 souls, now reduced to but a solitary figure. The burly man spoke to Zhao Mai, who was mounted beside him. They discovered this secluded and cozy valley, constructing a village by the brook with their own hands. They took me in, allowing me to find a home once more. We had no lord, no taxes to pay. We managed ourselves. We were free and happy until this band of goblins appeared. I see no purpose in their judgment other than death. Impudent wretch, you cannot achieve equilibrium in this matter. Equilibrium? There is always a way. Zhao Mai remained silent, raindrops cascading down his cheeks. Apart from the sound of raindrops striking the metal barrel of the giant toothbeast's gun, he seemed oblivious to everything else. The devastation of the village left him in shock. The deceased villagers, defenseless, had been slain under sudden and unforeseen circumstances, their faces frozen in terror and sorrow. The rain fell upon them as if they were weeping. A slaughterhouse and a battlefield are entirely different realms. The latter may evoke a sense of tragic grandeur, while the former is steeped only in sorrow, or perhaps anger, but never in magnificence. Haler raised the holy emblem of the goddess Iamide as she entered the village, offering a final prayer for the departed. She would not permit the undead, malevolent spirits, or phantoms to harm these bodies. She prayed aloud, hoping the souls of the deceased might find peace under the benevolent gaze of the divine. I wish not to waste time. Do what you must, the burly man said. Observing Haler, he recognized her as the leader of the paladins, aware that they adhered steadfastly to their unyielding principles. You lot, witnessing this scene, who among you can advocate for the goblins' mercy? Who can assure them safety? Such grandiloquence serves no purpose. Do you understand now? This does not align with the goddess's mandate to reform evil as much as possible. She found herself in a quandary, which is why she had refrained from handing the goblins over to the burly man. Hylia glanced at her sisters, who, like her, had seldom witnessed such a horrific scene of village slaughter. They pressed their lips together, rendered speechless. No one could advise her on what course of action to take, until her gaze fell upon Zhao Mai. Despite his youth, this druid possessed a wealth of knowledge and remarkable insight, consistently devising unexpected yet logical solutions to dilemmas. After a moment's contemplation, Hylier decided that if she harbored doubts, it was prudent to seek his wisdom. Mike? Hylier approached Zhao Mai's horse and tugged at the reins, inquiring, "What do you think is the best way to organize a trial?" "Indeed, I have no other demands. Let us not dilly-dally. These goblins must perish." The burly man crossed his arms, glaring at Zhao Mai. The essence of the trial was rather straightforward. For both testimonial and physical evidence were abundantly clear. The testimonial evidence came from the burly man, named Butcher Sniff, who identified the goblins and accurately matched them with the weapons they had wielded in battle. The physical evidence lay within the spoils of the goblins, various earrings and gold teeth that could be directly associated with the corpses. Goblins, do you have any defense against the accusations? If you believe you are not responsible for this act, please provide evidence to support your claim. The goblins exchanged confused glances. Bewildered by the druid's fluctuating stance, one moment asserting he had slain the entire village, the next demanding they prove their innocence. This confusion overshadowed their fear of death. The three goblins stood frozen, their mouths only able to produce incoherent murmurs, failing to articulate complete sentences. It became evident that they could not present any evidence. Zhao Mai turned to the paladins. As representatives of justice and objectivity, are you now able to draw a conclusion based on what I have previously stated? Have these goblins committed the crimes of robbery, murder, and slaughter? Of course, we all agree on that. Hylier felt somewhat dizzy. Zhao Mai had assigned each of them roles: prosecution, defense, jury, and judge. Such an arrangement was rarely seen even in the most law-abiding halls of the Abadar Temple. It appeared cumbersome yet, upon reflection, was indeed quite reasonable. At the very least, this cold, rigorous procedure could silence everyone, allowing for a thorough analysis of the situation. I simply wish to know the final outcome. Butcher Sniff had procured a cleaver from his home, eyeing the goblins with fierce intent. Are you jesting? The burly man and the paladin exclaimed in unison. Why a hanging? Why not hard labor? The two parties suddenly glared at each other, the atmosphere growing tense once more. Enough of this, Zhao Mai bellowed, intervening to separate the two. Of course, he lacked the strength to push Butcher aside, and his hand was met with a fierce blow from Hylier's ironclad fist. Rubbing his swollen hand, Zhao Mai declared, the trial process considers all interests, and the judgment rendered should withstand scrutiny. Hence, it deserves respect and enforcement. Hylier, consult your goddess and your conscience. Can you find any grounds for questioning the integrity of this trial? The paladin shook her head. The procedure was flawless, leaving her without any retort. Very well, I shall go fetch some rope. Butcher glanced at the six paladins, though still somewhat unconvinced. After giving his own face a vigorous slap, he conceded, I cannot find fault in your argument, thus I shall take a step back. However, this is truly a damnable waste of time. Chapter 97. Butcher. The lifeless bodies of three goblins dangled from the beams, swaying slightly. The ropes creaked as they rubbed against the wooden structure. On the hillside adjacent to the village, 3 rows of freshly dug graves were undergoing final adjustments. Butcher, wielding a charcoal pencil, inscribed the names of his loved ones on wooden markers, which he then firmly planted into the soft, damp earth. What will you do next? Zhao Mai inquired. It is hardly suitable for a solitary individual to reside here. Butcher, without raising his gaze, meticulously scrutinized the letters he had penned for any errors. Upon hearing Zhao Mai's words, he wiped his nose with the back of his hand, inhaled deeply, and replied in a nonchalant tone, I can survive anywhere. Your concern is unwarranted. I wish to hire you, Zhao Mai declared candidly. It is evident that you possess great strength. Your prowess with an axe is remarkable. With you by my side, I would feel considerably safer. Are you some sort of noble? Butcher queried. Zhao Mai shook his head. I am neither a noble nor a wealthy merchant. I am merely a young druid in need of assistance. Need assistance? Butcher spat onto the ground and, wiping his mouth, retorted, everyone else in this world requires help. I have no leisure to meddle in others' affairs. We must continue southward. We shall draw ever closer to the goblin-infested lands. I cannot speak for your thoughts, Zhao Mai responded, but if I were in your position, I would undoubtedly seek out trouble with the goblins. They're a marauding band, following orders to plunder. Perhaps you have little interest in aiding other villages, but what about eradicating the goblins? I can certainly do that, by following me. You will at least avoid spending the night alone in the wilderness, and there will always be someone to watch your back, Zhao Mai assured him. I am a person of fairness and integrity. You shall not be wronged. You better uphold your promise. Butcher contemplated before stating, or you shall not survive to see judgment. I will end your life myself. The paladins expressed divergent opinions regarding Butcher's inclusion. A few argued for a more streamlined group to expedite their mission, while others believed it was a noble act of kindness that a knight should not refuse. Zhao Mai, however, perceived this as an issue of marching speed, one that could be resolved upon reaching the next town to procure a sturdy mule or horse. Thus, the group paused briefly in Wado town, where Zhao Mai outfitted Butcher with additional gear. To his surprise, Butcher proved to be quite discerning, particularly regarding mounts. Not a single horse in the town met his standards. So ultimately, he settled for a mule, purely for transportation. Do you possess equestrian skills and the ability to fight from horseback? Zhao Mai scrutinized Butcher's physique. He was taller than average, with large hands and legs, yet it was unclear if long periods of riding had affected his legs and hips, leaving Zhao Mai uncertain of his capabilities. Butcher shook his head, whether out of disinterest in Zhao Mai or a self-doubt about his riding skills. In the blacksmith's shop, he spotted a curved saber, a large slashing weapon typically wielded with both hands, measuring a formidable length of over 1 meter. He picked it up and weighed it in his hands, requesting the blacksmith to add a small counterweight to the rear of the hilt before instructing Zhao Mai to purchase it. This brutal weapon could only be wielded effectively by someone of considerable strength, yet Butcher managed to handle and manipulate it with one hand. Zhao Mai watched in awe as he swung the large blade up and down, cleaving a wooden post into 5 pieces within mere seconds. His technique suggested not that of a novice farmer or hunter, but rather that of a warrior honed by extensive training. Zhao Mai was inclined to inquire about his past, but Butcher merely shook his head in refusal to divulge any information. At times, when pressed too much with questions, he would glare and lift a foot to kick Zhao Mai's rear. Aside from the initial stumble after receiving such a kick, Zhao Mai was able to evade subsequent attempts. Wado Town was a place where various characters mingled freely. Lacking regulation, it could not be accurately described as a den of thieves, yet it was perilously close. The paladins of Iamity stood out conspicuously here, their radiant swords serving a silencing effect akin to a spell. From the very moment they entered the town, they were scrutinized by all yet ignored, rendering them quite unwelcome. Thus, the only individuals capable of uncovering information about the great druid and the marshlands were Zhao Mai and Butcher alone. Are you suggesting that I remain at the inn while you venture out alone? Zhao Mai lifted his gaze from a breakfast platter of blood sausage, fried eggs, and roasted potatoes, unable to mask his astonishment. Is there something I should not be privy to? I am headed to a place you cannot accompany me to. You would not appreciate my past acquaintances, as you are not of the same ilk. Butcher resolutely shook his head, without waiting for Zhao Mai to respond. The door closed behind him. Through the curtains, Zhao Mai glimpsed Butcher's towering figure fading into the shadows of the alley. This town seemed capable of consuming everything, be it the radiance of divinity or the strength of men. The goblins had obliterated his last refuge, and he had grown weary of being a pawn of fate. It was said that druids lived in seclusion. Perhaps that was precisely what he needed. For now, following Mike and receiving nature's protection might be his final opportunity to escape his torment. Besides, Mike appeared to possess some clever insights and handled matters fairly, at least to some extent. Ultimately, Butcher thought to himself, there was little else worth pursuing. Chapter 98. The Butcher and the Cuckoo Butcher cast a fleeting glance at him before lifting his leg to stride past. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in the beggar's eyes as he drew a short knife from beneath his mat and lunged at the burly man. Without uttering a sound, Butcher swiftly delivered a kick to the beggar's abdomen, sending him soaring. He then followed through with a sharp elbow strike to the back of the beggar's head. Enough. Step back. Do you not realize this is a guest? A hidden door in the alley swung open, revealing a long-haired man clad in a loose floral shirt. His face was gaunt and pallid, his physique emaciated, resembling a habitual criminal long confined in a dungeon. Look who we have here, the Butcher from Kelmanga, a rare visitor indeed. I am not fond of that name, Butcher replied. Are you prepared to discuss matters here, or shall I take a seat inside? Of course, please come in. I wouldn't dare to impede you. Clear some space for my friend. You all may amuse yourselves elsewhere. The slender man waved his hand, and soon the area was vacated, leaving behind a long bar adorned with an array of fragrant wines. Butcher inhaled deeply, the chaotic aromas rendering him unable to discern the labels, so he casually grabbed a bottle from the table and took a hearty swig. It has been quite some time since I've indulged so freely. Butcher wiped his mouth and addressed the proprietor. Fool, you owe me twice. Consider this an opportunity to repay once. Hey, first of all, I do not owe you twice. At most, it counts as one. Secondly, I am not a fool. I am the cuckoo, which is a significant distinction. Whatever. Butcher waved his hand dismissively, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Is there nothing to eat here? My stomach is quite famished. There is nothing. The slender man regarded Butcher with keen interest. Even if there were, everything here would be tainted by other saliva. Would you care to partake? By the way, how did you fall into such dire straits that you cannot even fill your belly? Would you consider working for me? I have always been generous and hold you in high regard. Appreciate it. But if I were to work for you, you would surely devise a way to eliminate me. Butcher's scar twitched as he spoke. I am here to seek you out regarding your former profession. Are you aware of a great druid nearby? Oh. Is that what brings you here? A week ago, the guild in Nepo Town inquired about this matter. However, they were too stingy, so I provided them only superficial information. The cuckoo licked his lips and leaned forward. There is indeed a great druid, and it is worth the effort. Shall we collaborate? The reward is 200 gold coins. Regardless of the outcome, the phrase worth the effort merely refers to robbery, theft, or extortion, all illicit trades. Most jobs require the thief to act alone. But the slender man's interest in Butcher's combat prowess indicated that this task was challenging and might necessitate brute strength to resolve. 200 gold coins would suffice for Butcher to live comfortably for a while, yet he clearly did not wish to forge a deep connection with the Thieves' Guild. First, tell me about this great druid, and do not attempt to deceive me. I would not dare. I have no desire to turn the entire guild into a bloodbath. One tragedy in Kelmanga is sufficient, the cuckoo replied. From the town of Wado extending westward to the coastal city of Magnuma lies the territory dominated by goblins. This perilous marshland lacks any known safe passage, save for a perennial river. The Uda River connects the two locations and provides ample water to this swampy expanse. Continuous skirmishes occur between Wado and the goblin city of Magnuma along the river, each striving to shift the front line into the other's domain. Yet, without control of the marsh, a mere river is insufficient to vanquish the adversary. The great druid resides within the marsh, maintaining an enigmatic rapport with the goblins, thus they never assault him. On 2 or 3 occasions, the goblins have captured some members of merchant caravans, and it was this druid who intervened to secure their release, Dugia remarked. Does that imply he is a good person? Butcher queried, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps, but it is difficult to ascertain, Dugia replied. This druid exhibits a certain madness. One of my sent men was soundly beaten by him and subsequently handed over to the goblins. Fortunately, the man was clever enough to escape their clutches. Otherwise, I would have presumed him dead at the hands of the swamp. Could it be that the individuals you dispatched were not of commendable character? Butcher chuckled. Do you believe you would fare any better? Would you declare yourself a good or a bad person? Dujiu tapped the table with his finger. My subordinate informed me that the druid's dwelling is adorned with numerous tributes from the goblins, including jewelry and art, all procured from Magnuma. As you know, the city still harbors many valuable relics from the past, making it worth the risk. Tell me where the druid resides and how to traverse safely. I shall consider it a favor owed. Hey, are we not good friends? Must you be so quick to dismiss me? Despite the thin man's words, his hands were busy sketching a map. Butcher glanced at it, noting the meticulous details, including the river, hills, and recognizable landmarks. Butcher, you saved my life when we were in Kyrmanja. I shall never forget that. Truly, I have never known fear. But when I saw you emerge from the blood and fire, I was genuinely terrified, fearing my end was imminent. Half the city perished. What right had I to escape? I have often wondered why you spared me and let me to safety. Butcher's index finger trembled slightly, as though the horrific battle and frenzied slaughter were resurrecting in his mind. Reluctant to dwell on that subject, he took a hearty swig of dark beer and then hastily tucked the map into his pocket, rising to his full height. His imposing figure cast a shadow over the underground tavern. He turned to Dujiao and cautioned, consider this advice, do not provoke that great druid. For a band of paladins has set their sights on him. Regardless of whether this druid is virtuous or malevolent, your involvement is no longer permissible. Associating with paladins will yield no favorable outcome. They may uncover your identity at any moment, and what awaits you is judgment. The thin man urged. You do not share their ilk. None will offer you fairness or protection.